Chapter 1, Rebirth. On the Saint Dragon continent, at the edge of the abyss of unforeseen misery, a sheer cliff loomed, its depths unfathomable. Brother Che, I feel rather frightened. Why is it so high here? Longli, adorned in a delicate pink gauze dress, possessed exquisite and three-dimensional features, yet the heavy makeup rendered her somewhat vulgar. Li Che, draped in resplendent brocade, his visage akin to a jade crown, lifted his gaze to the terrified woman, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Are you not a fool? How can you know fear? Long Yu, clad in a light green gown, bore an attractive countenance and a playful smile. As long as we deal with her, no one will dare to mock Brother Che again. Longli, already somewhat simple-minded, appeared flustered, her expression one of utter confusion. She could not comprehend the gravity of the situation at hand. You sister, I wish to go home. Long Yu, with a disdainful look, stepped forward and seized her hair. Slap. Slap. Two resounding slaps struck Long Li's face, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth as she crumpled to the ground. Let go of me. Long Li, in agony, attempted to struggle, but found herself devoid of spiritual power. Not only was she a fool, but she was also an incapable waste, unable to cultivate. You sister, I was wrong, please don't hit me. You insolent wretch, who do you call sister? It is you, this fool, who has usurped the title of the legitimate daughter, forcing me to bow beneath you. Why should that be? Brother Che, save me. Li Che's eyes brimmed with disdain, even revulsion every time he heard her call him Brother Che. He felt nauseated. At that moment, a flicker of impatience crossed Li Che's gaze. Hurry and dispose of her. This fool is simply revolting to behold. Ha! Long Yu chuckled derisively, raising a dagger to plunge into her chest, instantly staining her garment with crimson. Wretch, you should have perished long ago. Long Li's eyes widened in horror, her hand pressed against her chest as blood flowed, soaking her attire. Do you wish to kill me? Long Yu stepped on her hand, grinding it down with a merciless force. Cursed wretch, why does your life have to be so enviable? Pain rendered Long Li trembling all over. Why, what wrong have I done? Long Yu, endowed with remarkable talent, was but a concubine's daughter of the Long family, while this fool was the legitimate daughter, hailed as the young lady. Why was that? Long Yu brandished the dagger. I shall make you realize you are but a mere concubine. Ah, her wails echoed across the abyss of unforeseen misery. One by one, she severed Long Li's tendons. Please spare me. Long Li lay on the ground, fading, gazing up at the one before her. In this moment, she appeared almost lucid. Enough, she can no longer survive. I shall escort her on her final journey. Li Che, the young master of the Saint Dragon Palace, gifted with extraordinary talent since childhood, was loath to accept a fool as his betrothed. Brother Che, why should you sully your hands with a wretch like her? As her fiancé, I have been nauseated by her entanglements for years. This final act is a dream I have long wished to fulfill. Long Li's eyes fluttered, blood staining the earth beneath her, the pain rendering her breathless. Her body was already battered by Long Yu, yet her gaze seemed to grasp the situation, or perhaps not. What had she done wrong? Brother Che. Long Li, still naive, failed to comprehend why her sister, who had always treated her kindly, would inflict such harm upon her. Li Che's eyes were as cold as ice. In your next life, do not be a fool. Fools have no future. Today, I shall personally send you off, as punishment for your years of entanglement. Bang! Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand and struck. Long Li, akin to a rag doll, was cast off the precipice. In that moment, a solitary tear escaped her eye, carried away by the gentle breeze. Long Yu chuckled coldly within, a fool daring to aspire to marry Li Che. Truly, it was a delusion. Brother Che, let us return swiftly. Once she is dead, no one will suspect us. Will the head of the Long family not investigate this matter thoroughly? Rest assured, Brother Che, father is away from the estate these days. By the time he returns, it will be too late. Besides, who would care if a fool suddenly goes missing? Long Li continued to plummet, the howling winds whistling past her ears, until she reached the abyss depths, her breath entirely extinguished. At that moment, where she fell lay a jade pendant, blood staining its surface. Just then, a translucent soul emerged. This woman meets a tragic end. She is indeed a pitiful creature. The soul reflected on its own fate. Having been betrayed by those closest to her, she too had lost her life, leaving behind only a remnant of soul. Their circumstances bore a striking resemblance. As the soul pondered, the jade pendant emitted a blinding radiance. The corpse forcibly pulled the floating soul, and before she could resist, it entered the lifeless body. Moments later, the body on the ground slowly opened its eyes, their clarity juxtaposed with an icy chill. It hurts so much. Why does every part of this body ache? Memory surged within her mind. This woman shared her name, Longley, and was the legitimate daughter of the Long family on the Saint Dragon continent. The memories of this body were chaotic, revealing her to be a fool, tangled in disarray. Only one memory remained vivid. She had been murdered by her fiancé, alongside a half-sister who had always been close to her. How cruel was this half-sister, to kill her outright instead of resorting to such brutal mutilation? Longley fell into contemplation, realizing she had been reborn through this shattered body. How miraculous! I shall slay the scoundrel and the wretch to avenge you. As she spoke, her eyes glinted with icy resolve, her heart filled with hatred for such betrayal. In that moment, she exuded a chilling aura, akin to a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. The Longley now was not the Longley of before. The same visage housed a different soul. Longley searched around, discovering this body lacked even basic hemostatic medicine, yet what was this translucent jade pendant? With great difficulty, she touched the pendant, which vanished into the ground near her wrist. This sudden turn of events left Longley momentarily stunned. At the moment of her Bodhi's dissolution, she had been absorbed by the pendant, and only now had she awakened. It seemed this pendant was extraordinary. This opportunity must be connected to the jade pendant. Now, Longley felt an intense fury. How could she survive if she could not even stand? Surveying her surroundings, an aura of danger loomed. Longley slowly crawled deeper into the abyss, each movement excruciating. Fortunately, not far off lay a cave. She exerted tremendous effort to reach its entrance. Longley tended to her still bleeding arm, trembling all over, the pain threatening to render her unconscious. Splash! She lifted her gaze towards the cave, astonished to hear the sound of water within. Would there be beasts dwelling inside? The jungle at night was perilous. If she did not enter, she might be devoured by some wild creature, leaving her no choice but to take a gamble for her life. Longley gradually crawled inside, her surroundings suddenly brightening. Within the cave lay a deep pool, surrounded by flourishing spiritual herbs. Having studied alchemy before, she recognized these herbs as valuable. She picked several suitable for staunching blood flow and aiding in wound healing, chewing them eagerly. After consuming them, Longley lay on the ground, waiting for the effects to manifest. After a while, the bleeding began to slow, and the pain lessened. She inhaled sharply. Her tendons required bone restoration pills for recovery, which could mend broken bones and allow for perfect rebirth. In her search, she miraculously discovered the herbs needed to concoct bone restoration pills, yet with this body devoid of spiritual power, she could not possibly craft them. With resolve, Longley decided that if she could not consume the pills, she would eat the herbs instead. The taste of the herbs was indescribable, but for the sake of survival, Longley steeled herself and consumed them. At this moment, as she lay on the ground, a sense of helplessness flickered in her eyes. Would her father know of her plight upon returning? Longley had grown up in the upper realm, never having ventured into the dragon realm, and the ways of the lower realm were utterly foreign to her, yet the path to cultivation remained the same. Bloodlines determined the speed of one's cultivation and future achievements. Who would have thought that a mere tribulation could render her so utterly wretched?
Chapter 2, The Mysterious Man in the Upper Realm. There exist three supreme bloodlines: the Heavenly Dragon bloodline, the Ancient Dragon bloodline, and the Phoenix bloodline. Only those of direct descent in the divine realm have the potential to inherit the Heavenly Dragon bloodline. A privilege bestowed upon but AFEW.to date, only Longley and Longzun from the Dragon realm have inherited the Ancient Dragon bloodline. The current Phoenix sovereign of the Phoenix realm is rumored to possess the Phoenix bloodline. Exhibiting extraordinary talent and unparalleled aptitude, however, in the lower realm, she is rather oblivious. It is a chaotic place where many toil their entire lives without ever ascending to the upper realm. Numerous inhabitants of the lower realm are unable to cultivate at all. In stark contrast, those of the upper realm are born into the spirit profound realm. The tiers of the lower realm are divided into spirit chi realm, spirit movement realm, spirit void realm, spirit profound realm, spirit heaven realm, spirit king realm, spirit emperor realm, spirit saint realm, spirit sovereign realm, tribulation phase, and transformation phase. Only after overcoming tribulations can one ascend to the upper realm. The realms post-ascension include true God realm, Profound God realm, God king realm, God emperor realm, God sovereign realm, void breaking realm, saint sovereign realm, emperor sovereign realm, and chaos realm. Each realm is further subdivided into early, middle, and late stages. Lonely lay on the ground, contemplating for an extended period. As the wounds on her wrists and ankles gradually healed, she gently flexed her wrist. The flesh had mended, yet the tendons required a bone restoration pill for complete recovery. Nevertheless, she surmised that she could manage to stand and walk slowly. Cautiously, she rose to her feet and tested her movement. Fortunately, she could walk. Crawling would be no viable option otherwise. Observing the pristine pool of water, Lonely washed away the bloodstains from her body. Having organized her belongings, she intended to venture out at dusk to gather some dry branches and scout for any edible sustenance nearby. Just as she stepped outside the cave, a blinding golden light emerged from the depths of the pool, and the blood within was swiftly drawn to the bottom. Soon after, the water regained its calm, as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion. Below the cliff lay a dense jungle, with flourishing trees and foliage untouched by human presence, where the occasional roar of wild beasts echoed through the air. Lonely wandered through the forest for quite some time but found no food. As she turned to head back, she spotted a fruit tree bearing some purple fruits. She approached and plucked one. Scrutinizing it closely, this fruit seemed familiar, as if she had encountered it in some ancient text, yet she could not recall its name. Opting to dismiss the thought, she gathered some dry twigs instead. At that moment, a two-headed blood demon wolf appeared behind her. Lonely glanced back, realizing that her fears had manifested. She hastily quickened her pace. Her tendons had not fully healed, and running was out of the question. She could only walk. At present, she doubted she could even best a mere monkey. The two-headed blood demon wolf gazed at her with a glint of greed in its eyes. It had not seen a human in quite some time, and such a scent was simply delectable. Feeling the wolf's greedy stare upon her, Lonely maintained her composure, her eyes harboring a hint of ferocity. Behind her, the two-headed blood demon wolf relentlessly pursued her. The wolf darted through the forest like lightning, while Lonely hurried towards the cave. She sighed inwardly, lamenting the desolate nature of her surroundings. There wasn't even a dagger to defend herself with. How could she combat the blood demon wolf? Would she resort to slapping it to death? As she neared the cave, the two-headed blood demon wolf lunged at her, and she swiftly dodged to the side. Though lacking spiritual power, her movements were surprisingly agile. Lonely seized a stone from the ground. The wolf, having missed its bite, howled. The two-headed blood demon wolf leapt into the air, and Lonely seized the opportunity, striking the wolf's head with the stone. Her timing was impeccable, yet the damage inflicted was insufficient to repel the beast. Taking advantage of the wolf's momentary distraction, Lonely dashed towards the cave. She had exerted too much force on her wrist, causing her vision to blur with golden stars. The two-headed blood demon wolf, its eyes burning crimson, propelled itself forward, sprinting after Lonely. Sensing the urgency, she dared not be careless. She hurled the fruit in her hand at the wolf. As it dodged, she seized the chance to slip into the cave. The two-headed blood demon wolf howled in fury. Thoroughly enraged, just as it was about to enter the cave, a terrifying aura surged forth, causing the wolf's blood-red eyes to widen in fear as it turned tail and fled. Lonely crouched in a corner of the cave, gripping the stone and preparing herself for a possible confrontation with the wolf. After a prolonged wait, she saw no sign of the creature following her in and sighed in relief. The exertion on her wrist had drawn blood, and as she glanced down to wipe the stain away, she noticed a mark on her wrist, small, resembling an ancient pattern. As she traced the mark, her body suddenly vanished within the cave. She remained seated on the ground, yet her surroundings had transformed. This place resembled a resplendent cavern adorned with shimmering gold and jade, the floor paved with white marble. Witnessing such a spectacle, Lonely rose cautiously, her eyes scanning the vicinity with vigilance. It was said that only those who reached the God Emperor realm could possess such a cavern in the upper realm. How could she have appeared here so suddenly? Is there anyone here? Her voice was barely above a whisper as she cautiously approached a nearby bookshelf. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback by the array of books, each one containing ancient techniques, alchemical recipes, and texts more precious than those she had encountered in the upper realm. While she perused the shelves, a pair of eyes fixated upon her. Startled, she turned to find a striking man clad in a flowing white robe, his handsome features and deep-set eyes scrutinizing her intently. "Who are you? Why do you tread so silently?" Lonely instinctively stepped back, regarding the sudden apparition with suspicion. The man was undeniably handsome, yet his aura felt otherworldly, imparting an ethereal sensation. "I am the master of this cavern. I presume you are the owner of the jade pendant." "Owner?" Lonely's gaze fell to her wrist, recalling the jade pendant that had vanished from her grasp. Had it bound itself to her blood? "If this cavern belongs to you, why am I here?" The man's brows arched, and he held aloft the very book Lonely had been examining moments ago. "This jade is a spatial artifact. My cavern is contained within this pendant. Once you forged a bond with it, access to my domain was granted." Lonely was astounded. She had never fathomed such capabilities existed. This cavern could be contained within a jade pendant? "Since this cavern belongs to you, I shall return it. However, the pendant has fused with me, and I am presently unable to extract it." She was taken aback by the realization that the pendant resided within her. implying that the cavern too was within her, and the man before her dwelled within her body. The thought sent shivers down her spine. What level of cultivation did this man possess? She could not discern. Yet he seemed to belong to the realm of the extraordinary. Better not to provoke him, for she had vengeance to pursue. At present, her weakness was paramount. Survival was her priority. The man appeared unperturbed by her response. Noting her commendable temperament, she did not seem to be a greedy individual. Since the pendant has chosen you, it is now yours to keep, with no need for return. Such fortunate news. Lier furrowed her brow. Contemplating the unexpected turn of events, before we proceed, may I inquire your name? I am Xin Ming. Lier's expression softened. You bear the surname Long? Indeed, she replied coolly. Xin Ming narrowed his eyes. I see you possess no trace of spiritual energy. Have you truly never cultivated? His gaze bore into her, incredulous. The Qilin pendant has chosen a mere mortal? His astonishment was palpable. Yes, Lier admitted, her voice tinged with sorrow. I was betrayed by a vile person. My tendons severed, and I am yet to fully recover. My current state is dire, and I require elixirs to regain my strength. At that moment, she lamented her predicament. She had met the original owner in this wretched condition, and could only hope to gradually mend her tendons and ascertain why this body had never undergone cultivation. Xin Ming stepped forward and grasped Lier's wrist, confirming the severed tendons. This is easily remedied. I possess a bone restoration pill. Initially startled by his sudden touch, Lier's displeasure flickered in her eyes, only to vanish upon hearing of the elixir. You truly have a bone restoration pill? Her excitement was palpable. Healing her tendons would grant her a glimmer of hope. Xin Ming released her wrist, aware that he was now intimately connected to her. The pendant had bound them together, and should she perish, he would too, as he resided within her. Follow me. Lier trailed behind Xin Ming, observing her surroundings with caution. Having been betrayed by her closest kin, she found it hard to trust anyone. After a considerable journey, they arrived at a chamber resembling an alchemical workshop. Creak. Xin Ming pushed the door open. Lier hesitated for a moment, steeling herself before stepping inside. She was willing to take a gamble. Should she win, she would be able to cultivate and hasten her escape from this precarious situation. Your tendons are severed. This is a third-grade bone restoration pill, capable of mending tendons and bones. I collected these in my spare time. Lier accepted the small porcelain vial with gratitude. Thank you. Should the opportunity arise, I will repay your kindness. Xin Ming's eyes gleamed with amusement. You are indeed a girl who understands gratitude. There is also a 5th-grade cleansing marrow pill. Take the bone restoration pill first, followed by the cleansing marrow pill. Consume them here, and I shall protect you. Lier regarded the elixirs in her hand, recalling the last time she had relied on others for protection during her tribulation, which led to her disastrous fate. The memories flooded back, stirring a mix of emotions within her. In the era of the dragon realm, she had reached the tribulation stage, and her cousin Lier shared a close bond with her. On that day, her uncle and cousin found her. Li, you are about to undergo your tribulation. It is essential to have someone protect you. This time, your father is not present, but I will safeguard you against any unforeseen events, her uncle Long Tianzi declared, clad in a dark green robe adorned with gold. His face bore no signs of aging. Cultivators at a certain level often retained their youthful appearance, and he appeared to be in his 30s, strikingly handsome. Lier hesitated, knowing that having a protector during the tribulation would indeed provide more reassurance. Sister, I will assist you alongside father. You can focus on your tribulation without worry, Lier said, dressed in a light green gown, her hair adorned with a delicate hairpin. Her captivating eyes sparkled with charm as she embraced Lier's arm. Lier smiled faintly. Very well. As the tribulation commenced, Lier was struck by lightning, leaving her battered and her white garments stained with blood. Her resilient phoenix eyes, breathtakingly beautiful, still exuded an air of aloofness. Untouched by the mundane world, she stood suspended in mid-air as the thunder roared, wielding her divine sword to defend herself. With a loud crash, Lier fell from the sky but managed to stand upright. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her phoenix eyes cold and proud. As the final bolt of lightning descended, she summoned the remaining energy within her to counter it. Finally she succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, her heart relieved as she intended to meditate and recuperate. Just then, a sharp sword pierced through her chest. Lier's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the sword's master. Her gaze was filled with disbelief as she raised her hand to unleash a surge of spiritual energy. You dare to assassinate this imperial princess? Lier stood nearby, holding the bloodied sword. Sister, your status as the imperial princess of the dragon realm is noble, and possessing the ancient dragon bloodline, I desire everything you have. Have you not always cherished me? Why not bestow it all upon your sister? Lier covered her wound and rose to her feet, producing a pill to consume. I did not expect you to be so duplicitous. It seems this imperial princess misjudged you. You and your father are both ambitious wolves. Your father will not let you go if he learns of this. Long Tianzi smirked coldly. Why should it be that your father, a carrier of the ancient dragon bloodline, stands above me, while I am nothing? His daughter inherits the ancient bloodline, while mine is trampled beneath. This time, I shall eradicate both of you. Silly niece, your father will not discover your disappearance, for I will extract your bloodline for Inger. She will take your place as the esteemed princess of the dragon realm, while my good brother remains in seclusion, likely unaware of what his own daughter has become. He only acknowledges the ancient dragon bloodline. At that moment, the blood flow from Long Li's wounds ceased. Long Tianzi spoke the truth. Perhaps her father truly did not know what she looked like. The dragon sovereign had been in seclusion for years, rarely showing himself. Long Li had only seen him a handful of times. Even if this imperial princess were to die today, I shall take you both with me. Long Li brandished her divine sword, charging at the two. Long Tianzi and Longing exchanged glances and struck simultaneously. Long Li, determined to face death, was already weakened from her tribulation, with little energy remaining. Her chance of survival in this counterattack was slim. Bang! Two forces collided with a deafening roar. Long Li danced gracefully between the father and daughter, retaliating. Sister, I did not expect you to possess such strength after your tribulation. You truly are worthy of the ancient dragon bloodline. Bang! Long Li's eyes glimmered with boundless killing intent as she soared into the air, unleashing countless sword energies in a fierce clash. As she released her final surge of energy, she coughed up blood, sending Long Tianzi crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Long Ying, witnessing this, waved her hand to conjure a burst of energy. Long Ying was at the spirit sovereign level, while Long Li was at the god transformation level. A stark disparity, yet Long Li was already severely injured and depleted. Boom! Long Li was struck down, plunging her into unconsciousness. Submit and die. Long Tianzi approached, thrusting his sword into Long Li's chest. You wretched girl. To possess such strength even in your injured state, what remarkable talent! Father, quickly extract her bloodline, Longing exclaimed with glee, for she was about to inherit the ancient dragon bloodline, becoming the most esteemed princess of the dragon realm. Long Li, drenched in blood, could only watch helplessly as her bloodline was extracted, her eyes turning crimson. Long Tianzi, Longing, if this imperial princess does not perish, I will ensure your dismemberment. Long Li, what are you thinking? Shen Ming stepped forward and nudged her, his brow furrowed in inquiry. Long Li raised her gaze, her eyes blood-red. Shen Ming's expression was one of confusion. What was this girl contemplating? I merely recalled some past events. She vowed to return alive, to personally slay that father-daughter duo. Chapter 4, Purging the Meridians. Long Li gathered her thoughts. Overthinking was futile at this moment. She could not return to the upper realm and thus could not seek vengeance. Once she reached ascension, she would return to the dragon realm. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Long Tianzi, Longing, wait for me. Sooner or later, I shall make you wish for death. You consume this pill, I shall guard you. Shen Ming instructed. Long Li glanced at him, uncertain whether he was friend or foe, yet to cultivate, she had to take a gamble. She sat cross-legged and consumed a bone-reinforcing pill. The pill dissolved instantly, and Long Li closed her eyes, feeling a tingling sensation in her wrists and ankles, knowing the pill was reconnecting her tendons and bones. Suddenly, the sensation became unbearable. It felt as though ants were gnawing at her. A tingling sensation rushing to her brain. Long Li felt both laughter and tears. This sensation was utterly tormenting. After a moment, the tingling gradually subsided. The bone-reinforcing pill caused no further discomfort, and her tendons and bones healed swiftly, leaving Long Li astonished. Quickly, try the marrow-cleansing pill, Shen Ming urged. Long Li, observing the seriousness in Shen Ming's demeanor, retrieved a 5th-grade marrow-cleansing pill. The fragrant aroma filled the room, confirming its quality. 5th-grade marrow-cleansing pills were rare even among alchemists in the upper realm and could fetch a good price. She consumed the marrow-cleansing pill, closing her eyes to prepare for the impending agony of purging her meridians. Long Li had experienced this before in the upper realm. At this moment, it felt as if countless ants were scrambling within her. An unbearable itch followed by an overwhelming pain. It felt as if her body was being torn apart, only to slowly heal anew. Sweat dripped from her forehead, her teeth chattered as she forced herself to remain silent. Shen Ming observed her, his eyes filled with admiration. This girl possessed remarkable endurance. Even in such agony, she did not utter a sound. Her resilient spirit would surely lead her to greatness, worthy of the chosen master of the Qilin Jade. Long Li was enveloped in a thick layer of black sludge, exuding a foul odor. After enduring the painful ordeal, her body underwent a tremendous transformation. Shen Ming covered his nose and exited, having prepared a wooden tub filled with bathing water. Long Li nearly retched from the stench. I apologize. This body is laden with impurities. No matter, I have prepared bathing water for you next door. Go ahead, Shen Ming replied. Long Li cast an apologetic glance at Shen Ming before hastily making her way over. Shen Ming couldn't help but chuckle. After countless years of solitude, having a little girl around seemed rather delightful. Long Li shed her garments and stepped into the tub to wash. As she bathed, she reflected on Shen Ming's kindness. He was indeed her benefactor, but why was he in this jade pendant? Could he not leave? Long Li absent-mindedly touched the mark on her wrist, her eyes filled with intrigue. This jade seemed to hold a mysterious essence. After bathing, she realized her own clothes were unsalvageable, but fortunately Shen Ming had prepared a set of male attire for her. Long Li smiled, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Dressed and ready, she stood before a bronze mirror, gazing at her own reflection. This face bore an uncanny resemblance to her previous one. Long Li gently caressed her features, marveling at the striking parallels in their fates. Was this mere coincidence? She pushed open the door and stepped outside. Xin Ming looked up, and his gaze fell upon a face of unparalleled beauty, one he had never encountered before. Such a cool, ethereal allure left him momentarily at a loss for words. I am done washing. Xin Ming lowered his gaze. When you first entered, you looked like a beggar, but now that you are clean, it is indeed much more pleasing. Longley felt a hint of embarrassment flash across her face. Thank you for your help today. It's a small matter. You should find a place to cultivate. This location lacks spiritual energy. And the spiritual spring is Lier. In the future, if you encounter spiritual veins, you can excavate them, allowing you to return here to cultivate whenever you wish. But how do I leave? Xin Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement. You are quite the little fool. The jade pendant is bound to you. As long as you will it, you can come and go freely. If danger arises, you can also retreat to this cave. Longley understood. I see, thank you. Xin Ming watched as Longley vanished, his eyes filled with warmth. What a delightful and beautiful little girl. With her company, he would no longer feel lonely in the days to come. Longley suddenly materialized in the cave. She chose a spot near the inner side of a deep pool to sit cross-legged, following her previous cultivation methods to draw in spiritual energy. The energy flowed through her meridians, expanding her channels and refining her bloodline. As the spiritual energy gathered, it gradually formed a vortex, surging violently into Longley's body, causing her blood to boil. The energy coursed through her being, and she had now reached the spirit energy level. The aura continued to surge in, being frantically absorbed by her body, which resembled an insatiable abyss. The fluctuations of the spiritual energy within the chasm were immense. The water in the deep pool bubbled incessantly, while the spiritual energy flowed into Longley's body from two directions. At this moment, Longley remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Her realm was continuously breaking through, leaping directly from the spirit movement realm to the spirit void realm, yet her body seemed perpetually unsatisfied, relentlessly absorbing spiritual energy until she reached the late stage of the spirit void realm, at which point everything around her returned to tranquility. Longley opened her eyes, overwhelmed with joy. This body resonated with her so profoundly. She must have been a fool in her previous life. Ignorant of cultivation, she had just realized that the bloodline of this body was entirely unfamiliar to her. Its innate talent was on par with that of ancient dragons. Indeed, she had turned her misfortune into fortune. It seemed that fate had not been unkind to her. Rising to her feet, Longley gazed at the spiritual herbs near the deep pool, plucking them one by one and, with a mere thought, storing them within her abode. Just as she was harvesting, golden light erupted from the depths of the pool. Longley, puzzled, wondered if there was some treasure hidden within the water. Since her arrival, no wild beasts had appeared. Not even the bloodthirsty wolf had dared to follow her. At that moment, Longley seemed to grasp something, her deep-set eyes fixated on the pool. A treasure. I shall seize you. With a splash, waves erupted on the water's surface as she dove down. She swam for quite a while, and had it not been for the spiritual energy surrounding her, she might have drowned long ago. As she descended deeper, her vision grew increasingly blurred. Just as she was about to give up, an extraordinary surge of spiritual energy caught her attention. Her eyes brightened instantly, and she propelled herself downward with renewed vigor. What could this be? The curiosity piqued, Longley reached out to touch it, only to discover it was an egg. Cradling the egg in one hand, she swam back to the surface and set it down. Adjusting her attire, after such a long search, finding an egg was quite satisfactory. She was hungry, and a roasted egg would suffice. Having said that, she disregarded the egg and began to kindle a fire for roasting. The egg, as white as jade, quivered slightly as Longley turned away. After a flurry of activity, the fire blazed, and once preparations were complete, she turned back to embrace the egg. This egg feels delightful. So smooth to the touch, it must taste exquisite. Chapter 5, Pet Shangjiu. Longley placed the egg over the fire. At this moment, her hunger was palpable. After a brief while of roasting, the egg flew from the flames and landed back in Longley's embrace. Could it be an egg of a spirit beast? I am no mere spirit beast, I am a divine beast. Longley's heart raced, and she instinctively tossed the egg away. The jade-like egg was callously discarded upon the ground. You woman dare to cast me aside, truly heartless. I spared your life out of pity. Longley approached and kicked the egg a few times. In this continent, only the dragon realm's supreme beings from 1,000,000 years ago had the fortune to encounter divine beasts. Those were merely legends. You, an egg, proclaim yourself as little master. Speak honestly, or I shall consume you whole. Woman, you dare to kick me. I am a descendant of the ancient divine dragon, were it not for my conscience compelling me to grant you a sliver of my bloodline during your cultivation. Do you think you could have leaped through realms? Longley's heart softened. This egg claimed to have bestowed upon her a fragment of its bloodline, a power not inferior to her previous lineage. Could it truly be a descendant of the ancient divine dragon? To serve as your servant? How audacious! You shall obey me, or I shall roast you right now. The egg remained silent, yet internally lamented. This woman was indeed no easy target. Observing its silence, Longley's eyes glinted with cunning. Pray tell, what is your name? Woman, please speak more courteously. I am called Shangjiu. What do they call you? Your name is quite pleasant. I am Longli, and from this day forth, you shall be my pet. Shangjiu shook within the egg. Longli, do not go too far. I refuse to be a mere pet. Longli tenderly cradled the egg. Her tone softening. Shangjiu, you are but an egg, even if you are indeed a divine dragon descendant. If I were to roast you now, you would have no power to resist. Be ye good, follow me. And I shall treat you to the finest delicacies the world has to offer. Shangjiu was moved. This woman felt soft to the touch. Perhaps following her would not be so bad. Moreover, he required a copious amount of heavenly materials to break free from his shell, and this woman could assist him. Do not harbor any ill intentions towards me. Before Shangjiu could finish, Longli bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the egg. With my soul's blood as a guide, I hereby forge a pact with you for eternity. You shall not betray me. Should you breach this vow, you shall perish in the calamity of thunder. Woman, cease your chatter. Shangjiu roared, thrashing within the egg, causing it to tremble incessantly. The contract was formed. A mark flashed upon Longli's brow, and a smile graced her lips. Little one, you shall obediently play the role of my pet, or I shall indeed consume you. At that moment, the spiritual energy within her surged violently, prompting Longli to quickly sit cross-legged. The surrounding spiritual energy was in turmoil, and she furrowed her brow as beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. Gritting her teeth, she absorbed the incoming energy, converting it into her own, though her meridians felt as if they might burst. Causing her body to tremble uncontrollably, she ascended to the spirit profound realm, her body still absorbing energy. As time passed, Shangjiu observed Longli's agonized expression, and his previous resentment dissipated. This woman truly possessed remarkable endurance. Her eyes, closed in concentration, were captivating. This foolish woman had absorbed the blood within the pool, and even without a contract, he would not abandon her. Longli recalled her unresolved vendetta. She would surely absorb this power. Suddenly she shouted, "Congeal!" The surrounding spiritual energy surged madly into her, and she unexpectedly broke through once more. The energy from the cave rushed in, and after a moment of steadying herself, she instantly opened her eyes and stood. I have actually broken through to the mid-stage of the spirit heaven realm. Longli beamed with joy. Breakthroughs became increasingly arduous as one progressed, and to experience successive breakthroughs like this was something she had never achieved before. Woman, this is all thanks to me. You have contracted with me. It is your fortune accrued over lifetimes. From now on, you must treat me well. Once we leave this place, procure abundant heavenly materials for me. When I hatch, your reward shall be plentiful. Longli cast a glance at the boastful egg, her eyes glimmering with gratitude. Indeed, as Shangjiu had said, she had truly benefited from his presence. Otherwise, how could she have broken through so swiftly? She approached the egg and embraced it. Well then, thank you for this time. However, you remain my pet, and I shall help you seek the heavenly materials you desire. The egg wobbled in protest, but Longli paid it no mind. Shangjiu, are you familiar with this cliff? I have been residing in the deep pool, so I am not well acquainted with this area. Having harvested a fair amount of spiritual herbs, Longli exited the cave while cradling the egg. She surveyed the cliff. It seemed endless, with no peak in sight. Observing the woods ahead, she realized that no outsiders had ventured here, and there must be plenty of precious spiritual herbs. She could scour the area before making her exit. Longli glanced at her palm, her eyes turning cold. Now, I am no longer powerless. Should I encounter the two-headed bloodthirsty wolf again, I shall skin it alive. A white mist had inexplicably arisen in the forest, causing Longli to frown slightly as it obscured her vision. Do not fear, for I am here. Ordinary beasts will not dare approach you. Who is afraid? You are merely an egg. What do you know? This mist seems rather ominous. It was fine just moments ago. Why has it suddenly thickened? Something is amiss. Better to be cautious. Longli stood still, her senses alert. Nothing seems to be here. I told you. You are overreacting. I have already checked and found nothing. Go on, move forward boldly. Be ye quiet. You are insufferable. Longli cautiously advanced, now lost in direction, unable to see beyond 10 meters. She continued to gather spiritual herbs. Having just arrived, selling these for some money would be beneficial. If only this original owner were not so destitute. Not even a single spirit stone to their name. Woman, these herbs are of no use to you. Do you not feel tired? Shangjiu, you truly have lofty ambitions. These items can be used to concoct elixirs and can also be sold for money. Without money, what shall we eat? I do not require sustenance. Simply gather heavenly materials for me. Longli shot a glare at the egg. Heavenly materials are not so easily found. You truly speak without consideration. Continuing onward, Longli felt a chill run down her spine. As if something were watching them. I do not sense anything. That seems unlikely, though I have yet to break free. I can perceive ordinary spirit beasts. Trust you more than myself? I think not. Longli quickened her pace. Chapter 6, Slaying the Hellish Lion. This pet seemed far from reliable, trusting it would likely lead to a swifter demise. In the mist, a pair of blood-red eyes glimmered with a greedy, bloodthirsty gaze. Longli hastened her steps, and whatever was following her quickened its pace as well. At that moment, Longli leaped into the air, perching herself on a branch, her gaze fixed intently below. Just as she soared upward, a massive spirit beast, entirely black with formidable horns, appeared behind her. Longli's heart raced at the sight. This creature existed even in the lower realms. This beast is the hellish mad lion. An exceptionally clever creature capable of conjuring mist to conceal its form, striking with lethal precision when the moment is ripe. Its fur is remarkably thick, granting it formidable resilience. In simpler terms, it can withstand a great deal of punishment. This continent is home to various types of beasts: ordinary beasts, magical beasts, spiritual beasts, profound beasts, and divine beasts, each categorized from 1st to 9th rank. Ordinary beasts can cultivate into magical beasts, and after gradually advancing to the 9th rank, they become spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts possess awakened intelligence and can articulate speech. They are quite astute. Following spiritual beasts are profound beasts, capable of morphing into human forms, their intellect rivaling that of humans. Beyond profound beasts lie the divine beasts, which are exceedingly rare, with ancient divine beasts existing above them. Divine beasts are classified into 2 stages, juvenile and mature. The hellish mad lion, with its blood-red eyes, searches for its previous prey, sniffing the air before casting its large, fist-sized gaze toward the tree where Longly resides. The pet egg. Perhaps I should just feed you to it. Longly gazes down, her eyes icy as she fixates on the hellish mad lion. Woman, you are truly cruel. I have yet to hatch, but if I do, I shall obliterate this beast with a single strike. Longly, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, swiftly stows the egg within her cave and unleashes a surge of spiritual energy. Her rapid advancement in cultivation is perfectly timed to solidify her prowess against this hellish mad lion. Though the lion is large, its movements are surprisingly agile. Human, prepare to meet your demise. Such brazen words. Soon you'll be searching for your teeth. Longly senses something is amiss. She lacks a suitable weapon. Now, it is a reliable weapon she seeks. Like a flash of lightning, she strikes the lion's head with her palm. Foolish giant, I am right here, you wretched human, I shall tear you apart. Longly's eyes grow cold. This oversized fool is already a first-rank spiritual beast, possessing considerable strength in this realm. It is no wonder that this cliffside is devoid of visitors. With such a powerful spiritual beast present, it indicates there are likely others. Longly deftly dodges and, seizing the opportune moment, delivers a resounding slap that leaves the hellish mad lion dazed. You accursed human, can't you choose another battleground? Nay, my target is your thick skull. Today, I shall render you a fool. The hellish mad lion roars in fury. Longly smiles, spinning around to mount the lion's back, her palm brimming with spiritual energy as she prepares to unleash a flurry of punches, causing the lion to leap about comically. The lion attempts to shake her off, but Longly firmly grips its large ears, her eyes now glinting with murderous intent. Channeling her entire spiritual force into her palm, she strikes the lion's crown. Bam! The hellish mad lion halts its frantic jumping, and Longly soars into the air, landing gracefully. Boom! The lion collapses to the ground, its eyes a fierce crimson, appearing as though it may never close them again. Longly swiftly enters her cave, primarily to retrieve a dagger, as she urgently requires this item to excavate the inner core of the spiritual beast. At this moment, Xianming remains in the cave. Observing the egg Longly had cast inside. Longly, your timing is impeccable. This is a dragon egg. Where did you acquire it? I found it in a water pool. This egg is called Shangjiu. Shangjiu, having remained silent within the egg, suddenly appears in this new location, confronted by this peculiar man who seems to study him intently. A woman, you have finally arrived. What is this place? This is a spatial cave. Henceforth, you shall reside here. It is quite inconvenient for me to carry you around outside. This is Xianming, the master of the cave. Xianming's face reflects disbelief. The Qilin Jade chose this girl. A decision he initially found perplexing, but now he comprehends. This girl harbors boundless potential. Casually acquiring this dragon egg is nothing short of extraordinary luck. Longly, why is there blood on your hands? Are you injured? Xianming inquires with genuine concern. It is not my blood, it belongs to a spiritual beast. Longly wipes the blood from her hands, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Xianming, does this cave possess any weapons? Xianming squints slightly, realizing that this girl has already reached the mid-stage of the spiritual realm. Were it not for his connection to the jade pendant, he would be unable to gauge her true strength. The Qilin Jade can assist in concealing her spiritual fluctuations. What kind of weapon do you desire? Longly recalls her treasured divine sword from her youth, a birthday gift from her father. Weapons are categorized into 9 ranks: ordinary, purple, profound, heavenly, king, emperor, divine, supreme, and imperial. I favor the sensation of gripping a sword's hilt. Longly replies pensively, gazing at her hands. Xianming raises an eyebrow. Follow me. Longly moves to depart. Woman, take me along. Your pet is indeed a nuisance. Longly expresses her disdain, yet she cradles Shangjiu and follows Xianming. He leads her to the chamber where he stores his weapons. Creak, the door swings open, revealing a room brimming with weapons of all shapes and ranks. I hadn't anticipated you to be so affluent. Longly surveys the array, noting that the highest rank present is divine, specifically a spear, which does not particularly appeal to her. Xianming possesses considerable wealth. There are 3 swords here, though their ranks are not high. All are heavenly. Given your current strength, a heavenly sword would be quite suitable. Longly is acutely aware that, at her level, wielding a heavenly sword is the most appropriate choice. She approaches to examine the 3 swords. The first sword is the phoenix feather sword, the second is the green mountain sword, the third is the heavenly profound sword. Xianming patiently explains. the phoenix feather sword is forged from fallen phoenix feathers, allowing the wielder to summon a rain of phoenix flames, a single move. Phoenix takes flight, can instantly annihilate an opponent with spiritual force. The green mountain sword is crafted from mountain crystals, offering defensive capabilities that can mitigate 1/10 of the wielder's damage. The heavenly profound sword is forged from Shenlei stones. Harnessing its own spiritual energy to unleash the power of lightning, Longli finds none of these swords to her liking. As she wanders the room, she discovers a rusted sword tucked away in a corner. What is the story behind this sword? Xian Ming glances over. I acquired it from an ancient battlefield long ago. Upon examination, it appears to be an ordinary sword. Longli steps forward, grasping the rusted hilt and scrutinizing it closely. Chapter 7, Injustice on the Road. Upon closer inspection, the hilt features dragons and phoenixes entwined. While the blade is dark and riddled with rust for reasons unknown, she feels a strong affinity for this sword. As if they were destined to be comrades in battle. A woman, this sword possesses the essence of a dragon. Shang Jiao remarks softly. Oh, truly, yes, the aura is faint. You might attempt to forge a contract with it. Not yet. Xian Ming approaches, stating that even with a dragon's essence, this sword is still a worthless weapon. Xian Ming, I want this sword. Does it have a name? It has no name. Are you certain you want it? Xian Ming inquires with uncertainty. Yes, this is the one. I am drawn to it given the dragon and phoenix entwined on the hilt, and the dark blade. I shall name it the Godslayer sword. Woman, that name is indeed powerful. I like it, Shang Jiao praises. Indeed, I will wield this Godslayer sword to eliminate all who harm me. At this moment, Long Li's eyes brim with murderous intent. Her desire is to use this sword to slay her uncle and that malicious cousin. And the name Godslayer perfectly encapsulates her intentions. It is indeed a fitting name. Xian Ming concurs. Xian Ming, I shall leave this egg in your care for now. I must attend to some matters. Longli states, handing the egg to him before swiftly exiting the cave. Woman, you, Shang Jiao scoffs, you remain here in the cave, holding you is inconvenient, and if those with ill intent discover your existence, it may spell disaster for that girl. Although the reasoning is sound, Shang Jiao still longs to stay by Long Li's side. Feeling dejected and unwilling to speak, after Long Li departs, she observes the hellish mad lion and begins to excavate the inner core of the spiritual beast with the rusted sword. The inner core, essential for concocting elixirs, is increasingly precious as the rank of the spiritual beast rises, containing potent energy that can fetch a handsome price. Having completed this task, Long Li brushes her stomach. Realizing she is quite hungry, she gathers some dry twigs and begins to roast meat, the aroma wafting through the air. This marks her first meal since her rebirth, and surprisingly, it is spiritual beast meat. As she enjoys her meal, a fluffy little creature cautiously approaches, drawn by the enticing scent of the meat. Long Li examines the small creature, which appears white and fluffy, resembling a tiny fox. A smile graces her lips. Would you like some roasted meat? Squeak squeak, the little fox chirps in response to Long Li's inquiry. Clearly a clever little darling, Long Li tears off a piece of meat and tosses it toward the creature. You are so adorable. This piece of meat is yours. The little fox rushes over to embrace the roasted meat and begins to eat. Thus, the girl and the beast share a delightful dinner together. Under the azure sky and amidst lush greenery, the scene is harmonious with the two companions. After finishing her meal, Long Li rises to adjust her robe, turning to leave. The little fox, seeing her departure, cautiously follows behind. Long Li smiles, saying, Little one, do not follow me. The little fox inches closer, tugging at Long Li's shoe with its front paw. Squeak, squeak, Long Li bends down and cradles it in her arms. You wish to accompany me? The squeak squeak, the little fox snuggles in Long Li's embrace, acting adorably. A delightful little creature. From now on I shall call you Fluffball. The little fox squeaked twice upon seeing Long Li's agreement. A glimmer of purple light flashed in the fox's eyes, yet Long Li remained oblivious to the fox's peculiar behavior and continued forward, cradling her. Squeak, the little fox called out twice before leaping down. Long Li was perplexed by its intentions as the fox circled around her and dashed towards the right. She hurriedly followed. Where could this furball be leading her? The little fox brought Long Li to a cave. Standing at the entrance, Long Li sensed with her spiritual energy but found nothing amiss, so she stepped inside, where the furball danced around a fruit tree. Looking up, Long Li was astonished to discover it was a gathering spirit fruit. There were 10 of them, a true treasure of nature. Long Li crouched down, embracing the furball. Thank you, little one. I adore it. She plucked a gathering spirit fruit and offered it to the furball as a reward. The furball eagerly took the fruit and began to eat. The remaining fruits were tossed into the cave. Just then, a massive black python coiled at the exit. Long Li drew her god-slaying sword and placed the furball on her shoulder. The python opened its gaping maw, and Long Li instantly covered her mouth and nose. Why did this creature's breath smell so foul? The furball imitated Long Li, covering its own nose with its tiny paws. Its eyes filled with disdain, Long Li transformed into a blur, darting toward the python's vital point. In an instant, the python spat out a stream of venom, but Long Li deftly evaded it, channeling her spiritual energy to unleash a palm strike. Dragon Phoenix Sword Technique, Long Li shouted, and a tempest erupted. As she wielded the god-slaying sword, dragon and phoenix apparitions materialized. Amidst the rain of swords, Long Li seized the moment to plunge her sword into the python's vital point. causing it to roar twice. Boom! The massive python thrashed on the ground a few times before meeting its demise. Long Li swiftly retrieved its inner core and stored it in the cave. The furball nuzzled against Long Li's neck, and she sheathed her sword. What a good little one! Long Li turned to leave, having gathered numerous spiritual herbs during her visit. With the sun setting, she navigated through the forest with remarkable speed. Before her lay a steep cliff. Using the tips of her toes, she harnessed her spiritual energy and soared upward, occasionally leveraging the cliff's face. At last, Long Li reached the summit. Atop the cliff, her hair danced in the wind. She gazed into the distance with starry eyes, marveling at the breathtaking scenery that unfolded before her, a panorama of majestic mountains, towering ancient trees, and imposing cliffs, all adding an air of mystery to the great outdoors. Long Li have returned, she declared before turning to leave the cliff's edge. She rifled through the original owner's memories, realizing that this summit was not the place from which she had fallen. Regrettably, the original owner had been rather simple-minded. Apart from a handful of familiar faces and a few events, her mind was largely vacant, consumed by thoughts of food and sleep, or running from the likes of Bai Li Che. The furball perched on Long Li's shoulder surveyed the surroundings. Its eyes brimming with joy. As Long Li traversed the vast mountain range, she occasionally encountered a few magical beasts, which she deftly evaded, unwilling to squander time on combat. The disappearance of the legitimate daughter weighed on her mind. What was the current state of the Long family? Suddenly, Long Li halted, recognizing the sound of a clash of spiritual energies ahead. Who was fighting amidst this mountainous terrain? Concealing herself, she perched atop a towering tree, drawing closer to observe. It turned out to be a group of black-clad individuals engaged in battle with 3 men. Their strength appeared to be at the spirit void level, and it seemed the fight was nearing its conclusion. Shui Shang, cease your resistance. You are nothing but a cripple now. Do you still dare to dream of escaping back to the Shui family? Long Li observed a bloodied man in white leaning against a tree, his handsome face twisted in rage. Shuefeng, how dare you conspire with the Lin family to murder your own brother? Father will not let this go unpunished. Long Li's gaze turned icy. This was a scene of familial betrayal, a situation all too familiar to her, though she had initially intended to remain uninvolved. Her disdain for such treacherous individuals compelled her to act. Shui Shang's face paled, indicating he was gravely injured. Shuefeng wore a mocking smile. My dear brother, your meridians are shattered. You are a true waste. The Shui family would not go to war for someone like you. Just accept your fate and die. Why treat him so cruelly? Shui Shang's eyes brimmed with resentment. Shui Shang, fear not death. To perish at the hands of a despicable wretch like you would be an indignity I cannot abide. If I am to die today, I will ensure you meet the same fate. A man of fortitude. Long Li regarded him with admiration. Alas, this was a continent where strength reigned supreme. Only the powerful could trample upon others. While the weak faced relentless oppression. Long Li tore a strip of fabric from her garment and covered her face. Such deeds were best conducted discreetly. Once bitten by a snake, one would be wary of rope for years. Kill them all, Shuefeng commanded the black-clad figures. Upon hearing the order, they leaped into action, their murderous intent enveloping Shui Shang and the others. Long Li, like a specter, appeared behind the black-clad assailants, swiftly dispatching 2 of them with a flick of her wrist. Her sudden appearance ignited a flicker of hope in Shui Shang, who had been prepared for death. Shuefeng's eyes burned with fury. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Shui family? Ha, I am your ancestor. Kneel before your forebear. What are you waiting for? Long Li flashed to Shui Shang's side, catching the attention of his hidden guards, who regarded her with wary eyes. Shui Shang was taken aback. This person claimed to be an ancestor of the Shui family. Who was she, and why was she veiled in white cloth? She appeared to be a young master. Shuefeng, seething with rage, cracked his knuckles. Intent on eliminating this audacious child, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Kill this unknown wretch. Long Li drew her war god sword, and upon seeing it, Shuefeng burst into laughter. What a pitiful fool, you dare brandish such a broken sword. How embarrassing. Long Li's eyes flashed with disdain as the furball raised its claws, baring its teeth at Shuefeng, chattering incessantly to I any moment. I shall sever your head with this very sword, you calamity. Long Li reassured the furball perched on her shoulder. Stay calm, little one. We need not stoop to the level of beasts. Shuefeng pointed at Long Li. Barking, kill them now. Long Li swept through the oncoming black-clad figures like a whirlwind, leaving no survivors in her wake. The remaining assailants recoiled, fear etched across their faces, and Shuefeng was filled with trepidation. You possess such formidable strength, I can offer you untold riches. You may serve me, and I shall not mistreat you. Long Li stood, eyeing her bloodied sword with disdain. Shui Shang gazed at Long Li's silhouette. His fingers tightening unconsciously, he feared that this savior would be swayed by greed. The sight of you makes me ill. How can you be so shameless, to be so base yourself and yet desire to recruit me? Truly you are devoid of shame, unworthy of humanity. You might as well be a beast. Long Li's face twisted in disgust as she unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, obliterating the black-clad figures before her. Blood and flesh scattering. Shuefeng, drenched in blood, exclaimed, You are a spirit heaven realm expert. How can this be? Your ignorance will be your demise. Long Li replied, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Shuefeng screamed as his arm was severed and fell to the ground. As a spirit void realm warrior, he was no match for a spirit heaven realm attack. Clutching his bleeding limb, You dare to kill me. the Lin family will not let you go, even at death's door. You still threaten me. With that, Long Li unleashed her spiritual energy, and Xuefeng was torn asunder, his bones and blood scattering. Meeting his end, Xueshang and his hidden guards stared in wide-eyed shock. This individual was terrifying, a true embodiment of brutality. Regaining his composure, Xueshang expressed, "Thank you for saving my life." Long Li sheathed her sword and approached slowly. The hidden guards were filled with dread. This person was ruthless and unflinching, a veritable reaper from hell. No need for formality, young Master Xue. I merely passed through this area. Might I inquire where this is and how one might reach the Holy Dragon Continent? Just as Xueshang was about to respond, a wave of coppery sweetness flooded his mouth. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ghostly pale. Long Li nimbly dodged. This was her only set of clothes. And if they were stained, she would have to seek out Xin Ming for another. My lord, how do you fare? The hidden guards, concerned, supported Xueshang. Long Li crossed her arms, contemplating her next move. She decided to see if there was still hope for Xueshang. Step aside, let me examine your lord. With that, Long Li crouched down and pressed her fingers upon Xueshang's pulse, her brow furrowing. Your meridians are shattered. You may not have long left. She spoke truthfully. This man was gravely injured. Though she wished to save him, she lacked the necessary elixirs. The two hidden guards knelt, pleading, "Please save our master." Long Li wore a conflicted expression. Unless there was a bone continuation pill, Xin Ming had given her one before. She had no such elixir. And even if she wished to concoct one, she had neither a cauldron nor ingredients. Empty-handed, how could she save a life? Please save our master. He has suffered greatly. If not for the precious spiritual herbs provided by our father, he would have long since returned to the afterlife. The two guards gazed at her with pleading eyes. Xueshang clutched his chest. Do not trouble this lady. My worthless life is forfeit. If not for my father's relentless efforts to prolong my life with precious spiritual herbs, I would have perished long ago. Long Li gazed at the weary Xueshang, whose face bore an expression of despair, and felt a twinge of sympathy. She communicated telepathically with Xin Ming within the cave. Xin Ming, do you still have any continuation bone pills? Xin Ming was busy bathing and polishing a dragon egg. What has happened? I still have one continuation bone pill left. I saved a man on the way. His meridians were shattered, and without the pill, he cannot survive. Oh, you wish to save him? Xin Ming paused, his hand stilling as he wiped the dragon egg. The pill held no value for him, but saving a worthy individual was indeed commendable. I forbid you from saving any other man. You belong solely to me. Shangjiu's words were combative. This woman had barely left when she attracted trouble. Chapter 9, The City of Netherworld, Pet Egg. You have no authority to speak. Long Li hesitated, then continued. Xin Ming, I wish to save him. His experiences mirror my own. Furthermore, I am new to this place, without a single coin to my name. Perhaps he can repay me later. Xin Ming produced the pill. As long as you deem it appropriate, I have no use for this pill. Thank you, Long Li said, as she received a small porcelain vial. This is a third-grade continuation bone pill. Consuming it will mend your damaged meridians. Xueshang was taken aback. This was the pill he had sought for years, unexpectedly bestowed upon him by an unfamiliar gentleman. In such circumstances, the Shadow Guard felt a surge of joy. Yet he knew the pill was exceedingly precious. I am without funds upon my arrival. If you possess any spirit stones, I would appreciate your generosity, though if not, it matters not. Long Li, having finished speaking, squatted before Xueshang and poured out the pill. Once you consume this, you shall soon return to your former self. Xueshang looked earnestly at Long Li, his gaze filled with gratitude. Thank you. Esteemed one. I possess a considerable amount of spirit stones. I shall provide them all to you shortly. Should that be insufficient, I can send someone to retrieve more. May I inquire your name? I am called Li Long. Long Li offered a false name, for she still did not fully comprehend the man before her and understood the necessity of caution. Hurry and consume it. Xueshang took the pill and placed it in his mouth. It dissolved immediately, filling his mouth with a fragrant essence. At that moment, he felt his meridians gradually repairing, devoid of pain, even experiencing a sense of comfort. The third-grade continuation bone pill was indeed miraculous. Long Li played with a small furry creature in her arms, which responded eagerly, seeking her affection. Xueshang sat meditating beneath a tree, time passing slowly. His meridians had fully mended, and when he opened his eyes, excitement lit his face. Li Gongzi, I am completely healed, thanks to your miraculous pill. Long Li returned the furry creature to her shoulder. Yes, from now on exercise caution. Human intentions are inscrutable, and one must always guard against betrayal. Li Gongzi is correct. I have learned my lesson and shall not provide any opportunity for malice again. Well, now that you are well, I wish to inquire the way to the sacred dragon capital. Long Li spoke earnestly. She needed to return to the Long family without delay. A flicker of doubt crossed Xueshang's mind. Who exactly was this Li Gongzi? She seemed utterly unaware of her surroundings. Li Gongzi, we are currently on the Netherworld continent. The sacred dragon capital is not far from here. It will take 2 days by carriage. Upon finishing, Xueshang retrieved all his spirit stones from his storage pouch. Li Gongzi, here are 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is all I have for my travels. If it proves insufficient, I can send someone back for more. That will suffice. Long Li took the stones. Realizing how impoverished the lower realms truly were after accepting the spirit stones, she turned to leave when Shueshang halted her. Long Li's eyes turned cold. Yes, there's something else, Li Gongzi. We happen to be heading to the capital as well. It would be prudent to travel together. I can guide you. Shueshang's eyes were sincere, devoid of any deceit. Long Li pondered for a moment. She truly did not know the way, and having Shueshang as a guide seemed advantageous. Very well, then I shall trouble you, Shueshang Gongzi. Seeing her agreement, Shueshang felt a surge of joy. Li Gongzi, our netherworld capital is quite prosperous. Long Li smiled lightly, darting through the forest like a flash of lightning. Shueshang glanced at the shadow guards, who followed suit, though Shueshang could not match Long Li's speed, as he was only at the spirit void realm. At the foot of the mountain. Long Li stopped, waiting for Shueshang and his three companions. She sat upon a stone, cradling the furry creature. Once we reach the capital, we shall first eat to our fill before continuing our journey. Chirp chirp, such a good little one. Whatever I eat in the future, you shall have as well. As Shueshang and his companions reached the foot of the mountain, they beheld Long Li playing with her pet on the stone. Filled with envy, wondering when they might possess such strength. Li Gongzi, I apologize for making you wait. It is of no consequence. Is this the netherworld capital? Not yet. We must pass through a town first. Since you wish to go to the sacred dragon capital, it is fortuitous that we will pass through the netherworld capital. Shueshang spoke respectfully. Long Li regarded Shueshang, now fully restored, finding him far more agreeable than when he had been struggling beneath the tree. Let us hasten. I am eager to reach the sacred dragon capital. Shueshang walked beside Long Li, catching a faint fragrance in the air. Why did this man carry a scent reminiscent of a woman? He had no time to ponder this as he focused on the task at hand. When Li Gongzi had offered him the pill, he had also noticed the scent. Could she be a woman? Shueshang Gongzi, why do you stare at me? Long Li continued walking, not bothering to glance at him. Her perceptiveness noted that he had been watching her intently, which she found somewhat distasteful. My apologies. I merely wished to see the visage of my benefactor. It would be fitting to express my gratitude upon our next meeting. Shueshang dared not look further, his gaze lowered like a child caught in wrongdoing. As I stated, it was but a small act. No repayment is necessary. After today, we shall have no further interactions, and I hope you will forget this encounter and live well. Long Li had no desire to entangle herself with him. In this world, one could only rely on oneself. She would not put stock in so-called bonds. Human nature is inherently flawed, greed is innate, and one could never be certain who might stab you in the back. Often, those closest to you are the ones who inflict the deepest wounds. Li Gongzi, I sincerely wish to repay you. Were it not for your intervention, I would have perished long ago. The debt of life surpasses all else. If you require anything in the future, I shall do anything for you, even sacrifice my own life. Shueshang's expression was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Long Li turned to regard him, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. Perhaps there still existed individuals who valued loyalty. Very well, should I find myself in need, I shall seek you out. After stating this, Long Li resumed her journey, disregarding everything behind her. Shueshang, upon hearing her words, felt a smile bloom in his eyes and quickened his pace to follow her. The shadow guards trailed behind him, puzzled by their master's sudden attachment. Previously he had been aloof and taciturn, now he had endless words for Li Gongzi. Almost resembling a child seeking a sweet treat, they finally arrived at the capital. Shueshang Gongzi, I have reached my destination. Should you have matters to attend to, please feel free. I require a place to dine and freshen up. I have no pressing matters. I am familiar with this capital. If it pleases you, I can take you to the finest restaurant. Long Li gazed at the bustling streets, a hint of melancholy in her expression. Very well, I shall trouble you. Shueshang led Long Li to a restaurant, its decor exquisite and its ambience promising to whet the appetite. Chapter 10. Return to the Long family. The restaurant was bustling with patrons. Each area partitioned for privacy. This establishment is quite impressive. I am glad you find it to your liking. Li Gongzi. Shueshang appeared to be a regular patron, as the owner personally welcomed him. Shui Gongzi, welcome. Please come inside. Within a private room, Shueshang ordered an array of dishes, presumably the restaurant's specialties. Li Long Gongzi, do indulge. The food here is quite delightful. Shueshang Gongzi, are you a local of this capital? Long Li remained unaware of Shueshang's true identity. He certainly did not seem like an ordinary individual. His demeanor and attire belied any semblance of modesty. In the netherworld continent, there are 7 major factions. With the entire capital governed by the Netherworld Palace, the remaining powers are the 4 great families, along with Linghu's sect and Shuiwei Academy. I am the young master of the Shui family. One of the 4 great families. Long Li found his candor refreshing, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Arriving in the lower realm, she had much to learn, and knowing another individual could prove beneficial. What is the strength of the Netherworld Palace's lord? Shueshang's expression grew serious. His strength is unfathomable. My father has spoken of him. It is said that the lord of the Netherworld Palace is likely at the Spirit Emperor realm, and they have a long-standing lineage. With ancestors of the Spirit Saint realm, or perhaps even higher. Long Li frowned slightly. It appeared that dealing with Bai Li Che would be quite troublesome. Her current strength could contend with the Spirit Emperor realm. But against a spirit saint she would undoubtedly perish, thus seeking vengeance would require careful planning. Noticing Long Li's frown and contemplative demeanor, Shui Shang's face displayed concern. Gongzi, what troubles you? Is there anything I can assist with? It is nothing, merely wishing to comprehend the individuals and matters here. What does Li Gongzi wish to know? Feel free to inquire. Are the lords of the four continents palaces of similar strength? Long Li was most curious about the sacred dragon palace. Yet she could not inquire directly and opted for a broader question. Indeed, the four palace lords share comparable strength, which is why there has been peace for a century. However, it is said that the Nine Dragons Pavilion of the sacred dragon continent is quite mysterious. Rumors suggest that its master, Di possesses unfathomable strength, possibly already at the transformation realm. Long Li's heart sank at the thought of the transformation realm. Did that not mean she had already set foot into the higher realm? Once she perfected her transformation, ascension to the divine realm would be within reach. She never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant lower realm harbored such hidden talents. Suddenly, there was a knock. The proprietor entered with a group of attendants, bringing forth a feast that was truly a feast for the senses, visually appealing, aromatic, and undoubtedly delicious. The enticing aroma alone suggested a delightful meal. Long Li decided not to overthink things. It was more exhausting to ponder excessively. Instead, she resolved to focus on how to further develop her own influence. Young Master Li, do have a taste and see if it pleases your palate, someone urged. Long Li picked up her chopsticks. Gazing at the exquisite dishes before her, the cloth wrapped around her face was overly tight and cumbersome, making it difficult for her to eat. A frown creased her brow as she contemplated her current male attire. Being seen would not be a grave issue, but there remained a discernible difference between masculine and feminine garb. With that thought, she decisively pulled down the fabric covering her face. Shui Shang, still serving dishes to Long Li, glanced up just in time to see the chopsticks slip from his grasp and clatter to the floor. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly bent down to retrieve them. I apologize, it was unintentional. Long Li, who was already ravenous, paid no mind to Shui Shang's actions as she and the little furball beside her focused on their meal. Shui Shang remained seated, his gaze fixed upon Long Li as she dined. It was astonishing to him that a man could possess such striking beauty, more than mere good looks. It was a captivating allure that made it difficult to look away. He had not anticipated that young Master Li was so young, of similar age to himself, and yet possessed such formidable strength. Were she a woman, she would undoubtedly be a paragon of beauty, a veritable goddess. Does young Master Shui not partake? Long Li inquired, her voice somewhat muffled. Shui Shang, taken aback, lowered his gaze and began to eat. He too felt hunger, and the meal was nothing short of delectable. The little furball had already had its fill, sprawled on the bench, patting its belly with its tiny paws. Clearly having overindulged, Long Li's eyes softened with affection as she beheld the creature's bloated state. This little one certainly had a hearty appetite. Just look at that little belly on the verge of bursting. Young Master Shui, I have finished my meal and must take my leave. Until we meet again, Long Li announced as she stood and turned to exit the private room. Shui Shang hurried after her. Young Master Li, please do not leave just yet. Is there something else? Young Master Shui? Long Li paused and turned to ask. I have already arranged for a carriage, Shui Shang replied, gesturing with his eyes towards his shadowy attendant standing respectfully before a luxurious carriage. Master, the carriage is ready, stocked with all provisions you might require. Long Li blinked in surprise at Shui Shang's thoughtfulness. He was truly considerate, a warm-hearted gentleman with an attention to detail that surpassed even that of most women. Thank you, young Master Shui. Long Li expressed her genuine gratitude, for their meeting had been serendipitous, and such kindness was indeed rare. Young Master Li, you may not be familiar with the area. This coachman is well versed in the routes and will escort you to the Holy Dragon capital. Shui Shang informed her. Long Li smiled in response. Yes, young Master Shui, may fate allow us to meet again. With that, Long Li embraced the little furball and boarded the carriage. Shui Shang watched forlornly as the carriage gradually distanced itself, remaining until it vanished from sight. He resolved to seek out young Master Li in the Holy Dragon capital once he had concluded his affairs with the Shui family. Inside the carriage, Long Li dozed off, cradling the furball in her arms, both of them enjoying a peaceful slumber. The afternoon sun was splendid, the sky a brilliant azure. As the carriage journeyed forth, Long Li lifted the curtain and gazed at the imposing four characters in the distance. Holy Dragon capital. Her heart felt a pang, a reminder of the original owner's lingering resentment. Do not worry, I will reclaim everything for you. It is merely a matter of time, she reassured. Young Master, we have arrived at the Holy Dragon capital. Where shall I take you? The elderly coachman inquired respectfully. Long Li preferred to keep her lineage concealed from Shui Shang to avoid future complications. Just stop at the city gate, you may return now. Please convey my gratitude to young Master Shui, she instructed. The old man nodded slightly and drove away. Long Li stood before the city gate, inhaling deeply before stepping inside. The streets of the Holy Dragon capital were bustling with activity. Filled with various shops and performers, she felt a sense of familiarity as she followed the original owner's memories towards the Long residence. Dressed in male attire, Long Li stood before the grand entrance of the Long manor. A wave of melancholy washing over her, remnants of the original owner's emotions surfacing. The manor's exterior was imposing, draped in white cloth, indicative of mourning. After all, a fool had been missing for so long. It seemed inevitable that they would not return. A cold smile crept across Longley's lips. A funeral was indeed appropriate, for the original owner was truly dead. The new Longley, bearing a new identity and memories, had returned. As she stepped closer, two guards clad in black robes barred her way. Who goes there? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am your young lady, Longley, she declared, her tone icy. The guards exchanged incredulous glances. You claim to be the young lady. How could that be possible? Summon your master, and you will know whether I speak the truth, Longley replied, her voice laced with disdain. The guards sneered in contempt. The master cannot be summoned at your whim. Leave at once, or we shall not be polite. Longley set the fur ball on her shoulder, cracked her neck, and swiftly advanced. The guards shrieked as their legs were broken. Collapsing to the ground in agony. On white legs, Longley sheathed her sword, bemused by their foolishness. Having completed her task, she strolled leisurely into the manor. The hidden guards, alerted by the cries of pain, rushed towards her. Who dares to intrude upon the Long Manor? Longley's eyes turned cold, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. I am your young lady, Long-Elide. I asked my father within. Several guards stood before her, scrutinizing her closely. You are the young lady. Our young lady has been deceased for several days. Longley had consumed a cleansing elixir, altering her appearance. The original owner had a sallow complexion, often masking her true visage with excessive makeup. Now, dressed as a man, it was no wonder they failed to recognize her. I asked my father at home. Take me to see him, Longley insisted, wishing for brevity. She longed to meet this father of hers. Recalling that he had been quite fond of the original owner, however, she was uncertain if his affection was genuine or merely a facade. The guards loyal to the family head understood that he indeed cherished the young lady. The master is in the hall, then lead me there, Longley commanded, her tone brooking no refusal. The guards exchanged glances, puzzled by the transformation of the young lady they once knew as foolish. They turned and led her to the hall, where Longley observed her surroundings intently. The manor was replete with pavilions and corridors, adorned with red walls and green tiles, while the courtyard was filled with peach blossoms, their fragrance invigorating the senses. After navigating the twists and turns, they arrived at the hall. The spacious hall was bright and filled with the aura of family heritage. A man in black robes, appearing to be in his 40s, sat regally at the head of the table, his expression calm yet exuding an undeniable authority. This was Long Bâtillon, the head of the Long family. Master, this person claims to be the young lady. We dared not act rashly and have brought her to meet you, the guard reported, kneeling before him. Long Bâtillon raised his gaze, weariness etched on his face. Who are you? Longley scoffed. Father Long. Take a closer look and see who I am. Long Bâtillon squinted, his fatigue evident after days without rest. He scrutinized the fair-skinned youth before him for a time. This master does not recognize you. If you do not speak the truth, I shall not be polite. Longley felt a wave of disdain. Was it truly so easy to forget one's own daughter? She let her hair down, revealing a more feminine demeanor. After days of absence, had her father truly forgotten her? Long Bâtillon suddenly leapt from his chair, his eyes fixed on Longley, transfixed for a moment. Is it truly you? Lier, he enveloped her in an embrace. Where have you been? Why have you returned now? Do you know how worried I have been? Your brother still does not believe you are dead. The entire household has searched for you endlessly. Longley felt uncomfortable in his embrace and gently pushed him away. Father, if you do not release me, I fear I may be suffocated. Long Bâtillon quickly let go, circling around her, examining her from head to toe. Forgive me, I was too overwhelmed. Father, I noticed the manor is in mourning. May I inquire who has passed away? Longley feigned ignorance, eager to discern whether her father had been deceived by the steward or if he wished to resolve matters swiftly. After all, the original owner had caused him considerable trouble. The steward found your remains, but the body was unrecognizable, clad in your favorite attire, along with the bracelet your mother left for you. Everyone assumed it was you. Which is why the mourning has commenced. Long Bâtillon gazed at Longley, his initial excitement giving way to confusion. You have returned, yet you seem different. Have you truly returned to your senses, Lier? What on earth is happening? The daughter fell from a cliff and, in the throes of life and death, was rescued by a kind-hearted stranger. Upon seeing her pitiable state, he cured her of her foolishness. Perhaps for now she is no longer foolish. But who can say when that state might return? This is an incurable affliction. As for the father, he must remain observant. After all, the original owner was once a simpleton, and she cannot discern whether his kindness is genuine or feigned. If he is indeed a good father, he will continue to care for her, whether she is truly foolish or merely pretending. Yet, should he decide to abandon his simple-minded daughter for the sake of family interests, she would not object to his removal. Dragon Bâtillon gazed upon her with a scrutinizing eye, while Longley remained calm, betraying no sign of turmoil. Lier, do you mean to say that perhaps one day you will revert to your former self? Perhaps I will be foolish again, or perhaps not. My father must keep my non-foolishness a secret, so that if I were to suddenly return to foolishness, no one would speak ill of it. Moreover, my fall from the cliff was orchestrated by someone, likely Long Yuan by Lichi. It cannot be you. She has always treated you well. During your disappearance, she searched tirelessly for you. Lier, you were not in your right mind before. It must have been your own folly that led you astray. You once held affection for Bai Liege. How could they wish you harm? Furthermore, your sister fell ill searching for you, even fainting in front of you during the ranking ceremony. Your brother was heartbroken and insisted she rest in his courtyard. At this moment, Long Lie's gaze towards Dragon Badian grew increasingly frigid. Indeed, he is a good father. Who would believe the words of a simpleton? Long Yu is quite the actress, feigning sisterly affection convincingly, ensnaring everyone in her deceit. Dragon Badian pondered for a moment. Lier, do you know the identity of the one who saved you? I do not. He was an elderly man who left after rescuing me, without revealing his name. Long Lie's tone was indifferent, clearly aware of her father's attempts to extract information. How intriguing he is. Chapter 12, A Lesson for the Villains. Dragon Badian's deep-set eyes were clouded with contemplation. Has he never questioned who orchestrated the return of the corpse, or who took my mother's bracelet, or does he merely consider a foolish daughter expendable? Unworthy of his concern, Long Lie's inquiries caused Dragon Badian to take a step back. Indeed, who took that bracelet? Could someone within the household truly wish to harm Lier? After all, she is merely a simpleton. Who would target her? Lier, you have just returned. I will investigate this matter. If someone truly seeks to harm you, I will not tolerate it and will avenge you. Long Lie scoffed internally, letting out a faint sigh. What of this so-called loving father? His words are merely sweet nothings, serving only to exonerate Long Yu. Long Yu is a prodigy, gifted in cultivation, while a simpleton like me is easily dismissed. It is clear who would be favored. Then let it be resolved by you, father. I hope you are as you claim. I have lived in a daze for many years. I trust this time you will not disappoint me. Long Lie's words pierced Dragon Badian, leaving him visibly remorseful. He had been preoccupied with family matters, scarcely tending to his simple daughter, allowing her to endure numerous grievances. He was not oblivious. The family prioritized profit, and the elders had long held differing opinions on this affair. As the family head, he felt helpless. Rest assured, this time I will advocate for you. Long Lie had never believed that this man would truly advocate for her. She would have to rely on herself for vengeance. Father, I wish to visit my mortuary. Lier, do not go. It is ill-omened. I shall command the removal of the mortuary immediately. Dragon Badian vehemently opposed. I do not find it ill-omened. I wish to see it for myself. The mortuary was established for me. Should I not pay it a visit? Long Lie's tone was resolute. The original owner may be dead, but this mortuary belongs to her. How could she find it ill-omened? She only feels aggrieved for the original owner, her adversary so near, yet her own father remains disbelieving. She resolved never to broach the subject again. As for Long Yu and Bai Liege, she would deal with them personally. Bring the young lady to the mortuary. From now on, you four shall serve as her personal shadow guards, ensuring her safety. The four shadow guards knelt, responding in unison. We obey. Lier, these four shadow guards possess spiritual realm abilities. They will protect you. Their names are Cold Night, Shin Shadow, Phantom Wind, and Cold Boat. Long Lie lowered her gaze at the four kneeling figures. This a veiled attempt to monitor her. Well, with nothing but time on her hands, they might as well play along. Father, I take my leave. Dragon Badian watched Long Lie's retreating figure, his eyes filled with confusion. Why does this daughter feel so distant, so unreal? Inside the mortuary, Madame Ningyao, the steward, and the original owner's brother Long Jiuxiao were burning paper. Long Lie entered with her four shadow guards. Whom are you burning paper for? Long Jiuxiao and the others turned, startled. The sister, are you a ghost? Have you returned to see your brother? It is all my fault. I did not protect you well. Sister, rest in peace. Every year I shall burn paper for you. Long Jiuxiao, clad in white, was handsome, sharing some resemblance with Long Lie, though his complexion was pale, suggesting a lack of rest. He looked at Long Lie with guilt and self-reproach, tears streaming down his face. Long Lie frowned slightly. The original owner held no affection for Long Jiuxiao. Moreover, he had left to cultivate at the Chalan courtyard at a young age, so their sibling bond was not close. Brother, please come to your senses. I am alive. What ghost are you speaking of? Long Jiuxiao stood, grasping Long Lie's arms. Sister, you truly have not died. Indeed, I have not died. Are you disappointed? Do not say that, sister. These past few days, I have refused to believe you are dead. My Lier is so simple-hearted and kind. How could she die? Long Lie rolled her eyes. Who is simple-hearted? This brother truly lacks eloquence. Madame Ningyao and the steward exchanged glances. Lier, is it truly you? Wow. Long Lie pushed Long Jiuxiao aside and stepped forward. This is Long Yu's mother, a truly wicked woman with a heart as black as coal. Why are you crying? I am not dead. Do you wish for my demise? Madame Ningyao. Long Jiuxiao's eyes turned cold. He could sense her tears. Lier is not dead. Are you cursing my sister? Madame Ningyao promptly fell silent, her eyes scanning Long Lie, realizing she was no longer foolish. Slap, slap. Madame Ningyao received two resounding slaps. Long Lie had now assumed a blank, foolish demeanor. Brother, this Madame Ningyao looks quite terrifying. Lier is so scared. Long Jiuxiao stood protectively in front of Long Li. Do not be afraid, Lier. Your brother will protect you. Long Lie picked up the fire basin on the ground and directly slammed it onto Madame Ningyao's head. Madame Ningyao screamed in horror. The steward, witnessing the scene, swiftly removed the fire basin, while Madame Ningyao and the steward frantically beat their heads, their hair now a charred mess. Long Jiuxiao observed the chaos, his lips twitching. his sister had changed so much, becoming quite ruthless, though he found it endearing. Brother, Madame Ningyao's hair is so beautiful. Long Li clapped her hands in delight, feigning innocence. The steward's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. This wretched simpleton was truly cruel. Young lady, this is no game. It could lead to fatalities. Long Li noticed another fire basin nearby and swiftly kicked it towards the steward, igniting his clothing in an instant. The steward screamed, rolling on the ground as several maidservants rushed to extinguish the flames. Long Li took the opportunity to step forward, stomping on the steward's face and body with considerable force, breaking bones with each step. Please stop, the steward howled. Brother, why can't I extinguish this fire? Long Li feigned confusion. Her big eyes blinking innocently. Long Jiuxiao reassured her, it's alright, he won't die, you need not worry. A maidservant brought a basin of water, dousing the steward's flames. At this moment, the steward lay on the ground. Burned and gasping for breath, Long Li approached with concern. Steward Li, are you alright? It is all my fault for being so thoughtless. I simply caught a whiff of something delicious. Steward Li's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Madame Ningyao, with her hair ablaze and covered in ashes, trembled with rage. Young lady, how could you behave so recklessly? Do you wish to burn Steward Li to death? Madame Ningyao, do not wrongfully accuse me. Did you not bully Lier because of her foolishness? Wah! Long Jiuxiao stepped forward, shielding Long Li. Why are you shouting? Look at how scared Lier is. She is a person with an incomplete mind. What is Madame Ningyao fussing over? It is merely a steward who has died. Madame Ningyao glared at Long Li, as if she could devour her whole. Chapter 13, merely acting, who cannot? A smile graced Long Li's lips. Do they not all love to act? From now on let us compete on who can act better, who can be more convincing. Brother, Madame Ningyao is so fierce. Lier is terrified. Madame Ningyao's face twisted in rage, her body trembling. She was no longer the dignified woman she usually was. This little fool truly deserved punishment. Yuer had clearly stated that she had fallen into the cliff. What was the meaning of this? Just then, Long Yu rushed in upon hearing the news. Upon entering, she saw Long Li hiding in Long Jiuxiao's embrace, fear flickering in her eyes. Long Li, are you a person or a ghost? Long Li stepped out from Long Jiuxiao's embrace, surveying Long Yu. This was the very person who had harmed the original owner. Arriving at an opportune moment. Sister Yu, what do you mean? I am, of course, a living person. Have you encountered a ghost? Are you truly alive? The maid had come to report, and she could hardly believe it. At that moment, the figure stood vividly before her eyes. How could a deceased person possibly still be living? It was nothing short of a ghostly apparition. She had personally severed the tendons of her hands and feet. How could this wretched woman appear unscathed? What on earth had transpired? Sister Yu, do you wish for my demise? Sister, do not be angry. I simply find it hard to believe. I am overjoyed that you have returned. In the future, you must be cautious while you sleep. Who knows what might crawl out to drag you down? Long Li mimicked a grave-digging posture, startling Long Yu. How dare this foolish girl frighten her? In broad daylight, what ghost could possibly exist? It was then that Long Yu noticed her mother, and she hurried forward to support Madame Ningyao. Mother, your hair it was done by the eldest miss. Madame Ningyao replied through gritted teeth. Sister, even if you are foolish, you ought to show some sense. Mother has always treated you with the utmost kindness. How could you act this way? Long Yu glared at Long Li. This fool could not possibly still be alive. It seems she must consult Brother Che about this matter. Brother, she dares to call Lier foolish. Lier is not foolish. Brother, she bullies Lier. Woo. Long Li wore a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with tears, causing Long Jiuxiao to feel a pang of sympathy. Long Yu, how can you speak so? Lier is a legitimate daughter, your elder sister. You ought to understand the hierarchy. Long Jiuxiao's gaze was icy. Usually, Yuer was quite perceptive and treated Lier well. What had caused such a drastic change? How could she dare to call Lier foolish to her face? It seemed he had spent too little time in the manor, and these people had forgotten their place. He and Lier were of legitimate birth. Did Long Yu wish to rise above Lier? Long Yu's eyes brimmed with grievance. Elder brother, Yuer does not disregard the hierarchy. It is sister who has gone too far. For the past few days, I have searched tirelessly for sister, even fainting while keeping vigil for her. Have you not seen all that I have done? Elder brother, woo. Long Yu's weeping and pitiful demeanor revoked sympathy, prompting a slight sigh from Long Jiuxiao. Lier has just returned. Do not hold it against her too much, she is a legitimate daughter. And you ought to understand the difference between legitimate and illegitimate. Long Li narrowed her eyes. Brother, has Yuer been searching for me for several days, but who lies in the coffin? Long Jiuxiao glanced at the coffin. The body had been retrieved by the steward, dressed in Lier's favorite attire, along with their mother's bracelet. Was this all a deliberate act? Had someone orchestrated Lier's disappearance? Madame Ningyao, Steward Li is a distant relative of yours. Please clarify the situation. How did Lier's clothes and this bracelet end up on this corpse? Long Li wore a look of amusement. Today was merely the beginning. In the days to come, she would slowly play this mother-daughter pair to their demise. Madame Ningyao cast a glance at Long Yu, her eyes lowering. Young master, I too am unaware of the circumstances. That day, the steward and the guards found this corpse at a dilapidated temple. At the time, the corpse was unrecognizable as the eldest miss, though it was indeed clad in her garments. In my opinion, the eldest miss must have carelessly given her belongings to someone else. You know she can be quite simple-minded. Her response was impeccably crafted, and Longley could not help but admire the woman. I will personally investigate this matter. It is best if it has nothing to do with you too. Or else this will be your fate. With a crash, Long Jiushao smashed the coffin, causing the corpse to tumble out, landing right before Madame Ning Yao. She was greatly startled, her eyes filled with terror. Long Yu stepped forward to comfort her mother. Elder brother, this has nothing to do with us. We have always cared for sister. Do you suspect we harmed her? Humph, you will know the truth upon investigation? Lier is my legitimate sister. I will not allow anyone to harm her. I was absent from the manor before, but now that I am back, I am in charge of everything here. Long Jiushao took Long Li's hand. Come, I will help you freshen up and have something to eat. You look much thinner than before. Long Li smiled slightly, appearing every bit the innocent darling. Long Jiushao led Long Li away. Have someone dismantle this morning hall and burn all the white cloth in the manor. Long Yu supported Madame Ningyao, standing still. What is going on, mother? I severed her tendons. I saw her fall from the cliff with my own eyes. It is impossible for her to be alive. Brother Che was present at the time. Are you implying that this Long Li is an impostor? That cannot be. She is indeed that simpleton, resembling the late madam so closely that I could not be mistaken. Long Yu now felt utterly bewildered. What had gone amiss? How could a deceased person suddenly reappear? Do not worry, mother. If I could kill her once, I can do so again. Dealing with a fool is not difficult. Elder brother will not be watching her every moment. Sooner or later, he must return to Jialan courtyard, and then it will be easy to eliminate her. Madame Ningyao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yes, this time do not leave any roots for trouble. Rest assured, mother. Bai Li Che will not allow her to live. Long Yu had already devised a plan. This time she would enlist Bai Li Che's assistance. Even if it were discovered, it would not implicate her. With the protection of the sacred dragon temple, even if their father learned of it, he would not quarrel with the temple over a simpleton. Long Jiushao brought Long Li back to the Peach Blossom Cottage, her residence, filled with peach blossoms. The original owner's mother was a flower enthusiast, and the original owner had a fondness for peach blossoms. Hence the creation of this cottage. Lier, go freshen up. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Long Li glanced at Long Jiushao. Her brother seemed genuinely kind to her, unlike someone feigning affection. Yet, he had not seemed to care much for the original owner, as he had hardly been seen in the manor. Thank you, brother. Long Li walked toward the inner courtyard when two maids emerged. Startled upon seeing her. A ghost. These were the original owner's maids. Kai Dai and Huan Bai Yi. Kai Dai had treated the original owner poorly, wielding power in this Peach Blossom Cottage as Long Yu's accomplice. What are you shrieking about? Long Li approached with a frosty demeanor. Kai Dai looked at Long Li, her lips trembling. Eldest Mississippi, attend to my bath, Long Li commanded before stepping inside. The room was quite well appointed. Adorned with several paintings on the walls, a splendid 8 immortals table at the center, and an intricately carved rosewood couch in the outer chamber. In the inner room, a bronze incense burner emitted a faint sandalwood fragrance. It seemed the original owner, aside from her foolishness, had lived a life of quality. Eldest Miss, the water is ready, Huan Bai announced. You may leave. Chapter 14. A disobedient dog. At that moment, Long Li paid no mind to the two maidservants. She would deal with them after her bath. After cleansing herself in the tub, Kai Dai brought a change of clothes, nonchalantly sitting on a chair and enjoying pastries, displaying an air of superiority. Long Li emerged dressed in fresh attire. Who gave you the audacity to sit in your master's place? Kai Dai stood, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Fool, you play the part quite well. I am so afraid. Bang! Long Li retracted her foot, sending Kai Dai flying to the ground, her face pale and eyes wide with shock. This fool actually dared to kick me. Truly a disobedient dog. Keeping her was a waste of resources. Long Li's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. She crouched down, gripping Kai Dai's chin. Kai Dai, you have quite a bit of gall, don't you? I am the master, and you are the servant. How dare you aspire to rise above me? You truly deserve to die. With a sharp twist of her hand, Kai Dai's jaw shattered, and Long Li forcefully slammed her against a pillar. Kai Dai's eyes widened in terror as her body twitched a few times before going still. Huan Bai, hearing the commotion, rushed in. What happened, eldest miss? Long Li cast a glance at her, her eyes icy. Nothing serious, merely disciplining a disobedient dog. Huan Bai glanced behind Long Li, seeing Kai Dai sprawled on the ground. Bloodied and motionless, she trembled violently, dropping to her knees. Eldest miss, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please spare me this once. Long Li sat in a chair, cradling a fluffy ball. I suppose I could spare you. But if you dare speak of today's events, I will have your tongue cut out. Huan Bai repeatedly bowed her head on the ground. I will not speak a word. Find someone to bury the body. Long Li stated before turning to leave. Huan Bai collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming from her eyes. The eldest miss is no longer foolish. She has become quite terrifying. Long Li spared Huan Bai because she had treated the original owner decently. Unlike Kai Dai, it would be unwise to kill both maidservants upon her return. She would keep Huan Bai around for now, but if she disobeyed again, she would meet the same fate. Long Jiushao sat in the courtyard, gazing at the peach blossoms, reminiscing about his childhood. He and Lier used to play hide and seek beneath these very trees. He could not pinpoint when their relationship had soured. This time, he nearly lost his only sister. Long Li stood beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard. Brother, I have changed into my clothes. Long Jiuxiu lifted his gaze towards Long Li. Beneath the peach blossom tree stood a maiden in white. Cradling a fluffy ball in her arms, countless petals drifted gently in the breeze, her white garments fluttering gracefully, her hair dancing in the wind, her flawless skin shone like jade, and her eyes sparkled like clear springs. Imbued with a refreshing coolness. Lier, come here quickly, the meal is ready. Long Jiuxiu called out, with a smile gracing her lips. Long Li scampered over, her innocent demeanor solidifying Long Jiuxiu's resolve to protect this sister, who resembled a celestial being, with utmost care. As Long Li settled down, she inquired, brother, why are there so many delicious dishes? They are all your favorites, and I will take good care of you from now on. Long Jiuxiu replied, thoughtfully serving her some food. Make sure to eat more, you are far too thin, he added. The two began to eat in this manner, Long Li feeling unreserved, indulged in whatever she desired. In her previous life as an empress in the upper realm, she had always been cautious in her actions, yet now having been granted a second chance, she resolved to live freely, without restraint. Is this your pet? Long Jiuxiu asked, eyeing the fluffy ball. The creature, holding a large chicken leg, was so engrossed in its meal that oil dripped from its mouth. Upon hearing Long Jiuxiu's question, it lifted its beautiful fox-like eyes and chirped a couple of times. Yes, its name is Furball. What an adorable little creature, Long Jiuxiu remarked, reaching out to stroke it, only to be met with bared teeth and a fierce glare. Observing the creature's hostility, he withdrew his hand. Lier, this little one is rather fierce. Brother, Furball isn't fierce, it's just that you two are not familiar with each other, Long Li said, returning her focus to her meal. In the study of the Long residence, the head of the family, Long Badian gazed intently at a bracelet in his hand, a keepsake from Long Li's mother. Jeaner, is this truly our once delicate daughter? He pondered. Morong Jean, Long Li's biological mother, had unfortunately passed away shortly after giving birth to her. Inform Hanzhou to closely monitor the eldest young lady's every move, and also investigate the recent actions of Madame Ningyo and the second young lady, he commanded. Understood, I take my leave, his subordinate replied. Slowly retreating, Long Baishan's brow furrowed with melancholy. Was Lier still the same? Something felt amiss, yet she seemed unchanged. Perhaps it was simply that she was no longer foolish, her character having evolved. After all, the daughter of him and Jeaner should possess such cleverness. The sky was clear and sunny. At the side entrance of the Long residence, Long Yu discreetly left the estate, weaving through the crowd until she arrived at a particular gate. Is your young master present? She inquired. Miss Long, please wait a moment, I will announce your arrival, a guard responded with a sycophantic demeanor. Shortly after, Long Yu entered. Li Che, dressed in dark garments, sat leisurely in the courtyard, savoring tea. You've come? He said. Brother Che, something grave has occurred. Long Yu approached and sat beside Li Che, her expression serious. Li Che raised an eyebrow, regarding her intently. What has you so anxious? As Brother Che, the foolish Long Li has returned. The teacup in Li Che's hand dropped to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? It's true, that fool has returned unscathed, and she is currently within the Long residence. They are investigating the matter of the fake corpse, Long Yu explained, scrutinizing Li Che's reaction, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Li Che stood up, pacing back and forth, his disbelief apparent. She was dead. You and I were complicit in her demise. That fool cannot possibly have returned. Even if she fell from a cliff and survived, you severed her tendons, how could she be unscathed? This is too bizarre. Are you certain it is Long Li and not someone impersonating her? Long Yu stepped forward to reassure him. Brother Che, it is truly that foolish girl. If she reveals our actions to elder brother, I will have no place in the Long residence. Brother Che, you must eliminate this fool. If we could kill her once, we can do so again. That if you marry a fool who cannot cultivate, you will be ridiculed by all. And how will you establish yourself in the Holy Dragon continent? Li Che's expression darkened. This fool was indeed troublesome, returning from the dead, his eyes ablaze with fury. Very well, this time I shall personally ensure she breathes her last. I refuse to believe she can return yet again. At this moment, Li Che felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the Long residence and eliminate that fool. The mere thought of being entangled with her filled him with discomfort. Chapter 15, Subverting for Subordinates. Long Yu's eyes gleamed with triumph. Brother Che, our current task is to keep that fool calm. She is most fond of clinging to you, so this time, you must make a sacrifice to maintain her composure and prevent her from speaking out, lest it tarnish your reputation. Very well, I shall endure for a few days. And when Long Jiuxiu returns to Jialan courtyard, we will act. Li Che stepped forward, embracing Long Yu. I will need your assistance once more. In the future, the position of the young mistress shall belong to you. Rest assured, Brother Che, everything I do is for you. You must not forget about me in the future. Li Che's eyes flashed with disdain. She was merely a plaything. Women are like garments. It matters not whether one has a surplus or a deficit. As long as you remain obedient, I will treat you well, he added. Thus, these two like-minded individuals reached a consensus. In the Long residence, after finishing his meal, Long Jiuxiu set out to investigate the matter of the female corpse. Long Li sat in the courtyard. You four, step forward. Hanzhou and the others knelt in unison. Young lady, Long Li took a sip of tea, gently placing the cup down as she raised her gaze to the four before her. You are the shadow guard sent by my father to protect me. Whom do you consider your true master? The four exchanged glances, taken aback by their young lady's transformation after shedding her former foolishness. Her ethereal, detached demeanor was truly intimidating. Young lady, the head of the family bestowed us upon you. You are naturally our master, Hanjo replied, lowering his head in submission. Oh, is that so? Longli raised an eyebrow. Her tone light as if unconcerned. Hanjo and the others hesitantly met her gaze. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to you, young lady. At that moment, Longli stood encircled around the four, all of whom were at the initial stage of the spirit void realm. Hanjo and his companions were perplexed by her intentions. You are all talented individuals carefully nurtured by my father. As for me, I was previously a fool and a waste. It seems somewhat unfair for you to follow a master like me. Perhaps it would be better for you to return to my father, rather than squander your bright futures. Longli had no desire to keep them by her side, as that would mean constant surveillance, rendering her unable to use them to her advantage. Hanjo scrutinized Longli closely, his dissatisfaction clear. How could a mere beauty without any cultivation be worthy of being their master? Yet now, it was evident that this young lady was anything but ordinary. The powerful aura she exuded compelled him to feel an instinctive desire to submit. Perhaps, given time, she could cultivate and ascend the path of the strong. From now on, the young lady will be the sole master of Hanjo and the others. We will have no second thoughts. Please trust us, young lady. As Hanjo was the leader of the four, his words were not to be disputed. As long as the leader acknowledged her, the others would follow suit. I do not believe in so-called loyalty. If you truly wish to follow me, it is not impossible. I want you to swear a heart demon oath. Should any of you betray me one day, you will suffer the torment of the heart demon daily, gradually driving you to madness and death. Longli's tone was calm, yet each word was laced with frost. She understood that these four did not respect a fool, but this was her opportunity to recruit them. If she could subvert their loyalty, it would be advantageous. If not, she would not feel regret having experienced betrayal herself. She approached every matter with caution. After all, these four belonged to her father. She would not easily trust in their so-called loyalty. Hanjo frowned slightly. Once the heart demon oath was planted, the consequences of betrayal would be dire. He glanced at the other three, and they nodded in agreement, willing to take the gamble. This young lady may have been acting all along. They knew she had severed the legs of two spirit movement realm guards without a second thought. She appeared gentle, yet her strikes were ruthless, showing no mercy. Hanjo, Langyi, Xianing, Huanfeng, today we shall swear the heart demon oath, using the blood from our hearts as a catalyst, pledging our loyalty to Longli. Should we betray her, we will endure the pain of 1,000 daggers and perish under the heart demon's influence. Thunder rumbled in the sky as a beam of light struck the foreheads of the four, cementing the heart demon oath. Longli was taken aback by their genuine commitment to the heart demon oath. A surge of emotion washing over her. You may rise. Do not kneel any longer. From this day forth, you shall be my loyal companions, and we shall walk side by side. Yes, my lady. Hanjo and the others stood, recognizing that the head of the family had entrusted them to the young lady. As she was the daughter of the head, they were in essence family, and thus it could not be considered betrayal. My father has instructed you to monitor me. You shall continue to report my daily activities to him. However, you must understand the gravity of what to disclose and what to withhold from now on. You will be my people in secret while remaining my father's people in public. Do you understand? Longli's tone was light, yet an unyielding aura enveloped the four, leaving no room for refusal. We understand, my lady. Rest assured, they replied. A flicker of brilliance passed through Longli's eyes. At present, she required an alchemical cauldron. Hanjo, do you know where I might procure a cauldron? Hanjo hesitated for a brief moment, taken aback. Could it be that his master dabbled in alchemy? Replying to my lord, the Jolong auction house has cauldrons for sale. A wave of joy surged within Longli. Securing a cauldron was paramount, for one must possess wealth to facilitate any endeavor, especially in the lower realms. Very well, Hanjo, let us proceed to the Jolong auction house together. With that, Longli turned and entered the dwelling. Xian Ming, do you have any men's clothing? Have you run out of attire once more? Xian Ming's tone was nonchalant, laced with a hint of amusement. I have clothing, but alas, no men's garments. I simply wish to procure a cauldron, and women's attire proves rather inconvenient. Xian Ming raised an eyebrow, rising from his seat to retrieve a set of men's clothing. With the addition of the garments in her hands, Longli smiled faintly. Fear not, I shall purchase several sets for you in the future. No need, I possess ample clothing here. Acquiring a cauldron demands substantial funds. Take this spirit stone for your use. Upon hearing this, Longli's heart leaped with joy. Her monetary woes were swiftly alleviated. Thank you, Xian Ming. I shall repay you with the profits from my alchemical endeavors. Repay? There is no need for such formalities. All within this dwelling belongs to you. In truth, you are the master here. I merely reside as a guest. After Xian Ming's words, a sigh escaped him. He merely lingered in this realm, enduring countless moments of solitude for the sake of a promise. Longli had never inquired about Xian Ming's origins, for she believed that everyone harbored their own pasts filled with untold stories, and she was no exception. Chapter 16, Jolong Auction House. This dwelling is yours. What does it matter who the master is, Longly, you shall understand in due time. Now go and procure your cauldron. By the way, there remain only 2 spirit-gathering fruits in the dwelling, the rest have been absorbed by Shangjiu. What did you say? He absorbed so many at once, and my precious fruits are gone. Shangjiu, come forth. Longly stamped her foot in frustration, truly a troublesome creature, absorbing so much without fear of bursting. Xian Ming smiled gently, listening to Long Li's indignation. Shangjiu is in slumber, he likely requires time to refine what he has absorbed. Do not blame him, as a divine beast, he cannot break his shell without adequate heavenly treasures. Long Li's heart ached genuinely, those were spirit-gathering fruits she had hesitated to consume herself. Well, it is done, what more can I say? Yet, this Shangjiu is indeed a challenge to nurture. Xian Ming. I understand now. Dressed in men's clothing, Long Li stepped outside, where Hanzhou awaited her. Upon her emergence, he regarded her, seeing a refined gentleman before him. But my lord, what is this? When venturing forth, one must adopt a guise to avoid unnecessary complications. Long Li adjusted her attire and placed the small creature on her shoulder. You 3 shall remain here and await our return. Should anyone inquire, inform them I am resting, no one is to disturb me. Keep a vigilant eye on Huan Bai, should she dare speak out of turn, eliminate her. Asu command. Long Li, accompanied by Hanzhou, stealthily exited the courtyard. The surprise in Hanzhou's eyes was palpable, indeed. His master had concealed her true prowess, which rivaled his OWN. Long Li and Hanzhou strolled through the bustling crowd. They chanced upon a stall selling masks. Long Li observed 2 that would suit them perfectly. Good sir, how much for these 2 masks? Each mask is but a single spirit stone, replied the vendor with a warm smile. Long Li produced a spirit stone and handed it over. I shall take these 2. Hanzhou, puzzled, wondered what Long Li was up to. Young master, do take care. The mask vendor accepted the stone with a grin. Long Li handed 1 mask to Hanzhou. Put this on. The auction house is crowded and fraught with prying eyes. This will afford us greater safety. Hanzhou accepted it and donned the mask, while Long Li adorned herself with her own before setting off toward the auction house, following closely beside Long Li. Hanzhou's gaze brimmed with admiration. His master truly excelled at concealing her identity. Had her foolishness over the years merely been an act, before the Jiulong auction house, cradling the small creature, Long Li marveled at the bustling atmosphere. Truly a place of commerce, with its vibrant characters and the imposing characters of dragon flying, phoenix dancing emblazoned above. Entering the establishment, they were greeted by an exquisitely decorated hall, with white jade flooring, red glass hanging from above, and furnishings of red sandalwood, opulent and grand. Hanzhou, have you been here before? My lord, I have visited once, Hanzhou replied earnestly. It was a singular occasion with the family patriarch. The auction has commenced over there. Let us proceed. Long Li noted the throng moving toward the right corridor, and though she had never been, she surmised the auction procedures would be similar. Just as Long Li and Hanzhou approached, they were intercepted by 2 guards clad in black. Gentlemen, please halt. You have yet to collect your auction placards, and where might we obtain them? Long Li inquired coolly. At the counter to your left. The guards responded monotonously. Long Li glanced at them, noting their formidable presence. Both were cultivators of the spirit-profound realm. The Jiulong auction house was indeed affluent. Long Li guided Hanzhou toward the counter, and Hanzhou, feeling somewhat apologetic, spoke. My lord, I apologize, my previous visit was merely cursory. I am unfamiliar with this place. No matter, take your time, you will become accustomed to it on your next visit. Approaching the counter, Long Li addressed the attendant. Greetings, I would like to acquire an auction placard. Behind the counter sat a gentleman in his 40s, dressed in blue. A fee of 50 spirit stones is required, which will be returned upon your departure. Long Li produced the spirit stones and handed them over. The blue-clad gentleman accepted them and retrieved a ledger. May I inquire your surname, young master? Li. Long Li replied succinctly. The gentleman noted her surname, inscribing it in the ledger. Young master Li, here is your placard, number 109. He presented it to her. Long Li took it, glancing at it before asking, might spirit beast inner cores be auctioned? Certainly, would you like to auction some? The attendant replied with a smile. Long Li produced 2 inner cores and handed them over. Yes, I wish to auction these 2 inner cores. The attendant accepted them, his expression brightening. Young master, I am Qi Yang, the house manager here. Should you have further items to auction in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Indeed, I shall reach out to manager Qi Yang as needed. A smile graced Long Li's lips. Their paths would surely cross frequently, especially as she would soon be concocting pills for sale. Manager Qi Yang handed Long Li a small token. With this, you may access the second floor selling area. Avoiding the auction area, Long Li accepted it gratefully. A refined-looking attendant approached. Young masters, please follow me. Long Li and Hanzhou were escorted to the second floor. The space was spacious, adorned with an array of pastries. With only a modest gathering of patrons, perhaps a dozen, the attendant arranged a table for Long Li and Hanzhou. Should you require anything, simply ring the bell. Long Li seated herself, while Hanzhou remained standing beside her. Hanzhou, do sit down. My lord, that is inappropriate. I am your subordinate. Hanzhou declined, insisting that subordinates ought not share a seat with their superiors. I insist, if I say sit, then sit here. We adhere to no such rigid formalities. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Long Li had never been one to observe strict decorum. she preferred freedom over constraints. Han Zhou gradually complied and took a seat. Long Li sampled a pastry. Offering a piece to the small creature, "Han Zhou, you should try this. It's quite delightful." As Long Li spoke of rules, a figure clad in black silk caught her eye, his face obscured by a silver mask. His deep-set eyes fixated upon Long Li's back, bearing an air of scrutiny, his sensuous lips curled slightly, exuding an alluring charm. How intriguing, such a notion that rules are lifeless, and yet people are vibrant. He mused. Long Li furrowed her brow, glancing back, yet saw nothing amiss. Could it have merely been my imagination? I sensed a gaze moments at Go.My lord, what troubles you? Long Li glanced back once more, perhaps she was overthinking it. It is nothing, such keen perception. I nearly revealed myself. The masked man smirked before ascending the stairs. The auction had already commenced below. Long Li listened, noting the items for bid were of little interest to her. Until finally, a cauldron was presented on stage. Chapter 17. A day without consulting the Alamanic. A captivating woman in red lightly parted her lips. This alchemical cauldron has yet to be assessed for its grade. It was acquired by a powerful individual in a hidden realm. Long Li examined the cauldron, its surface a deep obsidian, adorned with ancient patterns on either side. She employed her spiritual energy to probe its essence, yet discerned no clues as to its quality. This cauldron resembled a mystery box. Its grade could be exceedingly high, or it could be utterly worthless. The woman in red announced the starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. The small creature, engrossed in its pastry, suddenly perked up, its violet eyes sparkling. Squeak, it tugged at Long Li's sleeve, incessantly calling out toward the auction stage. Long Li cradled it in her arms. "You wish for me to bid on the cauldron?" The creature nodded slightly, affirming her inquiry. Long Li pondered the cauldron. After all, the creature had led her to the spirit-gathering fruits previously. Could this cauldron hold hidden treasures? She glanced at Han Zhou, who raised the placard. 11,000 spirit stones. The woman in red announced, "Number 109, 11,000 spirit stones. 15,000 spirit stones." A man below raised his placard. 16,000 spirit stones. The cold boat raised the bidding sign. 20,000 spirit stones. The man from earlier continued to raise the price, and murmurs filled the hall. Is this madness? A pill furnace without rank is still being fought over. Indeed, what purpose would a useless pill furnace serve if bought just as a decoration? I truly cannot fathom why there are still bidders for it. Long Li held the fluffy ball and cast a glance at Han Zhou, who persistently raised the sign. 21,000 spirit stones. The man below shot a furious glance at the second floor. How dare anyone contend with him for a worthless pill furnace? He looked at his own spirit stones and relinquished the bidding. The woman in red smiled. 21,000 spirit stones once, 21,000 spirit stones twice, 21,000 spirit stones thrice. Congratulations to guest number 109 for acquiring a pill furnace. The woman in red proceeded to the next item for auction, a first-tier spirit beast's inner core of the hellish mad lion. Starting bid at 20,000 spirit stones. Long Li observed her belongings begin to attract bids. She could finally earn some money. 25,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones. 35,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to guest number 15 for securing a spirit beast's inner core at 37,000 spirit stones. The woman in red continued with the auction, presenting a monster's inner core with a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones. The bidding commenced, and Long Li's heart swelled with joy. She had not anticipated that inner cores from the lower realms would be so valuable. If only she had known, she would have hunted a few more. The monster's inner core was ultimately claimed for 15,000 spirit stones. Han Zhou, aside from the precious spiritual herbs auctioned here, where else can one procure spiritual herbs? Master, there are some bounty guilds that can offer prices for harvesting, but their prices are somewhat steep. Han Zhou respectfully replied. Long Li blinked, realizing that refining pills requires a plethora of spiritual herbs. It seems I must venture out to gather some myself. Spending money is not cost-effective, and going out allows me to battle more, hastening my spiritual growth. All right, I understand. Long Li rang a bell, and a servant approached shortly. What can I assist you with, young master? I have urgent matters and must take my leave early. Please settle the account for the pill furnace I bid on and the inner course for sale. Thank you, the servant beamed. Please wait a moment, young master. Long Li nibbled on a pastry while cradling the fluffy ball. At that moment, a man and a woman descended from the third floor. The man wore a black brocade robe, his complexion fair and handsome, with bright eyes that held a glimmer of cunning, exuding an air of refinement. The woman was clad in a pink satin dress adorned with a plum blossom hairpin. Her eyes like water laced with arrogance, a fresh and unpretentious beauty, unmistakably a noble maiden. Hey, I have taken a liking to the pet in your hands, name your price. The woman's voice was not loud. It carried an assertive and domineering presence. Long Li furrowed her brow slightly, not turning to respond. No amount of money will persuade me to sell. Keep your distance and refrain from barking behind me. The auctioneer on the second floor instantly turned to Long Li, astonished. This young master has quite the audacity to offend the eldest daughter of the Bailey family. Does he wish to court death? Indeed, this could spell his doom. Will the esteemed Bailey daughter deal with him directly? Now this should be entertaining. This young master may be finished. This is Bailey Shui. Does this young master not recognize her? Hanzhou's expression turned wary. He recognized the pair. If the master were to offend Bai Li Shui today, they might find it difficult to leave this place unscathed. Bai Li Shui's face darkened, her eyes smoldering with rage. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Long Li turned slightly, recognizing the two, Bai Li Shui and Bai Li Han. Truly a case of enemies crossing paths. The Bai Li family is indeed a place teeming with talent, yet none seem to possess a decent character. The man is despicable, and the woman is haughty and contemptuous. Not to mention possessing a wicked heart. In the past, Bai Li Shui had bullied the original owner often and had even struck her. Bai Li Han was unfamiliar to her, but she presumed he was no better. Long Li raised an eyebrow. What relevance do you hold to me? Bai Li Han smiled in anger, scrutinizing Long Li. This youth exuded a powerful aura, yet lacked any fluctuation of spiritual energy. His face was obscured by a mask, rendering his features indecipherable. The companion beside him radiated spiritual energy, evidently a master of the spiritual void realm. I am the eldest daughter of the Bai Li family. You dare to speak to me in this manner? Do you not fear for your life beneath my sword? Bai Li Shui assumed an air of superiority, her gaze filled with disdain. In the Holy Dragon capital, none dared to challenge the Bai Li family? Long Li placed the fluffy ball upon her shoulder, her eyes narrowing slightly, an icy demeanor enveloping her. So the eldest daughter of the Bai Li family is merely a bully. Does your family believe you can act with impunity? Seizing others' pets in broad daylight and threatening death for refusal, this young master has truly gained insight. The Bai Li family is nothing but a band of thieves. Upon finishing her statement, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. Bai Li Shui is truly excessive. When someone refuses to sell, she still attempts to seize it. What utter shamelessness! Indeed, Bai Li Shui is clearly abusing her power. She revels in oppressing others. Bai Li Shui truly excels at this. However, this is the Bai Li family. Who would dare offend them, even if they wield their power indiscriminately? Who would speak against it? The onlookers buzzed with chatter. All of this was heard by Bai Li Shui, whose face turned an alarming shade, her fingers clicking ominously. You dare insult the Bai Li family? You insult the Holy Dragon Hall and its master. Today, you shall not leave here alive. The eldest daughter of the Bai Li family is nothing extraordinary. You are truly disappointing. What I have stated is the truth. How does that constitute an insult? And to drag the Holy Dragon Hall into this, what a repulsive woman you are! Long Li scoffed, examining her nails with an air of disinterest, embodying a detached demeanor. Chapter 18. The cowardly and the fearful Bai Li Shui now resembled a chameleon, her complexion shifting from red to pale, even tinged with a shade of dark blue. Anger made her lips tremble. After all, she was a pampered young lady, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Third brother, say something. Bai Li Han coldly scoffed inwardly, now that it suited him. She sought his assistance. During those times when she flaunted her power, she had never acknowledged him. Sister, it would be best to let this go. If they refuse to sell, we cannot resort to theft. If you truly desire a pet, I can gift you a few later. I assure you they will be more beautiful than this one. Long Li raised her gaze slightly, eyeing Bai Li Han. This third young master appeared harmless but was deeply scheming. He and Bai Li Shui were not full siblings. He was born of a concubine and held little status in the Bai Li family. Bai Li Shui glared at Bai Li Han. If she allowed this matter to pass, her reputation would be tarnished. She could not let it go. Seize this arrogant little brat. Bai Li Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Today, she intended to kill this brat, who would dare to intervene. And he, dressed in black, wielded a long sword. His eyes I see white. At that moment, a servant approached. Young master, here is your pill furnace and the remaining spirit stones. Long Li reached out to accept them, tossing them directly into her cave abode. You leave first and wait for me at home, master. I shall not leave. Hanzhou immediately objected. He could not abandon his master in this perilous situation. This is an order. Hanzhou clenched his fists, casting a glance at Long Li before turning to depart. Bai Li Shui noticed Hanzhou's intention to leave and exchanged glances with an E, who intended to obstruct him. Long Li swiftly positioned herself in front of an E, her movements swift. Bai Li Han narrowed his eyes. What remarkable skill! An's gaze flickered with surprise as he scrutinized Long Li deeply. This individual possessed profound cultivation yet emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations. Long Li watched as Hanzhou distanced himself, her eyes cold as ice. Bai Li Shui was incensed. Why are you not taking action? Long Li's lips curled into a smirk, her spiritual energy swirling around her as she effortlessly evaded an E. Appearing behind Bai Li Shui, she seized Bai Li Shui's hair, drawing forth a rusted sword and pressing it against Bai Li Shui's delicate neck. Wretched beauty, do you think a gentle prod from me would result in a bloodbath? Neither Bai Li Han nor an E had anticipated such a turn of events, and the atmosphere turned extraordinarily tense. Do not kill me. I am the eldest daughter of the Bai Li family. Bai Li Shui's face turned ashen with fear. Aside from your status, what other merits do you possess? Now you tremble with fear. How boisterous you were when you wielded your family's influence. Long Li's tone was frigid, each word laced with sarcasm. Bai Li Han stepped forward cautiously. Young master, please release my sister, even if you kill her today. I fear you will not escape from here. I advise you to think wisely. Long Li chuckled coldly. Whether I can leave or not remains uncertain, but your beautiful sister will certainly bleed out here. The surrounding crowd dispersed, and the manager of the Nine Dragons Pavilion, Shi Yang, approached. Young master, for the sake of the Nine Dragons Pavilion, would you consider sparing her? Manager Chi, it is not I who initiated this conflict. It was this eldest daughter of the Bailey family who made the first move. I am merely defending myself. Forced to retaliate, Long Li pressed the sword harder, crimson droplets cascading from Bai Li Shue's neck. Bai Li Shue, do you relish the scent of death? At this moment, Long Li's voice resonated beside her ear like that of a death deity. You devil, release me at once, or my father will not spare you. Third brother, save me, woe is me, Bai Li Shue cried out in fear, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. At this moment, she no longer resembled the esteemed young lady of the Bai Li family. She was utterly pitiful, devoid of any dignity, consumed by fear of death, and weeping piteously before so many onlookers. Shi Yang gazed at Long Li, his eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. Could this young man be mad? Should he take the life of Bai Li Shue, the Bai Li family would pursue him to the ends of the earth. Young sir, I urge you to reconsider. Miss Bai Li will not trouble you again. I assure you this matter can be guaranteed by the Nine Dragons Pavilion, Shi Yang kindly advised, not wishing to see Bai Li Shue perish here, for the Bai Li family was deeply rooted and would not easily let all present escape unscathed. The Nine Dragons Pavilion would also find itself in a predicament. Long Li had no intention of killing a member of the Bai Li family at this juncture. She still needed to grow stronger. Until she reached that point, she would not allow herself to fall into peril, as there were even greater vendettas to settle. In consideration of Qi Yang's position, I may spare her this once. But to Miss Bai Li must pay a price. Bai Li Shue, already terrified, stammered, What do you want? I will give you anything. At this moment, Bai Li Shue was covered in blood, her collar and neck stained, utterly stripped of her former arrogance. Long Li's lips curled into a faint smile. 10,000 spirit stones as compensation for the harm I have suffered. Furthermore, I require an oath from you. If any member of the Bai Li family seeks vengeance against me due to this incident, Miss Bai Li shall meet her demise beneath the nine heavens' thunder. Long Li was no fool. Simply letting her go would lead to future troubles, for this Bai Li Shue would undoubtedly become a persistent nuisance. Such a wretch, she would take her time to deal with. Bai Li Shue's face paled further. If she swore an oath, how would she avenge today's humiliation? At this moment, hesitation clouded her eyes, and Long Li had already discerned her malicious intent. I will count to 3. If you do not agree, next year on this day will be the anniversary of Miss Bai Li's death. 1.2. When Long Li reached 2, Bai Li Shue whispered, I agree. Bai Li Shue capitulated. She did not wish to die, for if she did, she would lose everything. After all, she had her youth to consider and did not want to perish just like that. Long Li scoffed, truly a cowardly creature. Let us proceed. My patience is limited. Bai Li Shue, her eyes filled with humiliation, sighed. I, Bai Li Shue, hereby swear that from this day forth, no member of the Bai Li family shall pursue this young sir for today's incident. Should I violate this oath, I, Bai Li Shue, shall surely perish beneath the thunderous calamity. The sky rumbled ominously, and a beam of light struck Bai Li Shue's forehead, sealing the oath. Bring forth the spirit stones. Long Li did not release her. Bai Li Han gathered all the spirit stones, including those on Bai Li Shue, and handed them to Long Li. Long Li tossed them directly into her cave abode, dragging Bai Li Shue by her hair as she exited. It hurts, Bai Li Shue cried out in agony. Long Li appeared oblivious to her cries, continuing until they reached the entrance of the Nine Dragons Pavilion. Slap, slap, she struck Bai Li Shue twice, one blow so forceful that a patch of her scalp was torn away. My hair, Bai Li Shue screamed in despair before the crowd. Some spectators clapped in approval. For this Bai Li Shue had offended many with her arrogance. Long Li glanced back at the crowd before flinging Bai Li Shue away, disappearing in a flash at the entrance. Bai Li Han reached out to catch his sister, his gaze fixed on the direction Long Li had departed. What a ruthless and clever young man. I hope to see him again in the future. Chapter 19. The Imperial Fire Spirit. The onlookers marveled at Long Li's audacity, yet dared not speak loudly. A third brother, it hurts so much, woe is me. Bai Li Shue clutched her head, wailing in pain. At that moment, Bai Li Han showed no trace of pity. His sister had tormented their mother on numerous occasions, and he wished nothing more than to rid himself of her. Quickly take the young lady back and find a healer. He lifted Bai Li Shue, vanishing into the crowd. The Bai Li family would not let this matter rest. Those present should refrain from speaking carelessly, lest the Bai Li family hold them accountable. After surveying the crowd, Bai Li Han turned and exited. At the window on the 4th floor stood a man resembling a fallen immortal, his features exquisitely chiseled, his narrow phoenix eyes exuding an alluring charm, radiating an inherent nobility. A slight smile played upon his lips. Investigate who that masked man was. The shadow vanished from the window. Knock, knock, master, I have a matter to report. Enter. The man's voice was cold, akin to ancient ice. Shi Yang stepped inside, his expression reverent. Master, you have witnessed the events that transpired. Does the Nine Dragons Pavilion need to intervene? The man turned his back to Qi Yang, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. This was merely a minor lesson. There is no need for us to meddle. The Bai Li family's elders will not act over such trivialities. Understood. Do you know the name of the masked young man? In response, Qi Yang replied, that young man's surname is Li. I do not know his full name. He appears to be around 16 or 17 years old. And though he shows no fluctuations in spiritual energy, his agility suggests he possesses some treasure that conceals his cultivation. Qi Yang spoke respectfully, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. Why was the master so concerned with this young gentleman? The next time that young man appears, pay closer attention, but do not make things difficult for him. Understood. Qi Yang slowly withdrew. The man raised his eyes to the sky. It had been a long time since he encountered such an intriguing individual. Perhaps the days ahead would not be so dull. After leaving the Nine Dragons Pavilion auction house, Long Li immediately flashed into her cave abode. Xian Ming greeted her with a smile in his eyes. What kind of alchemy furnace have you purchased? I tested it earlier, and it seems to be a useless furnace, though it can still serve a purpose. Long Li, cradling her fluffy companion, approached, her brow slightly furrowed. It should not be a useless furnace. It was chosen by my fluffy companion. Xian Ming glanced at the pet in Long Li's arms. Are you saying this little creature advised you to buy it? Yes, Fluffy is quite clever. It was Fluffy who led me to find the spirit-gathering fruit in the cave last time, so I believe this furnace is not a dud either. Xian Ming scrutinized the fluffy creature. Finding nothing particularly special about it, it was simply cute, an ordinary beast. Long Li, why not try dripping some blood on it? Long Li circled the alchemy furnace, bit her finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the furnace. The furnace slowly absorbed the blood, transforming from its original inky blackness into a vibrant red, the patterns becoming exceptionally clear. Long Li and Xian Ming exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. Long Li, you've struck gold this time. This is a divine-grade alchemy furnace. Alchemy furnaces are classified into 5 tiers: mortal, earth, mystic, royal, and divine. Long Li kissed her fluffy companion in gratitude. Thank you, Fluffy. Fluffy puffed up proudly, and Long Li's eyes sparkled with affection. I only spent a little over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. This time I've made a tremendous profit. Xian Ming wore an expression of admiration. Long Li, you are the luckiest person I have ever met. This time, it was all thanks to Fluffy. However, alchemy requires fire spirits, and fire spirits typically need to be subdued and refined. I possess a fire spirit within my cave. I obtained it from a secret realm long ago and sealed it within the cold pool of the cave. This fire spirit is quite powerful. It is an imperial-grade fire spirit. Fire spirits are divided into 5 grades: mortal, earth, mystic, royal, and imperial. Long Li furrowed her brow. Imperial, my current strength is too low. Absorbing an imperial-grade fire spirit would likely lead to my demise. Long Li, you should seek an mystic-grade fire spirit instead. However, fire spirits possess their own consciousness and are adept at hiding. Finding them is challenging, let alone subduing and refining them. Long Li fell deep in thought. Pondering how long it would take to locate a fire spirit, she could not afford to wait any longer. Xian Ming, I wish to attempt to subdue and refine the imperial-grade fire spirit. If I were to perish in the process, perhaps it is simply my fate. Nonetheless, I believe in my abilities, Long Li declared with unwavering determination, refusing to accept the notion that she would die in the attempt to subdue the fire spirit. Great calamities often herald great blessings. Seeing her confidence, Xian Ming's smile deepened. Very well, I believe you can succeed. Long Li placed Fluffy on a chair, sitting cross-legged before the alchemy furnace. She channeled her spiritual energy. Infusing it into the furnace spun gracefully in midair, and a shadowy figure darted into Long Li's body. A small alchemy furnace pattern appeared on the inner side of her finger. Signifying their true fusion, Long Li gradually rose, her eyes gleaming with joy. Xian Ming, lead me to subdue the fire spirit. Xian Ming guided Long Li through the verdant woods, where flora thrived abundantly, despite having visited multiple times. She had never truly observed the expanse of this place. Long Li finally grasped the immense scale of what was termed a cave abode. She gazed ahead, unable to discern any end in sight. Xian Ming, your cave abode is astonishingly vast. The cave is not truly large. All of this exists within the space of the jade pendant. After the cave merged with the pendant, it appears as if they are one. In reality, it is not the cave that is expansive, but the infinite space within the pendant. Do you know the origin of this pendant? Long Li inquired, voicing a long-held curiosity, since the topic had arisen. It seemed appropriate to ask. Xian Ming contemplated for a moment with his strikingly beautiful features. Perhaps it was time to discuss the matter of the jade pendant, which, in truth, was not much of a secret. I do not possess extensive knowledge on the subject, but this jade pendant, known as Qilin Jade, was forged by a powerful being from the primordial era. Legends from millennia ago suggested that whoever possessed the Qilin Jade would inherit the legacy of that formidable entity. And it was even rumored that the bearer of the Qilin Jade could dominate the entire divine realm, becoming the singular chaos supreme of the divine world. Xian Ming gazed intently at Long Li, a seriousness in his demeanor that was previously unseen. Long Li's face was a canvas of astonishment. She had heard of the Qilin Jade in the divine realm, but had it not vanished eons ago? The fact that she had gained the recognition of the Qilin Jade and even formed a contract with it was akin to an extraordinary stroke of fortune, as if she had plummeted from the heavens. How fortunate she was to have been reborn with such luck. Xian Ming, what is your story? Xian Ming furrowed his brow slightly, as though he were evading something. With a faint sigh, his fingers involuntarily tightened. I had made a promise to an old acquaintance. Awaiting her return from the primordial ancient region, I have waited for an eternity, so long that I lost track of time, yet she has not returned. I end my desperation to evade aging and death. I inadvertently acquired the Qilin Jade, only to find myself drawn into the cave, unable to escape and compelled to live here henceforth. At this moment, Xuanming's expression was rife with regret and sorrow. Lonely felt a twinge of remorse for having posed such a question. I am truly sorry for stirring up your painful memories. Xuanming composed himself, stating that these were merely old tales, nothing to apologize for. He continued, however, expressing a wish that if one day she ascended to the divine realm, she might escort him to the primordial ancient region, where he wished to conclude his life. Xuanming, was the woman you cherished the one who ventured into the primordial ancient region? I could assist you in searching for her or gathering information. Lonely perceived that the person Xuanming referred to was undoubtedly a woman, yet, entering such a perilous place as the primordial ancient region required at least the strength of a divine emperor. Many powerful beings roamed there, but few emerged unscathed. The dangers were immense, yet many still ventured forth in pursuit of those elusive opportunities. Indeed, she is my beloved of this lifetime. However, we tread divergent paths. She chose the path of strength, while I yearned only for a tranquil existence to share with her. She promised that upon her return, we would live in seclusion together. Alas, fate has conspired against us. Lonely, do not venture into the primordial ancient region. Once one enters, there is no return. Do not engage in perilous endeavors. Xuanming's tone was gentle, yet Lonely could sense the depths of his sorrow and longing. Yes, once I have grown strong enough, I shall assist you in uncovering the whereabouts of that woman. Xuanming, do not relinquish your life so easily. Gratitude flickered in Xuanming's eyes. Those chosen by the Qilin Jade were exceptional in every regard. Very well, life is precious, and I shall cherish it. Xuanming led Lonely to the vicinity of a frigid pond. Surrounding the pond were towering rocks, devoid of any vegetation, presenting a desolate landscape, with only the striking blue waters of the pond standing out vividly. The bone-chilling cold emanating from the pond pierced through Lonely's heart like a dagger. She summoned her spiritual energy as she approached, but the dreadfully cold aura made her heart race. This pond is terrifying. I feel that anyone who falls in would be instantly frozen to death. Xuanming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing gracefully. Indeed, one should not approach the pond directly. I have observed that there must be some divine cold artifact within. However, I have never ventured into it myself. When you reach the realm of the Divine King, you may try to explore it. I believe there are treasures within. Xuanming, is the fire spirit hidden in this pond? Lonely stood at the pond's edge, shivering from the cold. She had searched for a long time but could detect no trace of the fire spirit. Only an endless chill. Xuanming raised his hand slightly, and an invisible force caused the water of the pond to splash and form a whirlpool. Shortly thereafter, a delicate, seemingly ancient box appeared before Lonely. At that moment, she felt a surge of warmth. I can sense the presence of the fire spirit. This box cannot contain it for long. Only within the pond will the fire spirit behave obediently. Otherwise, it could wreak havoc here. Lonely glanced at the pond and then at the fire spirit, formulating a plan. I shall approach the pond and tame the fire spirit here. The pond will enhance the likelihood of successful refinement. A smile graced Xuanming's lips. Indeed, she was a clever girl. Yes, refining here will be immensely beneficial for you. I shall guard you from the periphery. Lonely, do not overextend yourself, if you find it too challenging to refine. Surrender and do not risk your life. After Xuanming finished speaking, he cast a deep look at Lonely before retreating to a safe distance. He raised his hand, erecting a protective barrier. The fire spirit's destructive power was formidable. Leaving no life in its wake, Lonely gazed at the box, refraining from taking it with her hands. Instead, she focused her spiritual energy and levitated the box towards the edge of the pond. Thanks to the fire spirit's presence, she no longer felt the piercing cold. At the pond's edge lay a flat rock, where she opened the box, and a burst of flame surged forth. Lonely leaped into the air. Channeling her spiritual energy to confine the fire spirit within her grasp of the fire spirit, seemingly agitated, darted around in her palm. Her hand was being scorched, causing her heart to tremble with pain. At this moment, it was either to subdue or to perish. With resolve, Lonely opened her mouth and swallowed the flame. Lonely quickly settled into a meditative position as the searing flames clashed violently within her. This power was overwhelming, and she hastily employed her spiritual energy to combat the fire spirit, urging it to calm down. Sensing the threat, the fire spirit wreaked havoc inside her, leaving her internal organs singed. The pond lay still, devoid of even a ripple, while the chilling essence surged into her body. Fire and ice clashed within Lonely, creating two opposing forces. At one moment, she felt as though she were engulfed in a volcano, and the next she was ensconced in ice and snow. The alternating sensations of extreme heat and cold allowed her to vividly experience the duality of fire and ice. She was in excruciating pain, her face alternating between freezing and melting, as if every inch of her skin were ablaze, only to be numbed by the relentless cold. The torment drove her to the brink of despair. Yet she recognized that this was the battle between the fire spirit and the icy essence flooding in from the pond. Seizing the opportune moment, she gradually refined the fire spirit with her spiritual energy. She refused to believe that she could not subdue a mere flame, surrounding the fire spirit with all her spiritual energy. Time passed slowly. Lonely became an ice sculpture, only to gradually thaw, her body drenched. This cycle continued endlessly. The pain pierced her very soul, akin to her bones shattering from the cold. At times, she could smell the scent of her flesh burning, stimulating every nerve within her, a torment steeped in despair. Thoughts of her enemies flooded her mind. She could not succumb to death, she must reclaim all that was rightfully hers. In that moment an unknown strength surged within her, shattering the fire spirit. Submit to me. Lonely cried out, as the fire spirit scattered into sparks, flowing into her meridians. The coldness enveloping her began to dissipate, replaced by warmth coursing through her veins. The surrounding spiritual energy swirled around her, gradually entering her body. Lonely continued to absorb it, but the spiritual energy here was too thin. She frowned slightly, suppressing her desire to break through the barriers of her cultivation. This place was not conducive to a breakthrough. Forcing herself to contain it brought her immense suffering, but the fire spirit had been entirely refined, and now, even standing near the pond, she felt no chill. Chapter 21, Refining Medicinal Pills. Xian Ming observed Lonely's successful refinement of the fire spirit. His eyes filled with admiration. Lonely, congratulations on successfully refining the fire spirit. At that moment, Lonely glanced at her disheveled attire, feeling a bit embarrassed. Today, I shall need to borrow a set of clothes from you again. Suaming. No problem, I have plenty of clothes, let me take you to freshen up first. Xian Ming noticed Lonely's discomfort, as her attire was indeed somewhat inadequate. Xian Ming, earlier I was on the verge of a breakthrough while refining the fire spirit. But the spiritual energy here is too sparse, forcing me to suppress my progress. Lonely spoke calmly to alleviate her current embarrassment. I previously mentioned that the spatial spiritual veins have run dry and need to be relocated. If we excavate a few spiritual veins and embed them within this space, the spiritual energy here will become exceedingly rich, allowing for cultivation. As for the matter of spiritual veins, I shall seek them out once I exit. However, spiritual veins are typically guarded by prominent families or academies, making excavation rather troublesome. Xian Ming was well aware of this. Spiritual veins were usually held by powerful clans, and locating them posed significant challenges. The guardians of family spiritual veins were formidable, making extraction a daunting task. After refreshing herself in the bathing tub, Lonely felt revitalized. She emerged, donned in fresh attire, and stepped outside, where Xian Ming was playfully engaging with a fluffy creature. I am done washing up. Very well, I would like to attempt refining a batch of pills first. Xian Ming retreated with the fluffy creature in his arms. With a thought, a pill refining cauldron appeared before Lonely. A smile graced her lips. This is our first collaboration in pill refining. I hope for a successful outcome. She retrieved the spiritual herbs she had previously collected, summoning the fire spirit into her palm, and sequentially placed the herbs into the cauldron, gradually refining them with the fire spirit. The synergy between the cauldron and the fire spirit was exceptional, and Lonely felt quite pleased as she diligently eliminated impurities from the herbs before adding additional ingredients. As time passed, this round of pill refining demanded considerable energy from her. At this moment, delicate beads of sweat began to roll down her forehead, while the enticing fragrance of elixirs wafted from the alchemical furnace. Savoring the rich aroma, a look of delight spread across Lonely's face. After a brief pause, 10 perfectly round elixirs emerged from the furnace. With a slight lift of her slender hand, the elixirs were drawn into her grasp. Her eyes shimmering with astonishment, the elixirs were categorized, from grade 1 to 9, with the 9th grade surpassing into imperial, divine, and even supreme quality. The 2nd grade elixir, the spirit-gathering pill, had been successfully concocted. She carefully placed the elixirs into a small porcelain vial, continuing her endeavor to produce a 3rd grade elixir. Following her previous methodology, Lonely commenced the refining process once more. The room was now filled with a fragrant cloud of elixir, and her spiritual energy was running low. However, the 3rd grade cleansing marrow pill was successfully created. Satisfied, Lonely stored the elixirs away and seated herself in a meditative posture to recuperate her energy. After a quarter of an hour, she opened her eyes, retrieved the furnace, and stepped outside with the elixirs in hand. Xian Ming, I have succeeded. Here are 10 2nd grade spirit gathering pills and 10 3rd grade cleansing marrow pills. Upon hearing this, Xian Ming set aside the fluffy creature and hurried over to examine the elixirs closely. Lonely, to achieve such success on your first attempt at alchemy, how did you manage it? I once perused some ancient texts that detailed the alchemical processes and techniques, and I followed the instructions therein. I never anticipated such a high success rate, Lonely replied, feeling a twinge of guilt for her deception as she averted her gaze from Xuanming's eyes. During her time in the upper realm, she had indeed researched alchemy, though she hadn't delved deeply into the craft, rendering her not quite a novice. In the future, you shall navigate this continent with great ease. Alchemists are held in high esteem, and with your impressive success rate, you are truly exceptional. Xuanming's words were not mere flattery. Alchemists were a rare breed, sought after by many cultivators. Indeed, alchemists are valued everywhere. Shen Ming, I must take my leave. If I delay further, my subordinates may grow anxious. Let the fluffy creature remain here to keep you company. Alright, tend to your affairs, but do exercise caution, rest assured. I am quite the life-preserving individual. Having lived once, who wouldn't cherish their life? I still have enemies to eliminate, Longley stated before gently patting the fluffy creature on the head and vanishing from the space eye in the Peach Blossom Cottage. Hanzhou wore a look of deep concern. Why hasn't the master returned yet? Could she have been captured? Boss, do not fret, since the master instructed you to return first, she will undoubtedly manage to escape unscathed. Huanfeng reassured him, although he too felt a surge of worry, recalling the ruthless by Li Shui and her formidable shadow guards. Exiting the space, Longley wove through the crowd, arriving at the Dragon Manor's less fortified area. Slipping into the courtyard like a wraith, Hanzhou's eyes lit up with surprise upon her sudden appearance. Master, are you unharmed? Longley adjusted her attire and replied, all is well. Has anyone come looking for me today? The young master visited once. I informed him you were resting, and he did not linger. The patriarch also sent someone, who was likewise told you were indisposed, and there was no further comment from the patriarch. Huanfeng answered candidly. I will change into women's attire first. Please wait a moment, for I have tasks to assign you. After saying this, Longley entered a room to change, standing before a bronze mirror. She arranged her dress and styled her hair into an elegant updo, securing it with a jade hairpin. Once satisfied with her appearance, she stepped outside. Hanzhou, are there any nearby villas or similar establishments? Preferably close to the woods. Hanzhou, taken aback by Longley's graceful appearance, responded, there is a Biluoshan villa known to me. It is surrounded by mountains and forests, not overly large. Previously it was engaged in the tea trade but suffered significant losses and has since fallen into disrepair. I have heard that the owner is looking to sell. Delighted by this information, Longley instructed Hanzhou ascertain the price of this villa. If it is reasonable, purchase it and hire workers to refurbish it. Remember to conceal your identity. It is imperative that no one discovers who you are. Longley handed over all her low-grade spirit stones, amounting to around 100,000. Hanzhou accepted the weighty stones. Astonished by the sheer quantity, I shall attend to it at once. Lang Yi, disguise yourself and seek out some beggars, no older than 15, those of lesser talent will suffice, once the villa is secured. Bring them there and ensure they are well looked after, Longley instructed, her tone icy. This will be done immediately. After Lang Yi and Hanzhou departed, Longley settled into a chair, sipping her tea. Yuaning, keep a close watch on Long Yu's every move. Understood. Just then, Long Yu entered the Peach Blossom Cottage. Longley exchanged a glance with Huanfeng, who vanished from sight. Sister, your brother Che has come to the Dragon Manor. He is waiting for you in the hall, Long Yu remarked disdainfully. Longley remained seated, a cold smile gracing her lips. What a despicable character he is, even his words are nauseating. Today, he seems different. Perhaps even more handsome. When did his attire undergo such a dramatic transformation? Noticing Longley's silence, Long Yu grew impatient and advanced to grasp her garments. Chapter 22. What faults can a fool have? Longley scoffed disdainfully. Splashing her tea across Long Yu's face. My apologies, I slipped you. Long Yu stamped her foot in frustration. You foolish girl, your brother Che is here, and you still dawdle. If you don't hurry, he will surely be angered. Longley blinked her innocent eyes. Sister Yu, what is that in your hair? Long Yu furrowed her brow, reaching up to touch her hair. Finding nothing amiss, foolishness begets foolishness, Longley thought, rising from her seat and seizing Long Yu's hair. Ouch, you're hurting me, let go you fool, Long Yu shrieked in pain. Longley, tugging at her hair, propelled her toward the stone table. Bang, the table shook, leaving Long Yu dazed, her vision blurring. She felt a chill as she attempted to use her spiritual energy to push Longley away. But before she could, Longley delivered a few more knocks to her head. Sister Yu, there seems to be someone standing in your hair. How terrifying. Long Yu's vision filled with stars as blood began to flow from her scalp. Realizing the potential for serious injury, Longley released Long Yu and hastily exited. At that moment, Long Yu lay on the ground like a defeated dog, bloodied and dazed, taking a long time to rise. You fool, I will kill you. Huanfeng observed Longley's actions with admiration, marveling at her cunning. Help, Sister Yu is trying to kill me, woe is me. Longley ran joyfully, her tongue not idle as she made her way to the hall. Intent on confronting the scoundrel by Li Che, today, this heartless villain, who harmed his own fiancée, would face her wrath. If she could not kill him, she would ensure that he and his paramour would suffer. Inside the hall, Bai Li Che sat in a black robe, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Long Yu went to find that fool. Logically, shouldn't she have rushed in here, groveling at my feet? Long Batian occupied the main seat. Young Master Bai Li, may I inquire as to your purpose in visiting today? I have heard that Long Li has returned, so I came to pay my respects. Bai Li Che's eyes flickered with disdain at the thought of facing that fool. Ah, young Master Bai Li is most considerate. Since Long Li has survived great peril, it would be prudent for our families to finalize your marriage. Long Batian regarded Bai Li Che, articulating his thoughts. After all, as the young master, should Long Li marry him, she would become the mistress of the Bai family, a favorable outcome for both her and the family. Upon hearing the discussion of marriage, Bai Li Che's face reflected outright resistance. He sipped his tea to calm his nerves. The patriarch's words are premature. Long Li has only just returned. It would be wise to delay this matter for now. My mother also believes that marriage should not be rushed. Bai Li Che appeared adamantly opposed to the union, yet did he think Long Li, the legitimate daughter of the dragon family, unworthy of the young master? Long Batian's gaze turned frosty, his tone less gentle than before. Sensing his thoughts were laid bare, Bai Li Che lowered his eyes. Why the urgency, patriarch dragon, since I have promised to marry Long Li? I shall not go back on my word. However, with her recent disappearance, the public has been rife with speculation, even insinuating that she is no longer pure. I thought it best to quell the rumors for the benefit of both families. Long Batian narrowed his eyes, seething with anger. The family will dispatch someone to investigate this matter. Those spreading rumors undoubtedly wish to disrupt our family's union. Rest assured, whoever is caught shall face severe consequences. Just then, Long Li dashed in, flustered. Upon seeing her, Bai Li Che rose. Spotting the despicable man, Long Li rushed forward, feigning terror, and lunged at him. The bewildered Bai Li Che was knocked to the ground, and she unleashed a barrage of punches. Don't kill me, get off me. Bai Li Che attempted to push her away, but with Long Batian present, he was forced to relent. Long Li, I am your brother Che, let go and cease this. Long Li was indifferent to the situation, her mouth muttering incessantly, don't kill me. At that moment, she felt an exhilarating joy within. The scoundrel deserved such treatment. Long Li grew increasingly fierce with each strike, each blow causing Bai Li Che to grimace in pain. Before long, Bai Li Che was left looking like a pig's head. Witnessing this, Long Batian intervened and pulled Long Li away. Lier, what on earth is happening? This is the young master Bai Li. Long Li blinked her innocent large eyes. Father, brother Che, I didn't mean to. It was sister Yu who wanted to kill me. I was terrified, utterly frightened. Woo. She lowered her gaze, feigning tears, using the hem of Long Batian's garment to wipe the blood from her hands. Bai Li Che staggered to his feet, blood smeared across his face and mouth, his hair disheveled, his eyes burning with fury. Were it not for the presence of the Long family patriarch, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this fool. The young master Bai Li, all right? Lier was startled. Please be understanding, Long Batian expressed apologetically. Bai Li Che's facial muscles twitched, his body trembling slightly. Long family patriarch, I am unscathed. However, it seems that my sister Li has become even more foolish. Her head appears worse than before. Long Batian understood the implication behind Bai Li Che's words. He meant that Long Li had grown even more dim-witted, less obedient than she had been. He regarded Long Li, wondering if she had truly become foolish once more. Hadn't she appeared fine upon returning that day? Lier has just been through a shock. She will recover in time. I sincerely apologize for the injury inflicted upon young master by today. At that moment, Long Li's heart was filled with cold mirth. Weren't they the ones who bullied the original owner for being foolish? This time, she would show them how a fool could turn the tables. With a swift movement, she approached and slapped Bai Li Che across the face, the impact ringing in his ears. A father, it truly was brother Che. I thought I was hallucinating. Bai Li Che's eyes blazed with rage as he clutched his swollen cheek. Long Li, wake up and see who I am. I'm sorry, brother Che. I was just frightened by sister Yu. She actually wanted to kill me. Woo. Long Li covered her face with her sleeve and began to sob. Long Batian rubbed his forehead. Enough of the tears. How could you want to harm you? Long Li's eyes shifted slightly. A father, there was someone standing on sister Yu's head. I was so scared that I thought to drive her away. But unexpectedly, sister Yu dashed headlong into the stone table, her face covered in blood, claiming she would kill me. Terrified, I ran to find you. A father, I am not foolish. Sister Yu called me a fool. After speaking, Long Li lowered her gaze to her shoes, resembling a pitiful child. Long Batian furrowed his brow. Usually, you treated Lier the best. What on earth was going on? Bai Li Che retrieved a pill from his storage bag and swallowed it, feeling some relief from the pain on his face. Chapter 23, Disguise Pill. At this moment, Long Li's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Just wait, I shall make you pay dearly. Long family patriarch, do not trust what my sister Li says. She must have seen wrongly. Bai Li Che had no desire for any misfortune to befall Long Yu. He needed her to eliminate this fool. Today, this fool must be dealt with swiftly lest the Long patriarch force a marriage upon him. If he were to marry this fool, it would stain his entire life, becoming a source of ridicule for all. Just as Bai Li Che's words fell, Long Yu's voice echoed, Long Li, you fool, come out. I shall kill you today. Her threats were perfectly timed. Long Batian's eyes flashed with anger. It seemed that Long Yu was indeed lacking proper upbringing, daring to threaten her own elder sister. Bai Li Che's lips twitched in disbelief. What was wrong with Long Yu? Had she gone mad? To utter such insane words in broad daylight, even if she wished to kill this fool, there was no need to declare it aloud. Suddenly, Long Li grasped Long Batian's sleeve. A father, I am so scared. Sister Yu is terrifying. She wants to kill me. Woo. Long Li, standing behind Long Batian, wore a subtle smile. This Long Yu had indeed not disappointed her. Timing could not have been more perfect. Now she wished to see how her father would handle this situation. Have you lost your mind? Be quiet at once, Long Batian admonished angrily just as Long Yu reached the doorway. She trembled at the sound of Long Batian's voice, regaining some composure, though the pain in her head reignited her fury. It was the first time she had ever been struck like this. Long Batian finally noticed the state of Long Yu. Her hair was disheveled, her face smeared with blood. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Oh father, it was that fool who did this to me. Look at my head, it's covered in lumps. Long Yu glared at Long Li, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Long Batian observed closely. Could it be that this usually docile daughter was merely pretending? And her murderous intent was genuine. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is the fool? She is your legitimate elder sister. How dare you speak so? Have you forgotten the distinction between rank and status? With a thud, Long Yu knelt on the ground. Father, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by anger and spoke without thinking. By Li Che, witnessing this, interjected softly. Long family patriarch, Long Li just struck me as well. Look at what happened to Sister Yu. She has been turned into this. Long Li shot by Li Che a disdainful glance. This despicable man was everywhere. She should have knocked out a few of his teeth earlier and seen if he would still dare to bark. Brother Che, you and Sister Yu were once so close. You even told me not to inform father about you two. I saw you kiss, so don't bully me. Sister Yu injured herself. If you don't believe me, ask the people in the manor. That big brother named Huan Feng was right there and saw everything. Long Batian's expression darkened ominously upon hearing Long Li's words. Are you implying that you two have been together all along? Long family patriarch, one cannot take the words of a confused mind seriously. By Li Che's gaze turned icy. Encountering this fool would lead to nothing good. Father, sister, you truly did nothing wrong. Young Master Bai Li is my sister's future husband, and Sister Yu could never act inappropriately. And why Sister is speaking out of turn? Long Yu's fingers tightened slowly. She had to eliminate this fool. Now that her father harbored doubts about her, it would be difficult to act too overtly. Long Li clutched Long Batian's garment. Father, Sister Yu previously told me to keep my distance from Brother Che. And I complied. Why do they still dislike me? Long Batian's heart filled with suspicion. Although Lier was a fool, her words might contain a kernel of truth, yet they could also be nonsense. Enough, do not mention this again. You, remember your position. Lier is your legitimate sister, and you are a concubine-born child. There is a distinction in rank. Do not covet what is not yours. These words struck Long Yu like a dagger to her heart. Filling her eyes with grievances, tears rolled down her cheeks. Why, is it only because I am of lesser birth that all good things belong to this fool? Why should it be so? Her eyes brimmed with resentment. Understood, father. Long Li released her grip on Long Batian's garment, her gaze lowered. This father was indeed disappointing, letting Long Yu off so easily. The original owner's fate was truly tragic. Losing her mother at a young age, her father's seeming affection was nothing but hollow pretense. Seeing the situation escalate, Bai Li Che had no desire to linger. Long family patriarch, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. I will visit again another day. Very well, see young Master Bai Li out. Bai Li Che cast a glance at Long Li, his peripheral vision sweeping over the kneeling Long Yu before he turned to exit. Long Li, sensing there was nothing more to see, followed suit. Long Batian sighed at her lack of decorum. It seemed young Master Bai Li would not be marrying Lier. He glanced at the kneeling Long Yu. You rise. Do not disrespect Lier. She is, after all, the legitimate daughter. Go back and have the physician in the manor tend to your wounds. Long Yu stood, her tear-streaked face appearing pitiful, feigning innocence to elicit sympathy. Deep within, however, she harbored a desire to eliminate Long Li at once. Understood, a father. I take my leave. Long Batian observed Long Yu's retreating figure. Lost in thought, the Bai family must form a union. You possessed exceptional talent. Already reaching the spirit void realm at a young age in time, she would surely bring glory to the family, while Lier remained foolish and unpredictable, destined to live a life of mediocrity. After Long Li departed for the Peach Blossom Cottage, Huan Feng appeared before her. Master, are you alright? I'm fine. Huan Feng, wait for me a moment. We shall go out shortly. Long Li returned to her room, swiftly entering her space and summoning the alchemy cauldron. Beginning the process of refining a disguise pill, methodically, she added the necessary spiritual herbs into the cauldron, her hand igniting with fire essence. Xian Ming, aware of her presence, chose not to disturb her, instead taking the fluffball to another location. Long Li meticulously concentrated on the pill, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, a smile gracing her lips as the third-grade disguise pill was successfully created. She then commenced the refinement of a spirit enhancement pill. Sweat beaded on her forehead, the continuous alchemy was draining her spiritual energy. The fire essence tirelessly refined the spiritual herbs, and after a quarter of an hour, the third-grade spirit enhancement pill was finally completed. Long Li rose, wiping the sweat from her brow, storing the pills away before exiting the space. She changed into a set of menace attire and pushed the door open, where Huan Feng awaited her. Master, yes, take this disguise pill and consume it. Huan Feng was taken aback as he gazed at the pill being offered. It still radiated warmth. Had the master just refined it, yet he had felt no fluctuations in spiritual energy moments ago. Let us head to the Nine-Dragon Pavilion auction house. Long Li, upon finishing her words, consumed the disguise pill and soared out of the courtyard. Huan Feng was momentarily taken aback before swallowing the pill in his hand and following suit. The reason Long Li brought Huan Feng along was her intention to entrust him with the task of selling pills in the future, thereby sparing herself the necessity of visiting the Nine Dragons Pavilion in person. She aimed to concentrate entirely on her cultivation from now on. Chapter 24, Auction at the Nine Dragons Pavilion. Long Li entered directly with Huan Feng. This time, she sought out manager Qi Yang. May I inquire what brings you here, young sir? Manager Qi Yang asked, looking at the unfamiliar youth before him with a hint of curiosity. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. Could we find a quieter place? Longley replied, despite his reservations. As a professional, Qi Yang acquiesced. Please follow me. They ascended to a private room on the third floor. The interior was exquisitely decorated, adorned with a landscape painting on the wall. Near the window, a carved sandalwood couch was placed, and a table was neatly arranged with fruits and pastries exuding a delicate fragrance. Longley gazed in admiration. Wealth indeed brought luxuries, and even a modest room could be so opulent. Please feel free to discuss the business matter. There will be no interruptions here, Qi Yang stated calmly. Longley settled into a chair and produced 3 small porcelain vials. Here lies a third-grade body cleansing pill, a third-grade spirit-enhancing pill, and a second-grade spirit-gathering pill. Upon hearing this, Manager Qi Yang was taken aback, stepping forward to open the vials. A rich aroma wafted out, confirming the presence of third-grade pills. He opened the other 2 vials as well. As the manager of the establishment, he had seen many fine items, frequently encountering first-grade pills, but third-grade pills were exceedingly rare. To see such a quantity at once was indeed astonishing. Are you a pill master, young sir? He inquired. That is of no concern to you. I wish to entrust these pills to your esteemed pavilion for auction. If all goes well, we could establish a long-term collaboration. However, the 9 Dragons Pavilion must guarantee the confidentiality of any information regarding these pills. Should I discover any leaks, I will terminate our partnership, Longley asserted with a cool demeanor, her intentions clear. She was determined to cultivate her own power. Finances were essential, and selling pills could easily sustain a mountain villa, allowing her to pursue other ventures in the future. Manager Qi Yang quickly assured her. Rest assured, we will not disclose any seller's information. Excellent. These 3 pills will be sold today, and from now on this gentleman beside me, Master Feng, will be responsible for all matters concerning the pills. Longley introduced Huan Feng, designating him as the person in charge. At that moment, Huan Feng stood in stunned silence, realizing that a pill master was a figure sought after by all strong practitioners. It was beyond his expectations to discover that his master was indeed a pill master. Longley, noticing his dazed expression, nudged him with her foot. Master Feng, did you hear what I said? Yes, I understand, he replied, regaining his composure. Qi Yang approached with a respectful demeanor. Master Feng, please feel free to reach out to me directly in the future. Qi Yang collected the 3 small vials. The starting bid for the third-grade body cleansing pill is set at 200,000 spirit stones, while the third-grade spirit-enhancing pill begins at 150,000 spirit stones. And the starting bid for the spirit-gathering pill is 100,000 spirit stones. Does that sound agreeable? Indeed, that is acceptable, Longley responded. I have arranged for a private room for you on the 4th floor. Here is a token. With this, you will receive a 20% discount on all purchases at the 9 Dragons Pavilion. Longley accepted the token gratefully. Manager Qi Yang then instructed a servant to escort the 2 to the 4th floor while he prepared for the auction. Upon reaching the door of the private room, Longley admired the plaque that read Elegant Pavilion, which evoked a sense of comfort. The servant opened the door. Esteemed guests, please enter. As Longley and Huan Feng stepped inside, they were met with the anticipated gentle scent of sandalwood. The room was spacious and bright, furnished with high-quality purple sandalwood. A beautifully carved chaise lounge adorned the space, exuding an antique charm that was soothing rather than extravagant. Should you require anything, you may ring the bell, and I shall attend to your needs immediately. If you have no further instructions, I will take my leave, the servant announced. Very well, Longley replied as she sat in a chair. Gazing out the window, this vantage point afforded a view of all that transpired within the auction hall, providing an exceptional line of sight. Huan Feng, take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you. Huan Feng complied, settling into another chair. Please, my master, go ahead. In the presence of others, you shall be known as Master Feng, responsible for liaising with Manager Qi Yang regarding the pills, regardless of the circumstances. You must not reveal your identity, Longley instructed earnestly. Rest assured, my master, Huan Feng, will execute these responsibilities diligently, he vowed. I have faith in your capabilities, Longley encouraged, hopeful that Huan Feng would not let her down. Huan Feng silently swore to fulfill his duties and not disappoint his master. The hall below was filled with guests. Manager Qi Yang stood on the elevated platform, clearly valuing this auction highly. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. Today, we have third-grade pills for auction, and we will begin with the second-grade spirit-gathering pill. Upon this announcement, the crowd erupted in excitement. Did I hear correctly? With third-grade pills? Is this real? It has been ages since the 9 Dragons Pavilion auction pills. How can they start with third-grade ones? I must secure those third-grade pills today. The murmurs of excitement surged in waves. Longley felt satisfaction welling within her. Treasures were valued for their rarity, and the more scarce they were, the more precious. Thus, she planned to auction only 2 pills each month, ensuring their prices would continue to rise. As Huan Feng listened to the crowd's discussions, he realized that the wisest decision of his life had been to pledge his allegiance to Longley's silence. Please, the second-grade spirit-gathering pill, when consumed during a breakthrough, facilitates a rapid accumulation of spirit energy, Greatly aiding the process, manager Qi Yang announced, the starting bid is set at 100,000 spirit stones. You may begin bidding now, with increments of no less than 10,000 spirit stones. With that, he stood on the auction stage surveying the eager crowd, acutely aware that this was the most illustrious moment since he had assumed the role of manager. I bid 11,000 spirit stones. 13,000 spirit stones. 15,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones. Ultimately, the second-grade spirit gathering pill was claimed by the young master of the Feng family, Feng Zhu, for 300,000 spirit stones. Next, manager Qi Yang announced, we will now auction the third-grade spirit-enhancing pill, which aids cultivators in increasing their spiritual power and may even allow for a breakthrough to the next level. Should fortune favor them, the starting bid is set at 150,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, eager bidders began raising their paddles. 20,000 spirit stones. 25,000 spirit stones. The crowd below became frenzied, each person willing to part with their life savings to secure this third-grade pill. After all, it was a third-grade item, and even wealth did not guarantee acquisition. 30,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, a voice from the third-floor window interrupted. Look, it's the senior sister from the Jialan Institute, Lan Yutong. To everyone's surprise, the Jialan Institute had also sent representatives to compete for the pills. 40,000 spirit stones. Another voice, aged and authoritative, resonated from the third floor. Behold, it is the head of the Nan family, Nan Ming. This complicates matters. How shall we compete? What a pity, this is a third-grade pill. Some individuals in the crowd began to relent. Not for lack of desire, but due to insufficient funds, the outcome of the pill auction remained uncertain as Long Li surveyed the scene before her. Chapter 25, the frenzy. Lan Yutong, dressed in a flowing blue gown, with her long, lustrous hair elegantly pinned, possessed a delicate, oval face akin to white jade. Her bright, clear eyes marked her as a true beauty. Nan Ming stood at the window's edge, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Draped in a gray-white robe, his dark eyes exuded a chilling pressure that unsettled those nearby. Are you intending to contest this pill, young lady? Nan Ming inquired, his tone light yet imbued with an air of iciness. Lan Yutong raised an eyebrow. Who wouldn't desire a fine item? This is an auction, and the victor is determined by merit. Very well, you speak truthfully. Let us see who emerges victorious. A smile graced Lan Yutong's lips. Though her eyes betrayed a coldness, she had merely intended to browse for valuable items, never anticipating the presence of pills at auction. 45,000 spirit stones. At this point, no one dared to raise their bid. Their gazes fixed on the two figures in the third-floor room. Even if they wished to bid, they lacked the financial means compared to these two. Nan Ming's gaze was icy. Lan Yutong was resolutely competing against him. He decided to see who would prevail in this contest of wealth. 50,000 spirit stones. 60,000 spirit stones. 70,000 spirit stones. As Lan Yutong prepared to raise her bid again, a young man beside her whispered, Senior sister, we did not bring enough spirit stones. We only have a total of 80,000 spirit stones. 80,000 spirit stones, she declared, unwilling to relent. She coveted this third-grade pill, intending to acquire it as a gift for her father. Senior sister, it is too late to return for more funds. Perhaps we should concede, a handsome young man advised. Lan Yutong's brows furrowed slightly. Third-grade pills were rare and hard to come by, and she was frustrated that Nan Ming was interfering. Nan Ming, unfazed, stated 100,000 spirit stones. He was determined to seize this pill today. A mere junior could not hope to compete with him. Lan Yutong clenched her delicate fingers, her eyes filled with reluctance. She promptly closed the window, shutting out the scene. Nan Ming smirked, you are still too inexperienced. The third-grade spirit-enhancing pill was ultimately claimed by Nan Ming for 100,000 spirit stones. Manager Qi Yang, maintaining an affable demeanor, continued, next, we shall auction the third-grade body-cleansing pill. At this announcement, the hall erupted in excitement. What is the body-cleansing pill? The third-grade washing marrow pill. I have heard that only the renowned alchemist Mo Fan possesses the ability to refine it, making it exceedingly rare. The washing marrow pill is indeed a precious treasure, a tremendous opportunity for cultivators. It holds far greater value than the spirit-enhancing pill. Silence fell over the crowd. This pill requires no elaborate introduction, as I am certain everyone is aware of its significance. The starting bid is set at 200,000 spirit stones. Qi Yang stood on the stage, radiating confidence, eagerly awaiting the bidding to commence. This was the most glorious moment of his life. Many disciples had already dispatched their hidden guards to retrieve funds, and numerous prestigious families hastened to the auction house. Even the heads of several prominent families and members of the sacred dragon palace had arrived. Underscoring the allure of this pill, Long Li lounged in a private box, sipping tea, and indulging in exquisite pastries, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Huan Feng, who exactly is this Master Mo Fan? She inquired, reporting to my lord. Master Mo Fan is the only recognized third-grade alchemist, highly esteemed across the 4 continents. It is said that he possesses a rather reclusive disposition, preferring solitude, and remaining unaffiliated with any faction. All 4 major palaces hold him in high regard, and some even refer to him as the Pill Saint. An ancestor of the Li family shares a cordial relationship with him. Having commissioned him to refine several pills for their clan, Long Li smiled faintly. So a mere third-grade alchemist is dubbed a pill saint. By that logic, I shall one day be regarded as a pill deity. Ah, it seems he is quite a formidable figure. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to witness this so-called pill saint, Huan Feng remarked with admiration. Long Li regarded Huan Feng coolly. One must learn to conceal their talents and remain humble. An overt display of strength often invites ruin. If fame and fortune are a double-edged sword that can lead to one's downfall, only true strength can safeguard oneself and those around them. Huan Feng nodded, finding wisdom in her words, recognizing the depth of understanding possessed by his youthful lord. Meanwhile, the bidding for the pill had escalated to 1,500,000 spirit stones. The third-floor box was filled to capacity, while the first floor had become overwhelmed, unable to continue bidding, leading to intense competition on the third floor. Long Li glanced at the third floor and was surprised to see her rather unremarkable father had also arrived. Along with her elder brother, Long Badian bids 1,600,000 spirit stones. The sacred dragon palace raises the bid to 1,700,000 spirit stones. Head of the Yi family, Yi Huayu, bids 1,800,000 spirit stones. Feng Qiang, the head of the Feng family, donned in white, his demeanor exuding righteousness, coolly declared 2,000,000 spirit stones. Nang Ming observed the fierce competition for the washing marrow pill. Relieved he had arrived early, otherwise he might have missed the chance to acquire the spirit-enhancing pill. Who could this alchemist be? The sacred dragon palace, with its formidable power, ultimately secured the washing marrow pill for 2,800,000 spirit stones. Long Baishan's eyes were filled with reluctance, while Long Li raised an eyebrow, amused by her father's expression. Why do you appear so pleased in this moment of discontent? At that moment, Long Li caught sight of Bai Li Xiao. The master of the sacred dragon palace, clad in dark robes adorned with gold dragon embroidery, exuding an air of authority. Yet he appeared to be in his 40s, resembling Bai Li Che to some extent, a handsome middle-aged man. His jade crown only added to his imposing presence, radiating an innate nobility. Long Li narrowed her eyes, unable to discern his cultivation level, confirming his status as a powerful individual. As her gaze fell upon Bai Li Xiao, he subtly raised his eyes, glancing in her direction. His deep, icy gaze revealed no fluctuation of spirit energy, and the companion beside him was merely at the spirit void realm. He quickly averted his gaze, for he had no interest in the insignificant. Is there an issue, palace master? Inquired an elder in a black robe. Nothing of consequence, merely a waste of space, Bai Li Xiao replied dismissively. Long Li withdrew her gaze, pondering. Rest assured, Bai Li family, I shall reclaim all that you owe me in due time. Several members of prominent families approached to congratulate Bai Li Xiao on acquiring the third-grade pill, their sycophantic expressions making Long Li's stomach churn. She wished for nothing more than for these flatterers to trip and fall into their own folly. Once all the pills had been auctioned, many young disciples began to depart. Lan Yutong noticed Long Zhouxiao striding towards her. Zhouxiao, what brings you here? She inquired. Yutong, what brings you down the mountain? Long Zhouxiao replied, his tone devoid of any joy at their reunion. In truth, he only exhibited warmth towards Long Li, maintaining a cold demeanor with others. Recognizing his indifference did not displease Lan Yutong. She understood her junior brother's nature well. Chapter 26. A visit. Lan Yutong resolved to visit the Long residence, refusing to let this opportunity slip away. Zhouxiao, you have been home for some time. I wonder how Sister Li is faring. I wish to visit the Long residence. May I count on your hospitality? Naturally, Sister Yutong is welcome. However, you are aware of my sister's current situation. She has only just returned. I wish to protect her and prevent her from encountering further harm, especially from unrelated individuals. Long Zhouxiao explained, his tone earnest. Long Li observed their exchange, a smile gracing her lips. It seemed Lan Yutong harbored feelings for Long Zhouxiao, while the latter remained oblivious to her affections. Rest assured, Zhouxiao, that I intend only to pay a visit. If Sister Li is uncomfortable with my presence, I shall withdraw and ensure I do not disturb her, Lan Yutong replied, her demeanor sincere. Very well, I appreciate your understanding, Long Zhouxiao acknowledged before turning to descend the stairs, with Lan Yutong following closely behind. Long Li contemplated her brother's demeanor, recognizing his genuine care for her. Perhaps having experienced the pain of loss, he cherished this foolish sister even more. Unfortunately, the original owner of this body was no longer present. What good would any amount of reparation do? Qi Yang departed the auction stage, replaced by a woman in red who continued the proceedings. The heads of various families began to leave as well. Qi Yang approached the fourth floor and knock, please enter, Long Li called out lightly with a beaming smile. Qi Yang entered. Young master, the 3 pills auctioned off have garnered a total of 410,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The auction house retains 5% of the profit, and the remaining spirit stones are in this storage bag, which I present to you. Qi Yang placed the storage bag on the table, his demeanor respectful. Thank you, Qi Yang. I am quite satisfied with this auction. I shall deliver 2 pills for auction each month henceforth. I look forward to our continued collaboration, Long Li stated, accepting the storage bag. Since the pills have been successfully auctioned, I shall take my leave, she added. I shall personally escort you out, Qi Yang offered. There's no need. This place is crowded and full of prying eyes. It would be best if I departed on my own. Long Li declined, wary of the attention the auction had attracted. "Farewell, young master," Qi Yang said, bowing slightly and gesturing for her to proceed. Long Li and Huan Feng exited the auction house, turning a corner to ensure they were not being followed. Once satisfied, they hastened towards the Long residence. At the Long residence, Lan Yutong sat in the main hall. "There is no need for formality, Long family head. I have come primarily to visit Sister Li," she expressed. "Lady Lan, your kindness is appreciated." However, Li has been somewhat troubled of late, even having struck the young master of the Bai Li family. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from visiting to avoid any potential conflict." Long Batian replied, feeling exasperated by Long Li's recent violent behavior. "Rest assured, I am prepared for any eventuality. Should Sister Li strike me, I shall not retaliate, nor will I cause any trouble for the Long residence," Lan Yutong assured, her demeanor gentle and compliant, determined to foster a connection with Long Li, as her affection for Long Jiuxiu compelled her to care for his sister. Seeing her resolve, Long Batian relented. "Jiuxiu, please escort Lady Lan." Long Jiuxiu nodded slightly, leading Lan Yutong out. Long Batian observed the two, noting how well suited they appeared for one another. In the Peach Blossom Cottage, Long Li had changed into a dress. Sitting beneath the peach tree and enjoying some fruit. "Master, the young master is on his way with Lan Yutong," Huan Feng whispered. "Very well, I am aware," Long Li responded, finishing her fruit before picking up a twig and squatting down to play with ants. Long Jiuxiu and Lan Yutong entered shortly thereafter. "Li, what are you doing?" Long Jiuxiu asked gently, his tone warm, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Lan Yutong, observing this softer side of him, felt a surge of affection. Wishing to be cherished by him in such a manner. As they approached, Lan Yutong crouched down. "Sister Li, are the ants entertaining?" Long Li looked up. "Brother, who is this beautiful sister?" Long Jiuxiu took Long Li's small hand, his expression tender. "Li, this is my senior sister, Lan Yutong. Oh, so you are Sister Yutong?" "Brother, Sister Yutong is so beautiful," Long Li exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration. Lan Yutong finally recognized Long Li's exquisite beauty. Realizing that Jiuxiu's sister was indeed stunning, Long Li's beauty was ethereal, as if she were a celestial being descended to earth, exuding an enchanting charm that was both refreshing and captivating. "Sister Li, you are truly beautiful, the most lovely woman I have ever encountered," Lan Yutong complimented, her tone genuine. Lan Yutong yearned to draw closer to Long Li, desiring to cultivate a deeper bond with her. However, each time she approached, Long Li would retreat behind Long Jiuxiu. Observing this, Lan Yutong had no choice but to relent. Long Li regarded Lan Yutong with a hint of curiosity. This woman was still an enigma to her, and she harbored no desire for excessive intimacy with strangers. Long Jiuxiu, noticing Long Li's subtle aversion towards Lan Yutong, slightly furrowed his attractive brows. "Sister Yutong, Lier is not fond of unfamiliar company, she tends to become frightened." "I understand, Jiuxiu," Lan Yutong replied, a trace of grievance evident in her expression, yet her gaze towards Long Li was imbued with gentleness, a sentiment that Long Li perceived clearly. This Lan Yutong appeared rather amiable, surprisingly not harboring any resentment towards her brother. "May Sister Yutong join us for dinner?" Long Li inquired innocently, her eyes sparkling with affection for Lan Yutong. Long Li's innocent request caught Lan Yutong off guard. She was genuinely taken aback by Long Li's declaration of fondness and the invitation to dine together. "Since Lier wishes it, I naturally consent. If Sister Yutong does not mind, shall we have dinner here?" Long Jiuxiu extended the invitation, and Lan Yutong's heart brimmed with joy. "How could I possibly mind? It would be my honor to dine with you, dear Sister Lier, for I hold great affection for you as well." Long Li was astonished that even a fool could garner such flattery, all thanks to her brother's influence. It seemed that Lan Yutong had taken a liking to her brother, thus seeking to curry favor with the seemingly simple Long Li. However, Lan Yutong's character appeared commendable, and Long Jiuxiu seemed to harbor reservations about her. "Splendid, the three of us can dine together now. Brother, please arrange a feast while Sister Yutong and I play for a while." Long Li was eager to observe how Lan Yutong behaved in the absence of her brother, curious if she would maintain her gentle demeanor. Long Jiuxiu cast a glance at Long Li before departing. Once Long Jiuxiu had distanced himself, Long Li turned to Lan Yutong. "Sister Yutong, shall we play with the ants? We could help them move their home, perhaps." "Certainly, if Lier enjoys playing with ants, I shall accompany you," Lan Yutong replied, her expression devoid of disdain, instead radiating warmth and affection. Long Li's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, Lan Yutong was a good person. Chapter 27. Brother, I feel madness approaching. Gentle breezes danced through the air, scattering petals like confetti. Long Li and Lan Yutong began their playful endeavor with the ants, mimicking Long Li's actions. Lan Yutong picked up a twig, playfully pretending to assist the ants in their relocation. Laughter adorned her face, as this was her first experience playing with ants, a delightful revelation. "Are you happy, dear Sister Lier?" Long Li lowered her gaze. "I am indeed happy. Do you find the ants amusing?" "They are quite entertaining, though they are rather small. Perhaps I shall catch you a pet in the future," Lan Yutong suggested gently. "Yes, Sister Yutong is truly kind to me. Apart from brother, you are the second person to treat me with such kindness." Long Li exclaimed, standing up with evident joy just as Long Jiuxiao returned. Long Li dashed towards him, exclaiming, "Brother, Sister Yutong says she will give me a pet." Seeing their pleasant interaction, Long Jiuxiao felt reassured that he had already been informed by their father about the incident with Bai Lish. And earlier he had worried that Long Li might act out unexpectedly. "Well, if Lier is pleased, that is sufficient. What were you two engaged in just now?" "We were playing with the ants," Long Li replied cheerfully. Long Jiuxiao cast an apologetic glance at Lan Yutong. "I apologize, my sister possesses a childlike spirit." "Sister Yutong, do not mind. Lier is simply innocent. We have been enjoying ourselves immensely," Long Li added, her gaze dropping momentarily. Nearly suppressing a laugh, this Lan Yutong was quite the orator, painting a picture of simplicity for a fool. "Was that truly simple? A fool knows nothing." Noticing Long Li's sudden silence, Long Jiuxiao inquired, "Lier, what troubles you?" With a radiant smile, Long Li replied, "Brother, I feel a bit hungry. When shall the meal be ready?" Before long, the servants brought the meal, with Huanbai standing by Long Li's side, attending to her needs. Huanbai observed the fluctuations in Long Li's demeanor, filled with a mix of fear and concern. The trio dined heartily when Long Yu, accompanied by her maid Xiao Hong, entered the scene. Today, she had learned of Lan Yutong's visit to the estate, a splendid opportunity for networking. To her surprise, she found her visiting the fool instead. "Are you and sister dining together?" Long Li rolled her eyes, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, rendering the meal suddenly unappetizing. "Yes, there's something you require." "Sister," Long Jiuxiao replied indifferently, avoiding her gaze. Long Yu glanced at Lan Yutong. "I heard that Miss Lan came to see my sister, so I thought I would drop by." Lan Yutong observed Long Yu. Having encountered her on 2 previous occasions, was it just her imagination, or had Long Yu gained a bit of weight? "Indeed, Sister Yutong has come to visit Lier. Since you have seen us, you may return now," Long Jiuxiao stated, his tone firm. He harbored a dislike for Long Yu, currently investigating the circumstances surrounding Long Li's disappearance. Witnesses claimed that Long Yu had taken her out, yet he lacked concrete evidence. Long Yu's countenance paled at his words. "Brother, we are merely sisters. What wrong has Yuer committed?" Long Li set down her chopsticks, feeling repulsed by the insufferable girl who had come to gloat in her courtyard. "Brother, I feel as though I am losing my mind." Both Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong stared at her in bewilderment. What did she mean by losing her mind? Long Li seized a bowl of soup and swiftly approached Long Yu, exclaiming, as she poured the soup over Long Yu's head, "I shall smite you, wicked one." With that, Long Li leapt onto Long Yu, delivering a series of slaps. The scene devolved into chaos as Xiao Hong rushed to pull Long Li away. While Huanbai grappled with Xiao Hong, Lan Yutong stood dumbfounded, finally grasping the meaning behind Long family's reputation. Was this truly the delicate and helpless Long Li? The contrast was astonishing, and she felt fortunate that it was not her on the receiving end of such wrath. Without spiritual power, the outcome could have been dire. "Someone, take the second young lady back and find a healer to tend to her injuries," Long Jiuxiao commanded, still holding Long Li protectively. He feared that if Long Yu was not treated promptly, she might perish, and as long as she did not die, everything would be fine. "Lier, why do you keep resorting to violence?" Long Jiuxiao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Long Li pushed him away, staring down at her fingers. "Brother, I dreamt that Yuer was wielding a knife to kill me, along with Bai Lish. I was terrified, and now upon seeing them, I cannot control myself. I am sorry, brother. It is all my fault." Long Li lowered her head, her shoulders shaking slightly. Long Jiuxiao assumed she was weeping, but in reality, Long Li was struggling to suppress her laughter. She had never realized she possessed such a talent, marveling at her own acting prowess. "Do not cry, Lier. Brother does not blame you. If I were not here, and they were to use their spiritual powers, I fear you would be harmed," Long Jiuxiao reassured her, genuinely concerned that if they were not present to protect her, she might suffer significant harm, with dire consequences. Long Li pretended to wipe away tears. "Brother, I shall endeavor to control my impulses in the future." Lan Yutong stepped forward. "Sister Lier, should anyone bully you in the future, simply inform me, and I shall assist you in seeking retribution." Long Li smiled, recognizing the benefits of feigning delicacy, as this garnered her a valiant protector. "Thank you, Sister Yutong." Long Jiuxiao comforted Long Li for a while before departing with Lan Yutong. "Ha!" Long Li burst into laughter, nearly injuring herself in the process. Huanbai trembled in fear, while Long Li, having had her fill of mirth, glanced at the visibly shaken Huanbai, whose face bore signs of distress. "You performed quite well this time. Continue to do so. Seek out a healer for your injuries, and inform them that the young master has sent you." "Thank you, Mississippi." Huanbai nodded slightly before turning to leave. "Huanchuan, maintain vigilance here. Should anyone inquire, inform them that I am resting." "Understood." Long Li changed into male attire, donned a mask, and swiftly exited the Peach Blossom Cottage. She sought a secluded spot to break through, as her previous forced attempt had hindered her cultivation. Chapter 28, a chance encounter. In the depths of a tranquil, secluded forest, trees towered majestically. As dusk descended, Long Li quickened her pace, uncertain of her whereabouts. Long Li arrived at a place reminiscent of a hot spring. After a thorough examination, she discovered that there were no apparent dangers nearby. She raised her hand to cast a protective barrier around herself to prevent any magical beasts from causing disturbances. and thus began to sit cross-legged in preparation for her breakthrough. The surroundings were tranquil, with the moon hanging high in the sky and stars twinkling, illuminating the forest. Occasionally, the howls of magical beasts echoed through the silence. Adding a hint of peril to the serene setting, spiritual energy swirled around Longly, eagerly entering her body as she continuously absorbed it, gradually circulating it within her. As time passed, a man stood on a distant mountain. Emanating a chilling aura, the corner of his mouth, concealed beneath a silver mask, bore traces of blood, indicating he had sustained injuries. He leaped down, soaring through the forest. The man frowned slightly, sensing an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. Could there be someone present? He concealed his own aura and cautiously approached the source of the energy disturbance. Longly, still immersed in her breakthrough, remained oblivious to the approaching figure, leaning against a tree trunk. The man crossed his arms and watched Longly intently. It was him, the masked youth from the auction house. The last time, the celestial wolf had failed to find any trace of him. It seems this young man indeed possesses treasures that conceal his cultivation. What a stroke of fate to encounter him here. This man was none other than the silver-masked figure from the Jolong Pavilion auction house. With bloodstains on his clothing, he removed his shirt and soaked it in the hot spring. Beginning to cleanse his wounds, he casually consumed a pill and leaned back against a rock at Longly's feet. Closing his eyes to rest. As the spiritual energy around Longly settled, she successfully broke through to the initial stage of the Spirit King realm, stabilizing her spiritual power. She opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a misty scene. A silver-masked man before her, his sensuous lips pressed tightly together, and a well-defined chest rising and falling, exuding a lethal allure. Flushed with embarrassment, Longly quickly turned away. How could there be another man here? The man noticed Longly's gaze upon him, a smirk creeping onto his lips. What is there to feel shy about among men, pervert, scoundrel, who allowed you to bathe here? Longly exclaimed, attempting to make her exit. However, the man was not one to let her escape easily. With a surge of spiritual energy, he sent Longly flying back, causing her to plunge into the hot spring with a splash. Cough, cough, Longly sputtered, choking on the water, her hands instinctively grasping the man's strong waist. The man, leaning against the rock, tensed at her touch, instinctively trying to push her away, yet Longly held on tightly. Struggling in the water caused Longly's mask and hair to unravel. She coughed a few times before managing to stand. Are you insane? The man gazed at the figure before him, her small face flushed. Pale skin glimmering under the moonlight, hair cascading behind her, eyes cold yet filled with a hint of anger, and her cherry-like lips parting and closing, their bodies pressed closely together. Both could feel the rhythm of their heartbeats. The man's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss. Just moments ago, he had encountered a man, and now he found himself face to face with a stunning woman. I had no idea you were a woman? Longly then realized how close they were, her arms still wrapped around his waist. Suddenly her face turned crimson. How could she have embraced this man? Who was he anyway? There was no one here when she arrived. As she shifted her hands slightly, she had to admit, the man's physique felt exquisite. The masked man suddenly reached out, pulling Longly into his embrace. Woman, if you keep touching me like that, I cannot guarantee what will happen next. His voice was laced with a husky undertone. Longly instantly released him, pushing him away and hurriedly turning around. You better turn around. The man's deep-set eyes watched Longly's retreating figure, his masked face suddenly flushed. He clenched his fingers tightly, turning away hastily, vexation swelling within him. For millennia, he had held no interest in women, yet now, just from a mere embrace, he felt such a reaction. Longly glanced at her attire. Cursing the man for his audacity, her eyes turned icy as she struck at the back of his neck. The masked man, lost in thought, felt a sharp pain. The masked man rolled his eyes and fainted. Damn that man, I'll spare you this time, but from now on each time I see you, I'll strike you. Longly shot a glance at the man before soaring out of the water. Her clothes completely soaked, spotting his robe on the ground, she picked it up and wrapped it around herself before swiftly flying away. Just moments after Longly departed, the masked man regained consciousness. Rubbing the back of his neck, his eyes were filled with cold fury. What a ruthless woman, showing no mercy. You better not let me find you. At that moment, two shadowy figures knelt, apologizing for their tardiness. The masked man retrieved a set of clothes from his ring and put them on. Blood Shadow, Celestial Wolf, go find a woman. She should be wearing my clothes. Once found, bring her back. Blood Shadow and Celestial Wolf exchanged glances. Realizing the master was referring to a woman in his garments, had they missed something extraordinary? Understood, my lord. What of your injuries? It's nothing, just some bruises from the formation set by those old geezers. The masked man replied nonchalantly. Blood Shadow and Celestial Wolf felt relieved, their bodies darting into the forest. The masked man adjusted his garments before vanishing from sight. Longly emerged from the forest. Sneezing several times, rubbing her nose, she made her way to the Dragon Manor. Passing by a nearby alley, Longly halted, sensing a disturbance. There are sounds of a struggle. We are merely here for the money. You, young sir, should continue on your way. A man in black attire wore a sinister grin, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. Even if I die today, I will not let those who wrong me go unpunished, replied a handsome man in white, wielding a sharp sword, appearing severely injured. His pallid complexion and the blood at the corner of his mouth painted a woeful picture, yet his pride added a touch of resolve. Long Li concealed herself in the shadows, her eyes narrowed. This was the world of the survival of the fittest, where death and life intertwined in an endless cycle. She had no intention of intervening. But just as she turned to leave, one of the black-clad men revealed a lewd smile. "Boss, I think he is even prettier than a woman. Why not have some fun with him before we finish him off?" "Very well, we'll indulge ourselves for a while, but don't forget to kill him afterward," the assassin leader replied without a hint of emotion, prioritizing profit. "How shameless, even in death, you scoundrels will not have the chance to humiliate me." The white-clad man's eyes brimmed with disdain, cursing his own lack of strength. He had only come to seek the alchemist's whereabouts, yet he found himself exploited by others, who sought to kill him out of spite. Likely instigated by his treacherous uncle. Chapter 29. A timely rescue. The night wind howled beneath the cunning moonlight, and the white-clad man appeared particularly wretched, isolated and defenseless, seemingly unable to fight any longer. Long Li paused. These assassins were truly despicable. To kill was one thing, but to further insult their victims was crossing the line. Haha, are we shameless? Soon you will experience what true shamelessness is, and now, surrender quietly. And if you please us, we might grant you a complete corpse. The black-clad assassin, with yellowed teeth, spewed saliva everywhere, utterly revolting. Long Li almost retched. Why was there such a disparity among men? No wonder they were so repulsive. It was all due to those yellow teeth. The assassin leader struck first, and the white-clad man raised his sword to defend himself, but due to his severe injuries, he was still sent flying. Bang! The white-clad man crashed heavily against the wall, rolling several times on the ground, clutching his chest in agony, spitting out blood. His once white attire became stained crimson, a stark contrast to the moonlight. "He has granted you his life," the assassin leader declared as he attempted to depart, his subordinates overjoyed. "Thank you, boss, for your generosity." The white-clad man, unwilling to suffer humiliation, lamented to himself, "Father, I'm powerless to save you." He grasped his sword, preparing to end his own life. Clang! Long Li raised her hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that knocked the sword from his grasp. Such a vibrant life should not be extinguished so easily. With her voice echoing, Long Li stepped out from the shadows. She waved her hand to cast a barrier, and the assassin leader glared at her with murderous intent. "Who is this little brat? How dare you meddle in our affairs?" "I had no desire to intervene, but you assassins have truly disgusted me. You kill and yet seek to humiliate this young sir. Just look at those yellow teeth of yours, how repulsive. Have you no mirror to reflect upon your own wretchedness?" Long Li's eyes narrowed, her face radiating disdain. The white-clad man looked up at the figure before him. "Young lady, you must leave quickly. You are no match for them. They seek to kill me." Long Li glanced back at the white-clad man. "Given the current situation, do you think I can simply walk away?" With the eyes of over a dozen black-clad assassins filled with malice. They were provoked by Long Li's words, daring to call them disgusting. "Kid, you'll stay here to serve us as well. We'll see if we can play you to death, and then we'll see if you dare to be so arrogant again." Long Li's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as a rusted sword appeared in her hand. Like a specter, she swiftly beheaded the man who had just spoken. Such foul words are better off without a head to utter them. The remaining assassins were greatly intimidated. They never anticipated that this young man would possess such formidable prowess. "Who exactly are you? There is no aura of spiritual energy emanating from you. My identity is of no concern to you. You have disgusted me today, and therefore, you must die." The assassins surged forward to attack, while Long Li danced gracefully among them, her sword sweeping through the air, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. As she sheathed her sword, she glanced at her garments, relieved to find no stains of blood upon them. "Fortunately, I remain untainted. These individuals are utterly repugnant, and their blood is even more so." The man in white leaned against the wall, surveying the scattered limbs with eyes filled with terror. "I am Lin Nan, and I am grateful for your life-saving intervention, young sir." Long Li turned to face the man in white. "I had no intention of saving you initially. I merely found these assassins too revolting to ignore, and thus intervened." "You need not thank me, Lin Gongzi. Regardless, you were my savior." Lin Nan attempted to rise but was hindered by his grievous injuries. Long Li stepped closer, checking his pulse and noting the severity of his internal wounds, some minor fractures, and the evident trauma to his organs. His breath was faint. As Lin Nan gazed up at Long Li, he noted her striking features and the delicate fragrance that surrounded her. He was taken aback by the disparity between their ages and their respective strengths. Long Li stood and declared, "You are beyond saving." Lin Nan was not surprised by her words. He was merely clinging to life by a thread. A flicker of struggle passed through his eyes as he spoke. "I am the young master of the Lin family in the underworld capital. My father, the former family head Lin Yang, has fallen victim to poison. Since my uncle assumed leadership, he has relentlessly suppressed me. This assassination attempt was orchestrated by him. I only sought to find an alchemist to cure my father." Never anticipating such a fate, Long Li finally grasped the situation. It was a tale of a brother's treachery against his elder sibling for power, and indeed Lin Nan was a pitiable figure. "Take this spirit-gathering pill. Consume it to preserve your life for the time being." Lin Nan gazed in astonishment at the pill before him. "Young sir, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Do you no longer wish to save your father from his poison? And what of those who have wronged you? Do you not yearn for vengeance? This is your sole opportunity. Are you certain you will refuse? Long Li arched an eyebrow, her tone icy. Lin Nan regarded the pill. It was exceedingly rare and valuable in this realm, nearly impossible to procure, yet he truly did not wish to perish like this. His father awaited his return. He reached out, accepted the pill, and swallowed it. In gratitude for your immense kindness, I, Lin Nan, pledge to serve you as my master for the rest of my life, never to betray you. Should I do so, may I perish beneath the wrath of heaven. Leaving no trace of my existence, the oath was sealed, and Long Li realized it was too late to intervene. She had not intended to acquire a subordinate, but his filial piety tugged at her heartstrings. And she contemplated allowing him a proper farewell. This unexpected turn of events caught her off guard. Long Li observed him. The pill would not directly address his injuries, but it would afford him temporary life. She needed to concoct a restorative pill, and the thought seemed burdensome. Could she simply leave him to his fate? Do you have a place to stay? Lin Nan rose, appearing somewhat weak. I have just arrived in the sacred dragon capital and have yet to secure lodging. Long Li rubbed her forehead, exuding an air of exasperation. Come with me. At that moment, Long Li led Lin Nan to an inn. You shall reside here. I will return tomorrow to tend to your wounds. Remember, do not roam about. If I arrive and find you missing, I shall not waste time rescuing you. With that, Long Li turned and departed. Lin Nan watched her retreating figure, pondering the identity of this extraordinary young man who possessed such profound abilities. He resolved in his heart to repay this debt, even if it cost him his life. He would do so willingly. Unbeknownst to Long Li, Lin Nan's thoughts were far from her concerns. She swiftly took flight. Heading directly into the Peach Blossom Cottage, Master Huan Yun greeted her. Have Hanzhou and the others returned? Long Li seated herself in the courtyard, sipping tea. Not yet. You may rest, Huan Yun. Your vigil is not required here. Long Li said as she turned and retreated to her room. Chapter 30. A smooth departure. Upon returning to her chamber, Long Li changed her attire and swiftly entered her spatial realm. The little furball immediately leaped into her embrace. Chirp, chirp. The creature chirped incessantly, as if expressing its longing for long Li. Be ye good, my little one, you cannot go out just yet. Last time, you were seen by others. We shall wait a few days before venturing out again, Long Li coaxed, cradling the furball gently. The little creature snuggled closer, displaying affection, while Long Li regarded it with tender adoration. Be ye good, I have matters to attend to. The furball quieted, obediently settling beside her. Xian Ming observed this heartwarming scene, his eyes filled with mirth. Since meeting Long Li, his life had become less monotonous and far less lonely. What transpired during your recent outing? Long Li smiled faintly. And nothing of great significance. I merely rescued a man along the way. He appeared quite pitiful, and moved by his filial piety, I decided to grant him a chance at life. I have entered here to concoct a restorative pill. Oh, saving someone, then you should proceed with the preparation. I shall take the furball and rest, Xian Ming replied, cradling the little creature, which gazed at Long Li with reluctance. Be good, your master is busy with alchemy, you must not disturb her. The furball shifted its gaze away, curling up in Xuanming's arms, its purple eyes momentarily gleaming with an enigmatic light before returning to normal. Long Li commenced her alchemical work, surveying the dwindling supply of spiritual herbs. After this incident, she would venture out to hone her skills and gather more herbs. Long Li utilized the remaining spiritual herbs to create pills. Diligently working until the break of dawn. By morning, all the herbs had transformed into round, plump pills. Long Li retrieved porcelain vials to contain them, successfully producing 10 grade 3 restorative pills, 10 grade 3 spirit recovery pills, 10 grade 3 bloodline pills, and 10 grade 3 marrow cleansing pills. After meditating briefly to restore her spiritual energy, she exited the spatial realm. Huan Bai, prepare for my bath. Long Li called out. Miss, please wait. I shall make the arrangements at once, Huan Bai replied, hurrying off to prepare. Long Li settled into the bath, while Huan Bai attended to her needs. Miss, the young master visited earlier this morning. I refrained from entering as you were still asleep. He instructed me to take good care of you and left shortly after. Long Li rose to dress, with Huan Bai assisting her. She regarded the obedient maid and stated, in the future, if I do not speak, do not allow anyone to disturb me. You have done well this time, rest assured, miss. Without your command, I will not permit anyone to intrude upon you. Knock, knock. Master, Hanzhou has matters to report. Long Li's interest peaked as she opened the door and stepped outside. What is it? Hanzhou glanced at Huan Bai, who promptly exited. Master, the manor has been purchased. Here is the deed. It cost a total of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. I have engaged professionals to commence renovations, which should be completed in 2 days. You have done well. Here is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Replace all the furnishings in the manor and ensure that the beggars brought by Lier are settled comfortably. I will personally visit tomorrow. Hanzhou stared at the spirit stones on the table, astonished. His master was indeed wealthy. Such a casual expenditure amounted to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Hanzhou, the 4 of you must not use your original names while outside. From now on, Huan Yun will oversee the sale of pills. You will manage all affairs within the manor. Xianing will handle message delivery, and Liang Yi will be responsible for training those beggars in cultivation. As Hanzhou listened to Long Li's directives regarding the pills, he realized she was intent on nurturing her own faction. He increasingly regarded her as a shrewd individual, capable of achieving great things, even surpassing many men. I will make the necessary arrangements, master, if we are not by your side, who will ensure your safety? Longley smiled gently. At present, no one can harm me. Hanzhou lowered his gaze slightly, pondering Longley's current level of cultivation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He exited slowly. While Longley contemplated how to slip away from the long residence. An imbecile venturing out would surely meet with disapproval from her brother and father, presenting a dilemma. Feeling somewhat vexed, Longley pondered various possibilities before finally formulating an excuse. She hastily rose to seek out her rather unremarkable father. Long Badian was in his study, managing clan affairs. Knock, knock. Father, I wish to discuss something with you. Long Badian set aside the correspondence he was examining. Come in. Longley entered, offering a slight bow. Father, noticing that she seemed more lucid, Long Badian cautiously inquired, Lier, have you regained your senses? Yes, I awoke today feeling better, yet I am uncertain when I might again lapse into foolishness. Longley lowered her gaze, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. She herself felt somewhat absurd, oscillating between clarity and confusion. Long Badian rose and circled around Longley. Lier, when will this condition of yours be completely resolved? I came today to discuss that very matter. The one who saved me on that day has sent a letter, suggesting he might be able to cure my affliction. However, he prefers not to be disturbed by outsiders and has requested that I approach him alone. After hearing this, Long Badian narrowed his eyes, his profound gaze seemingly lost in thought. If Lier could truly be cured, even if she were unable to cultivate in the future, she could still live a life akin to that of an ordinary person. There is no shame in being a commoner. Yet, who is this old man? What motivates him to assist Lier in her recovery? Could there be ulterior motives? Lier, did that elder mention where you might find him? Longley rolled her eyes. Probing too deeply was indeed bothersome. Father, the elder did not specify, only stating that if my daughter agreed, she should go outside the city, and he would send someone to escort her. Lier, I cannot shake the feeling that this is unwise. If anything were to happen, how would you protect yourself? Do not worry, Father, you have arranged for 4 shadow guards to accompany me, and they will ensure my safety and keep you informed. Long Badian pondered for a moment but still felt uneasy. Their strength is still too limited. I will send a few more capable individuals to accompany you. Longley felt quite impatient internally, yet replied, I do not wish to remain a fool any longer. This is my opportunity, yet if I offend this elder, my life will be forever marred. Father, you need not fret so much. Should you anger him, my future will be ruined. Upon hearing this, Long Badian ceased his objections. Very well, Lier, take care of yourself during this journey. Should anything arise, ensure that the shadow guards inform me. As Lier prepared to depart, Father, you must devise a suitable explanation for my absence. I may be gone for a month or even half a year. And I cannot say when I shall return. Do not worry, Lier. I will think of a reason. Leaving this place will also allow me to cultivate my own influence and no longer pretend to be a fool. The skies are vast, and I will no longer be constrained. Chapter 31, The Difficulty of Being Good. With a joyful expression, Longley exited the study and returned to the Peach Blossom Cottage. She tidied up her belongings and swiftly placed them into her spatial pouch. Huanbai, I must leave for a while, with no fixed date for my return. You must guard this place well. If anyone inquires, simply say you do not know. I understand, my lady. Once everything was in order, Longley addressed Huan Feng and Xianing. Let us be on our way. Finding a secluded spot, Longley and the others flew out of the long residence. Consuming a disguise pill, Huan Feng Xianing, we should first procure some daily necessities. Understood. What does our master wish to purchase? Huan Feng asked, puzzled. Some clothing and essentials for daily living, Longley replied as they walked. Spotting a tailor shop ahead, she approached. Shopkeeper, present your finest fabrics for both men's and women's garments. I shall take them all. The shopkeeper beamed with delight. Please wait a moment. Before long, the shopkeeper returned with nearly 20 sets of men's clothing and over 10 sets of women's attire. Esteemed guest, these are our finest garments. Do they meet your satisfaction? Longley ran her fingers over the fabric, appreciating its smooth and skin-friendly texture. I am quite satisfied. Please wrap them all up. How much do I owe you? The shopkeeper and his assistant worked swiftly, and soon everything was neatly packaged. A total of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Longley placed the money on the counter and, with Huan Feng and Xianing, exited the shop. They then found a boutique selling various hairpins, jewelry, and masks. Shopkeeper, I will take all the masks from this counter and these few hairpins. The assistant hurriedly packed everything, stealing glances at Longley and her companions. Wondering where such a wealthy patron had come from, esteemed guest, your items are ready. The total is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. The assistant spoke respectfully. Longley glanced at the packaged masks, waved her hand, and stored them away, unfazed, as wealthy individuals often possess storage bags or rings. After paying the 300,000 low-grade spirit stones and ensuring there was nothing else she required, she turned to leave. Upon exiting, she headed directly to the inn where Lin Nan was staying. Xianing, wait for me here. I need to take care of something. Longley entered the inn, and Huan Feng whispered, do you think our master has purchased too many clothes and over 20 masks? Xianing, with lowered eyes, replied, perhaps our master has other plans. We should follow her lead. Room 3 was simple and clean. Lin Nan sat by the window, watching the bustling street below, lost in thought. A knock sounded at the door. "Sir, there is a young master seeking you," the assistant announced. Lin Nan rose quickly to open the door. Staring in confusion at the unfamiliar Longley. "May I ask who you are?" Longley raised an eyebrow. It was indeed hard to recognize her after the disguise. "Young Master Lin, I am the one who saved you last night." "Are you that young master?" "Yes, let me enter, and we shall discuss further." Longley glanced at the assistant, who nodded slightly and stepped out. Lin Nan gestured for her to enter, and she took a seat. "Young Master Lin, I consumed a disguise pill, hence my altered appearance. I apologize, my lady." "I am indeed foolish," Lin Nan replied, looking remorseful. "From now on, you may call me Longley. This is a restoration pill, consume it, and you will fully recover." Longley offered him a pill, which Lin Nan accepted, astonished. "Thank you, Miss Long." After taking the pill, Lin Nan sat on the bed, and time passed slowly. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Nan opened his eyes, filled with joy. Not only had his injuries healed, but his spiritual power had also increased, advancing from the initial to the mid-stage of the spirit-empty realm. The pill was indeed miraculous. "Thank you, Miss Long, for your life-saving grace." Lin Nan knelt on one knee, sincerity etched on his face. Longley raised her hand to help him up. "Since young Master Lin has recovered, I must take my leave." Seeing Longley about to depart, Lin Nan knelt again. "Miss Long, my father is gravely poisoned. Only an alchemist can save him. Could you introduce me to one?" Unbeknownst to him, the very person before him was the one who had concocted the pills. Longley frowned slightly. Lin Nan was becoming rather bothersome. She had no time to venture to the underworld city, as the estate was still being established, and she needed to cultivate her own people. "Please rise. Why do you enjoy kneeling so much? I cannot introduce you to an alchemist. Do you even know what poison your father has?" The physician said. "It is a binding silk poison. Extremely vicious. Only a 4th grade detoxification pill can resolve it. I truly have no other options but to implore your assistance to save my father." Lin Nan's face was filled with desperation. This was his father's only chance, and he did not wish to abandon hope. He understood that he should not trouble Miss Long, but his father was such a good man, suffering daily from the poison, and he could not bear it. A 4th grade detoxification pill was something she currently did not possess, nor did she have the necessary spiritual herbs to concoct one. There was simply no way. Longley's expression grew troubled. She could offer him other pills, but not this one. "Young Master Lin, I truly do not have the detoxification pill." Lin Nan's face fell, despair washing over him. "Could it be that my father truly has no hope? Miss Long, I beg you to introduce me to an alchemist. If he can save my father, both he and I would pledge our loyalty to you. Moreover, if my father recovers, he can reclaim the position of family head, and the Lin family will become your support." Longley could not bear to see such a pleading look in his eyes. Young Master Lin was a filial son, and she saw this as an opportunity to assist his father, which might help her establish the Lin family as her own influence. "I truly do not have a detoxification pill at the moment, but I can give you 2 other pills. Return home and have your father take them. In 10 days, I will visit the Lin residence and assist in detoxifying him." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's face filled with gratitude, repeatedly thanking Longley for her immense kindness. Longley felt exasperated by his excessive gratitude. She handed him a restoration pill and another spiritual recovery pill. "Take the restoration pill first. If your father cannot hold on for 10 days, then give him the spiritual recovery pill." Lin Nan, overwhelmed with emotion and tears in his eyes, accepted the pills. "Thank you, Miss Long." "Young Master Lin, you have already expressed your gratitude numerous times. Quickly return and administer the pills to your father. I have other matters to attend to." Longley left the room, and Lin Nan gazed at her departing figure, filled with immense gratitude, never expecting to encounter such a benefactor. Finally, his father had a chance at survival. Huan Feng and Xianing followed closely by Longley's side as the trio made their way towards the estate. Located in the southern part of the Holy Dragon capital, at the foot of the Zhongshui Mountain. Chapter 32, the Beast Arena. Surrounded by dense forests, the estate was backed by towering mountains. With lush trees and fresh air, seamlessly connected to nature, this place looks quite promising. Let us explore further. Indeed, Longley led Huan Feng and Xianing into the estate. Pavilions and towers adorned the surroundings, with clear streams winding through, where fish frolicked joyfully. Various flowers and plants competed in beauty, and from this vantage point, one could gaze into the distance, the scenery breathtaking, instantly washing away fatigue. Han Zhou emerged from within. "Master, when did you arrive?" Longley wore a bright smile. She was thoroughly satisfied with the estate. "Just arrived. This estate is truly delightful. Master, please choose a name for the estate so that I may have a plaque made." Longley surveyed the picturesque surroundings, the scenery enchanting and ethereal, with mountains enveloped in morning mist, exuding a hint of nature's mystery. "How about naming it Purple Mist Estate?" Han Zhou and the others also expressed their fondness for the name. "My esteemed master, I shall promptly arrange for the crafting of the plaque. There is no need for haste. The estate has just been established and requires attendants such as maids, cooks, and guards, all of which necessitate careful organization. However, it is imperative that these individuals possess noble character and can be trusted. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind?" Han Zhou exchanged glances with the other 2. "Master, among us 4, only I have a living mother. Perhaps we could invite her to prepare our meals for now, and gradually expand our estate once we encounter reliable individuals. Long Li narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. The elderly woman would surely find it exhausting to manage so many people. And it would be untenable for such a vast estate to lack servants. Hanzhou, does the Holy Dragon City have any establishments that sell slaves or guards and maids? Indeed, there is an arena in the Holy Dragon City where slaves are available for purchase. Long Li frowned. Such places in the lower realms are undeniably brutal. Hanzhou and Xianing remained behind to attend to the estate's affairs, while Huan Feng and I will venture to the arena to seek suitable slaves to procure. Once Long Li finished speaking, she took to the skies with Huan Feng, both having consumed a disguise pill, ensuring they would not be recognized. The arena was not particularly far from the estate. At the corner before the arena, Long Li and Huan Feng stood, where she produced two masks. She donned one and handed the other to Huan Feng, put it on. Huan Feng finally understood the purpose of acquiring so many masks. Growing increasingly impressed by his master's meticulousness in covert operations, once they were masked, they proceeded into the arena, which was teeming with people, primarily affluent youths bedecked in fine silks, all bearing an air of feigned virtue. The interior of the arena resembled a circular castle, divided into multiple tiers, with obsidian floors, glass lanterns, and rosewood counters. However, the maids serving here were dressed rather provocatively, with some men boldly embracing them. Long Li lifted her gaze to the board displaying the day's combatants and the betting options. This was her first visit to such a venue, and it struck her as filthy and violent. Esteemed guests, the first battle is about to commence between the spirit beast, the spectral panther, and blood slave No. 1. Please feel free to place your bets, announced a man with a shifty appearance. Instantly a crowd surged forward to place their wagers. Long Li stood on the staircase, observing below. In two cages, one contained the spectral panther, a first-tier spirit beast, and the other a man clad in black, stoutly built, with massive iron chains binding his feet. His eyes bore a feral ferocity, prompting Long Li to frown slightly. This was a slaughter. And blood slave number 1 seemed oblivious to his surroundings. After a brief investigation, Long Li discerned that this blood slave possessed mid-level strength in the spirit profound realm. How had he fallen to such depths? Huan Feng stood beside Long Li, whispering, "Master, those who enter here either perish or are left crippled. This is merely a playground for the wealthy." Supported by the Holy Dragon Palace, the arena's overseer is a master of the Spirit Emperor realm, with countless experts watching over these blood slaves, who must incessantly fight to generate profit for the arena until they meet their demise. Long Li squinted. Indeed, the Bai Li family was not to be trifled with. Revealing their cruelty, understood. Huan Feng, wager 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on blood slave number 1 to win. Long Li handed Huan Feng a storage pouch containing 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Keep the remainder for yourself. Consider this pouch a gift." Huan Feng gratefully accepted, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, master." The battle between man and beast was about to commence, with cheers erupting from the crowd. The cage was opened, and blood slave number 1 emerged. Roar! The first-tier spirit beast, the spectral panther, howled. Blood slave number 1 lunged forward like an enraged lion, but the spectral panther dodged with lightning speed. "Devour him, spectral panther! Finish him off!" shouted a wealthy young man in the audience. "Tear that beast apart! Kill that wretch!" A throng of elegantly attired men and women shouted, their eyes alight with excitement. Long Li stood at a distance, absorbing the expressions of those around her. This filthy place, adorned with pretentiousness, was less humane than a mere beast of blood. Slave number 1 was soon covered in blood, as he and the beast fought relentlessly until one was slain. The atmosphere was electric, with roars of encouragement echoing throughout. Scanning the surroundings, Long Li's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in a grey robe standing on the third floor. This man exuded formidable strength. Likely the overseer, the spectral panther seized blood slave number 1's arm, dragging him far away. The scene increasingly gruesome. The beast refused to release its grip, ultimately tearing off blood slave number 1's arm. He screamed in pain, retaliating with a surge of spirit energy that sent the spectral panther crashing into the stone wall of blood slave number 1, then advanced, choking the beast's neck. Both combatants locked in a struggle for survival. Blood slave number 1 continued to squeeze even after the spectral panther was slain, seemingly unaware of his own victory, his eyes filled with bloodlust as he trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, an arena official entered. Blood slave number 1 still refused to relent, forcing the official to strike him with a powerful blow, sending him flying several meters to crash against the wall, barely clinging to life. Long Li could no longer bear to watch. A wealthy young man who had placed bets scoffed that blood slave number 1 actually managed to kill the spectral panther. "Humph, I hope never to see him again. I've lost a fortune because of him." Long Li rolled her eyes in disdain, while Huan Feng, witnessing the brutality, felt a pang of sympathy. "Master, do you think he can survive? It appears unlikely. He has lost an arm. Did you see how the officials struck him? There was no intent to heal him. It seemed he wished to finish him off entirely." "How pitiful," Huan Feng remarked, a hint of sorrow in his tone. "Each person has their fate. Only the strong can establish the rules, while the weak must endure. This is the world of the survival of the fittest." Chapter 33. Slaves. Such a bloody spectacle merely serves to thrill the wealthy, with no sense of morality in sight. Human nature is such, Longley had long since seen through it. For their own gain, individuals would slay anyone, even kin, let alone mere playthings. So approaching the counter, Longley inquired, I wish to purchase some guards for my estate. Whom should I approach for this? The man with the shifty appearance glanced at Longley. How many would you like, esteemed guest, male or female? That depends on what is available. If I find any to my liking, I may purchase several. Both genders are acceptable. It depends on the individuals. The man, seeing her response, beamed with a smile. I am Black Wind. Please follow me. Longley and Huan Feng followed him to the basement, which was dark, damp, and reeked of mildew. Esteemed guest, we have both men and women here. If you find someone to your liking, simply let me know. Longley peered into the cages, where over 100 individuals were held. Resembling animals chained and confined, the feeding bowls were filthy, and the stench was nearly unbearable. Black Wind stood at the doorway, disdainful of the odor, unwilling to step closer. Longley continued her inspection. Among them was the one-armed blood slave. No one, bloodied and curled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. A master, he is still alive, indeed, a remarkably strong will to live, a true anomaly, Longley remarked, raising an eyebrow. Black Wind, how much for each of these individuals? They are not expensive. Esteemed guest, those with missing limbs typically cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The intact ones with cultivation potential range from 5,000 to 20,000, while ordinary individuals are priced at 500 low-grade spirit stones each. Black Wind remained at the entrance, responding without stepping closer. Huan Feng looked at the slaves in their cages, unable to suppress his feelings. These people had been stripped of all dignity, living worse than beasts. Longley paced around the cages, observing the downcast individuals, all displaying fear. At that moment, a young boy, around 12 or 13, emaciated to the point of being skeletal, raised his gaze to Longley. His eyes were calm and devoid of emotion, and Longley noticed him immediately. Do you wish to leave this place? As soon as her words fell, the previously bowed heads of the captives lifted, their eyes glimmering with a hint of longing. With the estate freshly established, Longley urgently needed help to manage it, and she intended to organize the estate efficiently so she could venture out to collect spirit herbs without wasting excessive time. Black Wind, I shall purchase all the individuals here. Calculate the total cost. Black Wind was momentarily taken aback. Her esteemed guest, are you certain? Yes, Longley replied nonchalantly, while Huan Feng looked at her in astonishment, not expecting her to wish to buy them all. However, they did seem truly pitiful. She was the kindest master he had ever known. The captives stared at Longley, including blood slave number 1, whose beastly eyes now held a flicker of emotion. Esteemed guest, the total comes to 890,000 low-grade spirit stones. Black Wind's expression was one of sycophancy. Longley handed him the amount. Release them all. I have other matters to attend to. The Black Wind took the spirit stone and gestured to the men behind him. Two burly figures in black grabbed the keys and unlocked the cage. The individuals inside promptly rose to their feet. You shall all come out now and depart with me. Do not squander any more time. Longley's tone was not loud, yet it carried an air of authority. With measured steps, Longley advanced outward, while the first blood slave struggled to stand, trailing behind the others in Longley's wake. Please, esteemed guest, take your time, Black Moon remarked, eyeing the heavy spirit stone in his hand with a glimmer of greed. This distinguished guest was truly generous, though his identity remained a mystery. Longley led everyone to a tailor's shop, where the proprietor prepared 2 sets of garments for each of them. After a brief appraisal, the owner produced a large bag. Young master, everything is here, totaling 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Having completed the transaction, Huan Feng followed Longley as she brought the group to a halt near the villa. If any of you wish to leave, you may do so now. The slaves stood still, none choosing to depart, which greatly pleased Longley. Since you do not wish to leave, you shall not betray me in the future. I will treat you sincerely and will not allow you to return to your former lives. I shall provide you with the life of a normal person. Do you see the Purple Mist Villa before you? I have recently acquired this estate, and it is the perfect time for us to utilize your services. Are you willing to become a part of Purple Mist Villa? We are willing, for you have granted us a new lease on life. We pledge our loyalty to you, never to betray you. Very well, let us return home together, Longley declared, heading toward the villa, with the slaves following closely behind. Master, you have returned. Hanzhou approached swiftly. Yes, Hanzhou. Arrange for them to freshen up. Here are their clothes, please distribute them. Hanzhou regarded the group. Follow me. At the back, the first blood slave swayed unsteadily. Noticing his severe injuries, Longley stepped forward and produced a pill. Take this. The blood slave gazed at the pill, raising his eyes to Longley, his beast-like gaze revealing a hint of gratitude. She was the only one who had ever shown him warmth. The pill was a rare treasure, and she was offering it to a slave. This individual truly seemed different from the rest. He quickly consumed it and went to clean himself up. As for your arm, I will think of a way to help you with it later. The blood slave accepted the pill and swallowed it. Thank you. Longley turned and walked toward the main courtyard, hearing a voice behind her but continuing forward. A slight smile gracing her lips. Inside the main courtyard, the decor was exquisite, reminiscent of the room she had previously inhabited. How meticulous Hanzhou had been. Longley checked her spirit stones and realized she would need to sell a couple more pills to ensure the villa had sufficient funds to operate after her departure. Especially with the increase in personnel. At that moment, Hanzhou and the others entered. Master, they have all freshened up. Longly produced 4 cleansing pills and 4 bloodline pills. Hanzhou, these are the cleansing pills and bloodline pills. You 4 shall consume them tonight to enhance your abilities. In a couple of days, I will be away for an unspecified duration, so you must manage everything in my absence. Those who lack cultivation talent should be assigned suitable tasks, while those capable of cultivating must be nurtured diligently. Master, you truly are the best master, bestowing such valuable pills upon us, 2 at once. As shadow guards, we have never had access to such high-quality pills. At this moment, the 4 were even more touched, their hearts warmed by the realization that their master had never regarded them as mere subordinates. Hanzhou and the others knelt. Thank you, master, for the bestowed pills. Longly raised her hand, lifting them from the ground. Do not kneel. I currently lack spirit herbs, but when I return, pills will no longer be a rarity. Chapter 34. Breakthrough. Longly was not boasting. As a competent alchemist, pills were indeed things she could acquire with ease. Hanzhou and the others rose, their faces filled with admiration. Longly proceeded to the hall, where 105 individuals, now properly attired, bore expressions of joy at their newfound lives. Upon seeing Longly enter, they all bowed. We pay our respects to the villa master. Indeed, this is Hanzhou, my deputy. You may approach him with any matters in the future. This is Shen Ying, responsible for relaying messages and procuring living supplies for the villa. This is Huan Feng, in charge of the villa's finances. Matters of wealth can be directed to him. Lastly, this is Long Yi, who oversees your cultivation and manages the villa's security. We understand, master, they replied in unison. Those capable of cultivating may do so with peace of mind, while those unable to cultivate should ensure the proper care of the villa's food and living arrangements. The allocation of tasks will be handled by Deputy Hanzhou. After delivering her instructions, Longly cast a glance at Hanzhou and slowly exited. We bid farewell to the villa master. Longly took out the few remaining pills, retaining a handful for herself. The rest she intended to hand over to Huan Feng, allowing those with promising talent to consume them first, while she would gather more spirit herbs to concoct additional pills upon her return. Hanzhou was an excellent leader. He assigned suitable roles based on each person's strengths. Once this was arranged, he approached Longly in the main courtyard. Master, everything is in order. There are 21 individuals with decent talent, while the rest are ordinary or disabled. I have arranged appropriate work for them, and the villa can now operate smoothly. Very well. I will be leaving tomorrow, with an uncertain return date. You must be vigilant. Keep the pills for those with talent to use first, and any remaining should be auctioned off. Be sure to conceal your identities during the auction, and the proceeds should remain in the accounts. Longly instructed. Understood, master. You need not worry. And now go and prepare for your breakthroughs. I shall provide you with protection here. Hanzhou and the others promptly made their way to the side courtyard, consuming the pills, while Longly settled in the garden to enjoy her tea. A gathering of spiritual energy enveloped Hanzhou and the others, their meridians expanding, the power of their bloodlines intensifying as the energy coursed through their bodies. Though the process was excruciating, they gritted their teeth, enduring for the sake of becoming stronger. A young woman entered, carrying a meal. Villa master, this is your dinner. Longly gazed at her. The girl appeared no older than 17 or 18. Her looks unremarkable, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. She was an ordinary person. What is your name? The servant is called Yuzhu. Are you adjusting well to life here? Longly inquired, raising her gaze. I quite like it here. Very well, you may leave now, and do not disturb me unless necessary. The maid withdrew, bowing slightly as she exited. Longly regarded the meal before her. It was her first dinner in the villa, and it looked rather appealing. As night fell, the heavens dimmed, the stars barely glimmering, the moon concealed behind the clouds, casting the earth into deeper darkness. Longly stood in the courtyard, gazing into the pitch-black forest, occasionally hearing the distant roars of magical beasts. Hanzhou and the others were still focused on their breakthroughs. At this moment, the spiritual energy around them gradually dissipated. Hanzhou and the others opened their eyes, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, excitement evident in their expressions. They had successfully reached the late stage of the spirit profound realm. Though the cleansing process had been painful, enduring it had allowed them to successfully purify their meridians, greatly aiding their future cultivation. Hanzhou and the others rose to wash off the grime and don their attire before returning to the courtyard. Master, we have all broken through to the late stage of the spirit profound realm. Their eyes sparkled with gratitude and exhilaration. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. Continue to strive forward. Everything here will be entrusted to you. Remember to wear masks or use transformation pills when heading out. I shall be leaving tonight. Longly gazed into the distance, ready to traverse countless mountain ranges. Nighttime was ideal for hunting. Master, do take care. We await your safe return. With agility akin to an eagle soaring through the night sky, Longly set off, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Hanzhou and the others watched her retreating silhouette, nodding slightly. Master, please return safely. In the dark, silent mountains, the woman swiftly navigated through the terrain, her form moving with remarkable speed. After a night, Longly, wishing to sever her entanglement with the grotesque creature, summoned her spiritual energy and leapt into the air, delivering a powerful strike to the creature's head. Boom! The abomination collapsed to the ground. Blood oozing from its wound, the creature's eyes fluttered shut as Long Li extracted its inner core and cast it into her spatial pouch. The white fluff darted through the dense jungle, where the presence of magical beasts had notably diminished, giving way to a greater abundance of spiritual beasts. Both magical and spiritual beasts possess their own territories, and within these bounds no other creatures would intrude. Their territorial instincts were fiercely protective. Any intruder would face relentless hostility. Long Li wandered for an indeterminate time, gathering over 100 stalks of spiritual herbs. Squeak, the little fluff on her shoulder appeared restless, with a hint of excitement. What troubles you, little fluff? Is there something of value nearby? The fluff pointed its tiny paw deeper into the woods. Squeak, alright, I understand. Be a good little fluff. Long Li concealed her presence and proceeded in the direction indicated by her companion. The silence around her was unnerving. Not even a single bird could be seen, suggesting the presence of something formidable. She slowed her pace, each step taken with utmost caution, under the towering ancient trees. A magnificent creature, entirely snow-white with wings sprouting from its back, lay in slumber. Long Li's eyes widened with delight. Was this not the elusive phantom tiger, such a rare spiritual companion, capable of both running and flying with astonishing speed? Was aptly named for its ghostly nature. A coveted mount among cultivators, Long Li found herself in need of such an ally. As she approached, the phantom tiger opened its piercing icy gaze, a flash of fury coursing through its eyes as a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings. Rising to its feet, the enormous creature caused the ground to tremble beneath it. Damnable human, how dare you trespass upon my territory? Long Li's striking features bore a joyful expression, her worries about finding a mount dissipating as this one presented itself willingly. She composed her demeanor, exuding an aura of regality. The phantom tiger, with its immense eyes akin to those of a human, scrutinized the audacious intruder before it, sensing danger emanating from Long Li. The creature, as the sovereign of this domain, could not afford to retreat. Only through battle could it reclaim its dignity as a ruler. This was a ninth-tier spiritual beast, teetering on the brink of evolution into a profound beast. A testament to its formidable combat prowess. A subtle smile graced Long Li's lips. After traversing these mountains for so long, she had finally encountered a creature that met her standards. Today, she would subdue the phantom tiger. Phantom tiger, I offer you a chance to submit to me. The phantom tiger roared in fury. Human, how dare you utter such arrogance? Soon, you shall become my meal. Long Li raised an eyebrow, fully aware that this creature would not yield easily. Very well, I shall demonstrate my strength until you concede. A whirlwind surged forth as she moved like lightning, unleashing a fierce attack upon the phantom tiger. Oh! The phantom tiger bellowed, its forepaw swiping towards Long Li, who deftly evaded, landing gracefully and retaliating with a powerful strike. Boom! The creature narrowly escaped, yet the ancient tree behind it was shattered by Long Li's blow, a testament to her might. A smirk played on Long Li's lips. The feline speed was commendable. Once more, the phantom tiger, irate, bared its teeth, expressing its dissatisfaction before launching itself at Long Li. Dragon and phoenix sword technique, countless sword-like energies cascaded down, forming a vortex that ensnared the phantom tiger. The air filled with the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Despite its swiftness, the creature could not evade the sharp blades, which tore through its pristine fur, blood dripping from its white coat. Feline, yield now to avoid further suffering. Long Li's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight. Human, you were lost in delusion. A glint of coldness flashed in Long Li's eyes as she soared into the air, unleashing a fist imbued with spiritual energy that struck the phantom tiger's abdomen. Boom! The creature was sent flying, crashing into several trees before finally halting. Without granting it a moment to recover, Long Li followed up with a kick. The phantom tiger was launched into the air once more, and Long Li unleashed a flurry of punches, each one strategically avoiding its vital areas. She had no desire to slay this magnificent beast. Grasping the phantom tiger by its hind leg, she hurled it down with tremendous force. Boom! The creature's large eyes sparkled with stars as it staggered to its feet. Dazed, this human was undeniably powerful, yet it remained defiant. Oh whoa! Long Li hovered in the air, gazing down upon it with disdain. Feline, you possess quite the spirit. I admire that. The phantom tiger trembled in fury. Damnable human, today I shall fight you to the bitter end. Bring it on, big cat. I've been waiting for you, Long Li replied with scorn. The phantom tiger unfurled its wings and took to the sky, but Long Li swiftly appeared at its side. Right here, big cat. The phantom tiger unleashed a barrage of icy blades from its mouth, yet Long Li, wielding the sword of divine slaughter, sliced through them effortlessly. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, she mounted the phantom tiger's back and unleashed a series of punches. Now will you yield? The phantom tiger howled in agony, soaring higher and higher in a desperate bid to shake her off. Long Li, growing increasingly relentless, found her patience waning. Last chance, if you do not submit, I will sever your wings, and then we shall see how you fly. After her declaration, fear glimmered in the phantom tiger's eyes, and it descended to the ground, ceasing its roars and appearing far more docile than before. Now the once proud phantom tiger was marred with injuries, its once gleaming white fur stained with blood, presenting a pitiful sight. Do not sever my wings. Long Li dismounted. Big cat, if you obediently become my spiritual companion, I shall not only spare your life but also grant you opportunities in the future, producing a healing pill. Lonely noticed the phantom tiger's eyes light up with excitement at the sight of the elixir. You are an alchemist, indeed. The phantom tiger lowered its gaze, seemingly deep in thought. As a 9th tier spiritual beast, it faced an uphill battle to evolve into a profound beast. Without the right opportunities, it could take centuries to succeed. However, with the aid of a pill, its prospects brightened. This young individual exuded an extraordinary aura, and given their evident strength, ascending to a higher realm was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, being an alchemist only added to the allure. I agree to become your spiritual beast. Lonely tossed the pill over, and the phantom tiger eagerly consumed it, its wounds gradually healing. I will not bind you with a contract, merely pledge an oath to never betray me. Though this phantom tiger possessed potential, its current strength remained insufficient, being merely a 9th tier beast. Very well, I shall swear an oath to the heavens, never to betray our agreement today. Should I break this oath, my soul shall shatter, and I shall meet a tragic end. A beam of golden light enveloped Lonely and the phantom tiger, signifying the oath's establishment. From now on, you shall be known as Big Cat. This is Fluff. May you both coexist harmoniously. A fluff leaped onto the phantom tiger's head, squeaking joyfully. Lonely gracefully mounted the back of the phantom tiger, offering an affectionate pat. Big Cat, let us venture forth and seek treasures within these mountains. In the mountains, the roars of wild beasts echoed through the air. Lonely paused near a crystal-clear pond, surrounded by vibrant flowers, the scenery enchanting. Big Cat, Fluff, guard this spot. I am going to bathe. Do not worry, Master, I shall keep watch. Big Cat led Fluff a short distance away. Lonely extended her hand to weave a protective barrier, disrobing and letting her long hair cascade down as she stepped into the water. Being in the wilderness, danger lurked everywhere. After a brief wash, she donned a white dress, her hair pinned up with a jade hairpin, her unadorned face exuding a fresh and ethereal beauty, far removed from the mundane. Rather than rush to find Big Cat, she settled into a meditative position to refine pills. Having gathered numerous herbs recently, she aimed to concoct 4th tier pills, her previous success with 3rd tier pills now a stepping stone. The deadline for her promise loomed, and others awaited her salvation. Within the barrier, Lonely diligently refined pills, though her attempts at producing 4th tier pills yielded a mere 8. She pondered this anomaly. The method remained unchanged. Yet the output had diminished. Determined, she resolved to try again, meticulously following the steps to refine the required spiritual herbs, carefully purifying them. The fragrance of the pills gradually wafted into the air as Lonely took a deep breath and retrieved the concoction. To her astonishment, she had successfully produced 10 pills. Now she understood where she had erred. The process of purifying 3rd tier pills was swift, while 4th tier pills required more time for both purification and refining. Lonely felt a surge of joy as she surveyed the pills she had created. Her small vials were insufficient, so she resorted to using a box to store them. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her garments and soared into the air, appearing before Big Cat. Big Cat scrutinized Lonely, wondering who this woman was. A presence of the master lingers about you. Who are you? Lonely cast a glance at her garments, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at the phantom tiger, a faint smile gracing her lips. Oh, dear feline, have you changed your attire so dramatically that you fail to recognize me? The fluffy creature delivered a series of playful taps upon the head of the phantom tiger with its tiny paws. Do not strike, dear Fluff. I understand now. Master, you are indeed a lady. My sight has been lacking. Enough of your antics, both of you. We must venture forth to the Lin Manor in the city of Hades. Lonely perched atop the back of the phantom tiger as it unfurled its wings, soaring amidst the clouds. At that moment, Lonely looked down upon the earth, her gaze harboring a hint of an unspoken emotion. Spiritual veins are a resplendent treasure. I wonder where I might acquire a couple? As they neared the mountainous woods surrounding the city of Hades, the phantom tiger gradually descended, and Lonely alighted from its back. Thank you for your tireless efforts, dear feline. The phantom tiger's form shrank, transforming into that of a small cat, with the fluffy creature on either side of Lonely's shoulders. Master, I am not weary. Lonely's eyes twinkled with mirth as she gracefully emerged from the woods, landing steadily before the city gates. As she gazed upon the city of Hades, memories of her first visit flooded back, recalling Shui Shan, the first individual she encountered here. From her spatial pocket, Lonely produced a mask, adorning her face. The city remained as vibrant as ever. Excuse me, young sir, might you direct me to the Lin Manor? A man clad in black, holding a folding fan, exuded an air of nobility. My lady, the Lin Manor is situated quite a distance to the south of the city. Thank you. Lonely proceeded southward towards the Lin Manor. I in the grand hall of the Lin Manor, the current head of the Lin family, Lin Chang, regarded Lin Nan with a cold demeanor. Why did you pilfer the elixir? Lin Chang's eyes narrowed. His foresight had proven accurate as he had stationed spies to monitor Lin Nan's every move. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lin Nan had been secretly administering the elixir to Lin Yang. Seizing the opportunity, he appropriated the elixir for himself and falsely accused Lin Nan of theft. Lin Nan stood in the hall, his gaze lowered. It was appalling that Lin Chang had dispatched shadow guards to surveil him constantly, and today, his actions had been unveiled. This morning, his father had been gravely ill. Even coughing up blood, he had intended to administer the second elixir to his father, only to be thwarted by the sudden appearance of shadow guards who seized the elixir. Lin Nan fought tooth and nail. Yet his voice held no weight now. The entirety of the Lin family stood by Lin Chang, rendering him a mere figurehead, while his father's life hung in the balance, and Lin Chang dared to accuse him of theft. Young master, regardless of the circumstances, you are a product of the Lin family's cultivation for many years. How could you engage in theft? Is this not a disgrace to your father? The elder of the Lin family remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Chang wore a smug expression, reveling in his triumph. This time, he would have both individuals expelled from the Lin family. Let us see who would dare to mention his position as acting head of the family again. Nanner, your uncle is aware that you have grown distant due to this matter, yet I have sought countless physicians to treat your father. Even in your anxiety, you must not resort to theft. This elixir is a treasured heirloom from your aunt's family. How can you exhibit such poor character? Should I grant you leniency this time, you may commit even more egregious acts in the future. Lin Chang, this elixir was given to me by a young sir. When did it become a family heirloom? You shameless scoundrel, return the elixir at once. My father still requires it to sustain his life. Lin Nan's face turned ashen with fury. He could hardly believe Lin Chang's audacity. Lin Chang rose, feigning helplessness. Elders, it is evident that Nanner is beyond redemption. What shall we do about this matter? To steal an elixir and show no remorse. He is unworthy of being the young master of the Lin family. I propose we strip him of his title and appoint Lin Yi in his stead. The elder's words aligned with Lin Chang's interests. Naturally siding with him, the third elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Nan, a child he had watched grow up, confident in his character. I find the elder's suggestion unsatisfactory. Lin Nan is one of our own. And he would not steal without reason. This matter requires further investigation, and if proven true then we may address it. Lin Nan's focus was solely on the porcelain vial upon the table. It was the only elixir that could save his father. In a sudden burst, he leapt forward to seize the elixir, but Lin Chang reacted swiftly, striking Lin Nan in the chest. You are utterly beyond saving. With a thud, Lin Nan was sent sprawling over a meter away. Collapsing in the hall, his complexion turned pale, blood staining the corners of his mouth, indicating severe internal injury. The third elder stepped forward, head of the family. How could you strike so ruthlessly? Lin Chang scoffed. Elder, it is not my desire to act thus, but look at what this young master has done. He dares to seize the elixir before the elders, leaving me no choice but to intervene. At that moment, a guard approached. Head of the family, a lady has come seeking the young master, claiming she is here for a 10-day appointment. Lin Nan disregarded his pain and dashed towards the manor's entrance like the wind. The onlookers in the hall were taken aback by his sudden movement, and the elder remarked with disdain, could he be mad? Longley stood at the entrance, playfully teasing the fluffy creature. Just then, Lin Nan stumbled out, his steps unsteady, clearly suffering from serious injuries. Young Master Lin, what has happened to you? Lin Nan gazed at the masked lady in white, confusion flickering in his eyes. Are you Lady Li? Indeed, but it is more appropriate for you to address me as Miss Li now. Longley placed the fluffy creature upon her shoulder, her gaze lowered as she spoke softly. Miss Li, my father is in dire straits. It is all my fault. The last elixir was taken by my uncle. Lin Nan's countenance was filled with despair, his eyes reflecting guilt and helplessness. Longley was somewhat taken aback. This Lin Nan appeared quite astute. Yet he could not even safeguard a single elixir from being stolen. Young Master Lin, please take me to see your father. Miss Li, please follow me. Lin Nan led Longley towards the rear courtyard of the Lin Manor. Lin Nan, how dare you bring an outsider into the manor? The elder obstructed their path, speaking with a mocking tone. Chapter 37. Healing. Lin Yang Longley assessed the individual blocking their way. Clad in grey robes, he appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, resembling a weasel, which instantly provoked distaste. Lin Nan clutched his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Elder, step aside, this is the person I invited to treat my father. Humph, what can a mere girl do to heal? Do not lie further. Lin Nan, you have yet to clarify your theft of the elixir. Hurry back with me, the head of the family is waiting for you. The elder spoke with an air of superiority, believing the unassuming girl before him held no power, and thus deemed her inconsequential. Longley frowned slightly. This man was akin to a toad, croaking incessantly and truly vexing. Are you a dog, enjoying blocking the way? Are you? The elder's face turned a shade of deep anger. You dare to call me a dog? You are courting death. Longley assessed him, noting that he was merely at the mid-stage of the spirit realm. Yet he dared to boast before her, certainly courting disaster. A good dog does not obstruct the path. You seem to be a mad dog, if the dogs of the Lin Manor are disobedient. Do not blame me for taking action. Her voice was soft, but her tone was icy. What audacity! Who dares to wreak havoc in my Lin Manor? Lin Chang, noticing the elder's delay, emerged from the hall with others. Just in time to overhear Longley's remarks, they beheld the enigmatic figure before them, clad in white and masked, which added an air of mystery, yet she exhibited no hint of spiritual energy, revealing her as a mere waste. A waste did not have the right to speak such bold words. Head of the family, please clear the way. This is the person I invited to treat my father. Lin Nan positioned himself protectively before Longley. Long Li raised her gaze, observing the shameless individual who had appropriated the elixir adorned in resplendent garments that could not conceal his ugly demeanor. Lin Nan, you have truly disappointed me, take this young master away. Lin Chang's expression was filled with malice, relishing in his triumph. 2 Shadow Guards advanced, but Lin Nan's voice turned frigid to, I am the young master of the Lin family, my father is merely poisoned. Your obstruction suggests you harbor ill intent, wishing for my father's demise. Lin Chang and the elder exchanged glances, and the elder stepped forward to Lin Nan. Have you lost your mind, spouting such nonsense, as the young master? You steal elixirs and now dare to confront your elders for an outsider. Have you wasted all those years of learning the family's rules? I propose we strip Lin Nan of his title and expel him from the Lin family. Some among them readily echoed, Lin Nan is unworthy of being the young master. How can he, having stolen the elixir, be fit to be the young master? Expel him from the Lin family. Lin Cheng's face was painted with triumph, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Once this little troublemaker was expelled, he would find a way to eliminate him entirely. I had no idea the Lin family was so corrupt. Today, I have witnessed what true shamelessness is. Head of the family, you accuse Lin Nan of theft. Do you possess any evidence? Just because you are the head, can you slander at will? Long Li retorted. The elder stepped forward, pointing at Long Li. Where did this wild girl come from? Throw her out. Long Li scoffed, filled with disdain for the pretentious hypocrites who had grown too bold. 2 Shadow Guards approached to seize Long Li, but Lin Nan swiftly moved to shield her, ready to confront the guards. Young Master Lin, it seems difficult to treat your father today. There are those who wish for your father to perish, yet they feign concern. This elder appears to be in cahoots with the current head. Long Li's voice was soft, yet everyone heard her clearly, prompting the third elder to step forward. Cease at once. My lady, can you truly heal the former head of the family? How is the patient? A diagnosis is required, but I cannot provide an answer at this moment. Long Li regarded the third elder, who still maintained a semblance of gentlemanly demeanor, far more upright than the grand elder. Lin Nan, escort this young lady to tend to your father. I shall handle matters here. The third elder spoke in a calm tone. What do you mean, Mold 3? The grand elder interrogated. First, we must treat the ailment. Do you genuinely wish to see Lin Yang perish? The third elder scrutinized the grand elder, countering his inquiry. The grand elder, now somewhat uneasy, averted his gaze as Lin Chang stepped forward. Let us first attend to elder brother's health. We can address other matters later. Today, the head of the family shall observe whether she can indeed cure elder brother. Lin Chang cast a sidelong glance at the grand elder, harboring skepticism about this woman who, devoid of any spiritual energy, seemed nothing more than a charlatan, a notion only Lin Nan would believe. Within the chamber, Long Li beheld Lin Yang, emaciated and bearing a pallid complexion. The sight of him bore no resemblance to a living being. It was evidently the result of severe poisoning. She approached and placed her fingers upon his pulse. Realizing the toxin had already infiltrated his heart and lungs, had she arrived even a moment later, his life would have been beyond salvation. Long Li produced a medicinal pill and administered it directly to Lin Yang, channeling her spiritual energy into him to hasten the absorption of the remedy. Given the chaos enveloping the Lin residence, perhaps only Lin Yang's revival would bring resolution. After all, she was merely an outsider, and this was an internal family affair. Meanwhile, Lin Nan stood guard at the door, wary of the grand elder and his cohorts, his eyes betraying his vigilance, while internally he fervently prayed for his father's awakening. The grand elder's voice dripped with sarcasm from outside. If you cannot heal him, come out swiftly. Do not waste everyone's time. Long Li, having reached her limit with the grand elder's provocations, unleashed a surge of potent spiritual energy, propelling it directly toward his face. Bang! The grand elder, being of a lower realm, was effortlessly sent sprawling. He rolled on the ground in agony, coughing up blood, causing those outside to gasp in shock at the sheer force of the energy, which was undeniably formidable, at least at the level of a spirit king. Yet, this woman exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Could she be concealing some extraordinary artifact? Lin Chang hurriedly approached. Grand elder, are you well? Another spurt of blood escaped him, his complexion ashen and voiceless. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chang urgently commanded, quickly summon a physician. As Lin Yang's pallor gradually returned to a healthy hue, the toxins dissipating from his body, Long Li exhaled in relief. She channeled additional energy into Lin Yang, hastening his recovery. Truth be told, she wished to conserve her energy, for outside lurked numerous threats, and Lin Nan's imposing aura would soon be shattered. Lin Yang's eyelids fluttered, eventually opening to reveal murky pupils, a consequence of prolonged unconsciousness. Long Li presented him with a spirit-enhancing pill. Consume this. The situation outside demands your leadership. It was only then that Lin Yang fully regained consciousness. My lady, have you saved me? Lin Yang, indeed, swiftly take the pill. Your brother would be delighted to see you dead, and chaos reigns outside. Long Li urged. Lin Yang accepted the pill, swallowing it without hesitation, feeling vitality surge within his withered form, his complexion becoming vibrant once more. Chapter 38. The tumor. Long Li gazed at the now rejuvenated Lin Yang, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The medicinal pill was indeed remarkable, particularly the 4th-tier variety, whose effects were instantaneous. Moments ago, he appeared lifeless, now his visage radiated health. Master Lin, your father has awakened. You need not remain at the door any longer, she stated coolly, stepping aside and cradling a fluffy creature. Appearing detached from the ensuing events. At the sound of her words, Lin Nan visibly trembled, hastening into the room. Upon witnessing his father seated upon the bed, his eyes glistened with emotion, and he promptly knelt. Father, you are finally awake. Lin Yang descended from the bed, aiding Lin Nan to his feet. My son, you have borne much during this time. It is worth it if it means father awakens, Lin Nan replied. His eyes brimming with tears reminiscent of a wrong child. Previously he had been shielded by his father's protection, living a life of ease without encountering adversity. Lin Yang's eyes too glistened with unshed tears. Deeply empathetic to his son's plight, you have endured hardships, my son, henceforth, I shall ensure you are never wronged again. Observing the tender exchange between father and son, Long Li understood that Lin Yang was a good father. Yet excessive indulgence could hinder Lin Nan's growth. Lin Cheng forcefully kicked open the door. How dare you injure the grand elder? I shall kill you. Such bravado, second brother, Lin Yang remarked, stepping into view. Lin Cheng halted. His gaze averted, realizing with ire that Lin Yang had indeed awakened. Was it not said that only a fourth-tier pill could counteract the poison? What could possibly explain this? Surely that woman had deceived him. He lowered his eyes, composing himself. Elder brother, you have awoken at last. I have been so worried during your unconsciousness. Lin Yang regarded his younger brother, who had always been the object of his affection. Yet the one who posed the greatest threat to him was his own kin. A deep sigh escaped his lips. Second brother, now that I have regained consciousness, what transpires outside? Elder brother, it was South Sun who, in a bid to treat you, pilfered the ancestral pills from the Shang Yun family. I merely sought to educate him, for theft is a grave matter. Oh, your sister-in-law's family possesses ancestral pills. How curious that I was unaware. You never mentioned it before. Surely you did not concoct this tale while I lay unconscious, seeking to eliminate the young master under the guise of a justification. Lin Yang's shrewd gaze glinted with coldness. This time, he would not tolerate the parasitic elements within the Lin family. Lin Chang's lips twitched. Elder brother, how can you think such a thing? South Sun has been like a son to me. How could I harm him? During your unconsciousness, I sought countless physicians for your ailment, which everyone can attest to. For you to suggest such a thing is truly disheartening. Lin Yang turned his back on Lin Chang, slowly making his way outside, where a throng had gathered. The third elder's face lit up upon Lin Yang's arrival. Head of the family, you have finally awakened. The crowd bowed in unison. We greet the head of the family. Lin Chang's expression turned ashen, his eyes filled with malice. As long as Lin Yang remained, he would never see the light of day. His fingers cracked ominously. Long Li, cradling the fluffy creature, smirked slightly. Noting the flames of resentment in his eyes, Lin Chang resembled her own uncle, a veritable ingrate. Such individuals were a waste of resources. Master Lin, allow me to clarify, the so-called pills of Lin Chang were, in fact, a gift from me to Master Lin to prolong his life. He seeks to claim the pills for himself, falsely accusing Master Lin, hoping to oust him from the Lin family. I trust all present are aware of the unfolding events. As an outsider, I had no intention of interjecting. However, the pills indeed belong to me, and I must elucidate this. It is now up to Master Lin to determine the fate of these malicious individuals. Long Li's tone was measured yet laced with chill. Lin expresses profound gratitude to Miss for saving my life. Everyone is aware of the poisoning I suffered. It was this young lady who rescued me just now. Regarding the pills, there is no need for excessive elaboration. Those with discernment understand that Lin Chang and the Grand Elder conspired against me, and I have decided to strip them of their cultivation and expel them from the Lin family forthwith. Upon hearing these words, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No wonder Lin Chang has persistently targeted the young master. It was evidently premeditated. Lin Chang is truly a treacherous ingrate. The head of the family treated him with kindness, yet he plots against his own brother, a despicable act. The situation was indeed as such. We unwittingly aided the oppressor. Lin Chang's eyes flickered with malice as he lunged towards Lin Nan. Already injured, Lin Nan was powerless to resist, and it appeared he would soon be captured. South Sun Lin Yang's attempt to intervene was futile as he shouted in desperation. Bang! Long Li interposed herself before Lin Nan, striking Lin Chang and sending him sprawling. Truly a cornered dog, beneath contempt. Lin Chang, initially suppressing the metallic taste in his mouth, could no longer contain himself and spat forth blood upon hearing her words. You wretched woman, still able to hurl insults. Smack! Long Li raised her hand, channeling her energy into a strike that sent Lin Chang's teeth flying, stained with blood as they fell to the ground. The assembled Lin family gasped in shock. This woman, appearing innocuous, had dealt a devastating blow, leaving him toothless. Lin Chang, how do you feel now? Utter another word, and I shall sever your tongue, ensuring you can never speak again. Long Li caressed the fluffy creature, her demeanor shifting from that of an icy avenger to one of casual indifference. Lin Chang, now paralyzed by fear, dared not utter another word, his eyes wide with terror. This woman was no mere mortal, she was a demon. Lin Nan stepped forward. Miss Li, thank you. Long Li raised an eyebrow. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. In times of weakness, one must endure and grow. When the opportunity arises to eliminate threats, one must not hesitate, weeds must be uprooted, otherwise, they may one day bite back. Do you understand, Master Lin? Thank you for your guidance. Miss Li, I comprehend, Lin Nan replied respectfully. Father, during your unconsciousness Lin Chang made several attempts on my life. Had it not been for Miss Li's intervention, I would have perished. This man is ruthless and must not be spared. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed as if deliberating, a sword materializing in his hand. Lin Chang, you dared to assassinate the young master of the Lin family. This is a capital offense. Today, as head of the family, I shall enact justice upon my own kin.my dear brother, I have erred. Please do not take my life. It was a moment of folly that clouded my judgment. I implore you to spare me this once. Pfft. Lin Yang uttered not a single word further as the sword in his hand pierced the heart of Lin Chang. The members of the Lin family, take heed. This is the fate that befalls those who commit heinous acts and betray their kin. Lin Chang has received his just deserts. We shall abide by the teachings of our patriarch. Very well, let this matter conclude here. All of Lin Chang's relatives shall have their spiritual powers revoked and be expelled from the Lin family. The third elder shall oversee this execution. The assembly departed from the back courtyard. Lin Yang stepped forward and clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing his deep appreciation to Miss Li for saving his life. In the future, should Miss Li require assistance, Lin will spare no effort to aid her. Chapter 39. The spiritual vein longly gazed at the earnest expression on Lin Yang's face. Her ambition to eradicate the Bai Li family was not to be achieved overnight. The Bai Li family had stood the test of time, boasting countless formidable warriors. She required allies, with their support. She would possess the strength to avenge the original owner even against the Bai Li family. There is no need for the family head to be overly courteous. Lin Nan stepped forward, saying, Father, Miss Li is actually someone I recognize as my master. Lin Yang feigned surprise, then quickly accepted the revelation. Without Miss Li's intervention, both he and his son would have long since met their demise. They would not be standing here alive today. This Miss Li possesses profound spiritual power and is of an exceptionally high realm. Moreover, she is a kind-hearted individual. Most importantly, she is an alchemist, destined for immeasurable achievements in the future. If Miss Li does not mind, we would be honored to welcome her as a guest elder of the Lin family, and the Lin family will assist her in any endeavor, provided it does not contravene moral principles. A subtle smile graced Long Li's lips. Lin Yang did not disappoint her. The family head is indeed a man of gratitude and reciprocity. In that case, the Lin family and I shall be allies moving forward. I trust you have surmised my identity. Here are 2 essence cleansing pills and 2 bloodline pills. Family head Lin and Lin Nan should consume these. The benefits contained within require no further elaboration from me. Lin Nan stepped forward to accept the pills, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Li. With this matter concluded, I shall not impose further, as I have affairs to attend to at home, should there be a need in the future. I will seek the assistance of the family head. Miss Li, do not hesitate to speak your mind. Nanner, please escort Miss Li out of the estate. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with joy. Today was a fortuitous day, as not only had his health been restored, but he had also befriended such a promising young alchemist. Miss Li, allow me to see you out. Lin Nan gestured invitingly before the Lin estate. Lin Gongzi, should you have urgent matters, you may convey them at the Purple Mist Manor in the Sacred Dragon Capital. I will be informed. I understand, Miss Li. Please travel safely. Lin Nan bowed deeply to Long Li's departing figure. Without Miss Li, there would be no present for him and his father. This kindness would be etched in his heart. Having exited the capital, Long Li arrived at the outskirts, amidst the dense forest. Great Cat, do you happen to know where I might find a spiritual vein to excavate? Master, spiritual veins are typically concealed and difficult to unearth. Moreover, many have already been claimed by major families or sects. Thus, they are quite rare now, and I do not know where any might be found. In order to facilitate her travels, Long Li had purchased a map. She examined it and inquired, what about the Demon Domain Mountains? Master, it is said that there are few visitors there, and it is home to formidable mystical beasts. Very well, Great Cat, we shall set forth for the Demon Domain Mountains. If we do not locate a spiritual vein, we shall return home. Long Li mounted the back of the Phantom Tiger. In an instant, the Phantom Tiger unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. Moving swiftly and steadily, Long Li gazed at the clouds within arm's reach, extending her hand to touch them. The sensation of such freedom was truly delightful. At the edge of the Demon Domain Mountains, the Phantom Tiger circled above before descending gracefully. Master, we have arrived at the Demon Domain Mountains. Very well, conceal our presence. Let us proceed. Having surveyed the mountains from above, she noted the towering peaks, robust trees, and the boundless expanse of the forest. The Phantom Tiger strode forward with a resolute gait. Entering the dense woods, within the forest, the branches and leaves intertwined, blocking out the sunlight and casting the area into shadows, where the dampness mingled with the faint scent of decaying vegetation. Long Li withdrew a detoxification pill, consumed one herself, and offered another to the Phantom Tiger. Your Great Cat, open your mouth. The Phantom Tiger complied, and Long Li fed it a pill. Master, this pill is truly delectable. It melts in the mouth and has a faint Pleasant aroma. I sense that the atmosphere here is rather unwholesome. We should take these detoxification pills in advance to guard against any toxic miasma. In the future, I shall gather more spiritual herbs and pills for you and the furball as treats. The phantom tiger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following such an imposing master was undoubtedly the wisest choice, as it would enjoy pills daily. Master, you are the most formidable being I have ever encountered. Longley lightly patted the back of the phantom tiger. Not just yet, I am still in a stage of growth. In the future, when I achieve greatness, you shall accompany me. A howl echoed through the mountains. Longley sat upon the phantom tiger's back, her gaze sharp as a blade focused on the distance. Great cat, I will proceed on foot from here. You should revert to your miniature form. Longley leapt down as the phantom tiger and furball flanked her shoulders. She moved like a spectre through the woods, collecting every spiritual herb in her path. Deep within the forest, clad in white, Longley perched atop a tree, her eyes fixed upon the fluctuations of spiritual energy. A smile curled at her lips. Fortune had favored her without effort. Before her lay an unclaimed spiritual vein. If she could capture it, she would be able to cultivate within her space in the future. Spiritual veins are typically hidden underground, possessing self-awareness and adept at concealing themselves. They are formed over millions of years, nurtured by the essence of sun and moon. Longley stealthily approached, the spiritual vein meandering through the soil. Initially, it seemed to stroll leisurely, but sensing danger, it burrowed swiftly into the earth. Longley would not allow it to escape. Drawing her rusted sword, she unleashed her spiritual power to its utmost, striking down upon the soil. The spiritual vein was jolted free. As the soil was flung into the air, Longley soared upward to grasp the vein. The spiritual vein, attempting to flee, quickened its descent just as Longley feared it would escape. A light emanated from the birthmark on her wrist, momentarily blinding her. Rubbing her eyes, Longley found the spiritual vein had vanished, causing her to stomp in frustration. She glanced down at the birthmark on her wrist. What on earth were you thinking? Glowing at such a moment, you scared the spiritual vein away. What a splendid opportunity had slipped away, and Longley was utterly incensed. Do not fret, master, the spiritual vein has already been absorbed into the space. Longley's face contorted in confusion. Who are you? Who is speaking? No voice answered. Only the rustling of leaves filled the air. What was happening? Had she encountered a ghost? Longley spun in place. Master, who are you conversing with? The phantom tiger inquired, puzzled. The great cat, did you hear someone speaking just now? I did not, the great cat replied, indicating it had heard nothing. Longley regarded the mark on her wrist. Could it be the Qilin jade that was communicating? Why had it only spoken a single line and then gone silent? Had the spiritual vein truly been absorbed into the space? With a thought, she entered her space. Xianming regarded Longley with a joyful expression. I was just about to ask you where you found that spiritual vein. Look ahead, countless fruit trees have sprouted, and a vast expanse of spiritual herbs has emerged. The space has undergone a remarkable transformation. Longley observed the excitement on Xianming's face and confirmed that the entity that had spoken to her earlier was indeed the Qilin jade, yet, why had it only uttered a single phrase and vanished? Chapter 40, a transformative change. Longley beheld the flourishing spiritual herbs before her, of varying grades. The once dry spiritual spring was slowly producing spiritual liquid, likely due to the presence of the spiritual vein. Revitalizing the area. In the future, would she not need to harvest spiritual herbs or excavate several more spiritual veins? This would surely become her path to prosperity. Longley resolved to rely on spiritual veins to amass wealth. Xianming, do you think the Qilin jade might develop an artifact spirit or be capable of speech? Longley inquired tentatively. She had never encountered a lifeless object that could speak in the upper realm. The notion was utterly astonishing. Xianming, observing the scene before him, felt a surge of emotion. When he had first arrived, the spiritual veins had been barren. This was his first encounter with such a scene. Why do you ask? I have lived for so long without witnessing anything similar. The notion of artifact spirits is merely a rumor. I have never seen one with my own eyes. Longley did not wish to elaborate. It had only spoken a single line, and she could always inform Xianming later. Indeed, I had not heard of artifact spirits speaking before. The great cat was utterly astounded, its eyes wide with disbelief. Where is this place? The spiritual energy is so dense here. Master, may I explore? This is a cave space. If you wish to explore, of course, you may. The phantom tiger, receiving permission, transformed into its true form and began to roam the space. Xianming regarded the massive phantom tiger. Is this your contracted beast? No, it is a new subordinate I've recently acquired. The phantom tiger, appearing as if it had never seen the world before, flitted about the space. Master, this place is so vast. I love it. Longley placed a hand over her forehead, embarrassed by the creature's naivety. Xianming, please do not mind. The great cat is simply inexperienced. It will adapt in a couple of days. Not at all. This place has been too quiet for too long. Now it feels lively. The phantom tiger is quite endearing. Having endured solitude for so long, Xianming found a momentary sense of life and vitality in the presence of new energy. That is good, great cat. Do you wish to accompany me outside, or would you prefer to remain here? Longley asked, raising her gaze to the phantom tiger. At this moment, the phantom tiger was reveling in delight. And upon hearing these words, it leapt down. Master, I shall accompany you. This realm of demonic mountains is fraught with peril, but with me by your side, you shall be protected. The fluffy ball of fur promptly jumped onto Long Li's back. Determined to stay with its master, the large feline transformed into a miniature version, perching itself upon Long Li's shoulder. Xin Ming, I shall venture out in search of opportunities. Exercise caution not if you encounter overwhelming odds. Retreat into the space without hesitation, rest assured. As Long Li emerged from the space, the ground trembled violently in the depths of the mountains, and she could feel the quake beneath her feet. What is happening, master? I sense countless spirit beasts nearby. The phantom tiger's eyes flickered with concern. Long Li soared into the air, charging forward into the chaos. The closer she drew, the more intense the aura of the spirit beasts became. A sense of confusion filled Long Li's mind. What could be causing such panic among them? Could it be that a precious treasure was about to emerge? Just as Long Li approached, she discerned the presence of formidable beings closing in on the area. In a hurry, she consumed a disguise pill, donned a mask, and hastily stored the fluffy ball and the large feline into the space, not daring to linger, and instead rushed to the epicenter. The central region was rife with unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy, and the spirit beasts seemed to be in a state of utter chaos, fleeing in all directions as the forest descended into turmoil. Thunderous rumbles echoed overhead as dark clouds gathered ominously, unleashing bolts of divine lightning. The thunder carried an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of this place. Instilling terror in the hearts of all present, Long Li raised her gaze to the heavens. The scene suggested the emergence of a divine beast. This cannot be. There are no divine beasts in the upper realms. Let alone here in the lower realms. In the valley, a small creature, entirely snow-white with a pair of horns adorning its head, stood amidst the chaos. It observed its surroundings with vigilance as countless bolts of lightning struck down. Long Li, having narrowly evaded the lightning, was the first to arrive at this location. She gazed into the pit where the small creature resided, a being reminiscent of the divine beast Bai Zhe described in ancient texts. Sending a jolt of astonishment through her heart, Bai Zhe had been struck by lightning, its pristine fur now marred by bloodstains, and its tiny body trembled in fear. The rumbling continued. Long Li dove into the pit. But just then, another bolt of lightning descended. She raised her hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual power to counter it, but alas, her strength was insufficient. With a sickening thud, the lightning struck her, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Zhe scrutinized the human before it, who had shielded it from the heavenly wrath. You are too weak. If you do not leave now, you shall be struck dead, you ungrateful little creature. I am injured precisely because of you. Long Li retorted, hastily consuming a recovery pill. Bai Zhe's tiny eyes rolled. I did not ask you to shield me. Rumbling thunder echoed once more. I am leaving. You can bear the brunt alone. If you perish, I shall collect your remains. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe quickly called out, Wait, I have just come into existence. I fear I cannot withstand this tribulation. That if you assist me today, I shall ensure your safety for a lifetime. Long Li waved her hand dismissively. Do not deceive me. My current strength is inadequate to help you survive this tribulation. If I falter, what future do you think I will have? You shall find no sympathy here. I nearly forgot to mention, numerous powerful beings are approaching from the periphery, likely drawn by your presence. If you survive this tribulation, you will still be captured and treated as a pet. Bai Zhe, realizing she was not falling for the ruse, felt a pang of urgency. It was well aware of the incoming threats. The tribulation was paramount. This human appeared to possess a commendable character, and it had initially hoped to deceive her. But now it faced exposure. What must I do for your assistance? Long Li's lips curled into a smile. I am still uncertain of what you truly are, seeing you in such a pitiful state. I might lend a hand, but I lack nothing except a subordinate. Would you consent to a contract with me? Bai Zhe's eyes glinted with menace. Human, you shall not succeed. That is impossible. Very well. When you are half dead from the lightning and subsequently captured by those powerful beings, you shall have no choice but to acquiesce. Contemplate your situation carefully. With that, Long Li soared into the air, retreating to a distance, reveling in the spectacle. Should you refuse, I shall relish the sight of you being struck by lightning. As Bai Zhe observed her departure, the tribulation thunder rumbled downwards, and it conjured a protective barrier, but it shattered almost instantaneously under the relentless onslaught of lightning. Boom! Bai Zhe was struck, its fur releasing the acrid scent of charred flesh. At that moment, it resembled nothing more than a piece of burnt coal, its tiny body swaying unsteadily as it struggled to stand. Ha! Your appearance is utterly hilarious. Soon, you shall be roasted, and I shall feast upon you. After a long day's journey, I find myself rather hungry. Long Li exclaimed, hands on her hips, reveling in misfortune. With a pained grunt, Bai Zhe, already gravely injured, spat out blood in response to Long Li's taunt. Little creature, are you still alive? If you happen to perish, do let me know so I can retrieve your remains. After all, our meeting is fated. I have shielded you from a bolt of heavenly wrath. We share a bond now. I cannot allow you to rot in the wilderness. Long Li spoke earnestly, her expression one of genuine concern for its well-being. Chapter 41, The Divine Beast. Bai Zhe, enraged, nearly fainted from the pressure. It moved its tiny body a few times, managing to stand, and surveyed its disheveled state. How could the illustrious Bai Zhe divine beast end up in such a predicament? Human, you infuriate me. Do not let your anger consume you. Look, another bolt is about to strike. Conserve your strength. Anger serves no purpose, but if it strikes you again, even an ant could crush you. With that, Lonely nonchalantly took out some fruit. Appearing entirely unfazed, Zay's lips twitched, and its eyes fell into contemplation. Should it perish here, what would become of its future? Human, if you help me withstand this final bolt of tribulation, I shall enter into a contract with you. Lonely tossed the fruit aside. You were merely waiting for me to utter those words. You should have spoken sooner. You wasted my time. Rumbling thunder filled the air. The last bolt of tribulation was more potent than the previous ones. Lonely's eyelids fluttered as she prepared to defend Zay. She was willing to risk everything. If she were to perish, how could she seek vengeance? Lonely shielded Zay behind her. Drawing forth the sword of divine slaughter, channeling all her spiritual power into it, her expression resolute as she faced the impending doom. The outcome of her fate hinged upon this moment. The roar of thunder was deafening. And Lonely's face paled slightly in fear. Why did her legs feel so weak? The lightning descended, and blood seeped from the corners of her mouth as her legs trembled uncontrollably within the space. The slumbering Shangjiu stirred slightly. What is this woman doing? She is sustaining such severe injuries. Concern filled Shangjiu's eyes as its consciousness slowly withdrew, slipping back into slumber. Zay observed Lonely's trembling form with growing anxiety. Human, hold on. Lonely felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Was it too late for her to regret her decision? The agony of being struck by lightning was unbearable. Zay infused its final vestiges of strength into Lonely. Human, just a little longer. Lonely's legs were unsteady, shaking violently. Her internal organs ached, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. The rusted sword in her hand was struck by lightning, the rust vanishing entirely. Replaced by a gleaming new blade radiating a chilling white light. With the sword's assistance, Lonely suddenly felt a measure of relief. The oppressive weight lessened significantly. At this moment, she remained oblivious to the transformation of the sword. The final strike of the tribulation shattered Lonely's defenses. Boom, she was sent flying, blood splattering across Zay. She tumbled several times before barely stabilizing herself. Hastily, she retrieved a pill, mixing it with her blood, and swallowed it down. Zay, drenched in Lonely's blood, found its forehead adorned with intricate contract markings. As the tribulation finally subsided, powerful beings surged in from the periphery. Lonely struggled to sit up, her body drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. As the formidable figures drew near, she grasped Zay's hind leg and, in a flash, vanished into the space. What is this pit? Why is there nothing here? That was the tribulation of a divine beast. Where has it gone? An elder clad in grey robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace, scrutinized the scene before him with disbelief. The aura was here moments ago. How could it vanish so suddenly? A black-clad elder, his expression menacing, was clearly not a benevolent figure. Lier, I did not expect to see you here. The elder in white, his gaze unkind, replied. Lier is the revered elder of the Li family, whose longevity is rivaled only by their strength in the mid-tier of the spirit state realm. Since you have come, why should I not? Lier responded dismissively. Tuoba Chen, elder of the Tuoba family from the underworld hall, also in the mid-tier of the spirit state realm. We have all come for naught, not even a trace of the divine beast. Tuoba Chen stroked his beard, irritation evident in his eyes. Within the space, Lonely lay bloodied, clutching the pitch-black Zay on the ground. Xin Ming rushed forward, helping her to her feet. Lonely, how are you? I am not well, Xin Ming. I fear I cannot hold on much longer. As Lonely's words fell, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Xin Ming swiftly carried her into the inner quarters, where Lonely lay upon the bed, her face pale and stained with blood. Xin Ming, unsure of how to assist her, given that he was a man and felt awkward removing her clothing, decided instead to administer some healing pills. After attending to her wounds, he observed Lonely's complexion improving slightly. He covered her with a blanket before stepping outside. How is she? The phantom tiger inquired anxiously. She should be fine. Her internal organs are severely injured, compounded by significant blood loss, Xin Ming replied with a calm demeanor as he closed the door. The fluffy ball tugged at the unconscious Zay, approaching slowly. A squeak. Xin Ming crouched down to examine it. Not dead, still alive. But what exactly is this creature? The white Zay, cloaked in charred white fur, resembled nothing more than a lump of blackened coal, utterly obscured from its original visage. It bore no trace of the divine beast's aura, leaving Xin Ming completely bewildered as to what this grotesque creature was and from whence it had emerged. The phantom tiger disdainfully pawed at the unconscious white Zay, its eyes brimming with contempt. Your master entered with this thing in hand. Xin Ming candidly admitted that this creature had indeed been brought in by Lonely, resembling a beast that had narrowly escaped being roasted. Could it be that Lonely was ambushed while attempting to cook it? Mao Qiu, do not concern yourself with this creature for now. Your master will have plans upon awakening. Mao Qiu, undeterred, prodded white Zay a few more times before leaping onto the head of the phantom tiger, adopting an air of a little master outside the spatial realm. The crowd had searched tirelessly for a considerable time, yet not a single strand of divine beast fur could be found. It seemed their journey had been in vain. Where was the divine beast that was said to have emerged? The tribulation lightning was no illusion. Perhaps the divine beast had been utterly obliterated by it. Until we meet again, I shall take my leave. An elder clad in white departed, followed by others who soon followed suit. Lier surveyed the deep pit and the remnants of blood, convinced that someone had been there. Who could possess the audacity to abscond with a divine beast right beneath their noses? Lier, are you not leaving? Tuoba-chin called from midair, raising an eyebrow. Lier chose to ignore him and soared away. Tuoba-chin narrowed his eyes, muttering that no good could come from the Bai family before turning to leave. The forest returned to its former tranquility, and the spirit beasts no longer trembled in fear. Longley's consciousness swirled tumultuously as she lay in a stupor, enveloped in a golden halo that encased her entirely. Waves of spiritual energy surged into her body, settling down to traverse through her meridians, gradually absorbed by her being. In that moment, the singed fur of White Zay began to undergo a transformation. Growing pure white as snow and restoring its true appearance, seemingly even more radiant than before. As White Zay's strength burgeoned, it opened its eyes to survey the unfamiliar surroundings. To its astonishment, this human woman bore the bloodline of the ancient dragon clan. This contract had bestowed unprecedented growth upon both the human woman and itself, truly a blessing in disguise. White Zay inspected its body and ventured toward Longley's chamber. Chapter 42. Transformation. When White Zay beheld the unconscious Longley, its heart swelled with emotion. This woman had truly risked everything for its sake, and it felt fortunate that they were both alive. White Zay transformed into a boy of about 10 years. Donned in white attire with white hair resembling an exquisite sculpture of jade, it perched upon Longley's bed, gently poking her face repeatedly. Do not sleep any longer. Awaken swiftly. Longley frowned slightly, her eyelashes fluttering as she struggled to open her eyes. What greeted her vision was a boy with white hair and violet eyes, his face as translucent as jade. Who are you? White Zay stood and spun around. Human woman, do you not recognize me simply because I have donned a new guise? Longley sat up, realization dawning. It's you. I nearly perished to save you. You must henceforth refer to me as master. White Zay huffed, its violet eyes flashing momentarily. Were it not for your blood staining me, we would not even be in a contractual relationship now. Longley's eyes narrowed in displeasure. So, divine beasts can also be ungrateful. Let me inform you, from this day forth, I shall be your master. Taken aback, White Zay retreated a step. You are aware of me, what is so remarkable about that? Longley retorted, rising to her feet and straightening her attire, her tone tinged with annoyance. White Zay, gazing at the slightly irate Longley, lowered its eyes. Master is master. Why be angry? I am merely unaccustomed to it. From now on, be obedient. A smirk played at the corners of Longley's mouth as she realized that after her fainting spell, she had unexpectedly advanced to the late stage of the Spirit King realm. To think I could break through even while unconscious. How miraculous. White Zay, watching the delighted Longley, could not help but smile as well. Our contract will naturally enhance your strength, yet, how is it that you possess the bloodline of the ancient dragon clan? You sensed it. I found an egg that has yet to hatch, descendant of the ancient dragon clan. Longley explained, indeed, master is fortunate. With our assistance, you shall surely ascend to the pinnacle of divinity. White Zay assumed a mature demeanor. Longley gazed at White Zay, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable sadness. The pinnacle of divinity. My father devoted his life to ceaseless breakthroughs, journeying to the ancient battlefield in search of fortuity, sustaining grave injuries while in seclusion, all in hopes of one day standing at the pinnacle. Sometimes I find it rather laughable. My father may now regard Longing as his daughter, while I, the rightful heir, have long been replaced. Master, what troubles you? Why so melancholic? Sensing Longley's dejected mood, White Zay expressed concern. Longley smiled faintly. It's nothing much, just reminiscing about some painful memories, and I feel a bit melancholy. Who has wronged you, master? I can help you eliminate them. White Zay's violet eyes glimmered with a cold, murderous intent. My enemies I shall deal with personally. I will reclaim all that belongs to me. Longley's eyes narrowed, an icy aura enveloping her. Xian Ming entered. Longley, you are finally awake. Do you realize how frightening you appeared? Covered in blood? I am perfectly fine, Longley replied, tempering her aura and adopting a gentle expression. White Zay emerged from behind Longley, its violet eyes assessing Xian Ming, recognizing that this man was no ordinary being. His strength unfathomable. Xian Ming also noticed White Zay, raising an eyebrow. Longley, where did you acquire this divine beast? Allow me to introduce my newly acquired second brother, White Zay. This is Xian Ming, my friend, Longley said, pulling White Zay's arm with a cheerful grin. Longley, you are truly fortunate. White Zay is an ancient divine beast. Did you sustain all these injuries for it? Xian Ming was not taken aback. After encountering Shangjiu, he felt that no good fortune befalling Longley was surprising. Given that she was the owner of the Qilin Jade, having a divine beast by her side would be rather unimpressive otherwise. At that time, White Zay was undergoing tribulation. I shielded it from 2 bolts of lightning, resulting in the state you witnessed, leaving it severely injured. Longley now felt a jolt of fear at the thought. Had it been in the past, she would have never taken such a risk. Now, however, she required power, strength to reclaim all that was hers. Is this not reckless? To dare shield a divine beast from tribulation lightning, one misstep could lead to death. Xuanming's tone was stern, laced with concern. The situation was urgent. Had White Zay been struck again, its life would have been in jeopardy. I could not stand idly by and watch it perish. Next time, I shall be more cautious. See, I have survived this ordeal and formed a contract with White Zay. Longli recognized Xuanming's concern and understood that she had acted somewhat rashly. For a brief moment, she felt as if she had genuinely come close to death. Previously, did you not say that life is of utmost importance? Do not engage in such reckless behavior again. With White Zay's enhancement, you will become even stronger, but it is still in its juvenile stage. To advance to maturity, it requires rare treasures and the right timing. Xuanming, you seem quite knowledgeable about divine beasts. What was your strength in the past? Longli inquired, curiosity evident in her eyes. You will come to know my strength in due time. As for divine beasts, ancient texts contain records. Their numbers are scarce, and they are even more seldom seen today. However, there are indeed many treasures in the lower realm. In the future, do not expose the divine beast. Some powerful beings from the upper realm may descend in search of opportunities. Even if they arrive in the lower realm, their strength will be suppressed to the transformation realm, making them formidable presences here. One must not provoke them without sufficient strength. Xuanming was unaware that Longli herself was from the upper realm. He was imparting knowledge to her. Thank you, I understand. White Zay, seated nearby, blinked its eyes. Master, where are we now? This is my space, as well as Xuanming's cave abode. Longli stated this to prevent Xuanming from thinking she aimed to claim the space for herself. Master, how remarkable you are to possess such a treasure. I shall take a turn outside. After saying this, White Zay ventured out. It was evident that White Zay's emergence would attract numerous powerful beings. Not only from the lower realm but also from the upper realm, who would come to investigate. For now, White Zay should remain in the space. It was still too weak. If discovered by a spirit saint realm expert, it would lead to unending troubles. Xuanming watched White Zay's retreating figure, taking on a paternal demeanor. Longli understood that Xuanming only wished the best for her. Previously, in the dragon realm, she had been a revered princess. Yet behind that honor lay endless solitude. Even a slight kindness from longing had led her to take it seriously, resulting in a painful price. Alright, I understand. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Xuanming felt a sense of satisfaction. He had lived his life solely for the sake of waiting. Longli was carefree and unrestrained, unbound by trivialities, kind-hearted yet resolute, a remarkable young lady, and he truly regarded her as a child. Chapter 43, The Mysterious Furball. White Zay roamed the space, even exploring the undulating mountains ahead. Incredible, Master, this space is vast beyond comprehension. I have walked for so long and still have not reached the end. Not only was it expansive, but the spiritual energy was also incredibly rich, truly an exceptional place for cultivation. White Zay furrowed its brow as it gazed upward, wondering where such a spirit beast had come from that it dared to fly above its head. The phantom tiger frolicked in the air, blissfully unaware of the pair of eyes observing them from below. By Zay emanated a formidable aura, causing the phantom tiger to tremble involuntarily. Little furball, that is the pressure of a divine beast. The furball, however, felt no discomfort. In contrast, the phantom tiger was not as fortunate. It quivered violently and plummeted from the sky, landing in a most undignified manner. Just then, Bai Zay approached with a light-hearted stride. Ah, so it is the phantom tiger. Pray tell, who are you? The furball peeked out from the grass, its expression one of indignation. The poor phantom tiger's legs gave way, rendering it incapable of standing. It could only lie prostrate. Surrendering in submission, are you a divine beast? Bai Zay inquired coldly, already aware of the answer. I am but a subordinate of the master of this realm, the phantom tiger replied, lowering its gaze, witnessing its companion's plight. The furball's eyes blazed with fury. With a swift jump, it landed on Bai Zay's back and began to pummel his head with tiny fists. Bai Zay, taken aback, reached out to pluck the furball from his shoulders. You seek death, little creature. Squeak. The furball kicked its little legs defiantly. Such a spirited little thing. You seem unfazed by my divine aura, Bai Zay remarked, his violet eyes glinting with curiosity. Esteemed divine beast, this is the pet of the realm's master. You must not harm it, the phantom tiger implored, gazing at the furball with concern. Having forged a bond over the past few days, Bai Zay retracted his pressure and perched himself upon the phantom tiger's back. Return. The phantom tiger soared into the sky, swiftly returning to the courtyard of the cave, landing gracefully. Why have the three of you returned together? Longli, who was sipping tea with Xuanming in the courtyard, inquired casually. At that moment, the phantom tiger looked utterly dejected yet dared not voice its grievances, keeping its head bowed in silence as Bai Zay approached with the furball in hand. Master, this little one shows no fear of my divine aura, Bai Zay stated, causing the phantom tiger to gasp in astonishment. Its master had indeed taken a divine beast as a subordinate, a lifelong aspiration for the phantom tiger. Longli and Xuanming were equally astonished. All beasts were subject to the constraints of their bloodlines. How could a mere ordinary beast like the furball remain unperturbed by Bai Zay's overwhelming presence? Is what you say true? Longli asked, his tone laden with uncertainty. I witnessed the phantom tiger flying above, only to succumb to my aura, while this little one boldly leapt onto my back and struck my head. Bai Zay held the furball with a bemused smile. Finding the creature increasingly entertaining and remarkably fierce, Longley cradled the furball in his arms. Could this little one be a powerful divine beast in disguise? I sense no divine aura, which makes it all the more peculiar. Zay seated himself, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip with an elegant flourish embodying the demeanor of a refined young gentleman. Squeak, the furball seemed to be complaining, incessantly tugging at Longley's clothing. What breed are you, little one? Xian Ming's piercing gaze swept over the furball, but he found no discernible clues. Could it be that something about this creature obscured its aura or innate talents? After much contemplation, he conceded defeat, deciding that regardless of its origins, it was now her pet master. Where has that elusive dark beast gone? The phantom tiger inquired respectfully. Longley's brow furrowed slightly at the question. What dark beast do you speak of? Upon realizing whom the phantom tiger referred to, Longley's lips curled into a smile. The answer was both distant and near. Zay, lost in thought, cast a deep glance at the phantom tiger, causing it to shudder. At that moment, it dawned on the phantom tiger that the dark figure was likely the divine beast lord. Reflecting on the past, it felt a cold sweat break out at the memory of how it had once pawed at the noble creature's distinguished form. Realizing now how misguided it had been. I once thought you were an undercooked beast, and now I see the misunderstanding. Who could have anticipated such an anticlimactic entrance for the divine beast? Xian Ming commented casually, reminiscing about his earlier suspicions. When Zay was struck by lightning, I was gravely injured, and powerful beings swarmed the area. I had no choice but to retreat into the realm for safety. Zay nodded in agreement, acknowledging Longley's quick thinking. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Great feline, join me in my adventures. Zay and the furball shall remain within the realm. Xian Ming, I must take my leave. Though this place is secure, it is not meant for my prolonged indulgence. She set down her cup and rose, leading the phantom tiger out of the realm. Observing Longley's departing figure, Xian Ming felt a twinge of sympathy. A young girl in her prime should be cherishing moments with her family, yet Longley's journey had been quite the opposite. From their first meeting to now, she had traversed the world alone, leaving him to wonder what trials she had endured. Surely they were experiences etched deeply in her memory. Outside the realm, Longley cast a wary glance around, traversing the forest with the phantom tiger. Master, there is a spirit beast ahead. The trees obscured Longley's view, so she leapt to the treetop, extending her senses outward. A smile graced her face upon realizing it was an 8th-tier spirit beast, the crimson blood thunder leopard. As she crept closer, the leopard, preoccupied with grooming its claws, remained oblivious to her approach. However, when it finally noticed, a protective barrier of lightning crackled around it, radiating a fierce demeanor. Human, this is my territory. Leave at once, or I shall not show mercy. The cunning crimson blood thunder leopard, recognizing the unusual aura surrounding Longley, understood that she was no ordinary human. You are quite astute. I find you rather impressive. Why not become my spirit beast? Do not push your luck. Human, the leopard trembled with rage, its eyes glinting with malice. What have I to gain by bullying you? Accompany me, and you shall find life here far superior to lurking in these woods. Consider the dangers that lurk. You might someday find yourself discarded for your inner core, but I will treat you with sincerity and offer you opportunities. The leopard's heart raced as it scrutinized the human before it. Her aura was chaotic, hinting at something it feared. It dared not act recklessly. I do not wish to be anyone's spirit beast. You should leave at once. The leopard assumed an aggressive stance, attempting to intimidate the human. Longley sighed. Since you refuse my offer, I shan't waste my breath. If you won't take the opportunity one present, then I must take matters into my own hands. Chapter 44. The crimson blood thunder leopard. Longley brandished her god-slaying sword, momentarily taken aback. This is my sword. The blade gleamed ominously, free of any rust. She glanced left and right, contemplating whether it was the power she sensed during the tribulation that had aided her. Could it be this very sword? In a moment of confusion, she turned her gaze toward the crimson blood thunder leopard, who was watching her with a bemused expression, muttering to itself, "Is this human mad? I offer a friendly warning, do not provoke me. It is a fortune for you to have caught the eye of my master." The phantom tiger, perched upon Longley's shoulder, wore an air of pride as it interjected. The crimson blood thunder leopard finally noticed the phantom tiger. "Humph, you disgrace your kind. I shall fight to the death." The phantom tiger, unfazed by the leopard's lack of appreciation, casted a pitying glance. "You would do well to seek your own fortune." Longley shifted her focus back to the crimson blood thunder leopard. "Do you truly believe that your lightning can protect you?" Gripping the god-slaying sword, she unleashed a sweeping arc of energy. The leopard, swift as lightning, evaded the strike, unleashing a bolt of electricity aimed directly at Longley. "I can withstand true tribulation. Your petty lightning poses no threat to me," Longley declared, standing firm. The lightning was dissipated by the spiritual energy surrounding her, inflicting no harm. She soared into the air, her speed surpassing that of lightning, and with a powerful kick, struck the leopard on the head. The thunder leopard's vision blurred with stars as it cried out in pain, crashing into a tree trunk. Longley pointed the sword's tip at its throat. "Submit, or perish." The leopard's eyelids twitched as it faced the sharp blade, blood trickling from its head. "I shall submit. This is a healing pill." Longley tossed it into the leopard's mouth. I shall not bind you, but you must pledge your absolute loyalty to me." The leopard, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope. As long as it was not bound, it might retain its freedom. "I swear unwavering loyalty to my master. Should I betray this oath, I will perish in the coming tribulation." The vow was sealed. The phantom tiger regarded the crimson blood thunder leopard with disdain. "You claimed you would fight to the last. Just moments ago, I offered you wise counsel, yet you dismissed it. Now look where you stand, forced to submit after being bested. How pathetic." The leopard struggled to find words. "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You arrived last, and from now on, I shall be your elder brother. Speak out of turn again, and beware my wrath," the phantom tiger warned. Flexing its tiny claws menacingly. As the two beasts bickered, Longly paid them no mind. Both humans and beasts must learn to coexist. "Crimson blood thunder leopard, you shall enter the realm. Xian Ming will care for you." The leopard, still bewildered by the turn of events, vanished from its spot, only to find itself in a new and unfamiliar setting. It turned to see Xian Ming and Bai Zhe, startled. "I am the new spirit beast of the master. She said Xian Ming would look after me." The leopard's heart raced as it beheld the two figures before it, its legs trembling uncontrollably. "As a spirit beast, you are to remain here and cultivate. Awaiting your master's return." The obsidian eyes did not gaze upon him, but rather, she savored the tea in her hand. Longly sat astride the back of the phantom tiger, a magnificent feline, and declared, "Let us return to the sacred dragon capital." As they soared through the skies, the view below unfolded in its entirety. A lush expanse of verdant jungles and towering boulders stood resolute, resembling stone giants that guarded the mountain range. Just as Longly was lost in the beauty of the landscape, a surge of spiritual energy resonated from the forest ahead, accompanied by the sounds of a skirmish. She patted the back of the phantom tiger. "Dear feline, let us descend and investigate." With a steady landing, the phantom tiger perched upon her shoulder, and the pair suppressed their auras as they cautiously approached. The trees in the forest were robust, their foliage thick, rendering concealment effortless. Longly navigated carefully among the trunks, leaping atop a towering tree to observe the unfolding events not far away. There, she recognized familiar figures: her elder brother Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong, standing before three men clad in black robes, accompanied by two strikingly beautiful women. "Step aside, my junior brother has been seized by that beast. We must mount a rescue," Long Jiuxiao exclaimed, his face etched with fury and his gaze cold. "Jiuxiao, you ought to understand my intentions. I act for your well-being," replied one of the men, his voice insincere. "Humph, do not think I am oblivious to the schemes of your spirit fox sect. You wish to use my junior brother as fodder for that beast." Long Jiuxiao had long discerned their ulterior motives. Water Yinzhou's intentions were indeed treacherous. Who would have thought this encounter would involve members of the spirit fox sect? "The pursuit by the spirit fox sect is relentless, and our families will not spare you either. We will keep the death of Mu Jinshu a secret. I implore you to show us mercy and let us go." Although Shui Yinzhu may be wicked, he is not a fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute. The person before him is merely afraid of their words spreading. His dialogue is laced with threats and pleas, ensuring that he will not speak indiscreetly in a bid to secure his own survival. Longly smiles faintly. This Shui Yinzhu is indeed a clever individual, yet it is a pity that she fears not vengeance. And today she is not using her true face to commit murder. Who could possibly find her? "I am not intimidated by your words. Today, I shall slay you all, and who will know that it was I who did the deed? Your families will not trace it back to me. You may appear clever, but alas, you are misapplying your wit. You are unworthy of threatening me." A howl erupted just as Longly finished speaking, causing her to squint towards the source of the sound, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. Chapter 46, Slaying the Flame Demon Bear. Unyielding. Shui Yinzhu continued to seek a chance for survival. "My lady, we can offer compensation. Our families are wealthy and influential. As long as you spare our lives, we can fulfill any of your desires." The beastly howls grew more frequent. Longly swiftly positioned herself before Long Jiuxiao, producing 2 elixirs. "Consume these." Lan Yutong and Long Jiuxiao gazed at the elixirs in disbelief. Who is this woman, to casually bestow third-tier elixirs? What a celestial being! "What are you dawdling for?" Longly urged, not wishing to engage in battle while carrying 2 injured companions. After a moment of surprise, Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong reached out, accepting and ingesting the elixirs. "Thank you." At that moment, the ground trembled beneath them. Shui Yinzhu's gaze fell, seeking to seize the chaos to escape. He cautiously stepped back, waiting for the opportune moment to turn and gather his spiritual energy to flee. However, a wave of pressure immediately shattered his defenses, causing his energy to dissipate. This pressure emanated from Longly. "Young Master Shui, intending to leave without a word?" Her voice was crisp and cold, making Shui Yinzhu shudder slightly. He recognized the futility of his escape and could only pray that the mysterious beast would eliminate this wretched woman, providing him with a chance to slip away amidst the chaos. "I have no intention of fleeing. I merely wish to observe from the treetops what formidable beast possesses such presence." At that moment, they found themselves completely surrounded by beasts. Longly raised her gaze, and to her astonishment, 3 spirit beasts appeared, with a formidable beast standing behind them. This was a first-tier flame demon bear, its eyes a blood-red hue, Its body covered in a mane exuding a strong scent of blood, likely from feasting too much on flesh. The remaining three were first-tier earthfire lizard, first-tier rhinoceros beast, and second-tier night demon wolf, presumably the minions of the flame demon bear. What fresh blood and flesh! Those two earlier tasted rather mediocre. I did not expect you to linger and even bring reinforcements. Knowing that I am still unsated, have you come to provide me with a feast? The flame demon bear's greedy demeanor was evident, drool dripping from its mouth. Oh dear, look at your drooling. You are the most repulsive beast I have ever encountered. You human girl appears delicate, and I find it hard to restrain my desires. What is drool compared to what I will do to cleanse your body for a proper tasting? The flame demon bear transformed, taking on the guise of a lewd, disheveled man, sitting atop the back of the rhinoceros beast. Longley regarded the flame demon bear with a glint of murderous intent. This creature was no easy foe. The disparity between spirit and mystical beasts was vast. They possessed significantly greater power and could shift forms, utilizing human bodies in combat, rendering them far more agile. This flame demon bear was thick-skinned and resilient. Even in human form, you remain utterly vile. No matter how you change, the essence of your being does not alter. You are still revolting. The flame demon bear's crimson eyes flared with anger. Human, you have successfully enraged me. Prepare to feel my wrath. You three, deal with them. I will handle this woman personally. The flame demon bear issued orders, reverting to its true form and charging at Longley, while the other three beasts commenced their assault. We shall assist the lady in dealing with it, Long Joshio and Lon Yutong declared. Longley did not wish for their assistance. Rather, she aimed for the other three beasts to eliminate the spirit fox sex 4 members, thereby absolving her of the murder charge and reducing future troubles. Drawing her god-slaying sword, a bloodthirsty smile graced her lips as her garments danced with the wind, her aura of authority radiating outward. She soared into the air, leaving a swirling vortex in her wake. The flame demon bear unleashed a torrent of flames. Human, perish. This was the flame demon bear's ultimate technique. Anyone enveloped by its flames would not only perish but be left severely crippled. It gathered all its might, and wherever it passed, trees were instantly reduced to ashes. Longley wielded her god-slaying sword with great fervor. 9 Heavens, annihilation. As Longley's voice rang out, the spiritual energy within her converged into the sword. 9 bolts of lightning encircling her. In an instant, sand and stones flew. The god-slaying sword radiating a potent aura of death, a tremendous sound reverberating throughout the mountain range, shaking the very earth. The flame demon bear felt an overwhelming pressure, forcing it to step back momentarily. Astonished that this human was a late-stage spirit king, Long Joshio and Lon Yutong were utterly helpless, retreating from the battle zone, their eyes filled with envy. They had not anticipated that their savior was a formidable spirit king. Shui Yunju and his 3 companions battled against the 3 spirit beasts, currently too preoccupied to notice what transpired here. Shui Yunju sought to flee, but the 3 spirit beasts worked in perfect unison, denying him any chance of escape. Longley swung her sword, infused with the power of thunder, unleashing a torrential rain of blades, attacking with ferocity and astonishing intimidation. Bang, 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 as the fire and lightning sword rain collided. A cloud of dust and debris erupted. The flame demon bear was staggered, its massive form retreating several steps, barely managing to maintain its balance. Longley too felt the backlash, her body tilting in midair. This repugnant creature is indeed formidable, but this is as far as it goes. A chilling aura of death emanated from Longley as she sheathed her sword, gathering her spiritual energy in her palm. Moving like lightning, denying the flame demon bear any respite, her movements were blisteringly fast, striking the beast repeatedly, but its massive size made it difficult to catch Longley, and it roared in frustration. Each of Longley's strikes shattered several of its meridians. Accursed human, you seek death. I shall not rest until you are dead. With a swift motion, she summoned her god-slaying sword, thrusting it into the ribcage of the flame demon bear. Gripping the hilt tightly and channeling her spiritual energy, intent on eviscerating the beast, blood gushed forth, staining the ground with its foul odor. A wave of revulsion welled up within her as the flame demon bear thrashed about, attempting to crush Longley with sheer force. Longley withdrew her sword. Now transformed, the god-slaying sword became a tool of flesh-slicing precision. The bear's flesh was continuously severed, its colossal body trembling as flames erupted from its mouth, its paws striking the air with fierce gusts, relentlessly assaulting Longley's afterimages. Among Shui Yunju's companions, only 3 remained. 1 had perished, and the others were injured. Shui Yunju, already wounded by Longley's earlier strike, found himself in dire straits, covered in multiple injuries. Long Joshio observed the unfolding scene, exclaiming, Sister Yutong, this masked woman is truly remarkable. Look how bloodied the flame demon bear has become at her hands. Indeed, judging by the half of her face that is visible, she seems to be of our age, yet her strength is astonishing. We once prided ourselves on being geniuses, but before this woman, we are mere jesters. Lon Yutong remarked, her face a mask of envy. When would she attain such power? With her spiritual energy dwindling, Longley casually consumed an elixir. Oh foolish bear, how does it feel to have your own flesh carved away piece by piece? You seek death. Even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me. Chapter 47, Return. The flame demon bear contemplated self-detonation to end the battle, its eyes a blood-red hue, infused with malice. We shall descend together into hell. Long Li remained unfazed. What a self-detonation, the power of a mystical beast's explosion was indeed formidable. Quickly retreat, Long Joshi shouted. It intends to self-destruct. Boom, with a deafening explosion, the surroundings were enveloped in chaos. The three spirit beasts scattered in all directions, while Long Jiuxiu pulled Lan Yutong away swiftly. Unfortunately, Shui Yunju and his companions were less fortunate. Severely wounded and lacking the strength to flee, they were obliterated in the blast. Leaving no remains, Long Li sat within her spatial realm, changing into a clean dress. I have matters to attend to outside. I shall take my leave. Master is indeed a busy individual, Bai Zhe remarked. Watching Long Li's retreating figure, she must grow. This is the path a strong individual must tread, Qin Ming observed gently, gazing at the tome in his hands. As the flame demon bear detonated, Long Li had already entered her spatial realm. The foolish bear believed it could perish alongside her, but it had miscalculated. Outside the space lay a gruesome scene of shredded flesh, blood mingling with dirt. Long Li hastily distanced herself, seeking a clean spot. Long Jiuxiu and Lan Yutong had not departed. Upon seeing Long Li, disbelief washed over their faces. Despite the immense shockwave, she emerged unscathed, her garments still pristine. It is such a relief to see you unharmed. Long Li turned to look at them. Why are you still here? We merely wish to ensure our benefactor's safety. Now that you are well, we can rest easy. I am Long Jiuxiu, and this is my senior sister. Lan Yutong. We are disciples of the Jialan Academy. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. Quickly you must depart. The self-detonation of the mystical beast will undoubtedly attract other powerful beings. If the Linghu sect sends someone and their disciples perish here while you remain alive, they will surely seek vengeance upon you. For the sake of your lives, it is imperative that today's events remain strictly confidential. You speak wisely, benefactor. We shall keep this matter to ourselves. I take my leave. Long Jiuxiu, astute as ever, pondered the potential consequences should the Linghu sect discover his association with Sister Yutong. The fatalities included many prodigies of the Linghu sect. Even heirs of several eminent families. Observing their departure, Long Li felt a modicum of admiration for her elder brother. He was no fool, demonstrating a keen intellect, with a glint of amusement in her profound gaze. She soared into the air, summoning the phantom tiger. Thank you for your efforts, dear feline. Let us return to the Zaiwushan manor. It is my honor to serve my master, perched upon the back of the phantom tiger. Long Li wore a contented expression, her thoughts drifting to the current state of Zaiwushan manor. After Long Li and the others had left, several figures descended gracefully. A heavy scent of blood filled the air. The ground awash with blood and remnants of flesh. Elderly Yunzhou, their auras are present here. They must. The speaker was an elder cloaked in black, his brow furrowed, sorrow etched in his eyes. That cannot be. They are the prodigies of the Linghu sect. How could they possibly? Elderly, the grand elder of the Linghu sect and a formidable figure at the sovereign level, was consumed by anguish and cold despair as he surveyed the surroundings. Ultimately closing his eyes in hopelessness, the presence of the mystical beasts was undeniable, and even the essence of spirit beasts lingered here. The remains of Yunzhou and his companions had been obliterated. Their essences were unmistakably present. Damn the mystical beast for self-destructing. They have all perished, killed by the explosion, Elderly lamented, his fingers tightening slowly. How shall I account for this tragedy to the families of the deceased? This matter must be reported to the sect master at once. So many prodigious talents have perished. As for their families, I shall dispatch someone to inform them of the situation. The others exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Aware that the die had been cast, they swiftly took flight from the scene. At Zaiwushan manor, a colossal shadow circled overhead, prompting the residents to look up in awe. Hanzhou stood in the courtyard, his brows slightly furrowed. Who dares to cause a stir at Zaiwushan manor? As the phantom tiger descended, the onlookers were finally able to discern its true form, the legendary phantom tiger. Is that someone seated upon its back? Hanzhou's heart raced at the sight, and he hurried forward. Master, you have returned. Long Li gracefully dismounted, landing with poise. Indeed, you have managed this place well. Greetings, manor master. The others inclined their heads respectfully. The phantom tiger shrank down, taking a perch upon Long Li's shoulder, its beady eyes surveying the crowd. So the master has so many subordinates. Yes, I appreciate your hard work during my absence. Long Li's demeanor was warm, a gentle smile forming in her eyes. Master, I have matters to report. Hanzhou spoke with utmost reverence, his demeanor more commanding than before, likely a reflection of his growth and strength as the deputy manor master. Long Li took her seat at the head of the table, and Hanzhou along with the others positioned themselves below her. Please, take a seat. After sipping her tea, she spoke nonchalantly. During your time away, the head of the family has sought you out several times. It seems Bai Li Che's grandmother is celebrating her birthday, and the family head wishes for you to attend with him. Oh, how did you respond? I informed him that you were still recuperating and cannot be disturbed, neither rejecting nor accepting. I thought it best to wait for your return to decide. The family head also implied that the matter regarding your engagement with Bai Li Che should come to a resolution. I had someone discreetly monitor the situation and found that Long Yu and Bai Li Che share an exceedingly ambiguous relationship. Long Li toyed with her teacup, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. My dear father truly pushes his daughter into the flames, still concerned about marriage despite the circumstances. A fool marrying into such a family would either perish or suffer immensely. What a pointless endeavor. Is this love or hatred? Inform the family head that I shall attend the birthday banquet, but let him know that I have not yet fully recovered. As for the relationship between Long Yu and Bai Li Che, you need only observe them. There is no need to involve yourselves further. Since they desire her presence, she shall take a stroll, allowing her to investigate the internal dynamics of the Bai Li family and see if there are any treasures or spiritual veins to uncover. I understand, Master. Currently, the manor's finances are flourishing. The last batch of elixirs sold for over 4 million spirit stones, all of which are in the treasury. We now have 30 cultivators, including a beggar. The strongest among them is the one-armed blood slave, with 3 others at the mid-level of the spirit void realm, while the rest range from late spirit movement realm. 30 individuals. I find that number quite satisfactory. For a newly established manor, this is commendable. With proper training and the aid of elixirs, their cultivation can be significantly enhanced. The manor must also engage in some tangible commerce. Hanzhou, summon all 30 individuals here. I have something to discuss. A moment later, the 30 individuals entered the hall and stood in an orderly fashion. We greet the manor master. Please, no need for excessive formality. The reason I have gathered you today is to discuss important matters. Surveying the 30 individuals before her, Long Li noted their respectful demeanor, clearly indicating that Hanzhou had managed them well. She felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing that there were matters to discuss. Curiosity sparked among the group, some even feeling trepidation at the thought of being dismissed from this hard-won sanctuary. Do not be afraid, I merely wish to inquire if you are willing to serve me for a lifetime. Unwavering and loyal, never betraying me, Long Li spoke with utmost sincerity, for she intended to provide them with ample resources, including elixirs, to foster their growth. If they could not reciprocate her sincerity, she would never divulge such secrets to those deemed irrelevant. We are willing to serve you as our master, forsaking all else in this life, and should we betray you, may we perish in the trials of the afterlife, eternally barred from reincarnation. Thunder rumbled ominously, and a deafening crack of lightning resonated, encircling their foreheads with a halo as the heavenly oath was sworn. Long Li gazed upon them. These individuals would become her most loyal subordinates, and she would nurture them diligently. Excellent, I have not erred in my judgment of you. Those at the spirit void realm and above, please step to the left, the rest to the right. Only 4 individuals stood to the left, 3 men and 1 woman. While the remainder took their place to the right, Long Li waved her hand, revealing a large box upon the table. Curiosity surged among the onlookers. She opened the box, and a fragrant aroma of elixirs wafted forth, astonishing everyone. What manner of person is our master to possess such treasures? There must be more than one elixir within. Inside the box were bloodline elixirs and bone-cleansing elixirs. The bloodline elixirs could awaken latent bloodline powers, enhancing their purity and potency, while the bone-cleansing elixirs could strengthen their meridians, expelling impurities, and significantly accelerating their future cultivation speed. Now each of you may step forward to receive your share. Are you truly giving us these elixirs? One individual asked, disbelief etched upon his face. Since you are my subordinates, I will provide you with resources to expedite your growth. Only with true strength can one stand firm in this realm. Long Li's tone was calm, yet every word resonated with authority. All present held profound respect for their master. Only with sufficient prowess could they avoid a life of turmoil, servitude, or begging. Hanzhou, assist them in distribution. Long Li commanded from her seat. Hanzhou stepped forward, standing beside Long Li. At your command. He gazed into the box, divided into 2 sections, one for bone-cleansing elixirs and the other for bloodline elixirs, and could not help but admire. Our master is truly extravagant, dispensing elixirs without the need for vials, simply using a box. As he began distributing the elixirs, those who received them were left in awe, cradling their newfound treasures as though they were priceless gems. Their master was genuinely benevolent. Not only were their basic needs met, but such precious elixirs were also generously bestowed upon them. To follow such a master for a lifetime was their greatest fortune. Once the elixirs had been distributed, Long Li took a sip of tea and stood up. Everyone holding elixirs consumed the bloodline elixirs first, followed by the bone-cleansing elixirs. The process may be somewhat painful. As long as you endure, your strength will surely increase. If you wish to become strong, you must persevere through this pain. Otherwise, I advise you to return home and rest, for cultivation is not for the faint-hearted. Rest assured, master, we will not disappoint you, they replied in unison. Long Li felt a sense of satisfaction toward her subordinates. For those who had endured hardship, such conditions were akin to paradise, even a form of redemption. Alright, those on the left remain, the others may return to consume their elixirs. The individuals on the right nodded slightly and exited. What are your names? Long Li inquired, gazing at the remaining 4. Bloodslave, the one-armed figure, robust and with a gaze reminiscent of a beast, introduced himself. Asan, the slender man in black, possessing refined features, bore an air of elegance. Long Mao, clad in green, he had an ordinary appearance but possessed remarkably clear eyes and a demeanor of utmost respect. Lotus Blossom, dressed in a light green dress, her fair skin and delicate features exuded a sense of grace and sensibility. Upon hearing their names, Long Li's lips twitched slightly. What peculiar names, Long Mao, Lotus Blossom. Asan, how utterly rustic. Today, the master personally conferred names upon the four of you. From now on, you shall be known as Sword Shadow. Asan shall be called Shadow San. Long Mao will henceforth be known as Songyu. And Ihua shall be referred to as Han Yan. We are deeply grateful for the master's gracious bestowal of names. The four knelt on one knee and spoke in unison. Rise, all of you. Henceforth, Han Yan shall remain by my side, while the other three shall accompany Han Zhou and the others to learn Sword Shadow. This is a 4th-grade bone refining pill. Upon consuming it, you will be able to regrow your arm. Sword Shadow, filled with excitement, trembled slightly, his eyes reddening as he extended his hand to receive it. Thank you, master, and now return and consume the pills. Do not squander this opportunity. The four respectfully withdrew. The phantom tiger leaped onto the table. Its eyes fixated on the pills in the box, while Long Li smiled faintly. If the big cat wishes to eat, let it have a pill. The phantom tiger was elated, rolling joyously on the table. Its heart swelling with happiness at the prospect of following its master and receiving pills to consume. Long Li gently patted the little tiger's head. Make arrangements. Han Zhou shall return with me to the Long family, while the rest will remain to manage the manor. I shall prepare this at once. I in the main courtyard. Long Li toyed with the big cat's fur. Tomorrow, you shall first enter the space to cultivate. If there is anything, I will summon you. Master, I wish to accompany you outside. That cannot be. Tomorrow I must return to the Long family, where there are too many eyes and distractions. I will heed your arrangements. The big cat feigned obedience, determined to be the well-behaved pet, hoping that this would endear it further to its master. Alas, it lamented its lack of strength, aware that there were divine beasts around its master whose prowess far surpassed its own. Thus it resolved to be a docile and obedient big cat. Han Zhou entered, stating, Master, everything is prepared. Everyone who consumed the pills has successfully advanced to the late spirit void realm. Sword Shadow not only healed his arm but also broke through to the early spirit heaven realm, while the other three have each advanced to the early spirit profound realm. Long Li's expression remained calm. This was as expected. With the aid of the pills, breakthrough was quite normal, though she had not anticipated Sword Shadow would reach the spirit heaven realm. His talent was indeed commendable. Very well, bring Han Yan along when we return to the Long family tomorrow. Understood, master. Han Zhou exited. Long Li gazed at the sky, pondering her return after approximately a month, curious if those two wretches missed her. Before the Long family gate, Long Li slowly dismounted from the carriage. We greet the young lady. Two guards hurriedly saluted. They were well aware that this young lady had, upon her last return, directly severed the legs of those who dared disrespect her. After all, one could hardly be punished for killing, let alone for merely injuring. Han Yan assisted Long Li into the Long residence. Han Zhou, I shall seek out father. You take Han Yan to my quarters first. Be cautious, master. Han Zhou glanced at Long Li before leading Han Yan onward. As Long Li observed the scenery along the way, she raised her gaze to the hidden shadow guards, her eyes narrowing. There were quite a few, though their strength was somewhat lacking. The shadow guards were taken aback. It seemed the young lady had detected their presence. This should not have been possible. How could a foolish and useless person notice them? Chapter 49. The unfortunate father actually believes the green tea girl. Long Li paid no heed to the shadow guards, humming a tune as she made her way to Long Batian's study. Knock, knock. Father, your daughter has returned. Long Batian's hand trembled as he hastily rose to open the door. Lier, you have finally returned. How have you fared during your time away? Long Batian examined Long Li from head to toe, concern evident in his gaze. I have been quite well. There is ample food and drink, far more comfortable than here. Long Li blinked innocently, her demeanor childlike. Lier, have you completely recovered? Long Batian inquired tentatively, uncertain whether the current Lier was normal or still foolish. I am half-witted and half-sane. This is all your fault for insisting I return to attend some birthday banquet, interrupting my treatment, Long Li replied leisurely. Long Batian scrutinized Long Li, his eyes filled with curiosity. When Han Zhou spoke to him, he did not fully believe it. After all, how could one be half-witted and half-sane? I apologize. It is all my fault. Wasn't Lier once enamored with Bai Li Che? This time I shall finalize your marriage with him, so you can be together every day. Are you happy about that, Lier? Long Li was utterly incensed. Happy? Not in the slightest. This pathetic father is truly foolish. At times, he can be somewhat decent, yet at others, he appears utterly dim-witted. Bai Li Che is an insufferable fool. How could he even think of marrying me? Truly, he must be out of his mind. Bai Li Che, I recall, is now entangled with my second sister. Is father attempting to have a sister share a husband? Long Batian's expression darkened. Lier, what nonsense are you spouting? Your sister has already informed me that Bai Li Che only has eyes for you. She merely regards him as a brother. She does this for your own good, as she fears you may be mistreated. You used to chase after Bai Li Che. Your sister has always been protecting you. Lier, do not speak such things again. Long Li coldly snorted internally, her eyes turning frigid. I shall not marry Bai Li Che. If father truly cares, he should marry him himself. I shall not participate in this farce. After declaring this, Long Li turned on her heel and departed. This foolish father was utterly blind, completely ensnared by a green tea girl, which was truly infuriating. Long Batian trembled with rage. Unable to contain himself, he wished to unleash his fury but realized that reasoning with a fool would yield no results. With a heavy sigh, he retreated to his study in the peach blossom cottage. Longley sat in the courtyard, still feeling a twinge of anger. How could this imbecile be the head of the family? It was utterly absurd, infuriating her to no end. Greetings, young lady, a servant named Huan said respectfully. Longley, already in a foul mood, responded curtly. Huan hesitated, clenching her dress tightly before kneeling with a thud. Young lady, I beseech you to save me. What was this? Longley was taken aback. Rise and speak. Huan stood, tears glistening in her eyes. Just now, the second young lady summoned me and ordered me to poison your food before the banquet. I refused, and she threatened to have me torn to pieces if I did not comply. Young lady, please save me. This green tea girl was truly everywhere and exceedingly wicked. Since she wished to set the stage, let her perform a grand drama for all to witness. Bring me the poison. Let me see. Huan placed the vial on the table. Longley picked it up and sniffed it. This vile woman actually intended to give her a drug that would induce ecstasy. This poison would not act immediately but would take effect 2 hours later, catching her completely off guard. Relay to the second young lady that you will obediently follow her orders and will administer the poison on time. I understand, but if I fail to complete the task, the second young lady will kill me. Huan's tears streamed down, for she did not wish to die. Longley reached out to comfort her. Fear not, after this matter, I will send you to a safe place. After Longley's reassurance, Huan calmed down. She was but a lowly servant and wished to remain uninvolved in her master's affairs. However, misfortune had befallen her, yet she was grateful for her wise decision, recognizing the young lady as a kind master. Once Huan left, Han Yen closely monitored her. Understood, master. Han Yen vanished into the courtyard. At that moment, Sister Lier, you have returned. Longley was caught off guard as she was embraced, frowning slightly. The person holding her was her elder brother, Long Jiushao. Brother, I can't breathe, Longley protested, pushing Long Jiushao away. Why was this big man so fond of hugging? My apologies, did I hurt you? Long Jiushao asked with concern. Longley sighed, wishing for someone to rescue her from her bothersome brother. No, it's just that Lier has grown up. From now on, you cannot hug me so freely. Indeed, Lier has matured, but I am your elder brother, not a stranger. Long Jiushao gently stroked Longley's hair, his touch exceedingly tender, his eyes filled with affection. Longley rolled her eyes and took a step back. Brother, father said that Lier is to be married to Bai Li Che. Lier, did you not once hold affection for him? Humph, who would love that scoundrel? If it weren't for the original's foolishness, she likely wouldn't have even glanced at such a wretched man. I do not wish to marry, and besides, sister, you was already entangled with Bai Li Che. Entangled? What do you mean by that, Lier? Long Jiushao asked, puzzled. It means they are already involved with each other. Do you understand now, brother? Must I be so explicit? Is this brother truly so dim-witted? Long Jiushao slammed the table. How dare Long you act in such a manner? Lier, do not worry. I will confront father. Longley grasped his sleeve. Brother, I've already spoken to father, but he does not believe me. Perhaps he favors sister you very much. Lier, do not be disheartened. I believe you. Since they are like this, I will not permit you to marry and suffer. Her elder brother was truly exceptional. In the upper realm, she had been the sole child. And now she had a brother who doted on her. Brother, there is no need to seek father. Bai Li Che has stated he will not marry someone like me. A fool. The engagement at the banquet will surely fail. Brother, I understand everything. I just do not wish to speak of it. Long Jiushao looked at the understanding Longley, his eyes filled with tenderness. If Lier has no one she loves, I will care for you for life. Ensuring no one bullies you. Very well, you are such a wonderful brother. Dragonly blinked her large eyes, observing the heartache reflected in Long Jiushao's gaze. Perhaps this was what familial affection felt like, an emotion she had never truly experienced. During her time in the upper realm, her father was consumed by his daily cultivation, never genuinely concerning himself with her well-being. Her mother had passed away long ago, leaving her in the resplendent imperial princess hall, where each day was filled with either solitary practice or loneliness. She had long since grown accustomed to solitude. Chapter 50. A night visit to the Bailey family. As night fell, a figure approached the vicinity of the sacred dragon palace. It was Dragonly, who had been observing covertly for quite some time before slipping into the most vulnerable spot she could find. The full moon hung high, illuminating her petite figure, true to its reputation as the dominant force on the sacred dragon continent. This place was teeming with formidable experts. Even the outer sentinels were masters at the spirit-profound realm. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves as Dragonly evaded the patrolling guards like a specter. Communicating with the ethereal realm. Xianming, can you sense any traces of spiritual veins? Xianming paused momentarily, cup in hand. Where have you ventured? I am in an enemy's lair. There are powerful beings here, and I dare not probe further. I sought your assistance to detect any spiritual veins or treasures. Ideally, I wish to locate a treasure vault. Xianming set down his cup. Very well, as the master of space, you may allow my consciousness to venture forth. Agreed. With a thought, Dragonly summoned Xuanming's consciousness. It spread out, and after a brief search, Xianming smiled. The treasure vault is directly in front of you. Within that tall building, however, 2 spirit emperor realm experts guard it. As for the spiritual veins, they lie behind that tall structure within the surrounding forest. At least 5 spiritual veins are present, and if I am not mistaken, they are protected by formations. 5 spiritual veins. The Bailey family truly spares no expense. Today, I have struck gold. Do not rejoice too soon. Given your current strength, you will undoubtedly be discovered if you approach. Xian Ming did not wish to dampen her spirits. But the truth was evident. He wanted to prevent Dragon Li from blindly embarking on a perilous venture. Xian Ming isn't there no one guarding those spiritual veins. I intend to investigate the formation. There is no guardian, but proceed with caution. I sense some mystery within that forest. A protective formation is in place, and I cannot probe too deeply. However, I detected a presence akin to that of a spirit saint. I surmise this forest serves as a cultivation ground. Dragon Li's earlier excitement swiftly dissipated. The spirit saint realm, caught in their grasp, one would be obliterated in an instant. I must still investigate. Xian Ming, assist me by sensing these powerful beings. If any approach, alert me immediately. Be careful, retreat to the space if necessary. Xian Ming advised. Understood. Dragon Li ventured into the rear forest. Surprisingly, finding no guards, she approached cautiously, but just as she was about to enter the woods, a barrier forcefully repelled her. She executed a roll, retreating a step to stabilize herself. Xian Ming, have you studied formations before? I have. You allow me to discern what kind of formation this is. It is indeed fortunate to have such expertise. I can simply rest easy. This is the Gathering Spirit 5 Elements formation, which not only gathers spiritual energy but also provides defense, a type of protective formation. I can help you tear a gap to enter. Xian Ming narrowed his eyes, his ethereal form appearing beside Dragon Li. This formation does not seem to originate from the lower realm. Dragon Li inquired, gazing at the translucent formation. Indeed, this formation belongs to the upper realm. Your knowledge indicates that the Bailey family is not to be underestimated. To Dragon Li's astonishment, the seemingly insignificant Bailey family had ties to the upper realm. Xian Ming, I wish to enter and investigate. That is acceptable, but you must exercise extreme caution. There are likely formidable experts within that you may not expect. During his prior exploration, Xian Ming had sensed something amiss given the formation's obstruction. As Dragon Li entered, a figure clad in black approached from behind her, shrouded almost entirely, revealing only a pair of keen eyes. He then tore open a gap and stepped inside. Within the formation lay a vast mountain range, visible under the moonlight, its expanse so great that one could not see its edges. Here, flying was prohibited. One could only traverse slowly. Dragon Li, there are no guards here, but powerful beings dwell within the mountains. Their presence palpable. At least 10 spirit saints. Upon taking her first step, she halted in disbelief. What? 10 spirit saints? The old patriarch of the Bailey family truly possesses a formidable force. It is no wonder they wield such influence. They have a strong backing. As Dragon Li ventured further into the forest, the cloaked figure took her previous position. Is that her? After over an hour of travel, Dragon Li arrived at what appeared to be a spiritual herb garden, where an expansive array of spiritual herbs flourished, and numerous spiritual fruits hung from the trees. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to harvest, her figure darting through the garden with remarkable speed. The cloaked man crouched atop a tree, observing her actions. Woman, our fates are indeed peculiar. Let us see where you can run this time. Unbeknownst to Dragon Li, she had been marked, oblivious to the looming danger. She gleefully collected an abundance of spiritual herbs. Xian Ming, where are the spiritual veins located? They are near those powerful experts. It would be too perilous for you to approach. Xian Ming cautioned. If I bury another spiritual vein in the space, the spiritual liquid should flow forth completely. Dragon Li gritted her teeth, slowly making her way toward the location of the spiritual veins. This woman is courting death. Moving deeper inside, the cloaked man murmured as he watched Dragon Li's retreating figure. In the heart of the mountain range stood an ancient manor, surrounded by an aura of concentrated spiritual energy, 100 times denser than the outside world. Here resided 5 spiritual veins. Dragon Li held her breath, akin to a kitten fixated on its prey, inwardly cursing, these old codgers live such luxurious lives. The architecture was both ancient and resplendent, with pavilions and flowing streams, shaded by verdant trees nourished by the spiritual veins, truly a paradise. Xian Ming, where are the spiritual veins located? Xian Ming sensed the surroundings. At the 5 corners of the courtyard. I wish to enter the courtyard. Is it permissible for me? Dragon Li asked, her face falling as she realized if she entered, she would surely be discovered within moments. Did she even have a chance of escape? I believe it would be best if you refrain from entering. While you remain undiscovered, return the way you came. Wait until your strength increases before trying again, Xian Ming advised, crossing his arms in agreement. The primary concern was Dragon Li's safety, for he could not exit himself. Dragon Li lowered her gaze, her fingers tightening, biting her lip. One must act for oneself. If I do not seize the spiritual veins, I may perish. With a sudden dart, Dragon Li slipped into the courtyard. It was eerily quiet, and she quickly located the spiritual veins. Her eyes gleamed as she discovered the veins, drawing out a dagger to begin her excavation. The spiritual vein was trapped here, and she soon made progress. Now she resembled a little mouse burrowing a hole. The cloaked man leaned against a tree, observing her efforts, a smile evident in the moonlight. Just as Dragonly grasped the spiritual vein, an unexpected voice sliced through the silence. Who dares to steal from the Bailey family? A grey-robed elder emerged, his eyes gleaming like an eagle's, fixated on Dragonly as though she were his prey. Chapter 51. An inequitable match. Dragonly jolted, rising abruptly with the spiritual vein in hand. With a thought she stored it within her space. You old coot, why must you tread so quietly and then shout like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Run, Dragonly, you were no match for him. Xianming urged, anxiety evident in his tone. You seek death. The grey-robed elder hissed, unleashing two beams of spiritual energy aimed at Dragonly's forehead. Dragonly deftly evaded, seizing the opportunity to flee the manor. She dodged and weaved, but just as she thought she had escaped, a powerful pressure slowed her speed, and her spiritual energy began to dissipate. This old coot is formidable, Dragonly muttered, her feet relentless in their flight. Even without her spiritual energy, she could still run. Dragonly, you are surrounded, Xianming warned. Indeed, Dragonly found herself encircled by three elders, her brow furrowing with concern. This was turning into quite a predicament. At that moment, she could not discern the cultivation levels of these ancient figures. Be cautious, Dragonly, they are all at the Spirit Saint realm, Xianming cautioned. Upon hearing this, Dragonly scoffed internally. As a late-stage Spirit King. Even exerting her utmost strength, she doubted she could contend with three Spirit Saints. It would be akin to striking cotton with a fist. Speak, who sent you to steal the spiritual veins? A wave of immense pressure bore down on her, causing her heart to tremble. You've lived for so long, why not hurry to hell instead of bullying others? The spiritual veins are unowned, they are products of nature. How can this be called stealing? I am merely taking what is rightfully mine. Such eloquence. While spiritual veins may be unclaimed, they have already entered the Bailey family's possession. You shall not lay a finger upon them. Surrender the spiritual veins, and I may spare your life. One of the black-robed elders fixed his murderous gaze upon Dragonly, as if he were staring at a corpse. You Bailey family members are truly repugnant. Both the old and the young alike, so utterly nauseating, Dragonly retorted defiantly, her eyes ablaze with unyielding resolve. Even in the face of death, she would never bow her head. The elder in white, standing at the forefront, scrutinized Dragonly closely. He emitted no detectable fluctuations of spiritual energy, nor could her cultivation realm be discerned. She must possess some hidden treasure, since you have taken the Bailey family's spiritual veins. If you surrender them and reveal your benefactor, I may consider allowing you to leave unscathed. Do not listen to him, this little thief must die, the grey-robed elder interjected, fury etched across his face. Silence, second brother. The one who spoke was Bailey Howe, the family's grand elder. The grey-robed elder, as revealed under the moonlight, was indeed Bailey Mo, who had ventured to the Thunder Tribulation site that day. This is a cunning ploy aimed at ensnaring her. Truly a manifestation of guile and craftiness. Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall indulge you for a while before seizing an opportunity to escape. To speak candidly, the individual who stands behind me is an elderly man, whose identity eludes me. He endowed me with a substantial sum of money, facilitating my entry here, claiming that several decrepit souls reside within, while also labeling the inhabitants as scoundrels and miscreants. I, credulous as I was, took his words to heart, which led me to this place. Bailey Howe's eyes twitched at the corners, his expression darkening. Could it be those ancient relics of the Tuoba family? Do you know where he is now? Bailey Mo inquired. Longley lowered her gaze, her eyes darting about. I can lead you to him, just spare my life, and once we arrive, I shall return the spiritual vein. Brother, I sense numerous discrepancies in this matter. Exercise caution, for it may be a ruse. A hint of coldness flickered in Bailey Mo's profound eyes. Bailey Howe scrutinized Longley's diminutive figure, a fleeting smirk gracing his lips. A pitiful insect, what could she possibly accomplish? He was eager to discover who dared to trouble the Bailey family. Noticing their prolonged silence, Longley's eyes gleamed with calculation. Once they ventured beyond the confines of the Bailey estate, she could slip into her spatial refuge. Who could harm her then? The prowess of my ancestral guardians is formidable, and those who come to my aid possess skills that surpass the ordinary. Surely my ancestors shall not be intimidated. Longley administered another dose of deception. She was determined to see these old fools take the bait. Very well, lead us forth. Should you dare to deceive me, this tree shall mark your demise. With a swift motion, Bailey Howe shattered a nearby tree with his palm. Longley feigned terror. I wouldn't dare. Bailey Howe sneered disdainfully. An insect remains an insect. Pitifully timid old fool, your farewell approaches. Let us indulge in our delusions for a moment longer, Longley declared, leading the way. With the three elders closely trailing behind, the man in black wore a smile, pondering the cleverness of this woman. He was intrigued to witness how she would extricate herself from these three. Longley smoothly exited the Bailey estate, heading west, when Bailey Howe obstructed her path. Where is he? In truth, I know not. Let us wait here a moment, for I anticipate that elderly man will soon sense my presence and arrive. Longley's eyes dropped, contemplating her escape. Bailey Howe exchanged glances with Bailey Mo, and they both struck simultaneously. Bang! Longley felt a jolt in her heart, retaliating with a surge of spiritual energy. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great. And she was sent flying, blood spilling from her lips. You decrepit fools, how dare you resort to ambush? Bailey Mo swiftly dodged, raising his hand to strike. Lonely braced herself for a return to her spatial domain. But at that instant, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, a gentle wipe at the corner of her mouth clearing the blood. Who are you? First, let us resolve this predicament, and then we may reminisce. The man's voice was rich and alluring. Reminisce, Lonely echoed the words. In this place, it seemed she recognized no one. Could this person be mistaken or perhaps unwell? Bailey Howe regarded the sudden appearance of this individual. Unable to discern his strength, could this be an accomplice of the little thief? Lonely did not wish to vanish before others. It was her trump card, one she would not employ unless faced with life and death. Third brother, second brother, subdue them. This man is an accomplice of the little thief. A glimmer of menace danced in Bailey Howe's eyes. The three attacked in unison, a formidable pressure bearing down upon Lonely. In the man's arms she felt discomfort. Her power was still too feeble to contend with such formidable opponents. Sensing her unease, a barrier materialized around them, alleviating her discomfort. This man possessed immense power. Bailey Howe's eyes narrowed. A murderous intent igniting within him. You seek your own demise. The man, still holding Lonely, showed no intent to release her, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he cast a sharp gaze. An overwhelming aura of dread radiated from him, causing Bailey Howe and his companions to tremble, their released spiritual energy dissipating into nothingness. They dared not even breathe. The man stood there, clutching Lonely, evoking terror in all who beheld him. Even as Bailey Howe's voice trembled, who exactly are you? You are not worthy to know. If you wish to live, I suggest you depart swiftly. The man's voice was frigid, his words pressing down on Bailey Howe like a mountain, restricting his breath. You possess audacity, daring to oppose the Bailey family. Bailey Mo's face contorted with rage as he lunged forward, unleashing a force towards the man in black. Chapter 52, an instant reduction to ashes. The man in black's garments billowed with the wind. Due to the obscuring cloth, Lonely could only glimpse his chin and eyes. These eyes bore an uncanny familiarity. She racked her brain, trying to recall where she had encountered them before. He tightened his hold on Lonely, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. You wish to die. Today, I shall grant your wish. Second brother, return, Bailey Howe shouted, but it was already too late. Brother, Bailey Mo's words were abruptly silenced, leaving only a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. The man remained unmoved, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloping him. In that instant, a master of the spirit saint realm was reduced to mere remnants. Lonely's heart raced in shock. This man's power was terrifying, undoubtedly a master of the divine transformation realm. Bailey Howe, witnessing his brother's instantaneous demise, trembled in fear, abandoning thoughts of revenge and fleeing instead. The man raised an eyebrow, observing the woman in his grasp. He disliked anyone encroaching upon his space but found himself inexplicably drawn to her presence, even developing a fondness for her aura. Release me. Lonely's brow furrowed as she pushed against the man's chest. You don't remember me, the man retorted. Lonely blinked, scrutinizing his features, her heart racing. This man resembled the lecherous figure from the hot springs. Lecherous, the mere utterance of the word caused the man's expression to darken slightly. How could he be labeled as such when he had done nothing wrong? In fact, he had yet to settle the score for that day. When she had ambushed him, the thought of being knocked out by her still stung his pride. This woman was truly audacious. Let me go, Lonely insisted, pushing against him with all her might. But he remained unyielding, her efforts akin to a kitten scratching playfully at him. Woman, I am your savior. There is an adage that states one should repay a life-saving grace with their own life. While I harbor no intentions toward you, you may serve as my maid. Lonely scoffed. This man was dreadfully self-absorbed, daring to suggest she be his maid. Did he not fear his tongue might sprain? Who asked for your help? Did I beseech you? Without your intervention, I would have survived. Cease your self-aggrandizement and release me at once. You. The man was infuriated. This woman was truly one of a kind, capable of provoking his ire in mere moments. Concealed in the shadows, Blood Shadow and Tian Lang exchanged glances, astonished. Their master despised interactions with others. What was this peculiar behavior of holding on to her so tightly while personally teaching the elders of the Bailey family a lesson? Could it be that the ancient iron tree was finally blooming? Lonely summoned her spiritual energy, forcefully breaking free from the man's embrace, her feet touching the ground. Lecherous, it was you who nearly drowned me last time. This time, I shall forgive you for your misplaced affections. Farewell, and may we never meet again. With that, Lonely turned to leave, but the man grasped her arm. What is your name? Lonely shrugged off his hand and, summoning her energy, vanished into the night. Such a unique individual. The man in black smiled, pulling down his mask. His features, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared otherworldly and strikingly handsome, a seductive smile gracing his lips. Tian Lang, witnessing his master's smile, was taken aback. He had lived long enough to finally witness such a rare expression from his master. Perhaps, before long, they would have a mistress. Blood Shadow, follow her, ascertain her whereabouts. The man's tone turned frigid, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Lonely leaped to a distance and swiftly entered her spatial refuge. Shin Ming approached, steadying Lonely, who appeared on the verge of collapse. Are you well? I am fine, merely sustained some internal injuries. My organs have been jarred, Lonely replied, consuming a healing pill. Shin Ming supported her as she settled into a chair. You were far too reckless this time. Despite the risks, the rewards were substantial, were they not? The spatial realm requires the nourishment of spiritual veins. Long Li's complexion improved significantly, the pain within her body diminishing. The man in black who embraced you earlier exuded an incredibly powerful aura. Upon his arrival, my consciousness was forcibly repelled back into the spatial realm, Qianming recounted, explaining that when the man appeared, his consciousness was forcibly severed, thrust back into the realm by an overwhelming force. He is formidable. I suspect he is a peak master of the divine transformation realm. Long Li could not help but acknowledge his strength. It was an undeniable truth. Given time, she too would achieve such prowess. Do you know him? Qianming inquired casually. Long Li lowered her gaze. How could they be considered acquainted? They shared a moment of bathing together, a lecherous individual. Indeed, I do not know him. Then why did he save you? Qianming asked, puzzled. Perhaps he mistook me for someone else. There will be no further interactions. Qianming, I wish to enter seclusion to break through. Long Li's recent injury made her realize that while she could contend with peers, facing these ancient beings was exceedingly challenging. The gap in strength was too vast. She could triumph against one realm's worth of opponents but would be utterly obliterated by two realms. Indeed, the spiritual liquid is gradually accumulating. Should you wish to break through, you may consume some. With the support of the spiritual vein, it will soon multiply exponentially. Qianming's enchanting eyes were filled with joy as the abundance of rare treasures in the space continued to grow. A fortunate development for Long Li, which would also aid in the growth of the divine beasts. Having recovered somewhat, Long Li rose to her feet and stepped outside. Indeed, the spiritual liquid was gradually gathering. She filled a small porcelain vial and returned to the alchemy chamber. The chamber remained unchanged, and she sat cross-legged, taking out a spirit-gathering fruit to consume, followed by pouring the spring water into her mouth. Its sweetness flooding her senses with spiritual energy. Long Li was astonished. It truly was a remarkable substance. Previously, she had only heard tales of it in the higher realms, never having tasted it herself. To her surprise, in this new life, she could easily obtain such heavenly treasures. As the spiritual liquid entered her, the aura surrounding her intensified 100-fold. The emergence of a spiritual vein in the space naturally enriched the atmosphere. And this time it seemed to converge around Long Li, her body swelling with spiritual energy as if she were a balloon, at risk of bursting if this continued. At that moment, the two beasts bound to her by contract were in closed-door cultivation. Unexpectedly absorbing the spiritual energy directly into their bodies, Bai Zhe furrowed his brow, wondering where his master had procured such dense spiritual energy. However, he too had benefited significantly from it. Shangjiu remained in slumber within its egg, which began to float in midair, spinning continuously as the spiritual energy enveloped it. Long Li perceived the energy as if it were being divided. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Break for me, with her command. The surroundings transformed, and the concentration of spiritual power propelled her directly into the early stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. Chapter 53, Abundant Gains. After solidifying her cultivation, Long Li slowly opened her eyes, her face radiating joy. Upon stepping outside, she found Bai Zhe waiting at the door. Master, he greeted gently, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Bai Zhe seemed to have grown slightly taller, his features becoming more defined, resembling a youthful lad, though the maturity in his eyes contrasted with his youthful appearance. You seem to have grown taller, Long Li remarked, affectionately ruffling Bai Zhe's hair. Resembling a doting mother, Bai Zhe attempted to shy away, yet found himself rather enjoying the gentle touch of his master. I received some spiritual energy while you were cultivating, which has contributed to my growth. This revelation enlightened Long Li. The overwhelming energy she had felt earlier had indeed been absorbed by the two divine beasts. Yes, the spiritual energy in this space is denser than ever, and with the spiritual liquid available, you both should reach maturity quite swiftly. Bai Zhe's gaze lowered slightly. Attaining maturity as a divine beast was no simple feat. It required not only cultivation but also numerous rare treasures and sufficient fortuitous encounters. Master, I shall strive to reach maturity and fight alongside you. Such a good boy, Long Li beamed with motherly pride. While Bai Zhe felt a touch of awkwardness in response. Master, the egg is about to hatch. Being a divine beast, Bai Zhe possessed a unique sense of awareness among his kind, clearly sensing that the egg would soon break, bringing forth a thunderstorm that would require his master to be prepared. If Shangjiu successfully hatched, would the thunderstorm necessitate leaving the space? This posed a dilemma, as the outside world was fraught with danger, causing Long Li to worry. Thank you for informing me, Master. When a divine beast descends, the thunderstorm follows. You must be prepared, for I do not wish for you to be harmed, Bai Zhe expressed with genuine concern for Long Li's safety. Just then, Qianming entered, cradling a fluffy creature, followed by the phantom tiger and the crimson blood thunder leopard. Long Li, congratulations on your successful breakthrough, Qianming said, his eyes twinkling with paternal pride as the fluffy creature leapt into Long Li's embrace. Playfully nuzzling her, Long Li stroked its little head. Such a good little one. Indeed, this breakthrough was somewhat perilous, yet the outcome is favorable, Qianming, now that it is just the two of us in this space. Along with the beasts, let us provide each beast with a vial of spiritual liquid daily. Once the spiritual fruits ripen, you can arrange an appropriate time for them to consume it, ensuring their swift advancement. Long Li was determined to facilitate the rapid progression of her beasts. If they remained too weak by the time she ascended, they would be unable to accompany her to the higher realms. She was uncertain whether this space would escape the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. The phantom tiger and the crimson blood thunder leopard were filled with joy, touched by their master's generosity in providing such precious resources for them. "Thank you, master. We will devote ourselves to cultivation and not disappoint you," they chorused. "I believe you will surely evolve into divine beasts," Long Li encouraged. Bai Zhe stood beside her, adopting a mature demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, silently vowing to reach maturity as swiftly as possible. He had sensed the distress Long Li experienced earlier, but venturing outside would only bring her peril. Only by becoming strong enough could he protect her. "Xianming, do you have any books on formations or weapon forging? I wish to study them for added security." In the higher realms, her focus had solely been on cultivation, neglecting the study of formations and forging. Now she aimed to integrate alchemy, forging, and formations into her knowledge, aspiring to become a versatile talent. "There are many. If you wish to study formations or forging, I can assist you with explanations." Xianming readily supported Long Li's desire to learn, believing that a diverse skill set would be invaluable. "I must go out today. My father is taking me to attend the Bai family birthday banquet and, incidentally, to arrange my engagement," Long Li stated nonchalantly. Recognizing that the banquet might be a pivotal moment for her, eager for the drama that would unfold. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe's eyes turned icy. "What commoner could possibly be worthy of my master?" Long Li observed the serious expressions of those around her and the cold demeanor of the beasts, feeling perplexed. Why does the atmosphere feel strange? You wish to be engaged? Is it your heart's desire?" Xianming questioned, furrowing his brow at the suddenness of the news. "What heart's desire? That Bai Li Che is nothing but a repugnant being. The engagement is merely my father's wish. I intend to treat it as a farce." Bai Zhe's expression softened a bit, while Xuanming's paternal concern eased, as he worried that Long Li, being somewhat naive, might fall victim to the flattery of some charming suitor. Choosing a partner was indeed a significant matter. "Master, did that repulsive being bully you?" Bai Zhe asked, his tone laced with coldness. "To be fair, he did bully me before, teaming up with my half-sister to sever my tendons and push me off a cliff." Long Li recounted, merging her consciousness with the original owneress' memories, acknowledging the harm she had suffered, though it had ultimately led to her current opportunity. Bai Zhe and Xuanming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. They had not anticipated that the fiercely independent Long Li had endured such suffering. How despairing must she have felt at that time. "I shall go kill them," Bai Zhe declared, his aura menacing. The phantom tiger and the crimson blood thunder leopard took a step back, contemplating how to release such pressure without saying a word. "Calm down, I will exact my own revenge. They are merely 2 rats. And it would be too easy for me to eliminate them. The banquet will be my half-sister's stage for performance, while Bai Li Che, as the heir of the Bai family, is an easy target. However, eliminating the entire Bai family is beyond my current strength." As Long Li spoke, a flash of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She would ensure that these 2 despicable individuals received their due hospitality. "Does your father not treat you well?" Xianming inquired, puzzled as to how a father who truly cared for his daughter could allow those who harmed her to roam free, even wishing for her to marry such a person. Long Li smiled faintly. "My father is rather indifferent, but he does not affect my mood." Xianming felt a pang of sorrow. How could a child not care for their own father? "Do not be sad. You still have us.at." That moment, Xianming longed to step outside the space, wishing to stand as a shield for Long Li, ensuring no one dared to bully her. "I am not sad. He is who he is. And I am who I am." Long Li was unaware of Xuanming's thoughts. After all, he was the original owner's father. She genuinely felt no sorrow. If he treated her well, it would be for the sake of the original owner. But if not, she would simply lead her own life. "That is good. In the future, do not bear everything alone." Xianming felt somewhat constrained, urging, "If you have matters to attend to, go quickly. Do not waste time." "All right, you all cultivate diligently. I will step out for a moment," Long Li said, vanishing from the space. Chapter 54. The eve of the banquet. Bai Zhe's expression darkened, his eyes filled with concern as he stepped forward to ask, "Master, did you have a difficult past?" Xianming watched Long Li's departing figure, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. "I do not know much about her, but when I first met her, she was covered in blood. Her tendons severed, looking utterly wretched. At that time, she had no trace of spiritual power." Bai Zhe clenched his fists, his violet eyes shimmering with cold light. "I knew it." The master. He did not finish his sentence but turned to cultivate. Determined to reach maturity and eliminate all those who had wronged his master, the other beasts observed Bai Zhe's departure and silently followed suit, retreating to cultivate. Today's conversation left them feeling disheartened. Their master, who appeared so radiant, had endured such hardships, igniting their protective instincts. To protect her, they needed to grow stronger. Xianming sighed, lamenting, "What a wonderful child. Why must she endure such suffering? The pain of betrayal must be unbearable for her." Long Li remained unaware that her words had cast a shadow of sorrow over her beasts, all wishing to avenge her. She returned directly to the Peach Blossom Cottage. Han Yan approached with concern. Master, where have you been? Your subordinate was worried sick. The young master came looking for you. Long Li undressed and stepped into the bath. I ventured to a location to attend to certain matters. In the future, when I step out, do not fret excessively. Has my brother uttered anything? The young master has instructed you to prepare diligently for the banquet at the sacred dragon palace at noon. Han Yan tenderly combed Long Li's hair, her movements gentle, wary of causing discomfort to her mistress. I understand. Has Huan Bai made any progress? Long Yu sought out Huan Bai, demanding she administer the medicine today, or face death. Huan Bai nodded, assuring she would comply. Han Yan reported to Long Li everything she had witnessed. What is your opinion of Huan Bai? That girl? Long Li, reclining with her eyes closed against the edge of the bathing tub, inquired. Huan Bai is quite clever, her eyes clear and devoid of malice. Observing her performance before Long Yu, she appears to be a person capable of both humility and resilience, albeit somewhat timid. After leaving Long Yu's side, she wept in a corner for quite some time, likely frightened. Han Yan held a degree of admiration for Huan Bai. As a maid, she bore many constraints, and her own experiences fostered a natural sympathy towards Huan Bai. Indeed, once this matter concludes, if she wishes to leave the estate, grant her a sum of money. If not, send her to the Purple Mist Villa, allowing her to reside there henceforth. Long Li commanded. Rising, Long Li donned a pristine white garment, her favored color, symbolizing purity and cleanliness. Han Yan adorned her head with some elegant, unpretentious embellishments. Though Long Li had initially resisted, she acquiesced as it was a request from her brother. Gazing into the mirror, Long Li felt quite satisfied. Her visage increasingly resembled her former self. Knock, knock, knock. Lier, have you dressed? Long Jiuxiao's voice resonated from outside the door. The door swung open, revealing Long Jiuxiao standing before Long Li, clad in a snow-white brocade robe, a belt adorned with dragon motifs, and a fine jade pendant hanging from it. His hair stood erect, exuding an air of nobility, undeniably a strikingly handsome young gentleman. Brother, you appear even more dashing today, Long Li praised. With crescent-shaped eyes, Long Li, in her white attire and adorned with fresh, graceful decorations, moved like a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. Lier, you are exquisite today, the most beautiful person I have ever laid eyes upon. Long Jiuxiao sincerely complimented. His sister was truly breathtaking, her beauty ethereal. Long Li smiled softly. Thank you for your kind words, brother. Let us depart. Father and mother are awaiting us outside, Long Jiuxiao said, taking Long Li's delicate hand as they made their way outside. Long Batian and Long Yu had already been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing them, their eyes filled with astonishment. Long Batian's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, for they were his beloved children. Long Yu, consumed with jealousy, thought, how can this fool appear so stunning today, dressed so impeccably? Since when has this fool begun to defy me? Today, I shall ensure that this fool is the talk of the town. Elder brother or sister, let us board the carriage, Long Yu said sweetly. Long Jiuxiao disregarded her, guiding Long Li to his carriage. Father, I shall proceed first, Long Batian remarked, aware that his son was upset over Lier's marriage prospects. Yet he believed it to be in the best interest of the Long family. Moreover, hadn't Lier expressed a fondness for Bai Li Che? Inside the carriage, Long Li admired the spacious interior. Brother, your carriage is truly grand. I am glad you like it. He had spoken with their father about Lier's marriage the previous day, only to find that their father stubbornly insisted on her marrying Bai Li Che. Seemingly blinded by favoritism, indeed, as Lier had said, Long Yu had become their father's prized possession. Long Jiuxiao gazed at Long Li with deep concern. If only their mother were alive, Lier would not have to endure such hardships. Before the sacred dragon palace, carriages flowed like a river, luxurious and opulent. The individuals disembarking were all elegantly dressed, of high status. Long Li beheld the imposing and majestic entrance of the sacred dragon palace, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. How ironic that a patriarch of the Bai Li family had passed, yet life continued undeterred. Lier, we have arrived, Long Jiuxiao announced as he alighted from the carriage and extended his hand to assist Long Li. Long Batian also dismounted and approached them. Shower, ensure you take care of Lier today. Let us enter, he instructed. Do not worry, I shall look after my sister. Long Yu chimed in, feigning understanding. Indeed, Yuer is the most sensible. Take good care of your sister, Long Batian replied with satisfaction, believing Yuer to be a considerate child. Long Li nearly felt nauseated. She found this father-daughter duo utterly repugnant. Brother, I am feeling quite ill, she confessed. Lier, what troubles you? Long Jiuxiao questioned, puzzled by her sudden discomfort. Long Li pouted, having been thoroughly disgusted by her sister and father. At Long Batian's stern expression, Long Li retorted, I speak only the truth. Father, you shall soon be out of the picture. Do not weep when that time comes. Long Batian, unable to comprehend her words, sensed something was amiss. Do not speak nonsense, consider the occasion, we must proceed inside, he ordered, turning to walk away. Father, do not presume I lack a voice, I wish to return home, Long Li remarked, her eyes narrowing, the smile on her face fading. How brazen. Long Jiuxiao's expression darkened. Lier, do not be upset. I will always be here for you, brother. I no longer want this father. Whoever wishes to keep him may do so. From now on I only have you, Long Li murmured. Long Jiuxiao felt a surge of anger. Yet he hesitated. After all, that was his biological father, and he was unsure how to respond to Long Li's words. He fell silent, though his voice was low. Long Batian caught every word. He paused. contemplating if he had been too harsh, and sighed as he continued forward. Long Yu, reveling in her delight, thought a father is growing increasingly intolerant of this fool. How foolish to think she could compete with me. Chapter 55, The birthday banquet begins. The head of the Long family has arrived, a servant announced loudly inside the grand hall. The offspring of various esteemed families had gathered. Long Li followed closely behind Long Jiushao as they entered. The jade-green floor gleamed, the eaves crafted from carved mahogany, and a massive luminous pearl hung from the ceiling, while chairs were arranged on either side, with songstresses performing for the entertainment of the guests. "Isn't that the foolish daughter of the Long family?" someone whispered. "Yes, she does indeed appear so. This woman is far too beautiful, resembling a celestial being. How could that fool possess such beauty? Look, the young master of the Long family is holding her hand. It is undoubtedly her. This fool is far too exquisite, a true beauty. Beautiful she may be, yet alas, she is a fool and cannot cultivate. Even if she is a fool, she is beyond our reach. After all, she is the fiancée of the young master Baili. I doubt the young master Baili would marry her." The murmurs continued unabated. Long Yu's gaze turned icy. These dim-witted individuals. What use is beauty if she is but a fool? Sooner or later, she would mar this fool's visage. Long Jiushao positioned Long Li beside him, while Long Yu, as a concubine's daughter, could only sit at the back. Although her heart simmered with jealousy, she complied and took her seat. "The head of the Jialan Academy has arrived," the servant announced. As the words resonated, all eyes turned to the entrance, where a man in blue robes, with sharp features and handsome looks, wielded a folding fan, exuding an ethereal presence. This man was no ordinary figure, Long Li observed, assessing him before retracting her gaze. "Brother, who is he?" Long Li inquired. Long Jiuxiao's expression turned respectful. "He is the head of the Jialan Academy, known as Wang Chen." "What a lovely name," Long Li genuinely praised. It was indeed a beautiful name, Wang Chen, signifying the forgetting of worldly matters. "The head of the Jiulong Pavilion has arrived." The servant heralded. "The master of Jiulong Pavilion Di Ju has come in person." The hall erupted in whispers once more. Who would have thought such a mysterious figure would grace us with his presence? "I wonder if we will be fortunate enough to glimpse his true visage today." The master never reveals his face. "Do you not know this?" Amidst the discussions, the master of Jiulong Pavilion strode into the hall. Clad in a black embroidered robe, his face concealed by a silver mask, his deep-set eyes bore a hint of coldness, his demeanor exuding a blend of chill and charm. Long Li gasped internally. Realizing he was the cad she had encountered before, fate was indeed cruel. He was the master of Jiulong Pavilion. She hurriedly turned away, hoping he would not recognize her. Wang Chen smiled at Di Ju. "It has been a while indeed," Di Ju replied coolly. Wang Chen appeared accustomed to his demeanor and paid no heed, taking a sip from his teacup. Long Li kept her gaze lowered, unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. This scoundrel was infuriatingly omnipresent. He had slain an ancestor the night before and was now attending the very banquet for which he had committed such a heinous act. Truly perverse. "Lier, what is troubling you?" Long Jiushao asked, noticing her lackluster demeanor. Di Ju, pausing mid-sip, followed the sound to its source, spotting the white-clad woman with her head bowed, slightly turned aside. "Brother, please lower your voice. I am fine." This voice is somewhat familiar. Could it be that fleeing woman? Di Ju pondered, his deep-set eyes narrowing as he recalled the report from Blood Shadow about her sudden disappearance, which had left him restless throughout the night. At that moment Di Ju sat diagonally across from Long Li. All she had to do was lift her head to catch his eye, but she chose to keep her head down to diminish her presence. "The hallmaster has arrived." At the sound of the announcement, everyone stood, and an air of solemnity enveloped the room. At the entrance stood by Li Xiao, the master of the sacred dragon palace. Accompanied by numerous relatives from the Baili family, Long Li had no intention of rising but was forcibly lifted by her brother. Lier, "Be good, we shall sit down shortly." Though she felt reluctant, she managed a compliant smile, casting a sidelong glance at Di Ju, noting that both he and Wang Chen remained seated, a clear indication that status dictated everything. By Li Xiao and his kin settled at the highest table. His expression warm and his countenance adorned with a gentle smile. "It is a great honor for the host to have all of you attend my mother's birthday banquet. Please, take your seats." The young heirs of various esteemed families settled down, and the so-called Holy Dragon Hall is akin to the local emperor of this Holy Dragon continent, eclipsing the four great clans. The dean and the pavilion master's presence at this celebration is deeply appreciated by the host. With a smile gracing his face, Bai Li Xiao gazed deeply at the two individuals and spoke. "Your humility is commendable, esteemed hallmaster. Since I have received an invitation, I shall naturally partake in a cup of wine," replied Wang Chuan, his expression calm and his tone gentle. Di Ju, however, remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation, seemingly indifferent to those around him. Long Li curled her lip in disdain, thinking to herself how Di Ju truly lacked regard for others. Indeed, this dandy was quite the enigma. "Today marks my mother's birthday, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all friends present for their well wishes as the banquet commences." As by Li Xiao's words echoed through the hall, servants began to serve an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines. The presence of elegant dancers was inevitable, and the music soon filled the air, heralding the arrival of alluring dancers, their attire revealing and their movements enchanting. Following this, the guests engaged in pleasantries. Long Li surveyed the sumptuous feast before her, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat. After the bustling morning, her appetite had certainly returned. Long Jiushao clinked glasses with Fengzhu. The young master of the Feng family seated beside him. Young master Jiushao possesses a remarkable capacity for drink. Since your departure to the Jialan Academy, we have not enjoyed a drink together. This time, we must indulge thoroughly, Fengzhu remarked, clad in a black robe, his handsome features accentuated by striking peach blossom eyes. Regrettably, young master Feng, I must decline today. I am tasked with looking after my sister. Perhaps we can reconvene another day for a more spirited revelry, Fengzhu replied, casting a glance at Long Li, who was absorbed in her meal, curiosity flickering in his eyes. It has been many years since I last saw my sister Li. I wonder if she still remembers her elder brother Fengzhu. Long Li paused momentarily, lifting her gaze to meet Fengzhu's. I do not recall. I do not recognize you, she stated flatly before returning to her meal. Fengzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. The girl had blossomed into such exquisite beauty. Long Jiushao felt a twinge of embarrassment at his sister's bluntness and interjected, Please, young master Feng, do not take offense. Li has always been this way. Not at all. I appreciate her straightforwardness. It is a trait I admire, Fengzhu replied, scrutinizing Long Li. Though she had been foolish as a child, she appeared anything but now. Her cool demeanor suggested a keen intellect rather than naivete. Li has always possessed such a temperament. It is good that young master Feng does not mind, Long Jiushao stated, observing his sister with a mixture of tenderness and concern. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered to him. Your words seem distant, young master Feng. Did we not play together frequently in our youth? Had you not gone to the Jialan Academy and I to the Shuiwei Institute? We would not have been apart for so long, he continued, sincerely recalling their innocent childhood camaraderie. Long Li, consumed by her meal and feeling the weight of his gaze, harbored a deep resentment. She wished for no attention, only to arrive quietly and depart unnoticed. I in the back, Long Yu observed Fengzhu's unwavering gaze on Long Li with jealousy. Fengzhu, do you still remember me? You. Fengzhu turned slightly, his expression devoid of emotion. Who are you? He inquired, causing Long Yu to feel momentarily awkward, her eyes shimmering with a hint of grievance. I am Long Yu. You once complimented my beauty when we were children, Fengzhu appeared to recall. Ah, you are the second daughter of the Long family. His tone carried a faint detachment, failing to extend the same familiarity he had shown Long Li. The title of second daughter stunned Long Yu's young heart. Tightening her fingers beneath the table, this insufferable man, unbothered by her presence, was of little consequence. Her affection from Bai Li Che was sufficient, yet jealousy gnawed at her as she thought of his demeanor towards Long Li. Fengzhu, allow me to raise a toast to you, Long Yu said, her voice laced with a delicate softness that made the men around her feel a tingle in their bones. Long Li felt a wave of nausea. Could they not allow her to enjoy her meal in peace? The very thought made her skin crawl. Fengzhu's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of distaste flickering in his eyes. Out of courtesy, he drained his drink in one go and turned away, choosing not to engage further. The disparity between his preference for the cool demeanor of Long Li and the affected delicacy of Long Yu was stark. Long Yu, feeling increasingly embarrassed, pondered whether to speak again, but Fengzhu did not spare her a glance. In that moment, she placed all the blame on Long Li, glancing at the clock, aware that the effects of the potion would soon take hold. Once the effects set in, we shall see how you, a promiscuous harlot, manage to maintain your standing in the Holy Dragon City. Long Yu's gaze met Bai Li Che's, and their eyes locked momentarily. Bai Li Che raised an eyebrow, and Long Yu, blushing, quickly lowered her head, realizing that he still held an interest in her. Men often favored women who played hard to get. Long Li, too fearful to meet Diju's gaze, felt utterly defeated and resigned to her fate. It was indeed ill-omened to venture out today. The dancers performed with fervor, knowing that among these affluent attendees, winning favor from even one could lead to a swift rise to prominence. As the performance concluded, the dancers retreated, making way for Bai Li Che to approach the matriarch. Grandmother, I wish you health and longevity, may you live as long as the heavens themselves. Bai Li Che knelt before the elderly matriarch. The hall fell silent in reverence. The birthday celebrant, seated beside Bai Li Shao, bore the marks of age, yet her regal demeanor spoke of a life well-lived. My dear chair, your kindness warms my heart. Please rise, the floor is cold, the matriarch said gently, extending her hand to help him up. Following suit, Bai Li Hao stood to pay his respects, wishing her health and happiness, while Bai Li Han echoed similar sentiments. Ah, my dear Han, rise swiftly, the matriarch responded with a smile. Bai Li Shui, with a playful demeanor, knelt before her grandmother, declaring, Shuer wishes you joy and health, may we celebrate this day for many years to come. The matriarch's lips curled into a tender smile as she affectionately stroked Bai Li Shui's hair. My precious granddaughter, you are the apple of my eye, rise dear. It was now the turn of the young ladies from the prominent families to present their respects. Each striving to showcase their best selves. Long Li raised her gaze momentarily, observing the once haughty women now bending low to curry favor, truly the epitome of superficiality. Those with power and influence were instantly showered with adulation, while the powerless were treated as mere ants, devoid of dignity. Feng Shuya, the eldest daughter of the Feng family, with her sweet appearance clad in a soft yellow gown, exuded charm. Ye Min, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, With her egg-shaped face and snow-white skin, donned a light pink dress, yet her ostentatious adornments rendered her somewhat gaudy. Nanshi, the eldest daughter of the Nan family, with her striking features and skin like jade, wore a light green gown that accentuated her beauty, though her squinting eyes lent a touch of absurdity to her allure. Long Batian, recognizing his foolish daughter, allowed Longyu, the illegitimate child, to take her place. Longyu approached with an overly demure demeanor, her act painfully contrived. I am Longyu, may you find happiness and health, and may good fortune always be with you. The matriarch regarded her with a mixture of warmth and disdain, her eyes betraying her skepticism of the illegitimate daughter's sincerity. Ah, how thoughtful, she replied, her voice lacking enthusiasm. As Longyu departed, she cast a flirtatious glance at Bai Li Che, who was idly toying with his wine glass. Recognizing her as a shameless little minx, the matriarch observed their interaction with keen eyes. Understanding her grandson's intentions, such flirtation was harmless, but she hoped it would not lead to deeper entanglements. At this juncture, Long Batian rose, declaring, "Today is a day of celebration. Bai Li, Hall Master, might we finalize the engagement between my daughter and young Master Bai Li?" His gaze lingered intently on Bai Li Xiao. Bai Li Xiao, with a gentle demeanor, exuded an air of disdain. Surely Long Batian could not be serious. His foolish daughter was utterly unworthy of his esteemed son. A notion so absurd it bordered on delusional. Long family head, we shall discuss this matter later. Today is a celebration for my mother, and the concerns of the younger generation should take a back seat. Bai Li Xiao replied. Long Batian's countenance darkened, his displeasure evident. This engagement had been arranged by the hall masteress wife and the matriarch. He had brought it up based on the mutual affection between the two children. If Bai Li Xiao deemed it unworthy, then Long Batian would not force the issue. Long Li, exasperated by her father's foolishness, thought how could he not see that they held no interest in his simple-minded daughter. Pursuing this match would only lead to her misery. The onlookers from the prominent families stifled laughter, recognizing that Long Batian, fearing his daughter might remain unmarried, was attempting to coerce a union. Who would marry a fool, a person incapable of cultivation? The elderly matriarch, sensing the conversation was taking a turn for the worse, interjected with a smile. Long family head, please do not take offense, today is my birthday, let us discuss the matters of the younger generation after the banquet. After all, they are still young, and we are not pressed for time. The Bai Li family speaks with integrity. We will honor our promises. With the matriarch's words echoing, Long Batian could hardly continue his argument. Long Jiuxiao sighed inwardly, pondering why his father was so insistent. The Bai Li family clearly opposed the match. Marrying Li would not lead to happiness, yet his father remained oblivious. Feng Zhu has been closely observing Long Li's every move. How can she remain seated, indulging in her meal, without even raising an eyebrow now that an engagement is imminent? Is this genuine foolishness or merely an act? Chapter 57. Caught peeking, the engagement matter has reached a temporary conclusion. Bai Li Che's eyes brimmed with disdain and loathing. This fool is the shame of his life. Asa young master, why must he endure such a fiancée? It is an indelible stain on his existence. At this moment, he cast a glance at Longyu, who offered him a reassuring look. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. Long Li, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Today, I shall ensure your utter disgrace with no chance of redemption. Sister, allow me to toast to you, dear sister. Longyu approached Long Li with a feigned amiability, holding a cup of wine. The little green tea was growing impatient, and Long Li merely smiled faintly. I do not drink. Longyu, visibly irked, lost her grip on the wine cup, which splashed onto Long Li's garments. I apologized, sister. It was unintentional. Bai Li Che immediately rose, striding over with an air of concern. What happened? Upon seeing Long Li's visage, his heart trembled. Was this truly the fool? It was my clumsiness that caused the wine to spill on my sister's dress, Longyu said with a face full of contrition. Each time Long Li appeared, her makeup was a disarray. The last time they met, her hair was a tangled mess, and he had never closely examined her true appearance. Long Jiuxiao's eyes revealed his displeasure. Lier, let me accompany you to change into a different dress. Bai Li Che's eyes betrayed a struggle. Such a beautiful woman, even if she were a fool, should be his to bed. If he let this chance slip by, he would be forced to marry this simpleton. Losing all face, after a moment of inner conflict, he resolved to adhere to his plan. Brother, I shall accompany sister to change. It is not quite proper for you to go. Longyu interjected, lest Long Jiuxiao's presence jeopardized their scheme. Young Master Long, why not allow my sister to accompany both young ladies to change? Bai Li Che suggested amiably, questioning Long Jiuxiao's involvement. Long Batian glanced at Bai Li Che and then at Long Li. Shower, let Miss Bai and you accompany Lier. Long Li rose, reassuring her brother, I am fine, do not worry. If her brother were to accompany her, how would she enjoy herself? The show had yet to begin. Bai Li Che glanced at Bai Li Shui, who immediately understood and stood up. I shall lead you both to change. As Long Li stood, Di Ju happened to glance over, narrowing his eyes as he tightened his grip on the wine. Cupli Long, so it was indeed a false name. So you are the foolish young lady of the Long family. How intriguing. This time, I shall see where you attempt to flee. Wang Cheng and Di Ju sat across from each other, naturally noticing his uncharacteristic demeanor and the tension in his fingers. He looked toward Long Li. The foolish sister of Long Jiu, whose beauty was indeed breathtaking, this trip had not been in vain. Even this cold-hearted fellow had someone who piqued his interest. The longevity feast continued, and Longli followed by Li Shui. A smile gracing her lips, these two troublemakers truly were well matched. Sister Shui, thank you for taking me to change. Long Yu's face was a mask of insincerity. This demeanor reminded Long Li of a dog excitedly approaching a pile of excrement. Bai Li Shui led Long Li to a prepared side hall. Please step inside. The garments await you. Long Li raised an eyebrow. I am afraid you must accompany me inside. Long Yu and Bai Li Shui exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disdain. You can go in alone. We shall wait for you here. I feel so hot, sister. I am quite uncomfortable. Woo woo. How was my sister's acting? Trouble. Prepare to face the consequences. Long Yu whispered into Bai Li Shui's ear. The drug is taking effect. We must get her inside quickly. Bai Li Shui snorted coldly. You seem a bit feverish. We shall assist you in entering. Long Li was supported on either side, and upon pushing open the door, a wave of intoxicating fragrance enveloped them, along with several male presences. Long Li held her breath. Sister, please change your clothes immediately. We will wait for you outside. After Long Yu finished speaking, she and Bai Li Shui prepared to leave. Long Li swiftly incapacitated both of them, retrieving a potent drug from her space to administer to them, and then woke them from their stupor. Having completed her plan, Long Li quickly exited and closed the door. If you harbored no malicious intent, you would not suffer this retribution. An eye for an eye is but your just deserts up behind the screen. For men, already ravaged by the intoxicating fragrance, had completely lost their sanity. The moment they heard the door close, they rushed out, unable to contain themselves. As Bai Li Shui and Long Yu succumbed to the drug's effects, a wave of heat surged through them, and they began tearing at their garments. Meanwhile, a hidden observer's eyes turned crimson. How could they possibly endure this? Moments later, the room echoed with scandalous sounds. Long Li concealed herself beneath a tree in the courtyard, realizing that the coast was clear. They had likely dispersed everyone already. She entered the adjacent room, changing into a clean outfit retrieved from her space, before stepping out onto the roof. After Long Li departed, Diju also left his seat. He carefully sensed Long Li's presence and stealthily appeared in the courtyard, the sounds from within igniting a murderous intent in his gaze. In an instant, he suppressed his aura. Long Li remained, watching the unfolding drama. Though her position left her unable to see anything clearly. Is it entertaining? Diju stood behind her, bemused by her penchant for watching such illicit displays. Long Li jumped in surprise, turning quickly to find a masked face looming behind her. When did you arrive? What is this lecher doing here? Persistently haunting her, Diju pulled Long Li into his embrace and took off, soaring to the neighboring courtyard. Long Li's cheeks flushed. Are you out of your mind? I am not insane. It seems you are the one unwell, Diju replied, his expression sour. I would have liked to watch, but alas, something obstructed my view. Long Li wore a disappointed expression. Diju was infuriated by her boldness. This woman truly had no shame, daring to speak so freely. Do you require my assistance to return to your observation? I merely request that you let me go. Your hold is quite uncomfortable. Long Li struggled a few times, but this persistent lecher refused to relent. She had no choice but to voice her discomfort, as this ambiguous position was unbearable. What transpired within the room, struggling was futile. She could not contend with this rogue, who sought to defile her. A wave of murderous intent radiated from Diju. They dared to tarnish her reputation. How outrageous! Observing his demeanor, Long Li reached out to tap him lightly. Hey, tone it down a bit. You might attract this estate's hidden guards. Just let me go. What do you think two people of the opposite gender should be doing in such a manner? Chapter 58, attempting to steal chickens, but losing rice. Diju suppressed his murderous aura, his ears slightly reddening. The softness of her waist made it difficult for him to release her, and he felt the current situation was decidedly intimate. Gradually, he loosened his grip around Long Li's waist. The sudden emptiness in his embrace made him glance down at his hands. He couldn't quite fathom why he lost control whenever he was near this woman. Long Li jumped back, putting a half-meter distance between them. You need not concern yourself here. Return whence you came. Diju scrutinized her. You deceived me last time. Shouldn't you face some consequence? I did not. Li Long and Long Li are but your own muddled thoughts. Do not blame me, Long Li replied somewhat sheepishly. Oh, is that so? Are you certain you do not require my assistance with the matters inside? Diju crossed his arms, the smirk playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Long Li. In the grand hall, Bai Li Che checked the time. Why his sister Li yet to return from changing? Just as he spoke, a maid rushed in, trembling as she knelt before him. Master, it seems there is trouble in the side hall. A maid overheard. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback. How could such an incident occur during the celebration of the matriarch's longevity? What ill fortune, who was so reckless as to commit such an act in broad daylight? Isn't this akin to slapping the holy dragon hall in the face? Who among them was audacious enough to behave in such a manner? Bai Li Shao slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, how utterly foolish! I shall see who dares to act in such a way. He turned and stormed out, followed by the others, eager to uncover who would dare cause trouble today. The matriarch sighed. What a disgrace! Bai Li Zhao's wife Fengqing spoke in a soothing tone. Mother, do not be upset. let us go and see who was so indiscreet. Diju swiftly stepped forward, encircling Long Li in his arms as he cast a barrier around them. Hiding beneath a tree, Long Li's face flushed. What was this man thinking? He keeps pulling her close. Stay still. Someone is approaching. Diju's lips brushed against Long Li's ear as he spoke softly, causing her body to tense. Every hair standing on end. You could speak without being so close to my ear. Diju observed her reddening ears in taut form, his eyes sparkling with amusement. This woman's bashfulness was utterly charming. Do not move, or we might be discovered. Long Li seethed with indignation, her body rigid, unwilling to move. She bit her lip and took a decisive bite, prompting Diju to hiss, "You truly are not one to lose." The woman, akin to a wildcat, possesses an unforgiving nature. Likewise, once Long Li finished speaking, she ceased her movements and attentively listened to the voice of the approaching individual. In the courtyard, the expressions of Bai Li Xiao and his companions were exceedingly grim. As the sounds from within the room surged in intensity. At that moment, Long Xiao felt a twinge of worry. It had been quite a while since Lier went to change her attire. Could it be that? He dared not contemplate further, his body trembling slightly. Fengzhu reached out to steady him. Are you all right? I am fine, Bai Li Che replied coolly. Yet, it is concerning that my sister Lier has yet to return from changing her clothes. Could it be that? Ye Min, with a face full of disdain, interjected, this is utterly filthy. Even a fool should comprehend the concepts of propriety and shame. What did you say? Silence yourself, young lady, Long Xiao reprimanded. His countenance filled with fury. What? Am I not entitled to speak the truth? Does Long Xiaozhu intend to resort to violence? Yi Min retorted, her expression one of displeasure. Even if I were to remain silent, I cannot silence the whispers of the masses. Yi Min had never been scolded like this before. After all, what mischief could a fool possibly commit? Nissi, tread carefully. The identity of the person inside is still uncertain. To tarnish a woman's reputation without proof is detrimental to your standing as Nissi, Fengzhu remarked coolly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. I surmise it is indeed Long Li within. I share that sentiment. Aside from that foolish young lady, who else would engage in such behavior? At the very least, one should exercise restraint. After all, it is a celebration of someone's longevity. This is truly excessive. Long Batian's countenance darkened, realizing that the Bai Li family had orchestrated this event perfectly. He had gravely miscalculated. Bai Li Che was indeed not of good character, and his Lier had been ruined in such a manner. Kick the door open. I must see who possesses such audacity, Bai Li Xiao declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. With a resounding crash, two shadow guards stepped forward and kicked the door open. The battle within was exceptionally fierce. Even with the door flung open, they continued. The sounds intensified. Witnessing such a scene, everyone was eager to discern the identity of the participants. The consensus leaned towards Long Li being inside. Bai Li Xiao's face turned ashen as he raised his hand and shattered the screen, revealing the individuals on the bed. The entirety of the room's contents laid bare before everyone, leaving them in shock. Wasn't that the eldest daughter of the Bai Li family, Bai Li Shui? Look, there is also Long Jia, the second daughter of the Long family. They had indeed been audacious. How shameful. I never expected her to be so unrestrained in her usual composure. As the crowd murmured, Bai Li Xiao felt faint from the embarrassment. Bai Li Che was utterly dumbfounded. How could it be his sister in Long Yu? That fool Long Li was absent. How was this possible? My Shui, the matriarch, upon witnessing this, fainted immediately. Grandmother, the elderly lady was helped away, and chaos ensued. The individuals inside were entirely engrossed in their revelry, oblivious to the commotion outside. Those at the door turned away in shame. Unable to bear the sight. At this moment, Long Xiao felt a wave of relief. He cared not for Long Yu's fate, as long as it was not his Lier, young Master Xiao. You can now rest easy. Fengzhu also exhaled in relief. He truly hoped it was not Long Li. Yes, Lier is too kind-hearted to deserve harm. Long Batian trembled with rage. His Yuer had been utterly ruined. Bai Li Dianzhu, command someone to separate them. What on earth is happening? Long Batian's voice quivered with emotion. Bai Li Zhao's wife Fengqing was visibly shaken. What had happened to her daughter? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as Bai Li Che supported her. What is going on? Shui brought Long Li to change clothes. Where is she? Yes, the three of them left together. Where could Long Li have gone? Long Batian's expression was one of desperation. His daughter was irrevocably damaged, and where had his Lier gone? Bring them apart, now, Bai Li Xiao commanded. The shadow guards advanced, attempting to separate the individuals. Bai Li Shui clung to one of them, her eyes hazy. The shadow guards, unable to separate them, resorted to knocking them unconscious. My lord, we truly cannot separate them. We had no choice but to render them unconscious. Bai Li Xiao's fury boiled over. This is utterly humiliating. Douse them with water and awaken them. Today, I must uncover the truth behind this matter. Fengqing hurriedly stepped forward. Husband, have a maid drape a robe over Shui and the others. Her face was streaked with tears, her lips trembling slightly. Bai Li Xiao glanced at her, and two maids approached to drape long robes over Bai Li Shui and the others. Chapter 59. The heart must be punished for murder. The lady of the hall was acutely aware that someone was plotting behind the scenes. If this were not uncovered, the Bai Li family's reputation would be in tatters, and Bai Li Shui would be irreparably ruined. The shadow guards received orders and brought 2 buckets of water. Splashing it over the individuals, they were instantly drenched, waking with a start, their eyes no longer clouded. A chorus of startled cries followed. What has happened to me? Long Yu clutched her robe, her face a mask of terror. How could this happen? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried for her father. 4 men knelt on the ground, panic-stricken. Please spare us, my lord. Bai Li Shuat in a frenzy grasped her hair and screamed. How dare you harm me? Silence, all of you. Now tell me what on earth transpired here. Bai Li Shao thundered, his face a mask of rage. Bai Li Shui and Long Yu trembled in unison. Father, I have been framed. I truly do not know how this could have happened. Bai Li Shui sobbed. Long Yu looked at Bai Li Che, her eyes filled with sorrow. Bai Li Che signaled her discreetly. It was Long Li who harmed us. She locked us in here. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Long Jiu Zhao's anger surged. Long Yu, if you dare to slander Lier, I shall have you executed. Elder brother, I am also your sister. All of this was orchestrated by Long Li. I am a victim. I accompanied Sister Shui'er to change clothes out of kindness. Who could have known? Wu Wu. Long Yu wept inconsolably, her fate now sealed by that fool's actions. Who could have anticipated the malice of the eldest daughter of the Long family? That seems implausible. How could a fool orchestrate such a scheme? This reeks of jealousy towards her half-sister. This is excessive. With the discussion swirling, Long Li and Diju entered one after the other. What is happening here? Why are there cries? Long Li asked innocently. The crowd turned to her in surprise. Long Jiu Shao rushed forward. Lier, where have you been? I have been worried sick brother. I intended to return to find you after changing my clothes, but I got lost. Fortunately, I encountered this kind-hearted big brother. Long Li pointed at Diju with an innocent expression. The crowd gasped once more. Was this not the esteemed Master Diju? Indeed, I stepped out for some fresh air and happened to encounter the lost eldest daughter of the Long family. Seeing her plight, I brought her here to find Long Xiao Zhu. Diju spoke with a grave demeanor, his aura chilling, yet inwardly he smiled, curious as to how this woman would express her gratitude. No one dared to question Diju's words as Long Li glanced at the individuals before her. Brother, why is Sister Yu not dressed? What are they doing? Long Jiushao and Feng Zhu stepped forward to shield Long Li's view. With Long Jiushao covering her eyes. Lier, you must not look. Their affairs are not our concern. In my opinion, this has nothing to do with Long Li. She is but a fool without spiritual power. How could she orchestrate all this? It appears to me that certain individuals, unable to contain their loneliness, sought pleasure here and, upon being caught, claimed to be victims. Feng Shuya remarked coldly, genuinely believing that a fool could not possibly commit such acts. I concur. The eldest daughter of the Long family is naive and unaware. How could she employ such despicable means? She merely got lost and encountered Master Diju leading her here. How could she harm anyone? No, it was Long Li who harmed me. Do not believe her. Long Yu screamed. Bai Li Shui's eyes burned with hatred. She clearly remembered being knocked unconscious. With only Long Li behind her, she must have been the one scheming against her. Father, it was Long Li who harmed your daughter. She knocked me out. Bai Li Shui croaked, her voice hoarse. Bai Li Shao narrowed his eyes at Long Li. Was it you who did this? The question sent shockwaves through the crowd. How could the lord of the Bai Li family suspect a fool? What is happening? Is Sister Yu and the others playing a game? Long Li asked innocently. I recall seeing Brother Che and Sister often played games together. Hiding in bed secretly playing, and forbidding me from speaking of it. Long Li's expression was that of pure innocence, resembling a naive child. The crowd was taken aback. It turned out that Bai Li Xiaozhu and Long Hermes had been together all along. How scandalous! To steal her sister's fiancé was the height of shamelessness. As the young master, how could he be so base and shameless? Bai Li Che's face turned dark, trembling with rage. Long Li, you foolish girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Long Li feigned fear, hiding behind Long Jiushao. Brother, I am so scared. Brother Che is so fierce. I am merely speaking the truth. Wu Wu. Now all eyes turned to Bai Li Che and Long Yu. Their gazes filled with disdain and contempt. They never expected Bai Li Xiaozhu to be such a person. Even indulgence and lust must be moderated. To toy with the affections of two sisters is nothing short of despicable. To bully an innocent soul is a profound moral failing. Woe is me. The sounds of Long Yu's weeping grew increasingly louder. She had truly reached her nadir. Bai Li Che would undoubtedly never wish for her again. What was she to do? Long Li stepped forward. Sister Yu, do not weep. I will protect you. Brother Che will take you as his wife. To inflict pain on both body and spirit is truly a cruel act. Long Yu blared resentfully at Long Li, whose face radiated with mirth, and raised her hand to strike her. Little green tea, I await this blow. Strike fiercely, and show no mercy. Long Jiushao swiftly positioned himself before Long Li, raising his hand to deliver a forceful blow that sent Long Yu flying. You dare to harm Lier, you shall pay dearly. With a resounding crash, Long Yu was sent hurtling backwards, colliding with the doorframe. Her outer garments cast aside, leaving her in a most undignified state. Brother Che. Save me. Long Yu reached out, pleading for Bai Li Che's help. His eyes were filled with revulsion. This woman was already sullied beyond redemption. Unworthy of him then, and even less so now. As Long Yu beheld the cold indifference in Bai Li Che's gaze, despair filled her heart. She had been utterly ruined. How could Bai Li Che think to sever their ties? If he wished to see her suffer, then let them all perish together. Lord of the Bai Li clan, it was Bai Li Che who sent Sister Shui'er and me to bring Long Li here. These 4 men were also prepared by him. he sought to destroy Long Li, finding her a fool. This is all his doing. Long Yu's voice rang clear, drawing gasps from the crowd. Bai Li Shui was already a teary mess. Filled with regret, had it not been for her brother's suggestion, she would not have fallen to such depths. All of this transpired because of Long Li. Had it not been for her, none of this would have happened. Long Yu, be silent. I am entirely ignorant of this matter. Bai Li Che vehemently denied her claims, wishing he could simply rid himself of this loathsome woman. Long Batian wore a grim expression, radiating an aura of menace. Lord Bai Li, you must provide an explanation. Bai Li Shao was equally incensed, truly foolish. Even if one wished to eliminate the fool that is Long Li, such action should never be conducted in one's own home. Especially not in front of so many witnesses. How could I have spawned such a simpleton? Chair, is there more to this story? Speak now before everyone. As Bai Li Shao spoke, he cast a glance at the four kneeling figures, which communicated volumes. They all lowered their heads in unison. Father, I truly had no knowledge of this. Long Yu has been secretly enticing me. I made my intentions clear that I am to be her future brother-in-law. Yet, this vile woman claimed she could deal with her sister. I rebuked her, intending to spare the Long family's dignity, but I never anticipated her malicious scheming to conspire with others against her own sister. Bai Li Che's tone was sincere, as if he were the wronged party in this affair. Long Li scoffed, finding him utterly lacking in integrity. Long Yu, let us relish the taste of mutual destruction. Come now, let us inflict harm upon one another. Ju's gaze remained fixed on the gleeful Long Li, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. He rubbed his fingers together, contemplating the sensation of holding Long Li. Wang Chen leaned against a tree, observing the unfolding scene. How astute he was, already possessing the answers within. He had not anticipated that Long Zhou's seemingly foolish sister could manipulate everyone so deftly. How delightfully intriguing. You lie, it was you who scorned your sister for being a fool, repeatedly seeking to harm her. It was you who proposed to marry me, you deceiver. Bai Li Che, you were a scoundrel. Do not forget that I have long been yours. Now you attempt to turn your back on me. Long Yu's voice echoed through the crowd. You shamelessly consorted with men at my grandmother's birthday celebration, and now you wish to tarnish my reputation? You claim to be mine, yet listen to the absurdity of your words. A woman of such loose morals as you would never be worthy of entering the Bai Li family. Bai Li Che's merciless words pierced Long Yu's heart like a shard of ice. In that moment, she regretted her poor judgment in choosing such a man, remorse swelling within her. She had sought the highest power, only to plummet into the depths of despair. Lord Bai Li, you are truly heartless. But do you know of the birthmark on your chest and the mole on your lower back? I see them clearly. Do you dare to strip off your clothes for all to see? Long Yu, having abandoned her pleas for mercy, sought to drag this man into the abyss alongside her. Long Li silently cheered. Long Yu, you are magnificent. Continue to gnaw at this scoundrel and bring about his ruin. The Lord of the Realm was Bai Li Che's own father. He was well aware of what his son possessed. He had truly been bested by this rebellious offspring, and today, the Bai Li family was utterly disgraced. He glanced at the four kneeling figures, signaling discreetly. My lord, I have something to report. The four, disheveled and kneeling, speak. Bai Li Shao replied coldly, the second daughter of the Long family has already had illicit relations with us. She seduced us, seeking to inform the young lord of his affairs, even revealing some of his secrets. This time, she was the one who initiated the seduction, administering drugs to us, which led to our loss of reason and the defilement of the eldest daughter. All of this was orchestrated by the second daughter of the Long family. The implication was clear. Long Yu had been aware of Bai Li Che's birthmark through their conversations, and he was wrongfully accused. It was indeed a clever counterattack. Bai Li Shao was astute, clearly recognizing that Long Yu had been somewhat naive. You fear not, I am benevolent enough to lend you a hand, Long Li thought. Her eyes glinting with cunning. Father, Sister Yu, and Brother Che were merely playing a game. I heard Brother Che say he would marry Sister Yu in the future. Why does Brother Che treat Sister Yu poorly now? Father, I pity Sister Yu. Brother Che, you should not treat her this way. You used to play games together without clothes, and now Sister Yu has none. Why do you still wear yours? Long Li's voice was clear and innocent, articulating her confusion, as if she had deftly shifted the situation. In my view, it is indeed the young lord who has entangled himself with the second daughter, now wishing to abandon her. Although the eldest daughter is simple, her words cannot be false. The second daughter has misplaced her affections. The young lord is truly a libertine. The discussions turned sympathetic towards Long Yu, leaving Bai Li Che at a loss for words. Bai Li Shao shot Long Li a glance, this insufferable simpleton, seemingly doing so intentionally, infuriating him further. Long Li remained unfazed, offering Bai Li Shao a slight smile. I am a fool, what malice could a fool harbor? Father, please see clearly, my daughter and Bai Li Che have long since been joined in union. This time, it is Bai Li Che who seeks to ruin my sister, and I am left with no choice. I implore you to decide for me. Long Yu knelt low, her forehead striking the ground. Long Batian gazed at his daughter, now in a pitiful state, and felt a stir of compassion. Lord Bai Li, given the circumstances, what is your stance on the matter between my daughter and the young lord? This question left Bai Li Shao in a quandary. Before so many witnesses, he could not act too harshly. If mishandled, how could he silence the whispers of the crowd? What face would the Li family have left, Lord Long? Both the second daughter and Chair share blame. I do not wish to pursue this matter further. This incident has harmed both families. I suggest the second daughter enters Chair's household as a concubine, and the betrothal between Chair and Long Li shall be rescinded, allowing the families to remain in alliance. By Li Xiao's words astonished Long Li. This man was quite adept at bending to circumstances. Even now, he wished for his son to take a concubine, despite the public disgrace of Long Yu. How callous, prioritizing self-interest above all else. Father, no, how could I allow a wilted flower to enter the household? Bai Li Che vehemently opposed the idea. Had it been in the past, he might have accepted her as a concubine. But now she had sullied herself in full view of the world. Would this not simply announce to everyone that he had been cuckolded? It was an utter humiliation. Silence, you have no say in this matter. Bai Li Xiao barked, enraged by his son's foolishness. This entire debacle was his own doing, and now he had dragged his sister into it as well. Long Li observed Long Yu and then Bai Li Che. Both must feel as if they had swallowed something foul. Ha, what a delightful spectacle, to be publicly humiliated, their faces stripped bare, and to have to coexist thereafter. How exquisitely satisfying. Brother Che is finally set to marry Sister Yu. Father, will Sister Yu soon bear a child? Long Li could not resist fanning the flames, reveling in the fact that the paternity of any future offspring would remain uncertain. Bai Li Che felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Trembling uncontrollably, his face turning ashen, with a sudden retch, he spat blood. The crowd gasped. What was wrong with the young lord? What is happening to Brother Che? Is he simply overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of becoming a father? Long Li whispered playfully. You, Bai Li Che, overwhelmed with rage, was struck by Long Li's words, causing him to faint. Someone carry the young lord back and summon a physician immediately. Bai Li Xiao sighed, lamenting the consequences of his own foolishness. Bai Li Che, this is merely the beginning. If you cannot withstand this, the days ahead will be long and torturous. This is the retribution for the harm you have inflicted upon the original owner. Long Li's eyes shimmered with depth, her lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile, enhancing her air of malevolence. Father, please urge Sister Yu to don her garments promptly, with the impending arrival of the baby. She must not catch a chill, Dragon Li gently implored, tugging at Long Batian's sleeve. Lier, refrain from such reckless utterances, Long Batian replied, his heart heavy with a tumult of emotions. Today, I, the master of the Bailey family, deeply regret my inadequate hospitality, and thus the banquet must come to an end. Bailey Xiao stated calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. Master Bailey, you are too courteous, we shall take our leave for now, the guests responded. Gradually exiting the courtyard, Long Jiuxiao grasped Long Li's hand as they departed. Emperor Zhu observed their intertwined fingers, a flicker of emotion crossing his gaze. This hand was truly irksome, provoking an inexplicable desire to sever it. Brother, Sister Yu is still present, Long Li reminded him. Lier, she is no longer my sister, do not concern yourself with her fate. Long Jiuxiao murmured softly. Feng Zhu soon followed Long Jiuxiao, stating, young Master Jiuxiao, I shall pay a visit to your esteemed residence soon. I await your welcome. Long Jiuxiao assisted Long Li into the carriage. Watching the vehicle recede, Feng Zhu smirked. Was Sister Li truly foolish or merely pretending? Zhuangchen, standing behind Emperor Zhu, raised an eyebrow and remarked, Master Emperor Zhu, today's banquet at the Bailey residence was indeed lively. Is that so? Emperor Zhu replied nonchalantly as Zhuangchen's lips curled into a subtle smile. In my opinion, the two young ladies of the Long family are rather intriguing. The second young lady is wicked to the core, while the eldest is strikingly beautiful yet unfortunate in her circumstances. A chill radiated from Emperor Zhu, his eyes glinting with frost. Mind your own affairs. Otherwise, the Jialan Academy shall remain without a principal henceforth. With that, Emperor Zhu vanished into thin air. Zhuangchen's gaze deepened, imbued with an icy demeanor. Emperor Zhu, I believe I have uncovered your weakness. After Emperor Zhu's departure, he stood a distance away, watching Long Li's carriage fade from view. Ensure the safety of the eldest lady of the Long family. Understood. Blood Wolf vanished without a trace. I am the Long residence. Long Batian sat in the principal seat. His expression darkened, brooding. At this moment, Long Yu addressed, though her complexion remained pallid, Long Jiuxiao. When Long Li sat sipping tea and nibbling on pastries, Long Yu knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. It was all Bailey Che's doing. He deceived me. You are utterly devoid of sense, manipulated by a man, and yet you sought to harm your own legitimate sister. You have deeply disappointed me. Long Batian retorted, his anger palpable. That he had always believed this daughter to be clever and perceptive, yet she proved to be so foolish. At that moment, Madame Ningyao rushed in, having received news. Upon entering, she spotted her beloved daughter kneeling on the ground. Master, what has Yuer done wrong? She inquired, her face etched with concern, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding a pitiable aura. You arrived just in time. This is the fine daughter you have raised, today, at the banquet. She was caught in the act of infidelity and even attempted to harm Lier. Long Batian's reproachful gaze fell upon Madame Ningyao, unleashing a torrent of scorn without a shred of mercy. What a pretense! To whom are you feigning sincerity? This so-called father is quite the actor. He knows full well that Long Yu sought to harm her, yet he has not punished her in the slightest. His so-called paternal affection is merely a facade for others to witness. Thud. Madame Ningyao collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Master, it is all my fault. Lier is still young and has been misled by Bailey Che. I beseech you to show mercy, for she is my only daughter. Her wails were heartfelt and sincere. Brother, do you think our mother would have allowed us to suffer such fates if she were alive? I truly wish she could rise from her grave, Long Li lamented, her countenance sorrowful. These words struck a chord in the hearts of Long Badian and Long Jiuxiao, causing both to wince in pain. Lier, do not fear, your brother will protect you. Brother, how can you protect me? Even a fool like me knows that today, you sister sought to harm me. If I hadn't fled swiftly, it would have been I who was trapped in that game. Your so-called protection is something I dare not hope for any longer. Long Li rose, her eyes glacial, filled with disdain and scorn. Lier, this time, it is my father's oversight that has caused you distress. Lier has already lost her reputation and has been punished. Moreover, all of this chaos was instigated by Bailey Che. Long Baishan's expression reflected deep remorse, for he felt he had failed this daughter. How amusing, her disgrace is of no concern to me, she acted with malice from the outset. I have already informed you, father, of my feelings. You insisted I marry Bailey Che despite my protests that he was unworthy. You are pushing your own daughter into an abyss. I may be foolish, yet I possess a sense of propriety. The four individuals in the hall fixed their gazes upon Long Li, including the kneeling Long Yu. Have you truly ceased to be a fool? Long Li chuckled lightly as she approached Long Yu. A slap. The sound of a slap echoed in the hall, leaving Long Yu in shock. You dare strike me? Long Yu, I am the legitimate daughter of the Long family. You are merely a concubine, who grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. But have you forgotten the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate? Very well, let us ask father, how about I relinquish my status as the legitimate daughter to you today? Long Li gripped her chin, her voice frigid. Long Jiuxiao stared in confusion. Lier did not appear to be foolish. Could it be that she had truly regained her senses? Nonsense, you are the legitimate daughter and shall remain so for all your days. Long Baishan's face turned ashen, realizing that this daughter had likely regained her wits. Father knows I am the legitimate daughter. I thought you had forgotten. What crime is it to conspire against one's legitimate sister? There is no need for me to elaborate. Long Li produced a handkerchief to wipe her fingers clean. How filthy! Long Yu was infuriated. You do not challenge your elder sister. As concubines, we hold no standing. Speaking too much is simply a fault. I implore you, miss, spare Lier this time. She will not dare again. Madame Ningyao pleaded. Her expression one of desperation. Madame Ningyao, what excellent acting! I am not a bodhisattva. I am not so forgiving. Those who harm me shall face 100-fold retribution. Those who abandon me, even if they kneel before me, will receive not a second glance from me. Long Li's voice, though soft, resonated with a chilling finality, sending shivers through those present. Madame Ningyao lowered her gaze to the ground, vexed by this cunning daughter who had seemingly shed her foolishness yet retained her sharp tongue. She should have dealt with her sooner. Now, with Lier suffering so gravely at this daughter's hands, it was indeed infuriating. Long Jiuxiao stood, moving to Long Li's side. Lier is right, those who seek to harm you must not be spared. Chapter 62, Punishment. Long Badian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering when this daughter had become such a stranger to him. Her resolute nature reminded him of his late wife, who too possessed an ethereal poise. Lier, do not blame your father. Bailey Che is quite the schemer, and I was unaware of his true nature. Additionally, you have harbored feelings for him all these years, and I merely wish to fulfill your desires. Long Li rolled her eyes, dismissing his words as mere fabrications. A foolish girl, ignorant of love and affection. Is it not the case that I am showing signs of improvement? Yet, the moment I am provoked, I revert to foolishness. This back and forth is truly exasperating. Long Li shrugged, her lips curling upwards. Long Yu, still kneeling, questioned, what do you mean by reverting to foolishness? It is your father's fault. This time, your engagement with him is annulled. You shall marry into the family as a concubine. Marry into the family? Father, who marries a concubine? What is this talk of marrying? Long Li retorted mockingly, bewildered by her father's absurdity. I refuse to be a concubine. Bailey Che is ruthless, he would surely kill me. Long Yu pleaded, fully aware of Bailey Che's temperament after years by his side. Now you are afraid. Had you known this would come to pass, you would have acted differently. This matter is settled. In 3 days, Bailey Che will send someone to escort you into his home. Long Yu slumped to the ground, her face ashen. Father, how do you intend to deal with the matter of Lier harming Lier? Long Jiuxiao inquired. Long Baishan's expression faltered. He knew that failing to take action today would alienate his children. Bring forth Long Yu. For her attempts to harm her legitimate sister, she shall be punished with 100 strikes. Madame Ningyao stepped forward, blocking Long Yu. Master, please show mercy. This will surely kill Lier. Ningyao, you dare plead for a daughter you raised so poorly? Seize Madame Ningyao and confine her. Long Baishan's eyes darkened. This woman had taken advantage of his drunkenness to enter his bed. Had it not been for her pregnancy, he would never have accepted her into his household. The daughter born of such a union was utterly ignorant of propriety and virtue. 2 shadow guards dragged Madame Ningyao from the hall. Long Yu blared at Long Badian and the others with resentment. You treat me thus. One day, I will have you all grovel at my feet. Long Badian felt a chill as he absorbed Long Yu's animosity. Her previous docility had been a mere act, revealing her true self. Their bond as father and daughter was irrevocably severed. Take her away and carry out the punishment. Long ceased her protests. Standing tall of father, I willingly accept my punishment. Long sat in her chair, sipping tea. Brother, this tea is delightful. After speaking so much today, I find myself rather thirsty. If Lier enjoys it, drink your fill. Were you aware of today's events beforehand? Long Zhouxiao asked quietly. I did not know. I must thank Emperor Zhu. Had it not been for him, I would have found it difficult to escape. After all, I am but a weak woman, powerless against 4 strong men. Long preferred not to reveal too much, resorting to some falsehoods instead. Lier, did you know Emperor Zhu previously? Why would my brother pose such a question? How could someone like Lier possibly know such a character? Long Zhouxiao was lost in thought. Zhu was a person known for his coldness and ruthlessness, rarely associating with others. It was perplexing that he would suddenly choose to assist Lier. Brother, I feel a bit weary, so I shall take my leave for now. Perhaps tomorrow I may return to my foolish state. I hope you will not disdain me. Long Li's cool tone carried a hint of playfulness. Regardless of Lier's demeanor, her brother would always cherish her, never harboring disdain. Very well, I shall take my leave, until tomorrow. Long Batian was left standing aside, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Lier, in a couple of days, it will be your brother's academy competition. I understand you cannot cultivate, but it would be good to join in the festivities. At that time, if I appear foolish, it would be redundant and disgraceful to you. Long Li had already exited the hall, replying lightly. Outside, Long Yu's voice rang out, calling for Long Li as she happened to pass by, her resilience evident, still alive and unbroken. The executing guards paused, pondering the meaning behind the young lady's words. Was she suggesting they should directly eliminate the second young lady? Long Li, do not be so pleased with yourself. Even if I perish, I will not let you off easily. Long Yu, bloodied and trembling, declared, bring it on, little green tea. I am always prepared to finish you off. After Long Li's retort, she exclaimed furiously, haven't you eaten? After such a prolonged fight, how can you still speak? Are you holding back? We have not held back, young lady, you have keen insight. The 2 guards were drenched in sweat. Having fought with great intensity, truly not holding back, strike this young lady hard. Long Li turned to leave, leaving the 2 guards in a state of disarray at a Taohua cottage. Master, Huan Bai does not wish to leave the estate. I have already sent her to the mountain villa, Han Yan reported respectfully. Long Li was not surprised. After all, leaving the estate did not guarantee a peaceful life, and Huan Bai was a clever individual. Han Yan, this evening, keep an eye on Long Yu and her mother. Listen to what schemes they are concocting. This mother and daughter duo are not the type to be easily subdued. They cannot be allowed to perish before the storm arrives. Bai Li Che will personally discover the truth behind the woman who has tarnished his name. This drama needs to be unraveled slowly. I will carry out your orders. You may leave. I will summon you if needed. Long Li said indifferently. At that moment, Long Zhouxiao entered. Lier, when did you cease to be foolish? What about me? One moment foolish, the next not. Has father not mentioned this to you? Long Li, unfazed, sipped her tea. Long Zhouxiao frowned. He did not mention it. Father only told me you were going to see a doctor. Oh, seeing a doctor equates to treating foolishness. Father knows. I assumed you did as well. Lier, can this ailment truly be cured? Speak honestly to your brother. Long Zhouxiao inquired seriously, facing Long Li. Such a bother. This brother is too obstinate. It may not be completely curable, but occasionally being lucid is still quite satisfactory. At least there are times when I am clever. Long Li appeared nonchalant, not wishing to lie. It was not yet time for honesty. After all, the Bai Li family was formidable. She needed to conceal herself and grow stronger until she could confront them. Hearing her words, Long Zhouxiao's expression darkened. Why did heaven treat her so? She was meant to be a prodigy, like him, endowed with exceptional talent, deserving of respect and esteem. Lier, do not be disheartened, even if it cannot be cured. Your brother will support you for life. Should you find someone you admire in the future, I will personally see you married. Such comforting words filled Long Li with warmth, a gentle tide sweeping through her heart. Was this the warmth of familial affection? While familial bonds were precious, they were not hers to possess. Strength was of utmost importance. Chapter 63. Each with their own thoughts. Long Li felt a pang of discomfort. After all, she had been betrayed by her own uncle. What did thousands of years of companionship matter? The depths of human greed are beyond imagination. What may seem genuine today could be forsaken for profit tomorrow. Was it not the original owner who fell victim to her scoundrel father? Had he not sent no one to protect her, she would not have met such a tragic end. Truly, brother, there is no need for such concern. Everyone is born into different circumstances. Why not join me at the Jialan Academy? The headmaster is quite amiable, and this way I can cultivate while looking after you. I do not feel at ease leaving you alone in the estate. I do not wish to go. It is a place filled with cultivating disciples. Someone like me would not fit in. Long Zhouxiao understood her meaning. A person unable to cultivate would likely be ridiculed if they went. You are weary today. I shall not disturb your rest. After speaking, Long Zhouxiao gently ruffled Long Li's hair and slowly exited. I in the Holy Dragon Hall. Wretched child, all of this is your doing. Bai Li Che knelt on the ground, his face pale. No longer resembling the young master he once was. Father, I did not anticipate such an outcome. Bai Li Xiao's face darkened, simmering with rage. Had he not been his son, he would have been inclined to strike him dead. If you do not wish to marry that fool, you could have resolved it discreetly, yet you chose to create such a scene at your grandmother's birthday banquet. Utterly foolish. How could I have given birth to such a disappointing son? The mistress of the hall observed her kneeling son, her heart aching. Her daughter had been ruined, and should her son also meet the same fate, she would have no reason to continue in her role as mistress. Husband, Chair merely acted impulsively. Moreover, that fool Longli is quite suspicious. Clearly she is a fool, yet how did she manage to escape? Shuer has already informed me that she was knocked unconscious, and at that moment, only that fool was behind her. Bai Li Xiao, seated in his chair, wore a grim expression, his eyes flashing with intensity. He had seen Longli multiple times before. It was inconceivable that she was at fault. Could it be that someone had assisted her? That fool could not possibly possess such capabilities. This matter certainly involved external help. Who would be so bold as to aid Longli against our Bai Li family? The mistress inquired. Bai Li Che narrowed his eyes, resolute that he would not let Longli, that fool, escape unscathed. To father, mother, there is something I find rather strange. Bai Li Xiao fixed his gaze on Bai Li Che. What is it? I once severed Longli's tendons and cast her down the Wuwan cliff. I never expected that fool to return, and without a scratch on her. Are you speaking the truth? I assure you, every word is true. That wretched Longyu was present as well. The mistress of the hall was astonished. Such a thing was unprecedented. How could a person die and then return? Was she some sort of ghost? The mistress was filled with dread at the thought that Longli might not be human. Mother, I suspect she was rescued by a powerful individual. Perhaps this incident was orchestrated by that person. Bai Li Che knelt earnestly. Bai Li Xiao lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment. He would send someone to investigate, yet it was evident that Long Li's survival was anything but simple. Father, I do not wish for that wretched Longyu to enter the estate. This matter has already been decided. Even if you are unwilling, you must put on an ACT.AS for the future. You may eliminate that woman, but father, Bai Li Xiao interrupted him. Chair, you are the young master. You must think carefully of the four great families are your left and right arms. If you alienate them now, how will you take over the position of hallmaster in the future? Bai Li Che lowered his gaze in silence. He had acted too hastily this time. It was all Longyu's fault for inciting him. Otherwise, he would not have momentarily lost his senses. Father, I assure you I will never act rashly again. I beg for another chance. As Bai Li Che was the legitimate son, Bai Li Xiao naturally cherished him. Seeing his son's pale countenance stirred compassion within him. Do not act recklessly next time. Rise and return to rest. The mistress of the hall stepped forward to support her son, her face full of concern. Chair, you must learn from this experience. Your father only wishes the best for you. Do not allow yourself to be so easily exploited. Mother, do not worry. This time I truly understand my mistakes. Return and rest. The mistress watched Bai Li Che's retreating figure, her heart heavy. She approached Bai Li Xiao from behind, her delicate fingers gently massaging his shoulders. Husband, Chair has been manipulated by someone with ulterior motives. He has learned a valuable lesson, yet our Shuer has suffered. Bai Li Xiao respected his primary wife immensely. Although he had many concubines, in his eyes, she was the only true wife. There is no need for you to grieve. For Shuer is still the daughter of this hallmaster. Even if she has been tarnished, she can still find a worthy husband. Husband, do you remember when we first married? Back then, you were still the young master. And we navigated life with caution. Now that you wield great power, it is surprising that our children cannot live as they wish. This mistress was astute. After years of marriage, she understood Bai Li Xiao well. Her words implied that their youthful marriage had been fraught with challenges and that she hoped he would show leniency towards their son. Bai Li Xiao embraced her. Tinger, I know you are concerned for Chair. They are our children, and regardless of the time or place, they will always be my beloved offspring. Husband, I do not ask for you to indulge them excessively. I only hope you can show a bit more favor towards us. Mother and son. A profound tenderness filled Tinger's eyes, accompanied by a look of yearning. Tinger, you remain so childlike. From the moment you wed me, I vowed to cherish you for a lifetime. Bai Li Xiao and Feng Ting had grown up together. Embodying a loving couple, of Feng Ting lowered her gaze, and the earlier warmth vanished without a trace. She undoubtedly loves this man, and as he repeatedly finds himself in the company of other women, she has come to terms with the reality that love is inconsequential. What truly matters is status and power. Over the years, she has adeptly flattered him, all for the sake of ensuring her son could inherit the position of the Lord. The more she feigns indifference, the more Bai Li Xiao perceives her as pure and kind, feeling increasingly guilty towards her, which stirs feelings of remorse within him. I am grateful for my husband's affection. Marrying him in this life is a stroke of fortune for Qinger. Bai Li Xiao is easily swayed by this sentiment, and a smile instantly lights up his face. Like Qinger remains as beautiful as ever. May I rest in your quarters tonight? Tonight I shall prepare food and wine to awake my husband. If Feng Qing rises, her face flushed with shyness as she gracefully exits the moment she steps out of the grand hall. Her smile fades. After years of enduring and compromising, she nearly let her unworthy children ruin everything today. Bai Li Xiao gazes after the departing Feng Qing, his heart stirred. Regardless, Bai Li Che is his legitimate son. And that position of lord must rightfully belong to him. Someone closely monitor the young miss of the Long family, report any developments at once. Yes, my lord. A man clad in black kneels before him and then vanishes without a trace. Chapter 64. A green hat above this foolish girl must die. By Li Xiao squints his eyes. The hall returns to its previous tranquility. By Li Che returns to the young master's estate, where he wreaks havoc indoors, venting his displeasure. Today, he has lost all face and must now welcome Long Yu into the estate. It is an utter humiliation. My lord, given your poor health, please refrain from anger. An undercover guard advises, what do you know, tomorrow, I must bring that wretched woman into the estate. Do you have any idea how many people will be laughing at me? I believe this is merely a delaying tactic. Once the storm passes, the young master can execute her directly. By Li Che's eyes blaze with murderous intent. It is all Long Li's fault. Had she not acted so foolishly, she would not be in such a dire state. Discussing her execution is no simple matter. There must be justification for killing that woman. Do not be hasty, young master. A small moment of patience can protect a greater plan. Your father is already somewhat disappointed in you. The lady has instructed me to tell you to behave and comply, otherwise she cannot assist you. Only then does Bai Li Che regain his composure. Both he and his sister's reputations are tarnished, and those illegitimate children are surely waiting for him to fall from grace. His mother is right. Now is not the time to create a rift with his father. It seems that bringing Long Yu, that vile woman, into the estate is imperative. Long Yu is the daughter of the Long family. Publicly shaming her would mean incurring the Long family's wrath. Thus, he decides to endure everything for now, waiting until he inherits the position of lord to deal with them. With this realization, Bai Li Che's mood improves significantly. He orders that the arrangements for bringing his concubine into the estate must be meticulous. He wishes to personally fetch her. Young master, the lady has already arranged for the estate to handle this matter. Go tell the lady that the young master acknowledges his mistake, has had a change of heart, and will no longer cause trouble. Understood. The undercover guard departs quietly, leaving Bai Li Che with a sullen expression as he sits in his chair. Long Li, one day I shall see you dead. At the Long residence, Long Yu lies on the couch, barely conscious. Mother, I must avenge this grievance. Let us first keep the peace. Your father is already disappointed in you. If this continues, the Long family will no longer be your support. Lady Ningyao's face is streaked with tears, her heart aching for her daughter. At this moment, Long Yu's pale face is twisted with rage. She cannot accept that all her painstaking plans have gone awry. It is all that fool Long Li's fault. Mother, you must help me kill her. Do not speak recklessly. Long Li is unpredictable. Even I cannot see through her now. Focus on marrying into the young master's estate. Once things settle, we will find a way to eliminate that little wretch. Mother, Bai Li Che is a scoundrel. Marrying him will bring no good days for me. Did you not say he dotes on you and wishes to make you his young master's wife? Why has your attitude changed so drastically? Lady Ningyao's face is filled with worry as she struggles to comprehend the sudden shift. You are blinded. Bai Li Che only desires your body. Now that you are no longer pure, he will despise you to the core. If you marry him now, he may very well kill you out of spite. At that moment, Long Yu is filled with regret. She should never have personally taken Long Li to change clothes. You must enter Bai Li Che's residence. If you do not, no one on the Holy Dragon continent will marry you. Lady Ningyao has already investigated the matter thoroughly. Her daughter is no longer pure. Who would marry such a woman? Even as a concubine, she must become a concubine of the Bai Li family. If she were to bear a son or daughter, she would enjoy boundless wealth and honor for life. Mother. Do you wish for your daughter to die? Long Yu's face reflects utter despair. After multiple blows, she is utterly exhausted. You marry Bai Li Che as a concubine. As long as your father is alive, he dares not harm you. But my father despises me now. This is only temporary. No matter how useless Long Li is, you are a prodigy in cultivation. If you work hard, both your father and the Bai Li family will change their views on you. Mother is right. Long Li is indeed a fool. Even if my reputation is ruined, my talent for cultivation remains. That is my daughter. For now rest. I will prepare your dowry. After all, you are the second miss of the Long family, and your father will not allow you to leave in disgrace. Lady Ningyao departs. Returning to her own courtyard, tears stream down her face as she laments. Tiangud, Yuer is ruined. What am I to do? Emerging from the shadows is a man clad in black robes, his face obscured by a mask. Yaoer, I am aware of Yuer's situation. Bear with it for now. Once I resolve matters on my end, I will return to bring you both away. Lady Ningyao throws herself into the arms of the man in black. Tiangu, I truly do not want to stay in the Long residence. Yuer is about to become Bai Li Che's concubine, and my heart cannot bear it. Yaoer, you know my identity is special. If you come back with me now, my family will not approve. Only after that wretched girl is dead will I find a way to bring you both over. In Ningyao's face pales. Her expression pitiful. Tiangu, could you send a few capable undercover guards my way? Of course. What do you wish to do? I want to kill that fool Long Li. She is the one who has harmed Yuer. The man in black's eyes blaze with murderous intent. Is it possible for a mere fool to possess such capability? That fool has her skills. I must kill her if you wish. She is merely a fool. Take this token. It is my insignia. In case of emergencies, you can send an undercover guard to find me. Ning Yao gazes at the token, feeling a surge of emotion. And she leans forward to kiss him. In an instant, the room's temperature rises, and the bed creaks under the weight of their actions. Han Yan, whose strength is lacking, has been hiding in the shadows. Afraid to approach, as the man in black possesses formidable power. It isn't until the latter half of the night that the man in black finally departs, scanning his surroundings. In truth, he has long been aware of someone nearby but assumed it to be the estate's undercover guards and gave it little thought. Leaping into the night and disappearing into the darkness, Han Yan, not daring to follow, retreats from Lady Ning Yao's courtyard. The following morning, the sun shines gently and brightly, casting a touch of vitality across the earth. Long Li stirs awake. Knock, knock. What is it? Long Li's voice carries a hint of morning grogginess. My lord, I have something to report. Han Yan replies respectfully. Come in. Han Yan pushes open the door and slowly walks in. Long Li reclines on the soft couch, her long hair cascading down, exuding a languid charm Han Yan cannot help but admire, thinking her master is breathtakingly beautiful, enough to stir feelings even in another woman. What brings such urgency? Han Yan reports. Last night, a man in black entered Lady Ning Yao's chamber. They shared intimate moments, and the man only left in the latter half of the night. Oh, is that so? I witnessed it myself, but the man in black is quite powerful, and I did not dare to approach. Long Li finds it amusing. Could it be that her original self's father has been cuckolded? Chapter 65, The Marriage Proposal. This is simply too amusing. A concubine in illicit relations with an outsider, her father none the wiser. This foolish man truly lacks intelligence. No wonder he is unaware of the green hat resting upon his head. Did you manage to see the appearance of that man in black? I did not catch a glimpse. The man was masked. My father's concubine is indeed extraordinary, bringing men into the long residence for secret trysts. It seems this is not her first time. I suspect it is not. It must be an old flame. Long Li stands by the window, feeling the refreshing breeze. Continue to monitor Lady Ning Yao. If you encounter someone stronger than you, do not approach too closely. Remember to safeguard your own safety. Understood? And now, help me freshen up. Today is a significant day. Are you referring to Bai Li Che's marriage proposal? Indeed, I wish to witness the festivities. Long Li is in high spirits, her demeanor bright and cheerful. The long residence is filled with joy. Red fabric adorns every corner, and the steward busies himself with preparations. Long Yu, still recovering, limps as she walks towards the bronze mirror, dressed in her red wedding gown. Miss, you look truly beautiful today. A maid praises. Your words are merely meant to please. Today, you shall accompany me to the young master's estate. Thank you, my lady. The maid beams, dreaming of being favored by the young master, hoping to soar to new heights. The little maid, feeling delighted, exerts a bit more pressure with her hands. What are you doing? Long Yu snaps. I apologize, miss. My hands were a tad heavy. Be ye cautious of your life, and do hurry. The young maid, too afraid to entertain further thoughts, hurriedly assisted Long Yu in her preparations. Bai Li Che, shedding his usual domineering anger, now wore an impassive expression, devoid of any discernible emotion. Young master, everything is ready. I shall personally go to greet them. I trust that the head of the Long family will be quite pleased. The young master is indeed wise. The lady of the palace is very satisfied with this arrangement. Mother was right. Rather than harboring anger, it would be more prudent to foster a connection and seek the support of the Long family. At this moment, Bai Li Che appeared to have matured significantly, no longer willfully resisting this matrimonial alliance. After all, it was merely an aunt. Admitting her into the residence was no more than adding one more person to the household. With this thought, Bai Li Che felt a sudden clarity. Come, let us proceed to welcome Aunt Yu into the estate. The procession was indeed grand, with bystanders halting to observe in curiosity. Look, is that not the young master, Bai Li? He is on his way to the Long residence to fetch a bride. I heard that the second daughter of the Long family has already been sullied. I wonder if it is true. Just look at the smile on young master Bai Li's face. I suspect the rumors are unfounded. How could she possibly be the second daughter? Shouldn't it be the eldest? Long Li. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Their opinions varied. Bai Li Che seemed indifferent to their chatter, yet within, he was repulsed. He must endure. This visit to the Long estate was crucial for earning the head of the Long family's favor. And to demonstrate that the Bai Li family honored their commitments to in the sacred dragon capital, there was no need for such a grand display when welcoming an aunt. A single sedan chair could have sufficed. This procession was hardly distinguishable from that for a legitimate bride. The head of the Long family took his seat at the main table. Head of the family, Bai Li Che has personally come to welcome them. The procession is already en route. An undercover guard knelt to report. Is that truly the case? Absolutely, and the scale is hardly less than that of a formal wedding. Long Batian appeared deep in thought. How had Bai Li Che changed so rapidly? Previously, he had vehemently opposed the idea of welcoming you into the estate. As long as the Bai Li family maintained their dignity, the Long family would not treat this son-in-law poorly. Inform everyone that the wedding arrangements must be conducted with the same standards as for a legitimate daughter. We must not show any disregard for the second daughter. Understood, head of the family. In that case, Long Yu's marriage into the Bai Li family can be seen as a union between the two families, ensuring mutual benefit. Long Li had just finished her grooming and was seated in the courtyard enjoying a light meal. Han Yen approached to report, "Miss, the head of the family has ordered that the wedding be conducted under the auspices of a legitimate daughter." Long Li's expression shifted slightly, and she set down her chopsticks. "Has my wretched father lost his mind? How can he dare utter such words regarding a legitimate daughter? How many people are coming for the wedding procession? Young Master Bai Li is personally here to welcome them." The scale is impressive, seemingly on par with that of a legitimate bride. This transformation in Bai Li Che is astonishing. Could this be Bai Li Zhao's directive? I intended to observe, but it appears the show may not unfold as expected. I must continue to investigate. Understood. Mississippi. Han Yen then vanished from the courtyard, leaving Long Li resting her chin on her hand, visibly displeased. With both parties acting unpredictably, it seemed she would need to stir the pot further. As her anger was replaced by a focus on advantage, she resolved to let the fire burn. Long Li rose and headed toward the front courtyard. At that moment, Madame Ningyao was all smiles. Your father has decreed that you shall marry as a legitimate daughter." Really, Long Yu could hardly believe it is true, and young Master Bai Li has personally come to welcome you, with all the honors befitting a legitimate bride. Upon hearing this, Long Yu felt a wave of dizziness. Was she dreaming? Could it be that Bai Li Che truly loved her? "Mother, this is quite sudden. Why would he come to personally fetch me?" "Silly child, you are a daughter of the Long family, though not the legitimate one. You are a prodigy in cultivation. It is likely that Bai Li Che values more than just your purity." At this moment, Madame Ning Yao was in high spirits. As long as Bai Li Che treated her daughter well, that was sufficient to that so, Bai Li Che values a woman's purity above all else. How could he have changed his disposition? Enough of this, do not overthink it, quickly prepare yourself. The wedding procession will arrive shortly. Mother, I still find it hard to believe, he is not that kind of person. My dear, you are merely an aunt now. The fact that young Master Bai Li has come personally to welcome you is a significant honor. What hesitation can you still have, regardless of whether his intentions are sincere or feigned? Marrying him will not bring you misfortune. Long Yu lowered her gaze, pondering whether the two could truly coexist peacefully after everything that had transpired. In front of the gates of the Long residence, Bai Li Che donned a red wedding robe, exuding an air of grandeur. Naturally handsome, he drew the secret admiration of several onlooking maidens. As he beheld the festive atmosphere surrounding the Long estate, Bai Li Che felt a deep disdain. A withered flower daring to make such a show, truly a scheme worthy of the old Kud Long Batian. The steward welcomed him with a smiling face and led him directly to the main hall. "I have come to escort Aunt Yu into the estate. I wonder if the head of the Long family will consent." Long Batian wore a beaming smile. "From now on, we will all be family. Young Master Bai Li need not be so courteous. Indeed, head of the Long family, after today, I shall be considered part of the Long family, and I hope for your continued support. Young Master Bai Li is too polite. After your marriage, you will be my esteemed son-in-law, and the Long family will naturally stand by your side." Bai Li Che had awaited these words. His mother was indeed correct. Long Yu's status was no lesser than Long Li's, and the Long family would become his ally. As your son-in-law, I shall ensure that you is well cared for. With the conversation progressing thus, Bai Li Che was more than willing to acknowledge this new father-in-law. Chapter 66, The Trickster on the Road. Long Batian's eyes sparkled with mirth. He was a perceptive lad. Son-in-law, go and receive you. Do spend more time with her should your children inherit the bloodline of the Long family in the future. Know that we shall always stand behind you, young Master Bai Li. Though Bai Li Che felt revolted inside, his face was adorned with a smile. Rest assured, father-in-law, I shall take good care of you. Just as he was about to depart, Long Li and Long Jiushao entered. Elder brother, Long Li. Bai Li Che's demeanor was warm, his expression calm. Young Master Bai Li is being too courteous. I merely have one younger sister. Long Jiushao spoke with indifference, clearly dismissive of Bai Li Che. Bai Li Che felt a sense of awkwardness. This Long Jiushao truly did not regard him as a young master. Sister, who is this stray dog, and how did it come to be in our home? Long Li asked innocently, casting a provocative gaze at Bai Li. Do not engage. Keep your distance from those who are not worth your time. Long Jiushao pulled Long Li into the hall. Bai Li Che's eyes darkened, suppressing his anger. In the hall, Long Batian appeared in a good mood. Lier, what brings you here? Long Li sat down without even sparing a glance at the head of the family. Father, why do you insist on marrying Long Yu as if she were a legitimate daughter? Long Jiuxiao's face was filled with displeasure. He was genuinely vexed by their father. You are to be the future head of the family. Do you not understand the principles of prioritizing interests? I have no desire for the position of head of the family. I prefer to cultivate in the Jialan courtyard. Had it not been for my sister, I would have left long ago. Are you blaming me? Mother passed away early and we have relied on each other. Do you not think this approach is justifiable for Lier? Long Batian, aware of his own shortcomings, stepped in front of Long Lier. Do you harbor resentment toward your father? Long Li lowered her gaze, unwilling to speak. Long Batian's expression turned awkward. I have my reasons for this decision. You must understand that Long Yu's marriage to Bai Li Che is advantageous for the family of brother. Shall we go out to send off sister Yu? Long Li stood up, bypassing Long Batian to stand before Long Jiushao. Her face radiating childlike innocence. Very well, Long Jiuxiao led Long Li outside, leaving Long Batian behind, sorrowful. It seemed his children had already distanced themselves from him. He pondered how best to rectify the situation. Generally, children born of concubines have no right to marry with the standards of a legitimate daughter. It is disrespectful to the legitimate daughter and a form of humiliation. Since ancient times, there has been a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. The status of a legitimate daughter is noble, while that of a concubine-born child is clear as day. Long Batian's actions aimed to elevate Long Yu's status, thereby preventing the Bai Li family from mistreating her. The primary objective remained the union of the two families. A marriage involving an illegitimate child would be inconsequential, but if it were a legitimate daughter, it would signify the Long family's esteem for Long Yu and their commitment to the alliance. Long Li and Long Jiuxiao arrived at the gates of the Long residence. Brother, the wedding procession is quite grand. It seems the two truly love each other. Lier, do you still harbor feelings for Bai Li Che? Brother, are you foolish, or am I? I would not accept such a scoundrel even to hold my shoes. Long Li's eyes brimmed with disdain. The original owner had indeed been foolish and blind to fall for such a beast. Lier, you seem to have fully recovered. I do not know. Perhaps soon I shall not. Long Li tilted her head, wearing a playful smile. Look, is that not the eldest daughter of the Long family? She is incredibly beautiful, truly stunning, but alas, she is a fool. There is nothing wrong with being a fool, as long as one is beautiful. Why did the Bai Li family choose to marry the second daughter instead? Long Li narrowed her eyes, preparing to cause a scene. Bai Li Che emerged, gently holding Long Yu's hand as they stepped outside. Observing from a distance, one could see they truly appeared to be a loving couple. Long Li adjusted her hair and smiled faintly, having waited so long for this moment. Che Gu, who are you holding? Bai Li Che frowned. Long Li Mei, this is Mei. Long Li stepped forward. Circling around the two. Isn't you Mei with someone else? Are you trying to become a father? Che Gu. Bai Li Che's eyes darkened, tightening his grip around Long Yu. What nonsense are you spouting? Che Gu, you're angry. Everyone saw it clearly at your grandmother's birthday banquet. You Mei was entangled with someone else. You were present, weren't you? Did I say something wrong again? Long Li feigned a guilty child's demeanor. Tears welling in her eyes. Lier knows that Che Gu is with you Mei already. You all bully me for being foolish. Every time you play games on the bed, I see it clearly. Now, you Mei is playing games with someone else again. I just don't understand. If she has a baby, whose would it be? Long Li's voice was soft, but the crowd outside heard every word. Causing an uproar, the second miss of the Long family turned out to be a promiscuous woman. She appeared aloof, yet secretly indulged in such affairs. It seemed that the young master Bai Li was to become an unexpected father. Clearly fond of such flirtatious women, the two were so bold, even enjoying a third party, unfazed by the prospect of wearing a green hat. It appeared to be true love. At that moment, Bai Li Che could no longer maintain his composure. His expression darkening ominously. Long Yu's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Long Li, you foolish girl, I will kill you. Long Yu leaped from Bai Li Che's arms, channeling her spiritual energy, aiming to strike Long Li dead with a single blow. With her strength at the late stage of the spirit realm, such a strike would be fatal for any ordinary person. Long Li neither dodged nor flinched. Showing no fear in her gaze, Long Jiuxiao raised his hand, delivering a counterstrike. Bang! The two palms collided, sending Long Yu staggering back a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You dare to harm your legitimate sister, you deserve to die. Long Jiuxiao's fury ignited, and he aimed his palm at Long Yu. Bai Li Che, seeing this, intervened, as both he and Long Jiuxiao were at the early stage of the spirit realm. Their strengths evenly matched, each retreating a step. What is the meaning of this, young master Bai Li? Long Yu's crime does not warrant death. She will henceforth be a member of my Bai Li family. Long Jiuxiao was furious and prepared to engage Bai Li Che. Seeing the situation escalate, Long Li stepped forward. Brother, please don't fight over me with Che Gu. With my brother here, no one can harm you. Long Jiuxiao pulled Long Li protectively behind him. Well done, Che Gu, you truly can bend and stretch for your own interests. It seems you are quite pleased with this arrangement. Long Li, be quiet. I merely spoke the truth. Why do you need to be angry? Long Yu felt a surge of anger, a metallic taste flooding her mouth. Pfft. She spat out blood, startling the onlookers. Chapter 67. A little stimulation. Long Li remained unfazed. Thinking, what's the big deal about spitting blood? She had been merciless when dealing with the original owner. You Mei, is your spitting blood serious? Be careful of the baby in your belly. Long Li. You foolish girl, I'll fight you to the death. A maid stepped forward to support Long Yu. Miss, you're weak. Please be careful. Lord Long Batian and Madame Ningyao hurried over. What is happening here? Lord Long Batian thundered. The second miss of the Long family is making ridiculous claims. This young master truly cannot endure it any longer. Bai Li Che's face was ashen, originally intending to take Lier home quietly. But now trouble had erupted, all thanks to this foolish girl. Lier, what are you doing? Nothing much. I merely spoke the truth. Does father wish for his daughter to lie? Today is Lier's wedding. As her elder sister, shouldn't you refrain from saying too much? Lord Long Batian's expression was displeased. Had it not been for Long Li's foolishness, he would have erupted in anger long ago. The events today concerned the dignity of both families. If this continued, it would reflect poorly on both. My mother never bore me a sister. Father seems to have made a mistake. I have only a brother. Not a sister. Longli lowered her gaze, icy disdain filling her eyes. Long Jiushao stepped protectively in front of Longli. Longyu deserves death, had it not been for Bai Li Chei's intervention. I would have killed her already. Xiao'er, do you know what you were saying? Humph. Longyu attempted to kill Lier. Does father not see the reason? Lord Longbadian looked at Longyu. Is what your brother said true, father? It was Longli who said I have a baby in my belly. In a fit of rage, I wanted to teach her a lesson. Madame Ningyao supported Longyu. Her face filled with hatred. That damned fool, why must she stir up trouble now? Lord Longbation's expression darkened as he turned to Bai Li Che. Young Master Bai Li, we cannot afford to delay. Lord Longbation's meaning was clear. He wanted Bai Li Che to take Longyu back to the Bai Li estate. Bai Li Che's hands clenched tightly, his lips twitching as if he were forcefully suppressing his anger. Return to the estate. With a flick of his sleeve, Bai Li Che strode out of the Long estate, mounting his horse, his movements fluid, unwilling to linger for a moment. Longyu stood rooted, her face as pale as death. Quickly help the second miss into the carriage. Lord Longbation's voice was cold. He truly felt trapped. Would he really kill his own daughter? Madame Ningyao hastily helped Longyu into the carriage. While Bai Li Che didn't even glance up, eager to return home, Longyu sat in the bridal palanquin, her face devoid of joy. Her dreams had been shattered by Longli. How could she not harbor hatred? Longyu silently vowed to kill that wretched girl one day. Lift the palanquin. Bai Li Che's steward announced loudly. As the palanquin departed, the onlookers stifled their laughter. It seemed Bai Li Che could endure anything. Only Longli, Long Jiushao, and Lord Longbadian remained. Longyu had already been betrothed to the Bai Li family. Her father could not punish her, just a concubine. Does father think she is the young master's wife? Longli scoffed disdainfully. Madame Ningyao, tears streaming down her face, interjected, Miss, that is not how you should speak. No matter what, Yu'er is still your sister. Be quiet. What is a concubine doing howling here? If you're feeling frisky, go find a man. Madame Ningyao's expression shifted, no longer pretending to cry. Did this little wretch know something? Enough, Lier, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. What, if father dislikes me? He can cast me out of the Long estate. From tomorrow on, I shall take my sister back to the Jialan courtyard, and I will never set foot in the Long estate again. Is that satisfactory to father? Long Jiushao's expression was one of fury. He was deeply disappointed in his father today. At that moment, Lord Longbadian nearly fainted from shock. Xiao'er, your sister is foolish. Do you not understand your father's struggles? Your struggles are merely for profit. For profit, what can you not forsake? If I had not been present today, Lier would have been killed by Longyu on the spot. Do you still deserve to be her father? My mother would never forgive you, even in death. Madame Ningyao stepped forward to support Lord Longbadian, family head. The young master was nearly speaking out of anger. You must take care of your health. Get away. With Lord Longbadian's roar, Madame Ningyao felt aggrieved and turned to leave. Xiao'er, I do all this for you. The position of family head will one day be handed to you. I know you both harbor resentment towards me. Lier is my most beloved daughter, and you are my most cherished son. Now in the future, all of this will belong to you two siblings. Lier has been foolish since childhood. Do you even know how she has lived? The last time she went missing was due to your concubine and your illegitimate daughter's doing. Have you ever truly cared for Lier? After saying this, Long Jiushao turned and left, heading straight for the Peach Blossom Cottage. Watching his retreating figure, Lord Longbadian seemed to age several years in an instant. Perhaps he was not a qualified father, but he was undoubtedly a good head of the family. At the Peach Blossom Cottage, Longli was not angry. She was serious about her words today. Leaving the Long estate would mean freedom away from constraints. Had it not been for the original owner's father, she would have struck him down today. However, she truly could not stand this scoundrel of a father. He was utterly inhumane. Are you still angry? Long Jiushao approached Longli, who had lowered her gaze, seeking to comfort her. I'm not angry. I meant what I said. The Long estate is not my home. Lier father has his difficulties. As head of the family, he must weigh the benefits and drawbacks, but he does not love you any less. Longli smiled. The sky has come as a peacemaker. You think father is right, he is wrong. I do not agree. Then what do you mean, brother? I know Lier is in a clear state of mind now. I am not urging you to forgive father. I merely wish to say that this place holds mother's memories in our childhood. Regardless of anything, we share the blood of the Long family, and that is an undeniable fact. Are you saying you don't want me to leave? You may leave, but you must go with me to the Jialan courtyard. I will not agree to you leaving alone. Long Jiushao understood that Longli could not cultivate. If she left on her own, she would be in great danger, a risk he would not allow to happen again. Longli sat in her chair, remaining silent for a long time. She was quite unwilling to go to the Jialan Academy, for it was too distant from the manor, and the regulations there were excessively stringent. At the Long residence, she still had the freedom to wander about. This body belonged to the original owner. She was now Longli, and at this moment, she found herself unable to shed this identity. Her enemies awaited her in the upper realm, and the familial disputes surrounding such a residence held no significance for her. Chapter 68, Profound Heritage. At this juncture, Long Yu had become less formidable, the mutual torment between Bai Li Che and her was tolerable. Once they had exhausted their games, she would strike decisively. However, to bring down the Bai Li family would require some time, hence, it was most fitting for her to remain the daughter of the Long family. Brother, I shall stay in the Long residence. I believe father has his reasons. A sister, are you aware that our Long family has 3 ancestors? The original owner's memories did not include this, and she was genuinely unaware. Indeed, one ancestor holds great affection for Long Yu. At that time, you were foolish, and he wished for father to demote you to a commoner, with Long Yu as the legitimate daughter. Is that so? Father refused, and as a result, he faced punishment. He promised that he would nurture Long Yu well. But the legitimate daughter would always be you. That ancestor is truly unreasonable. Since ancient times, there has been a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, just because one is foolish and cannot cultivate. He wants to demote the legitimate daughter. At least this father possesses some conscience. Who is that ancestor? What is his strength? The ancestor is named Long Qian, and his power has already reached the initial stage of the spirit saint realm. I shall remember this ancestor. I truly wish to meet him someday. You must not act recklessly. This Long Qian treats Long Yu well because of her talent. My brother's talent is not lacking. How does he regard you? I was born as the young master, so they naturally have high hopes for me. As for me being a waste, that is why they do not favor me. Long Li felt no injustice in this. Which family is not driven by self-interest? The same applies in the upper realm. Were it not for her noble bloodline, who would genuinely address her as imperial princess? Father has many constraints. He must sometimes heed the ancestors' demands, and now that my brother has spoken, I understand. I shall not cause any more disturbances regarding leaving home with all 3 ancestors present. It indicates that the Long residence is not to be trifled with. Why would the Bai Li family condescend to marry someone whose reputation has been tarnished? It is because our Long family possesses profound heritage. Long Li, who had long pondered this matter, finally found an answer today. Bai Li Zhao's attitude towards the Long residence was quite amicable, and now she understood the reason. What about the other 2 ancestor strengths? One is at the initial stage of the spirit saint realm, and the other is at the mid-stage. Their powers are formidable indeed. It is no wonder the Bai Li family would yield so readily. Long Li paused for a moment, reflecting on her previous inability to cultivate due to her foolishness. Now she yearned to practice. Let us take precautions. When she becomes a whirlwind of speed, do not be too astonished. Very well, although it is somewhat late, as long as you diligently cultivate, I believe you shall undoubtedly become a talented powerhouse. Her brother's words were exceedingly flattering, and they resonated well with her. When I was foolish, I practiced. When I was foolish, I forgot. I cannot claim to be a genius, as long as I am not a waste in the future. That suffices. Regardless of how my sister fares, you need only to know that everything is well with me. Long Jiushao gazed at her with a loving expression. Young Master Feng has come to pay a visit. At that moment, the steward entered to report. This steward was newly appointed, as the previous one had been expelled from the Long residence by Long Jiushao. He was around 40 years of age. With bright and keen eyes, clearly a shrewd individual. Please invite young Master Feng to the Peach Blossom Cottage. Your brother, he is here to see you. I shall not intrude on this gathering. Long Li was not fond of mingling with these young masters. Each one was astute, often speaking with more insinuation than honesty, making interactions with them quite taxing. I recall that in my childhood Lier was quite fond of Fengzhu. That was in my youth. Now that I have grown, my favorite is my brother. This response pleased Long Jiushao immensely, filling him with joy that his sister's favorite person was indeed him. Fengzhu is different from other young masters. He is straightforward and unpretentious, having been a close friend of mine for many years. Long Li offered a slight smile, recalling that she had seen him at the birthday banquet, and he seemed quite agreeable. This young master has caught the eye of my sister Lier. It seems I must extend my gratitude to brother Jiu. Shout out. A bright and cheerful voice resonated through the air. Long Li lifted her gaze to see Fengzhu clad in a moon-white brocade robe, holding a folding fan, with a countenance as fine as jade and deep, narrow black eyes filled with mirth. Indeed, he was a dashing gentleman, exuding vitality and sunshine. Long Li silently praised him. Fengzhu's charm was distinct from Long Jiuxiao's. One was like the sun, igniting a flame in the surroundings in an instant, while the other was cold and ethereal, akin to a snow lotus atop an icy mountain, untainted by the mud. Fengzhu, you exaggerate. Lier is still young. She may not recall our childhood antics, hence she is naturally more familiar with you. Long Jiuxiao stood up, a rare smile gracing his otherwise stoic face. Though my sister Lier may not remember, it suffices that I do. I always believed that she would grow into a great beauty, and indeed, she has proven me right. Fengzhu took a seat directly opposite Long Li. A gentle smile gracing his lips, Long Jiuxiao poured a cup of tea for Fengzhu, who remarked, young Master Feng has good taste. My sister must surely be the most beautiful woman in the world. Long Li rolled her eyes. Long Jiuxiao was far too narcissistic, akin to an old man boasting about his own merits. It must be the best. My mother did not bear me a sister, which has been a long-standing regret of mine. At this moment, Fengzhu displayed a look of regret, unable to resist stealing glances at Long Li. This girl became increasingly pleasing to the eye. Having her as his sister would not be a bad thing. You best not harbor any designs on my sister. If you desire her, you must find your own way, Long Jiushao teased. We are brothers, and there shall be no distinction. In the future Lier shall also be my sister, and we shall cherish her together, shall we not? Do not be absurd. What brings you here today? Long Jiushao was not swayed by Fengzhu's charm and got straight to the point. Today is not only Long Yu's day of joy but also by Li Che's. I initially intended to come for the festivities, but was delayed by various matters. Indeed, he was one to revel in the excitement. And Long Li thought to commend him with a thumbs up. You have arrived late. The merriment has already concluded. His sister Lier has finally spoken. I thought you truly dislike me. His tone bore a hint of playful coaxing, causing Long Li to feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Fengzhu's demeanor left her feeling somewhat flattered. Your tone today seems different from that day. It appears you have completely recovered. In truth, he had been observing Long Li's every move since he sat down. Today, he noted that her eyes were clear, devoid of any foolishness, and her manner of speaking was not that of a simpleton. He speculated that Long Li had already regained her senses, having merely pretended to be foolish. I am not foolish at this moment, but who knows what will transpire soon. Long Li lowered her gaze and took a sip of tea, her eyes wandering elsewhere. This man was truly full of questions. She tolerated him only because he was a friend of Long Jiushao. At this moment Fengzhu was completely at a loss. His words seemed laden with profound meaning. What did she mean by not being foolish at present? Would she become foolish again soon? Fengzhu glanced at Long Jiushao, his eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Chapter 69, The man whose aroma of tea permeates the air. Long Jiushao understood instantly. He cast a glance at his sister. Lier has encountered a skilled healer, although she has not fully recovered. She occasionally experiences moments of clarity. Is that true? This matter should not be disclosed to others. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter regarding sister Lier to myself, since Lier has broken off her engagement with Bai Li Che. I anticipate rumors will abound. I shall not participate in the academy competition. Long Jiushao had already made plans. During this period, he would remain in the residence to accompany his sister. You are a prominent figure among the youth of the Jialan Academy. It seems a pity to forego such an opportunity. I have heard that the Phoenix Secret Realm is rich in treasures. Long Li, though silent, was all ears. What was this Phoenix Secret Realm? From Fengzhu's tone, it seemed to be a remarkable place. Long Jiushao sighed inwardly. Treasures, while significant, paled in comparison to the safety of his sister. He feared that Bai Li Che and Long Yu would conspire against Long Li. I have long been aware of this. Presently Lier is in a somewhat dangerous situation, and I cannot leave. What has happened to sister Lier? Who dares to harm her? Fengzhu furrowed his brow. Who would dare to harm the legitimate daughter of the Long family? You are aware of that scoundrel Bai Li Che. He likely harbors a deep hatred for Lier now. What if I were to depart? He might very well send someone to assassinate her. Fengzhu had already sensed this during the banquet. He simply had not anticipated that Bai Li Che would target his former fiancée. Protecting her for a time is not the same as protecting her for a lifetime. It would be better to take sister Lier back to Jialan Academy. I share this sentiment, but Lier is unwilling to go. Moreover, I fear some disciples at Jialan Academy may mock her for her previous foolishness. Actually, you could allow sister Lier to cultivate, although it is somewhat late. At least she could ensure her own safety in the future. Lier was amenable to cultivating but had yet to begin. This is easily resolved. You may not yet know, but the Phoenix Secret Realm allows one family member to accompany. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Is that so? Long Jiushao frowned. How is it that he was unaware of this? Yes, but one must surpass the disciples of the sect. Only the top 3 can secure a place. Well then, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seems we both stand a chance. It is indeed a pity that you shall not attend. The Phoenix Secret Realm opens only once every century, teeming with treasures. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire even a single artifact, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. This revelation piqued Long Li's interest, as it finally conveyed significant information. You brother, would you consider participating? Lier also wishes to explore the secret realm. Fengzhu glanced at the pouting Long Li, a smirk gracing his lips. You little girl, just a moment ago you were aloof and indifferent, and now you are so eager. Young Master Feng is truly observant. I only concern myself with matters and individuals that intrigue me. Women indeed possess many facets. He found it difficult to decipher her true nature. However, she was incapable of cultivation yet yearned to enter the Phoenix Secret Realm. What could this mean? Sister Lier, your words are rather disheartening. After all, we have grown up together, sharing an innocent bond. At that moment, Long Li's eyes brimmed with disdain. Who, she thought, has this guy been close with since childhood? Brother, please take me along. Long Li gazed at Long Jiushao, her expression filled with longing. It is perilous there. It is not a jest. You were so formidable. You will surely protect me. Lier is unafraid. Long Jiushao found himself at a loss with his sister's insistence. Hesitating, Fengzhu's gaze glimmered with curiosity. This little girl hardly seemed like a mere fool. Could she be a hidden expert? He had already assessed her, noting the absence of spiritual energy fluctuations. She could not be a practitioner. Jiushao, why not take Lier along for an experience? I shall also be present. Together, we can ensure her safety. Long Li was astonished that Fengzhu would advocate for her, weren't the young masters like him usually disdainful of the inept? Taking a useless person into the secret realm would only be a burden, yet here he was suggesting they protect her together. Fengzhu's reasoning was indeed remarkable. It seemed she did not know this man as well as she thought. At that moment Long Li's perception of him shifted. She had initially believed he was merely being courteous due to Long Zhou's regard for her, but it turned out he genuinely did not despise her foolishness. Brother, since young Master Feng has spoken thus, you must take Lier to witness the secret realm. Long Zhou cast a glance at Fengzhu and acquiesced. Very well, but you must remain by my side and not wander off. As long as brother agrees, I will heed your arrangements. Then let us go. Perhaps you may encounter some fortuitous event. Thank you, brother. Long Li's face radiated with a sweet smile, blooming like flowers in spring, vibrant and captivating. This girl oscillated between being cold and distant and then appearing innocent and charming. Sister Lier is rather ungrateful. You only express gratitude to your brother and neglect to thank young Master Feng. This man was indeed insatiable. They say a woman's heart is as elusive as the depths of the sea, and he was no exception. I appreciate young Master Feng's assistance. I ask that all. What more do you desire? Call me brother Fengzhu. This man truly knew how to push his advantage. Long Li lowered her gaze in silence. Do not tease Lier. Long Zhou interjected, shattering the awkwardness of the moment. His sister, when lucid, hardly paid anyone any mind. In her youth, she would chase after him calling brother, and now a simple acknowledgement was so difficult to elicit. Fengzhu feigned injury, casting a sorrowful glance at Long Li. This girl was truly heartless. In time, he would surely hear her gratitude. Brother, I feel rather weary and wish to return to my room to rest. Long Li rose, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. If you are tired, do rest. Tomorrow, I shall take you out to explore the estate. Very well. Long Li turned and departed without casting a glance back at him. Sister, you have changed. It is as if I do not recognize you anymore. We have all grown. Naturally, we undergo changes. However, if you could truly recover, you might yet prove to be a genius. It is somewhat late for cultivation now. Self-preservation is all that is required. Exercise caution regarding Bai Li Che. The Bai family is fiercely protective. One misstep could endanger our clan. Of Fengzhu, seemingly carefree, possessed a mind more intricate than most, for he was indeed a young master of a prominent family. As long as he did not act against Lier, he would not provoke, but if he dared harm her, he would face his wrath, even at the cost of his own life. Avoiding confrontation did not preclude one from taking action. Discreetly eliminating others often goes unnoticed. Fengzhu maintained an air of nonchalance, as if the matter were trivial. As expected of you, I share your sentiments. You were, at your core, quite cunning. Fengzhu beamed, for this was the Long Zhou he recognized. Night had fallen, presenting an opportune moment for a clandestine visit to the young masteress' residence. Chapter 70. The gift Long Li had prepared for everything. Tonight, she intended to sneak around by Li Che's estate. It was a day of great joy for the both of them, and she felt compelled to ascertain their happiness. She was determined to visit the Phoenix secret realm, for it might yield remarkable treasures. However, could Long Zhou overcome all opponents and secure a position among the top three? His prowess was merely at the initial stage of the Ling Xian realm. Should she provide him with a pill to facilitate a breakthrough? Had it not been for Fengzhu's presence today, her brother would never have consented to bring her along. If Fengzhu were to falter and lose against his adversary, would Long Zhou retract his offer? She possessed many pills, yet she needed to devise a strategy for presenting them to these two. Long Li furrowed her brow, recognizing that both were astute individuals not easily deceived. Perhaps she should wait for a more opportune moment to assess the situation. At that moment, she reclined on a soft couch awaiting the fall of night. Han Yan, remain here while I step out to attend to some matters. Understood, master. Han Yan's presence was felt even before she appeared. Her voice echoing within the room. As darkness enveloped the sky, it became an ideal time for her excursion. Cloaked in black and masked, Long Li resembled a nocturnal creature as she approached Bai Li Che's estate. After sensing her surroundings, she discerned that even the mightiest guardian was merely at the Lingwang realm. Scoundrel and shameless woman, Long Li had arrived. She had successfully infiltrated the estate, which was grand and opulent. Befitting a young master, Xian Ming, due scout for any treasure vaults within. Xian Ming, reclining in the space, was startled into an upright position by her sudden voice. Where have you been? To my former fiancé's residence. Have you called off the engagement? Indeed, Xian Ming extended his consciousness, detecting two Lingwang realm guardians stationed at the entrance of a basement on the northern side. Thank you. Long Li moved with agility, eluding the layers of hidden guards. Indeed, there were two formidable Lingwang realm guardians on watch, yet Long Li regarded them with indifference. Seizing an opportunity, she slipped into the room. It was a treasure chamber, filled with an array of rare and exotic treasures. Regrettably, none bore significant value. As Long Li caressed the walls, she sought the entrance to the basement. Surely the best treasures lay below. She did not expect Bai Li Che to be so cautious. After searching, she found no entrance. What could this mean? Long Li seated herself upon a chair, carefully sensing her surroundings for any signs of airflow. At that moment, she noticed an unusual air current emanating from a painting. A smile graced her face. The artwork depicted mountains and flowing water, seemingly ancient, flanked by two luminous pearls. After adjusting one of the pearls, a door materialized before her. This design was remarkably discreet. She silently commended its ingenuity. Longley descended the steps slowly, a rich scent of wealth engulfing her. The Bai family was indeed affluent. Emptying their treasury would undoubtedly be exhilarating. The walls of the basement were adorned with luminous pearls, illuminating the subterranean space. In a short time, Longley reached the end, where mountains of spirit stones, alongside various weapons and spiritual herbs, were piled high. Bai Lier was truly wealthy. With a sweeping gesture, she gathered everything, leaving the basement utterly bare. The external items consisted of mere paintings of vases and trinkets. While Longley found them unworthy, she did not wish to leave anything for the scoundrel, with all treasures secured in her domain. She slipped away while the guards were distracted. Positioned outside a separate courtyard, she sensed the auras of Bai Lier and Long Yu. A sly smile crept upon Longley's lips. These two scoundrels were together. In the bridal chamber, Long Yu donned a vibrant red wedding gown, sitting before the bed of Brother Che. Today marks our joyous union. Shall we not retire early? Long Yu's face flushed slightly, her voice quavering with trepidation. Bai Lier sat at a distant table, his demeanor darkened. This wretched woman still sought intimacy, and it was utterly nauseating, were it not for the support of the Long family, and for appearance's sake. He would not deign to remain here. You have had a long day, rest early. This young master will take his rest on the soft couch. Bai Lier's tone was cold and unyielding. He could hardly wait for dawn to arrive. Brother Che, do you find me displeasing? Long Yu's tears flowed uncontrollably, presenting a woeful visage. This man's refusal to touch her left her longing for a child. Bai Lier felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Had it been in the past, he might have comforted her, but now he felt as though he might vomit. As long as you understand, this young master has a cleanliness obsession. Do you not know this? But all of this is for you, brother. My heart and being belongs solely to you. But if you find me so unbearable, why did you agree to marry me? Did this young master truly marry you? You are but a concubine, a mistress. To use the term marriage is to elevate your status or insult this young master. Long Yu, now unrestrained, glared at him, her eyes filled with murderous intent. This accursed man, were it not for him, her life would not have been ruined. Now he dared to express such disdain and insult. He truly deserved 1,000 deaths. You dare to gaze upon me with such disdain. Do you not fear that I shall unearth your very heart? The air around Bai Lier crackled with murderous intent, his desire to eliminate her palpable. Restraint. She must exercise restraint. Marrying him had become an unavoidable fate, and only by winning his favor could she hope to secure her position. Brother Che, how can you be so cruel? Were we not joyful in each other's company before? Let bygones be bygones, and let us start anew, shall we? What was this woman implying? Just moments ago, she had appeared ready to take his life. As long as you remain dutiful, I shall not mistreat you, considering your ties to the Long family. Brother Che, do you not wish to rid yourself of that fool Longley? If you share my bed, I will ensure that your wish is fulfilled. Bai Lier, inwardly deriding her, thought her methods laughable. He had his own means to deal with that fool Longley. If she desired a man, the hidden guards within the manor would be at her disposal, each capable of satisfying her needs. You, Brother Che, how can you be so heartless? They say a day as husband and wife grants 100 days of affection. Are you truly going to treat me so? Had you remained pure in the past, I might have reluctantly accepted you as a concubine, but now you are utterly sullied. The mere sight of you makes me want a wretch. Longley concealed herself atop the roof, listening intently to their exchange. This pair of despicable lovers, even now plotting her demise. Today, she would deliver them a grand gift. Would it not be revolting? She would ensure they were thoroughly disgusted. Longley produced a vial of intoxicating incense, and soon the fragrant aroma enveloped Bai Lier and the woman. Bai Lier felt an unbearable heat coursing through him, a flame igniting within. What was happening? Had that wretched Long Yu poisoned him? Longley smirked coldly. My dear sister, consider this a wedding gift from your sister. Seize this opportunity wisely. At that moment Long Yu's complexion flushed crimson, her body limp and devoid of strength. Chapter 71. A peculiar preference. Smack. Bai Lier, still possessing a shred of reason, approached her with fury and struck her. Wretched woman, I never imagined you could be so vile. Long Yu fell to the ground, a clear handprint marring her face, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Bai Lier, what are you doing? What, no longer playing the victim? Have you lost your mind to dare drug me? I did not. What is happening? Long Yu's expression was one of pure grievance. This was not her doing. Bai Lier's face flushed, his body increasingly unmanageable, the heat overwhelming him. Long Yu, frightened, stumbled backward, desperate to escape. Bai Lier seized her by the hair, his eyes ablaze with a predatory hunger. Let go of me. At this moment, Bai Lier had completely lost his sanity, the room filled with, this portion omitted for imagination. Longley lay atop the roof, counting the stars, when a shadow suddenly obscured her view. Who are you? You truly are extraordinary. Coming to spy at such an hour. The man sat beside Longley, his eyes flashing with anger. This woman, unable to sleep, chose to observe others on their wedding night. When Tian Lang had reported this to him, he could hardly believe it, a maiden yet to be wed possessing such peculiar inclinations. It is you, the master of Jiulong Pavilion, Diju, Long Li rose. Her expression cautious. I am also considered your benefactor. There is no need for such wariness in my presence. Benefactor, it is but an act. The play is over. You should take your leave. Miss Long, you truly are heartless. Who taught you to discard others once you're done with them? Self-taught. If the master of Diju has nothing else to do, I suggest you depart swiftly. Do not impede my business. This man was perilously dangerous. It was best to keep a distance. We have shared a bath, a bond of sorts. This is not your estate. Why should I leave? This little woman was becoming increasingly intriguing, but she emitted no aura of spiritual power. Suggesting she concealed her abilities with some treasure, Long Li regarded him with disdain. This man was utterly shameless. Who had bathed with him? It had merely been an accident, one that should not be counted. Long Li resumed her previous position, producing a fragrant pill and crushing it before tossing it into the room. This wretched creature shall experience what it feels like to be incapable of manhood. Diju observed her actions, swiftly drawing her into his embrace, their bodies vanishing from sight. Hey, what are you doing? Long Li struggled against him, but his grip was unyielding. Behave yourself. Diju's tone turned icy. Did this little woman still harbor feelings for Bai Li Che? How infuriating that this man would dare raise his voice at her. Long Li raised her hand and struck him. Diju grunted. Tightening his hold, let go. Diju appeared indifferent, carrying her to a nearby estate. What do you intend to do? Long Li pushed against him. This man was far too powerful for her to contend with. Diju gazed down at her, saying nothing, his expression revealing a smoldering anger beneath his calm facade. Was he truly angry? Do you fancy that wretch Bai Li Che? What nonsense is this? How could you possibly think I have feelings for that vile creature? If you do not fancy him, then what business do you have observing him on his wedding night? Or do you possess some peculiar preferences? At this moment, Long Li's lips twitched. Was she truly incensed by this man? Regardless, he was her former fiancé. Delivering a gift was not unreasonable. You need not speak such nonsense. I have no peculiar preferences. You are forbidden from observing others on their wedding nights. I say, who do you think you are? My father has never imposed such restrictions upon me. Long Li nearly rolled her eyes skyward at his absurdity. When I say no, it means no. You are being rather tyrannical and unreasonable. Whether I choose to observe is my decision, none of your concern. Long Li's eyes turned frigid, an aura of menace surrounding her. Is this woman truly angry? Diju's expression shifted slightly. She was indeed quick to anger. 2 words were all it took. You, an unmarried maiden, should fear the consequences of such observations. I am merely looking out for your well-being. Let go. Diju, seeing her genuine rage, instinctively released her. Long Li retreated 100 paces, resolving that should they meet again, they would be strangers. She was no longer acquainted with him. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished from the courtyard. Tian Lang followed closely behind her. Blood shadow circled around Diju, muttering to himself, goodness, the eldest daughter of the Long family is indeed formidable, having the master so thoroughly subdued. Diju remained in place, removing his mask to reveal a face as enchanting as a demon, just a woman. When had he ever developed feelings for her? No, he was here solely for the Qilin jade. She was but a fleeting distraction. Today, he had actually been angered by a woman for the first time in millennia. Blood Shadow informed Tian Lang that he need not follow Long Li any longer. Understood. What is this situation? Had everything not been fine just moments ago? It seemed as if the master had reverted to his former self. Blood Shadow found Tian Lang and relayed Diju's instructions. Did the master truly say that? Indeed, but does the master not fancy the eldest daughter of the Long family? Do not speak carelessly, or you might lose your head. Blood Shadow's expression turned serious. Do not frighten me. The master is not one to kill without cause. Hurry back with me. You need not protect the eldest daughter of the Long family any longer. The master is indeed fickle. Just moments ago he held her tightly, and now he ignores her entirely. Tian Lang chattered on, his confusion deepening. The master had shown no interest in women for years, not even a single female mosquito. So this must only be a passing fancy. Blood Shadow glanced at the Taohua pavilion, concluding that fate had played its hand. Long Li lay upon her bed, her expression grim. Truly she had not checked the omens before venturing out. Encountering such a harbinger of misfortune, she swiftly entered her cave dwelling, finding Xian Ming tidying up the items she had cast aside. You arrived just in time. Please tidy these up yourself. I merely came to take a look. I have matters to attend to outside. Long Li offered an awkward smile, realizing her mess was incomplete and deciding not to linger. If you have business, then go ahead. Xian Ming continued his work. Not lifting his gaze, then I shall take my leave. Long Li promptly returned to her own room, with Xian Ming assisting her. She had no intention of lifting a finger herself. Chapter 72, The Tragic Past of the Original Owner. The following morning, Long Jiuxiao, clad in white, arrived early to invite Long Li out for a stroll. Reluctantly, Long Li rose from her slumber, bleary-eyed, and prepared herself. Han Yan assisted in her grooming, declaring her mistress the most beautiful woman she had ever encountered. Beauty is but a superficial facade, true strength is paramount. Though the original owner was somewhat foolish, her beauty was undeniable. Who would linger solely for appearances? Your words ring true, yet every girl cherishes beauty. It is but natural, even we Han Yen are rare beauties. My beauty pales in comparison to yours by a tenth. Han Yen spoke not in flattery, but with sincerity. Each person possesses their own unique charm. With distinct merits, Long Li rose to her feet and turned around in front of the bronze mirror. In the courtyard, Long Jiushou had already instructed the servants to prepare breakfast. Brother, she raised her gaze. A gentle smile gracing her face. Come quickly and eat. It's all your favorite dishes. Thank you, brother. Among siblings, expressing gratitude seemed overly formal. After the two siblings finished their breakfast, they set out in a carriage to explore. Where are we going? Long Li inquired. To Immortal Lake, a place of exquisite beauty and enchanting scenery. Immortal Lake. That is where the original owner pursued by Li Che, only to be humiliated by him and the scions of prominent families. In a bid to amuse by Li Che, she foolishly jumped in to catch fish. Back then, she was naive, knowing nothing but to chase after a man. The boat was filled with jeering faces. Each one etched in her memory. Lier, you seem rather unhappy. It's nothing, merely reminiscing about some past events. You must share anything troubling you with your brother. I shall take charge. Alright, the journey was not overly long. And after passing through bustling crowds, they finally arrived at Immortal Lake. Long Jiushou personally assisted Long Li down from the carriage. The area was teeming with people, mostly young masters and young ladies come to enjoy the lake. As Long Li gazed at Immortal Lake, a torrent of unpleasant memories surged through her mind. She felt a piercing headache, her eyes momentarily misting over. The image of a girl in a pink dress being repeatedly pushed into the lake flooded back. She had struggled painfully in the water, nearly drowning before being rescued. The terror and fear flooded her heart. Long Li sighed softly. You should never have dared to like that wretched Bai Li Che. From this day forth, his life shall be a living hell. At the Bai Li residence, an angry shout resonated through the estate. You filthy woman, I shall have your life. Long Yu was sent flying by a kick. Curling up in pain, nearly losing consciousness. You mustn't be so excessive. Bai Li Che, swaying unsteadily, picked up his clothing. Someone throw this woman into the backyard, and do not feed her. Two shadow guards swiftly entered, their eyes closing upon seeing Long Yu. No need to close your eyes, this woman shall be yours to punish later. Long Yu's complexion was ashen, her face swollen from blows, her body bearing no unscathed place. Bai Li Che, I am the second young lady of the Long family. How dare you treat me this way? My father will not let you off. And what of being the second young lady? You are but a tattered shoe. Does your father not know? In that moment, Long Yu's hatred for this man boiled over. Take her away. The shadow guards advanced, dragging Long Yu out. Observing the scene, other guards averted their eyes. What has happened to the young master? He was in a frenzy all night. And now he is so ruthless. You know nothing. The concubine has long been. The young master has a cleanliness obsession. Long Yu shut her eyes, vowing to return this humiliation 100-fold. The servants, frightened, kept their heads down, lamenting the fate of that concubine, who had at least been provided a garment, yet was dragged out in such a manner. Within the Bai Li residence, another concubine, Mei, a woman of striking beauty saved by Bai Li Che, felt a sense of crisis upon the arrival of a new woman with a more substantial background. Servants, report to Mei Ting courtyard what you have seen. Clad in luxurious silks, Mei appeared enchanting. Continue to monitor the situation and report any developments. Rest assured, my lady. Once the servants departed, Mei's mood brightened. What of the second young lady of the Long family? She is nothing but a worthless item. It seems the young master has no regard for her. This estate shall remain my dominion. I must hasten to bear a child. Securing my position, Bai Li Che retreated to the bathhouse, vigorously scrubbing his body. What bad luck! That wretched woman infuriates me. The memories of their encounter the previous night made him nauseous. Young master, Mei has sent someone to summon you. Very well. After washing several times, Bai Li Che finally emerged dressed. In Mei Ting courtyard, he entered to find it empty. Pushing open the door, she emerged from behind a screen, clad in sheer fabric, her face adorned with shyness. Young master, do I appear beautiful? Bai Li Che stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Mei. You little enchantress, has the young master forgotten the old in favor of the new? It seems someone is jealous. I have been thinking of you dearly, yet yesterday was the day of the young master's wedding. That wretched woman has been locked away. Do not mention her again. It is I who has displeased the young master. I accept my punishment. As Mei spoke, she directly apologized, embracing Bai Li Che and pressing her lips against his. Bai Li Che realized he had no reaction at all, abruptly standing up. Mei, rest well. I have matters to attend to. With that, he hurriedly exited. Mei's eyes filled with displeasure. The opportunity had slipped away. Someone fetch a physician. Yes, returning to his own residence, Bai Li Che was filled with disbelief. Could it be? I am incapable. Had he overexerted himself the previous night? It's all that wretched woman's fault. If not for her, how could this happen? She is truly a jinx. The door swung open, and a shadow guard entered, leading in a white-haired elder. Young master, the person has arrived. Old man, I greet you. Yes, please examine my condition. The physician lowered his gaze to take Bai Li Che's pulse. After a moment, he released his grip. The young master is in good health. It may merely be fatigue. Lie's eyes darkened at the old man's dismissive words. All of you, leave. Physician, remain. The shadow guards exited, closing the door behind them. Why is it that today I am unable in that regard? The physician's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. He had discerned the truth but feared for his life. Speak. The physician knelt, his disheveled hair a testament to his distress. Young master, I truly do not know what ails you. Perhaps your recent lack of rest is to blame. I could prepare some herbal remedies for you. His face turned pale. The young master's condition implied he could no longer function as a man, and he dared not voice it. Are you implying I am not ill? My medical skills are limited. Perhaps you should consult another physician. Lier glared at the kneeling elder, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. What brings you here today? I have come to check the health of the guards. The physician trembled, his legs quaking. You may leave. If this matter reaches another's ears, your entire family shall perish. I swear to keep silent. I have never set foot in the young master's residence today. The physician rose, trembling, limping out. Lier seethed with irritation. Was this to be his fate moving forward? Just days prior he had been in his prime. How had everything changed in an instant? The shadow guard watched the elder tremble and stepped forward to support him. Old Song, what troubles you? Perhaps I am merely aging, my body failing me. The guard had once been saved by Old Song after an injury, thus he showed him kindness. Let me escort you out. Thank you. Standing before the young master's residence, Old Song cast a glance back at the estate. It seemed he had invited disaster upon himself. He must arrange for his wife and daughter to escape soon. At Immortal Lake, Long Jiushao had prepared a boat adorned with exquisite decorations and her favorite pastries. Do you enjoy this place, Lier? Long Li gazed at the tranquil waters, feeling the shadow of the original owner nearly drowning. Yes, the scenery is lovely. I'm glad you like it. I have not returned to the Jialan courtyard for a decade, and I have not had the chance to take you out to enjoy ourselves. This time, we shall explore every place we have yet to visit. Brother, you need not go to such lengths. In your absence over these 10 years, I have visited all the places I wish to go. I was just a bit foolish then, easily toyed with by others. Standing at the bow of the boat, Long Li's eyes glimmered with sympathy for the original owner, who had suffered far more than herself. By Li Che Long, you too may wallow in your misery. I shall ensure you endure all manner of suffering. Death is not a punishment. Only through gradual torment can one truly suffer. What one cherishes most should be taken from them, leading them to a state of despair, only to strike when they are most vulnerable. This is the best form of revenge. Brother Jiushao, Sister Lier, wait for this young master. At that moment, Fengzhu called out from the shore. His voice resonated across the lake, clear to all present. Did I hear correctly? That fool Long Li dares to come to Immortal Lake. Young Master Feng is truly handsome. Has young Master Long also come to enjoy the lake? With the gathering of these two prominent young masters, a multitude of gazes turned their attention towards them. Draped in white garments, Fengzhu executed a graceful leap onto the bow of the boat. His movements fluid and elegant, eliciting a chorus of gasps from numerous young ladies of noble lineage. Lier, dear sister, why do you not wait for this young master to join you on the lake? Long Li furrowed her brow, her alluring smile contorting into a frown. This man could not possibly tone down his demeanor. With such a proclamation, it was evident to all of their presence here, unnecessary troubles would be inescapable. Having found him somewhat agreeable yesterday, she now wished to strike him dead on sight. Noting Long Li's displeasure, Long Jiushao glanced at Fengzhu and inquired, you did not mention your intention to come yesterday. Is there a purpose for your visit? You did not extend an invitation, so I have come unbidden. Fengzhu replied nonchalantly, you could have simply stated your desire to come. Your shout has drawn all eyes upon us. Long Li retorted coldly, even without my calling, my unparalleled charm would attract countless admirers. Fengzhu declared, unfurling his fan and adopting the demeanor of a wealthy gentleman. Narcissism is a malady. Perhaps young Master Feng should seek treatment. Long Li said, seated at a small table, her gaze unyielding, savoring her cup of tea. What do you mean by that, dear sister Lier? Fengzhu queried with a knowing glint. Across from him, Fengzhu's piercing eyes remained fixed on Long Li. Observing their interaction, Long Jiushao positioned himself between them. Lier, these are your favorite pastries. Do try them and see if they suit your taste, he said affectionately, offering a piece to her lips, even though he was her brother. The proximity of feeding her felt somewhat peculiar. Brother, I can manage on my own, Long Li replied, taking the pastry and savoring it slowly. Quite delightful, but if you enjoy them, do indulge further. You have grown quite slender of late, he urged. Thank you, brother, Long Li beamed, revealing her charming white teeth, her demeanor adorably coy. Sister Lier, your smile is truly enchanting, he remarked. In an instant, Long Li's smile vanished as she turned her gaze elsewhere. She noticed a crowd gathering by the shore, all craning their necks to steal glances at their boat. Since ancient times, beautiful women have adored heroes. Behold the ravenous glances they cast upon us, she mused. Suddenly, a collision jolted her attention. Two boats had collided. On the bow stood a man and two women. The man, clad in a dark brocade robe, possessed a pallid complexion that accentuated his sharply defined features, his piercing gaze fixated on Long Li. One of the women wore a pink dress, her snowy skin radiating beauty yet concealing a cunning smile. The other donned a light blue gown, exuding a delicate charm that evoked sympathy. Long Li recognized the two women. Yi Min the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, and Xin, the illegitimate daughter. However, the man was a stranger. The thought that this illegitimate daughter had bullied the original owner of this body before, particularly here at the Immortal Lake, where she had mocked and pushed her, stirred resentment in Longli. I wondered who lacked vision. It turns out to be the young master of the Yi family. Fengzhu's sardonic voice rang out behind Longli. Young Master Feng, I sincerely apologize, our boat has inadvertently collided with yours, Yi Jingji said smoothly. No matter, if you truly feel remorseful, compensation could be arranged, Fengzhu replied, his tone laced with humor. Young Master Feng remains as witty as ever. Though regrettably, this vessel is not yours, Longli scrutinized Yi Jingji. He was a young man of remarkable prowess, already at the mid-level of the Ling Xian realm, surpassing even Long Jiushao. Long Jiushao, his eyes cold, took a sip of his tea. Young Master Yi, it has been years. You remain as astute as ever, truly deserving of the title of the foremost among the 4 young masters. Yi Jingji twirled the jade ring on his finger, a knowing smile gracing his lips. You jest, Long Xiaozhu, such claims are mere fabrications. Xian's eyes were fixated on Fengzhu, her face betraying a hint of shyness. Brother Feng, do you remember me, Xianer? Which Xianer? My memory fails me, Fengzhu replied coolly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yi Xian. We met in our youth. Perhaps you have forgotten as we have grown older, she said, her embarrassment palpable. I have longed for a sister, yet alas, my mother bore only me, so I must covet Long Xiaozhu's sister instead. Yi Xian's complexion turned a shade of deep crimson. Her gaze filled with venom as she glared at Longli, the renowned young lady of the Long family. Why, she is a celebrity in the Shanglongdo city. Surely Brother Feng has been absent from the city for far too long to be unaware. Yi Xian's tone dripped with sarcasm, belittling Longli's sister. Lier is so famous, I shall have to ensure that you pay ample attention to your brother Feng henceforth. Fengzhu's incessant prattling earned an eye roll from Longli. Yimin smiled slightly at Long Jiushao. Brother, may we come aboard for a discussion? Longli was taken aback to discover that Yimin was actually Long Jiushao's junior sister. She had had little interaction with Yimin, and aside from chasing after Bai Li Che, the original owner of this body rarely encountered others. By all means, Yi junior sister. Yimin was unperturbed. Stepping onto the boat with ease. Brother, this ship is quite exquisite, she praised. Surely this must be Sister Lier. Yimin turned her gaze toward Longli, her eyes sparkling with mirth. They had seen each other at the birthday banquet. But Longli sensed the insincerity in Yimin's smiling facade. She pivoted away, seating herself at the small table, dismissing the pretentiousness of these noble young ladies, whose incessant buzzing was more grating than flies. Yimin frowned slightly, deeming Longli a fool for her lack of decorum. Fengzhu suppressed a chuckle, finding amusement in Yimin's discomfort. It was no wonder she was his Lier sister. Sister Lier is indeed forthright in character, I find it admirable, he remarked as Yi Xian and Yi Jingji gracefully ascended the boat. Yi Jingji's gaze lingered on Longli, discerning that the foolish young lady possessed an extraordinary beauty, her ethereal demeanor suggesting she could not possibly be as foolish as rumored. Brother, you may be unaware that this young lady once leapt into the Immortal Lake to catch fish for young Master Bai Li, nearly drowning in the process. Had it not been for young Master Bai Li's change of heart, she would have perished. Yi Xian's tone dripped with disdain, her words laced with mockery. Long Jiushao and Fengzhu exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in disbelief as they turned their attention to Long Li. Yi Jingji's eyes held a glimmer of curiosity. Could this young woman truly have acted in such a reckless manner for young Master Bai Li? Fengzhu, you had best speak truthfully, otherwise I shall have you feed the fish, he warned, his expression darkening as he surveyed Yi Xian, who took a step back, retreating behind Yi Jingji. I speak only the truth. Many noble scions were present, and several of them pushed Longli into the water repeatedly, leaving her struggling to resurface. Longli remained seated, her gaze subtly lifting. The transgressions of the original owner were now hers to bear, for she had inherited this body. Lier, did Bai Li Che truly treat you so? Long Jiushou's voice brimmed with unprecedented fury, his eyes reddening. He had not anticipated that she had endured such tribulations. It was a fault of his as her brother. Had he known, he would have refrained from cultivating at the Jialan Academy. Indeed, I did. At that time, I was enamored with Bai Li Che, lost in my madness, leaping into the lake to catch fish for him. Are you satisfied with this answer? Longli shot back defiantly, her voice tinged with exasperation. Oh heavens! Strike me down with lightning, she lamented inwardly, feeling her dignity trampled. That scoundrel Bai Li Che was hardly worthy of such devotion. The original owner's foolish pursuits had now become an inescapable burden, and she felt utterly humiliated. Long Jiushao and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions a whirlwind of emotions. Yi Xian's face bore a triumphant smirk. I did not lie, did I? Bai Li Che scorned and derided her, nearly leaving her to drown. A chill swept over Longli as her piercing gaze fell upon Yi Xian. Miss Yi, you recall so vividly. Perhaps you should remember that you too pushed me into the water. What nonsense are you spouting? I did no such thing, Yi Xian protested, her eyes darting nervously. As long as she denied it, what could a fool do? Rising from her seat, Longli advanced toward Yi Xian, a glint of menace flashing in her eyes. Do not approach me. I did not do it. What does a fool like you remember? Had it not been for Long Jiujia's presence, she would have already sent this insufferable wretch flying. Having wronged the original owner, Yi Xian was hardly an innocent party. A slap, Long Li's hand connected with Yi Xian's face, sending her sprawling overboard. Splash, water erupted as she plunged into the immortal lake, leaving the onlookers at the bow astounded. Long Li, how could you strike your junior sister into the water? Yi Min exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation, fearful that others might not hear her. Ah, what a delightful play! How could a mere ordinary person like me possibly knock a cultivator into the lake? Surely, you jest, Miss Yin, Fengzhu interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Long Li. What do you mean by that, Yi junior sister? When did Lier strike Yi's second miss? Long Jiujiao's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with icy fury. Help, I cannot swim, Yi Xian's cries resonated, yet Yi Jingji remained unmoved, merely observing from the bow. Yi Min leaped into action, rescuing Yi Xian from the water. Cough. Yi Xian emerged, drenched, her figure distinctly revealed. Long Li. You foolish girl, how dare you treat me this way? Long Li stepped forward from behind Fengzhu, inching closer to Yi Xian. Your actions toward me were far from excessive. After all, you did push me not once, but twice. Upon concluding her words, she reached out and seized Yi Xian's arm. The few individuals aboard the vessel were perplexed by her intentions, casting glances at Long Li without intervening. Yi Min secretly hoped that Long Li would commit some outrageous act. For her second elder brother possessed talent rivaling that of Long Jiuxiao, yet he was overshadowed by Long Jiuxiao within the academy. In her desire to support her brother, she aimed to make Long Jiuxiao uncomfortable. Since she could not overpower him, she would target his foolish sister instead. Just a simpleton, yet she had the audacity to provoke Fengzhu to come to her aid. Truly, she bore a captivating countenance. What do you intend to do? If you do not cease at once, I shall not be polite. Yi Xian sought to utilize her spiritual power to push Long Li away, but her calculations proved erroneous. That surge of energy vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. With a splash, Yi Xian was once again hurled into the lake, but this time, she was not as fortunate as before. Long Li had employed a modicum of spiritual power in her final act. Disoriented and helpless, she sank beneath the water's surface. Are you attempting to murder the second young lady of the Yi family? Yi Min glared fiercely at Long Li, her expression one of murderous intent. Chapter 75. The original owner's burden was somewhat heavy, yet she bore it. Long Li tilted her head, her gaze cool and detached. Murder? What an audacious accusation! With a scion of the Yi family, a legitimate daughter of the Yi clan, and a young master of the Feng family present, how could a mere ordinary person like myself commit such an act? Her words rendered Yi Min momentarily speechless, her face flushed with indignation. Are you still that foolish girl? I see no trace of foolishness in your eloquent tongue. Furthermore, if you do not rescue your good sister soon, she may lose her life. What right do I have to save someone you have cast away? Yi Min's eyes flickered towards Long Jiuxiao and Fengzhu, believing those two capable of effecting a rescue. The eldest young lady of the Yi family, envious and spiteful, watched as her sister struggled in the water. Would her reputation not surpass mine? Yi Min pointed an accusing finger at Long Li. Her desire to strike down this fool palpable. If you do not act soon, your good sister may perish. Yi Xian may deserve punishment, but certainly not to drown in full view of others. Long Li, reliant on the status of the Long family's legitimate daughter, understood that if Yi Xian were to truly die, the Yi family would not let the matter rest easily, under the scrutinizing gazes of all present. Yi Min found herself compelled to rescue Yi Xian. Yi Jingji remained silent, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Who claimed the eldest daughter of the Long family was foolish? He was the first to disagree. After years away from the capital, he found it to be far more intriguing than he had anticipated. A seemingly foolish legitimate daughter had suddenly revealed depth. Were her previous antics an act of folly or genuine ignorance? Yi Xian had already lost consciousness, and Yi Min disdainfully discarded her onto the bow of the boat. Brother, you must demand an explanation for your second sister. Yi Jingji lowered his gaze, observing the motionless Yi Xian at his feet. Given her previous persecution of the Long family's legitimate daughter, this turn of events was her just deserts. Long Li narrowed her eyes, taking a closer look at Yi Jingji. What was this man's intent? Was he aiding her? No, they were strangers. This Yi Jingji bore a countenance marked by shrewdness. So why would he assist her? Brother, what do you mean? Yi Min, exasperated, questioned him sharply. Yi Jingji shot her a cold, unfeeling glance, causing her to tremble. What has come over you, brother? Why do you side with this fool? Have you been ensnared by her beauty as well? Truly, a vixen ensnares one after another. Long Jiuxiao wrapped an arm around Long Li. Lier, are you feeling vindicated now? If not, I shall assist you in tossing Yi Xian back into the water. Indeed, she is merely a thoroughly despicable illegitimate daughter. If she perishes, so be it. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the burden, Fengzhu remarked, his expression bright with mirth, as if he were bathed in starlight. His smile radiated warmth, capable of uplifting those around him. Let us refrain from murder. I am somewhat fatigued today, your brother. Let us return. Yi Min attempted to intercept Long Li, but was halted by a mere glance from Yi Jingji. This encounter is serendipitous. I shall pay a visit to the esteemed Long Lady in the future. Long Li frowned. Fengzhu's eyes brimmed with discontent as he obstructed Yi Jingji's gaze. Sister Lier is not someone you can simply meet at your whim. I advise you to temper your expectations. The trials of heroes are often complicated by the allure of beautiful women. Especially one as stunning as the eldest daughter of the Long family. My intentions are purely to appreciate her beauty, he declared, a cunning glint in his eyes. What a sly man you are. Speaking both sweetly and bitterly in one breath, young Master Yi, a paragon of charm, yet you seek no reward from an unmatched beauty. I fear my humble abode cannot accommodate someone of your stature. With that, Long Li grasped Long Zhou's arm and departed the boat. Fengzhu snorted derisively, flinging his sleeve aside as he leapt off the vessel in pursuit of Long Li. How intriguing. Truly fascinating, Yi Jingji mused, a smile gracing his lips as he observed their departing figures. A brother, why do you spare that fool? A fool, you may be even less than a fool yourself, Yi Jingji retorted. Taking flight. Yi Yimin's expression darkened. Why did everyone favor that simpleton, who was utterly lacking in merit beyond her looks? Just wait, I shall make that fool kneel and beg for mercy. I in the carriage. Long Jiushao and Fengzhu sat apart. Long Li indulged in tea, savoring a delicate rose pastry. Sister Lier, you once, Fengzhu began, but faltered, uncertain of how to phrase his inquiry. He had never considered the emotions she harbored. The circumstances she faced, or the love she pursued. Did she truly love Bai Li Che so deeply that she would forsake everything for him? Long Jiushao remained silent, chastising himself for his ignorance. How had he remained unaware of the grievances his sister bore? For years she had been alone, plagued by fear, and yet their father had never divulged the truth to him, nor had he sought to uncover it himself. In that moment, Long Jiushao was overwhelmed by shame. How could Bai Li Che have treated her so poorly? He deserved punishment. You need not regard me with such pity. The past is behind us. Her calm words only deepened Fengzhu's concern as Sister Lier has sacrificed so much for him. Do you truly still harbor feelings for Bai Li Che? Sighing, she acknowledged, he was the original owner's greatest love. What could I possibly say? Even in her final moments she remained bewildered, unable to comprehend why Bai Li Che had treated her with such cruelty. Had I not intervened, the original owner would now be but a pile of bones. At that time, who would remember a fool? I have borrowed the original owner's body, and now these people start to express concern and regret. Pity cannot restore the original owner's life. Nor can guilt earn her forgiveness. To love so deeply, even to the extent of sacrificing one's life. How can I not love such a scoundrel as Bai Li Che? Fengzhu's face contorted as he struggled to respond. What was he to say? She was not merely a woman who loved recklessly. What lay beneath was far more complex. Bai Li Che was unworthy of her affection. She should seek someone who truly loves and cherishes her. Unbeknownst to him, Fengzhu spoke these words without understanding why, and upon saying them, he questioned whether he had spoken too freely. Although they had played together as children, they had barely interacted as adults. Why did he feel such concern for her? Was he losing his mind? Perhaps he felt a sense of compassion, or perhaps it was due to her being Zhou's sister. Lowering his gaze to his shoes, he pondered if he had come to see her as a sister. To love deeply is to hate fiercely. He shall surely prosper, and I wish him well in fathering children. Long Jiushao and Fengzhu were left bewildered by Long Li's words. Was this hatred? Was it a blessing? Had the day's recollection stirred painful memories? They were unaware that Bai Li Che would never have children. He would live his life watching others, forever unable to display his prowess. Long Li's blessing of wishing him well in fathering children was the ultimate punishment. Lier, do not dwell on this matter. I will help you find a husband 1,000 times better than Bai Li Che. Long Jiushao, sensing her distress, hurried to console her. Chapter 76. The newly transformed Long Li. In that moment, Long Li was at a loss for words. She felt insulted. Did he think she was some woman who could not survive without a man? His logic was truly extraordinary. If he had no comforting words to offer, he should remain silent. Brother, your words suggest I am desperate for marriage. A man will only hinder my ability to draw my sword. Lier, that is not what I meant. I merely hope you can forget the past and start anew. I have long forgotten. It is you who clings to it. For the time being, she could only accept the original owner's actions. As the imperial princess of the dragon realm, she had never been swayed by a man, not even her betrothed. She had never harbored expectations. Men only cloud judgment, becoming obstacles on the path of cultivation. Their words were unreliable. Having been granted a second chance at life, her priority was to cultivate, seek vengeance, and pursue her ambitions. An overwhelming curiosity compelled Fengzhu to learn all about Long Li's past. Jiushao's sister Lier, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He was eager to discover how she had fared over the years. Could he not inquire? Surely he could send someone to investigate? Since young Master Feng has matters to attend to, do not let us detain you, Long Jiushao replied, casting a glance at Fengzhu. Fengzhu alighted from the carriage and departed like the wind. How peculiar. Perhaps my brother has misjudged him. He may simply be in a hurry. What nonsense are you speaking? Why can I not speak my mind? Those young ladies from noble families may appear cultured and refined, yet they are often quite vile at heart. I prefer to address matters openly rather than harboring them in silence. At this moment, Long Li held a profound disdain for the so-called cultured and reasonable demeanor. She yearned to break free from the constraints of propriety that had confined her as the revered princess of the dragon realm and the upper realm, a position that had never once considered her own desires. Now she simply wished to live unrestrained. At this instant, Long Jiuxiao felt as though he was truly meeting his sister for the first time. She was wild and free-spirited, a stark contrast to her former self. Her vibrant expression left him momentarily dazed. Was this really the same foolish sister he once knew? "Brother, why do you look at me like that?" Upon turning back, Long Li noticed Long Jiuxiao gazing at her with unfamiliar eyes. As if they were strangers. Had he discovered something? "Today, Lier feels somewhat alien to me, as if she has transformed into another person." "What foolishness is this, brother? A simpleton who has endured humiliation and been trampled upon. Do you think she would not change?" At that moment, a trace of coldness glimmered in Long Li's eyes. "I apologize. It is my failure as your brother to protect you. No one shall bully you again, rather than relying on the charity and protection of others." She preferred to carve her own path. Since Long Jiuxiao had his doubts, she decided to open up and have an earnest conversation. "Is Lier blaming me and our father? Do you think I should not? It is we who have wronged you, failing to care for you properly." Long Jiuxiao's face was etched with anguish. Knowing she was a simpleton, they could have sent shadow guards to ensure her safety. Yet they allowed her to roam freely outside, even placing Long Yu and her daughter by her side. Were they eager for the demise of a fool? Long Li was determined to voice the grievances of the original owner of this body. They believed that uttering a mere apology would suffice. The original owner was dead. Could any number of apologies bring her back to life? Their words were sweet, but who had truly considered the plight of a simpleton? "I thought father would take good care of you. I was wrong, brother. Everything is my fault. It is my incompetence as your brother that has brought you suffering." Long Jiuxiao's face was filled with self-reproach. He had not fulfilled the obligations of an elder brother. Their father favored Long Yu. When had he ever trusted a simpleton? "I was deceived by Long Yu and Bai Li Che, led to the cliff where they severed my tendons and mercilessly cast me into the abyss. Were it not for a passing sage who saved me, do you think I would have returned alive?" At this moment, Long Li's words pierced Long Jiuxiao's heart, and he looked at her with disbelief. "What did you say? They treated you so?" Long Jiuxiao's voice turned cold, his face radiating fury. "Why could they not do this? My father knew I was a fool yet insisted on marrying me to Bai Li Che. Was he not pushing Bai Li Che to kill me? If he truly loved his daughter, would he cast her into the abyss?" Long Li cast a sidelong glance at Long Jiuxiao and continued, "Long Yu is a concubine's child, holding more status in the household than I. A legitimate daughter. A mere simpleton is easy prey for all. Even the gatekeeper has struck me twice." These were the pains the original owner had suffered, and her brother ought to understand. One should not think that a few words of apology and concern could simply wash this away. The original owner's grievances in death and humiliations in life, why could they not be addressed openly? Since she had assumed this body, it was better to clarify certain matters to avoid any drastic changes in temperament and unfounded suspicions from others. Long Jiuxiao remained silent for a long time, his eyes clouded with bloodshot veins. He had countless opportunities to return and check on her, yet each time, their father assured him that she was well and needed no concern. He had truly not returned for a decade. The torment she had endured was unimaginable. How painful and helpless she must have felt. And where was he, her brother, during all that time? "Sister, all the blame lies with me for not caring for you properly. I have failed to honor our mother's dying request. I do not seek your forgiveness, but I will spend my life making amends, and I hope you will not distance yourself from me." In that moment, Long Jiuxiao shed his usual aloof demeanor, now humbly pleading for Long Li to grant him an opportunity. At this moment, she was not the same person. Could she represent the original owner in making choices? "I implore you, sister, grant your brother a chance for redemption." Long Jiuxiao's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of choking emotion. He was as humble as dust. He had merely been absent from the original owner's side. Her death was orchestrated by Bai Li Che and Long Yu. This brother had also lost much to understand the value of familial bonds, yet regrettably, his care had come too late. What more can you say? "Brother, in the past, I was foolish. Let this matter fade into the past. From now on, I am the new Long Li, and that innocent Long Li has perished." Long Jiuxiao lowered his gaze. The sister he once knew was gone, which meant the current one was a rebirth. Perhaps this was for the best. Let the painful memories fade away. "Very well, as long as Lier is happy, I shall comply with anything." "All right, brother, you should prepare for the upcoming competition. I am quite eager to see the Phoenix secret realm. Rest assured, if Lier wishes to go, your brother shall fulfill that wish." "Brother, are there individuals in the Jelon Academy who surpass you, in truth?" Long Li was curious if he might lose in this competition. "Actually, there are many talented youths in the Jelon Academy, several of whom surpass me. Oh, how about Fengzhu, the young master of Shuiwei Academy?" If Fengzhu were to lose, Long Jiuxiao would directly refuse for her safety, which would mean she could not visit the Phoenix secret realm. Chapter 77, Bestowing Elixirs. Why this sudden concern for Fengzhu? Long Jiuxiao mused inwardly. If Fengzhu's strength was not at the pinnacle in Shuiwei Academy, but it was still formidable. Not at the pinnacle, that is not the answer Long Li wished to hear. She sought certainty. "Brother, do you know where Yi Jingji is cultivating today? He is rather unique. He is cultivating in the Beast Valley." "What makes the Beast Valley unique?" the name suggests it is related to beasts. Why is it special? The Beast Valley is located in the Xianyang continent. It is said that their sect can command beasts in battle, and there are rumors that the first Valley Master once contracted with a divine beast. The art of beast mastery, I have heard of it in the upper realm, but they cannot command powerful beasts, only some low-tier ones. That is indeed impressive, but I still believe brother is the most formidable. At present, Yi Jingji's strength surpasses yours, but I will strive to surpass him. Brother, the elder who saved me gifted me 2 elixirs, why not we each take one, you and young Master Fengzhu? To ensure greater safety in the Phoenix Secret Realm, with various factions involved in the Phoenix Secret Realm, safety would undoubtedly be compromised. At that time, if they could not act directly, those 2 would be the main forces. They certainly could not be weaker than that fox. Yi Jingji elixirs, yes, 2 third-grade marrow cleansing pills. Surprise flickered in Long Jiuzhao's eyes. Lier possessed third-grade marrow cleansing pills. This was simply astonishing. The last time at the auction house, everyone had scrambled for them. Could it be that the elder who saved Lier was an alchemist? Lier, was the elder who saved you an alchemist? I do not know. I only know he had many good things. He gave me these elixirs and told me to keep them close. The elixirs were indeed precious. Even someone as composed as Long Jiuzhao revealed excitement at this moment. It seemed that elder was most likely an alchemist. Lier had truly turned misfortune into fortune. It would be wonderful if that elder could take her as a disciple. Lier should keep the elixirs for herself. You must not tell anyone, including father. Brother, I will acquire more elixirs in the future. Take these 2. It is dangerous in the Phoenix Secret Realm. How can you and Fengzhu protect me if you are not stronger? Long Jiuzhao hesitated for a moment but did not reach out to take them. Elixirs were incredibly precious. These were 2 marrow cleansing pills, and no matter how he could not accept them, Long Li placed a small porcelain bottle in Long Jiuzhao's hand. Brother, that elder is quite fond of me. He will surely give me more in the future. Lier, this elixir is very valuable. It is hard to come by even at the auction house. If you give it to me like this, how will you cultivate in the future without any elixirs? Brother, let us first go to the Phoenix Secret Realm. There might be opportunities for me there. At that time, you and young Master Fengzhu will have to compete with others for treasures. These elixirs should be used for something worthwhile. She had plenty of elixirs, but they were about to enter the Phoenix Secret Realm. Long Jiuzhao and Fengzhu needed to be stronger. Otherwise, how could they contend for treasures amidst the competition? Then I shall first express my gratitude to Lier. I will acquire another pill for you when the opportunity arises. Good. I in the Long Manor. Long Li returned to the Peach Blossom Cottage. Master, Bai Li Che has confined Long Yu. I have seen many physicians entering Bai Li Che's residence. Han Zhou reported everything in detail. So it is as I suspected. Bai Li Che, enjoy the grand gift I have bestowed upon you. Long Yu, from now on, withstand this man's wrath. I hope you both can torment each other for a while longer and properly atone for your sins. Tomorrow is the day of the return visit. Spread some rumors, claiming Bai Li Che is impotent and that the second young lady of the Long family is merely guarding a living widow. Understood. Bai Li Che, let us see how you will stand your ground this time. Does the Bai family truly need a young master like you? After Han Zhou departed, Han Yan appeared beside Long Li. Master, Madame Ningyao somehow gathered over 10 shadow guards, all of whom are at the Spirit Xian realm, with one even at the late stage of Spirit Xian realm. This is news to me. Today, I have been monitoring closely. Those shadow guards arrived today and showed great respect to Madame Ningyao. This old white lotus is impressive. She managed to gather so many shadow guards. Could it be that her lover from that night provided them? It appears that the man who has humiliated the unworthy father possesses some formidable strength, and we must remain vigilant regarding this matter. Han Yan, exercise caution in your surveillance and do not alert the enemy. Rest assured, my lord, I shall proceed with utmost care. Tomorrow, during the Long Month's return, this mother and daughter duo will undoubtedly conspire over something. Maintain your watchful gaze. Understood. My lord of Fengzhu sits in a separate courtyard. Perusing the intelligence he has gathered. He remains silent for a protracted period, while the shadow guard beside him is perplexed as to why the young master is so concerned about a fool. Is there more to uncover beyond this? I have only come across this information, but there is one matter that seems quite peculiar. What is it? The eldest daughter of the Long family has been missing for several days. And the Long residence even held a funeral, yet she miraculously returned, severing the leg of a guard at the entrance before entering the estate. Fengzhu furrows his brow and rises. Where has she been these past few days? Why has she changed so dramatically? In her youth, she was indeed simple-minded, so how is it that she is no longer so? Moreover, her temperament is entirely different from before. One could say she has transformed into an entirely different person. She now exhibits a cold demeanor, acts ruthlessly, yet there is not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from her. My lord, the young master of the Long family requests an audience. A guard at the entrance reports. Allow the Long young master to enter. Very well. Of Fengzhu gestures, stowing away the documents into a storage pouch, and dismisses the guard. As Long Jiuzhao, clad in white, enters, he acknowledges the difficulty of securing an audience with Feng Xiaozhu. Given the strict vigilance of the Feng family guards, your jest is ill-timed. Brother Jiuzhao, you do not frequently visit the Feng estate. Fengzhu pours a cup of tea and places it upon the table. Long Jiushao takes a seat and savors the tea. You spoke of protecting Lier together in the Phoenix secret realm. Was that sincere? Given the exorbitant value of the elixir, Fengzhu would not part with it unless he intended to safeguard Lier. It is indeed true. Should I acquire the opportunity to enter the secret realm, I shall certainly protect my younger sister Lier. Fengzhu speaks plainly. Should he fail and be unable to enter, he would be unable to offer protection, regardless of his affections. With that assurance, this is yours. Long Jiushao produces a small porcelain vial, glancing at Fengzhu before placing it on the table. Fengzhu, somewhat bewildered, inquires about the intent behind this gesture. Open it and you shall understand. Fengzhu takes the small vial, removing the lid, and is immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of elixir. This is an elixir. How can it be that Long Jiushao possesses such wealth? Such treasures are given away so casually, and yet he offers one to me. Observing the inscrutable expression on Fengzhu's face, Long Jiushao meets his gaze. This is a third-grade marrow-cleansing elixir, gifted to you by Lier. The marrow-cleansing elixir purifies the body, allowing practitioners to expel impurities and significantly enhancing their cultivation speed compared to others. One was auctioned recently and purchased at a high price by Li Shao. This has become common knowledge among various factions. Chapter 78. Long Jiushao breaks through after a moment of astonishment. Fengzhu places the small vial back on the table, declaring it far too precious for him to accept. Take it. Lier hopes for your strength to grow when we enter the secret realm. It will serve as an added safeguard. Where did Long Lier acquire such an elixir, and why is she so readily able to present such a valuable item? What secrets lie beneath her surface? This only deepens Fengzhu's curiosity about Long Lier. Moreover, how could she, who harbors such disdain for him, willingly bestow such a treasure? Did Lier truly urge you to give this to me? Indeed, upon hearing the confirmation, Fengzhu remains skeptical. Where did Lier procure the elixir? During her last fall from the cliff, she was rescued by an elder who bestowed it upon her. Is this related to her recent disappearance? You would know. At that time, you had not yet returned to the Holy Dragon capital. I was concerned for my sister Lier's past, thus I conducted an inquiry into her previous circumstances. Fengzhu lays bare his investigation into Long Lier, revealing no intention of concealing it. Long Jiushao appears unsurprised. He understands Fengzhu's character well, and it is only natural for him to investigate today's events. What were the findings? She has endured much suffering. This statement encapsulates everything, stirring something within Fengzhu as he contemplates the plight of a legitimate daughter subjected to constant bullying while maintaining a cheerful facade in pursuit of Bai Li Che. It is my fault. I should not have left her alone in the estate. This is a genuine mistake on your part. Had she been in the long residence, she would not have suffered so, at the very least. She would not have been bullied. Fengzhu does not intend to rub salt in Long Jiushau's wounds, but rather feels incensed by the bullying Long Lier faced from those noble daughters and the contempt shown by Bai Li Che, compelling him to contemplate avenging her. I deeply regret it. I shall eliminate him to avenge Lier. Long Jiushau's eyes blaze with murderous intent. He has silently vowed to rid the world of that contemptible being. He deserves death, yet one must handle the matter with care to avoid implicating their families. I understand. I shall proceed cautiously. Count me in. I have long harbored a distaste for that fellow. Long Jiushao glances at Fengzhu with newfound respect. When did this young man become so righteous? This matter is not urgent. Let us swiftly consume the elixir. Following the long month's return, we shall return to our respective academies. We will reconvene at the entrance to the secret realm. I truly cannot accept such a precious elixir. It should remain with Sister Lier for her future use. Though the elixir is indeed precious, he cannot simply accept it. Do not be so modest. Lier has stated that upon arriving at the Phoenix secret realm, we must seize opportunities together. Very well, henceforth, let us ensure that Lier receives a share of any valuable items. Furthermore, the secret realm is fraught with peril. Without sufficient strength, how can we protect her? I owe Lier a debt of gratitude. I shall repay it when the time comes. In that case, let us each focus on our breakthroughs. I shall take my leave. Please convey my thanks to Sister Lier. Understood. As the blazing sun descends, the last rays of light linger. As night falls, Long Lier swiftly enters the spatial cave. Shin Ming observes her with a smile. Teasing, so the busy one is no longer busy. Thank you for taking care of those belongings. Long Lier expresses some remorse, for she had offloaded the task entirely onto Shin Ming. You handle your own affairs. I can assist you with the rest. Where are Bai Zhe and the others? Your little companions are diligently honing their skills. Only Mao Qiu has been incessantly clamoring for you. As they converse, Mao Qiu, bleary-eyed, awakens upon seeing Long Lier, springing into her embrace with a leap. Squeak, indeed, a truly affectionate little creature. Long Lier strokes Mao Qiu's small head, her eyes filled with tenderness. It can be somewhat clingy, yet it remains obedient in your absence. As long as it behaves, I am grateful to Shin Ming for his care of these creatures. They are family. There is no need for such formality. Long Lier feels a deep sense of gratitude towards Shin Ming. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the one who provided her with her first elixir, aiding her during her most helpless moments. This kindness she will forever cherish. I must express my thanks once more. I will need you to look after Mao Xiao. I intend to cultivate for the night, as I will be heading to the Phoenix Secret Realm in a few days. The Secret Realm is known for its abundant treasures, but it is also perilous. Fear not, I shall be accompanied by my 2 brothers, and should we encounter overwhelming odds, I can retreat into the cave. Very well, hand over Mao Xiao, hasten to your cultivation. I have left some spiritual liquid for you in the alchemy room, consume it before your practice. Understood. Mao Xiao, reluctant yet obedient, relinquishes its hold on Long Lier. Be good, I shall take you out to play when the opportunity arises. With that, Long Lier proceeds to the alchemy room. Indeed, she finds 3 vials of spiritual liquid waiting for her. A smile graces her face. Shen Ming is truly considerate, a quintessential warm-hearted companion. She drinks a vial of the spiritual liquid and begins to meditate, wasting no time. In the dead of night, a soiled Long Jiushao rises from his bed. His eyes alight with astonishment. He had not anticipated the marrow-cleansing elixir to yield such remarkable results. Although the process was excruciating and nearly caused him to faint, the rewards are now apparent. Long Jiushao turns toward the bathroom to cleanse himself, shedding his soiled attire as he sinks into the tub. He has astonishingly broken through to the pinnacle of the late spirit Xian realm. With but one more step, he could ascend to the spirit heaven realm. I wonder how things are progressing for Fengzhu. Has he also achieved a successful breakthrough? Naturally, Fengzhu would not lag behind. His strength is on par with Long Jiuxiao's. With the aid of the marrow-cleansing elixir, he too has reached the pinnacle of the late spirit Xian realm. At this moment, Fengzhu, clad in white, is likewise covered in grime. Qian Yuan, I wish to bathe. The shadow guard swiftly departs. My lord, the bathing area is prepared. The shadow guard reports. Fengzhu casts a disdainful glance at his attire before dashing towards the bathroom. He settles into the tub, washing away the grime. The shadow guard presents him with a fresh set of garments, having sensed an unusual surge of spiritual energy outside moments ago, realizing that the young master had successfully broken through to such a realm. Congratulations, my lord, on achieving a breakthrough to the late spirit Xian realm. Indeed, I owe this success to the marrow-cleansing elixir. Otherwise, how could I have advanced so swiftly? Young Master Long truly treats you well. Gifting such precious elixirs. We spent our childhood together, and though we have grown apart, we remain childhood friends at heart. Young Master Long is generous and principled, a man of great loyalty. I am certain he will accompany us into the Phoenix Secret Realm. A smile graces Fengzhu's lips as he leans back against the tub, his eyes gently closing. Longli, what manner of woman are you, that your transformation is so profound? Chapter 79, The Return Home. Regardless of the circumstances, they shall remain together in the Phoenix Secret Realm for an extended period. The mere thought of such an adventurous journey is quite enthralling. I in the Phoenix Secret Realm. I, the young master, shall primarily protect Miss Long. She is but an ordinary girl, and her venture into the Phoenix Secret Realm poses great peril. Why would the young master Long consent to such a risk? The Shadow Guard has been by Fengzhu's side since childhood, and they have traversed the academy together. Though they are master and servant, their bond resembles that of friends and family. Qian Yuan. You fail to comprehend. Long Li is an extraordinary woman. She is the legitimate sister of the young Master Long, and, indeed, my sister as well. That if she desires to go, we shall naturally accompany her, this time. I owe my potential breakthrough largely to Miss Long of the Long family. What does the young master mean? To Fengzhu's lips curled into a knowing smile. In due time, you will understand. Qian Yuan scratched his head, puzzled by the enigmatic remarks. Was she not a simpleton, now seemingly no longer so? In the stillness of night, how many souls find it difficult to slumber, and how many lie awake in solitude? In Bai Li Che's residence, regardless of the changes in personnel, he exhibited no sign of reaction. He sat despondently on the floor, his attire disheveled, hair unkempt, resembling a madman. Why was he in such a state? He had merely shared an intimate moment with that loathsome woman. Could it be that she had bewitched him in some manner? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Bring Anchu to me. Before long, Long Yu, disheveled, was dragged in by the Shadow Guard. You all leave, Bai Li Che bellowed, causing the guards to hastily retreat. Long Yu's eyes were swollen, filled with fear as she gazed upon the deranged man before her. Suddenly, Bai Li Che rose and forcefully pinned Long Yu to the ground, tearing at her. What are you doing? Long Yu's face was stricken with terror. She could not fathom the madness consuming this man. Slap, slap. Bai Li Che struck her. You have desired this all along, have you not? Long Yu's eyes rolled back, her head buzzing. No, please, release me. You have no right to refuse. Bai Li Che's frenzied action sent Long Yu trembling in fear. And at a crucial moment, he cast her aside. Had he truly lost his faculties? Long Yu was thrown violently, her consciousness fading, blood staining her visage, her body trembling before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside, the Shadow Guards, having heard Bai Li Che's cries, dared not approach, exchanging bewildered glances. Each expressed their confusion. One moment he despised her, the next he acted thus. What was happening with the young master? Unclear. It is best to refrain from meddling in the master's affairs. So many women had been changed within a single day. What was the situation? Not our concern. We must focus on our own duties. As dawn broke, dispelling the shadows of night, the world seemed filled with vitality. The Long residence was abuzz with joy, for today marked Long Yu's return home. Early preparations were underway by the servants, for the new son-in-law was none other than Bai Li Che, and thus a grand affair was in order. The streets were alive with chatter and bustling crowds, a scene of extraordinary liveliness. "Have you heard? The young master Bai Li seems to be impotent." "I have heard, but I know not the truth of it." "I believe it to be false. Was it not said that he had long been secretly involved with the second miss of the Long family? If this were true, would not the second miss of the Long family be living as a widow? It has spread far and wide. This Long Yu is not a docile woman. She has had numerous affairs. On the day of their wedding, I was present at the Long residence. I heard rumors of her being with child. Though I know not the veracity, rumors abounded, and presently Bai Li Che and Long Yu were at the center of attention. Upon hearing the report from Hanzhou, Long Li felt a surge of delight. The two loathsome individuals were finally beginning to torment one another. Such a life was the finest form of retribution. She had spent the night cultivating in her space, making considerable progress, aided by the spiritual liquid. She had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. As one progresses, breakthroughs become increasingly difficult. Long Li's advancement was indeed owing to the enhancement provided by the spiritual liquid. "My lord, do you have any plans for Long Yu's return home?" "Ah, there are those who torment her daily. I need not lift a finger. We shall merely observe the unfolding events. However, please assist Han Yan in keeping an eye on Madame Ningyao." "Rest assured, my lord." "Has my brother achieved his breakthrough?" "The elixir has been administered." "What are its effects?" "The young master broke through last night and has now reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the spirit profound realm." A smile graced Long Li's lips. The elixir had indeed lived up to her expectations. Regardless of location, practitioners required elixirs to aid their cultivation. "How is the manor faring?" "Rest assured, my lord, all is well." "That is good. After today, I may depart with my brother. At that time, you and Han Yan shall accompany us, while the others will remain in the manor to cultivate and await my return." "As you command, my lord." At this moment a luxurious carriage halted before the Long residence. Bai Li Che, clad in dark robes, bore a countenance as forbidding as a storm cloud. "Speak cautiously today. Guard your skin." Long Yu was adorned in opulent attire, her face appearing swollen from the earlier beating, her eyes slightly reddened, and bruises visible at the corners of her mouth, her body drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Though she had attempted to cover her blemishes with heavy makeup, the evidence of her torment remained unmistakable. "I dare not." Bai Li Che cast her a disdainful glance, extending his hand. "Be careful." The way he uttered made Long Yu tremble. Her eyes filled with animosity and dread. "Second miss, young master Bai Li, the head of the family awaits you both in the main hall." The steward of the Long residence, dressed in neat attire, greeted them with a warm smile at the entrance. Bai Li Che assisted Long Yu from the carriage, retracting his hand immediately. A few onlookers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama and ascertain the truth of the rumors. Bai Li Che surveyed the crowd, his ire escalating at the prying eyes surrounding him. "My lord, may I visit my mother's courtyard?" "Where? What do you call me?" Bai Li Che's gaze turned icy, his tone seemingly gentle. Yet only Long Yu understood the depths of his cruelty. "Brother Che, foolish Where? We are wed now. You ought to call me husband, though you are not my primary wife. Should you bear me offspring, the position of concubine shall rightfully belong to you." This declaration incited a wave of murmurs among the crowd. "I told you the rumors were false. Look how much the young master Bai Li dotes on the second miss of the Long family. Who would have thought they were so affectionate? They truly are a match. Just look at how tenderly the young master Bai Li speaks, clearly cherishing this Yu concubine. Such rumors are untrustworthy. They say the two are at odds, only united due to familial obligations." Listening to the crowd's chatter, Bai Li Che felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared he must treat this loathsome woman with a bit more kindness in front of outsiders. Chapter 80. I will ruin you. Long Yu dared not meet Bai Li Che's gaze, her palms clammy with sweat. This man was becoming increasingly terrifying, even psychologically twisted. Just moments ago, he had been violent, and now he feigned affection. Are you unwell?" Bai Li Che, noticing her lack of cooperation, had already devised plans for her torment upon their return. "Husband, may I visit my mother's courtyard?" "My dear, first let us greet the head of the Long family. Then we may see your mother. Does that sound agreeable?" "What you say is wise. I have been inconsiderate." The steward beamed, evidently pleased. It appeared this second miss had indeed captured the young master Bai Li's favor. "Young master Bai Li, second miss, the head of the family awaits you. Shall we proceed to discuss matters?" The steward's tone was gentle, his demeanor respectful. At that moment, Long Li emerged clad in white. "Sister Yu, how fortunate you are to be unharmed. I feared Brother Che might go mad and strike you." Just moments ago, Hanzhou reported that this pair of loathsome individuals were feigning deep affection for one another. How unexpected that Bai Li Che had become astute. No longer acting brutishly, he had learned to play the role. Upon hearing her voice, Bai Li Che's expression turned frigid. "Miss Long, if you utter any more foolishness, you shall silence yourself, lest you become a mute." His words were barely audible, easily missed. To Long Li, his threats were inconsequentially. "Brother Che, what do you mean? Are you no longer a man?" Long Li's tone was filled with mock surprise as her mouth gaped. Her voice ringing loud and clear. But what does it mean to not be a man? I do not understand what Brother Che is saying, she continued, batting her innocent eyes at the crowd. Do you know what this means? Could it be that the rumors are true? Bai Li Che is truly not a man. Look closely, the second miss of the Long family bears injuries. So their affection is merely a facade. Could it be true that the young master Bai Li is indeed impotent? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, some young ladies casting sympathetic glances at Bai Li Che. Both Bai Li Che and Long Yu found themselves in a most awkward predicament. Long Yu was oblivious to the situation, for that night they had indeed shared an intimate encounter. She was somewhat incredulous, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Bai Li Che below. At this moment, Bai Li Che's veins were bulging, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a feral beast charging towards Long Li. The proximity between the two left Long Li with no thought of evading. Young master Bai, you mustn't, the steward shouted in alarm. This was a matter of a man's dignity. Bai Li Che had already succumbed to madness, and at this moment, he only wished to strangle the Long Li before him. You wretched man, how fortuitous! A flicker of excitement passed through Long Li's heart. She feared that her visit today would be in vain, yet she was astonished by the unexpectedly favorable outcome. The hidden guards of the residence attempted to intervene just as Long Batian and Long Jiushao arrived on the scene. This spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Leered Bai Li Che, do you dare? Long Jiushao had already launched himself forward, intent on intercepting Bai Li Che. Unfortunately, they were too far apart. Witnessing this scene, Long Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. She thought this time, let us see if that wretched woman still survives. Bai Li Che lay on the ground, howling in agony, writhing in pain. Long Li plopped down beside him. Brother, I am so frightened. In an instant, Long Jiushao enveloped her in his embrace, reassuring her, do not fear, Lier, I am here. Everyone was taken aback. What was happening? This time, the young lady intended to make a spectacle of him, but Long Li was not foolish. She had not exerted much strength. After all, she could not simply cripple him in front of so many witnesses. There was no need for her to do so. The scoundrel had already rendered himself useless. And at this moment, her additional kick hardly mattered. Bai Li Che was helped to his feet by the hidden guards, his eyes bloodshot and his face a ghastly mask of rage. Brother Che, are you alright? Lier did not mean it. She was just too scared. Long Li pinched her thigh, squeezing out 2 drops of tears. Upon seeing her tears fall, Long Jiushao was consumed with fury. Bai Li Che, do you wish to die? His furious shout seemed to jolt Bai Li Che back to awareness. He had just exerted his spiritual power. Why had he still been struck by this fool? Observing the crowd that had gathered, he rose to his feet, the searing pain causing his veins to throb. Long Jiushao, keep your sister in check. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I shall not be merciful. His implication was clear. He had merely been scaring them, not genuinely intending to harm. What of the Long residents? Does that not mean anything? Is not Yuer also a young lady of the Long family? Long Batian's expression darkened. He had remained silent, but upon seeing Long Li in tears, his heart ached. Bai Li Che was indeed audacious, forgetting the nature of their surroundings. Young master Bai, how imposing you are. Long Li is the legitimate daughter, the young lady of our Long family, while Long Yu is born of a concubine. Even her exalted status cannot compare to Lier's. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Che was taken aback. What did this old man mean? Had they not agreed to be one family from now on? Was he truly willing to risk everything over a foolish girl? Long Li shifted slightly in Long Jiushao's embrace, a hint of amusement in her eyes. The weather was delightful, a splendid day. It would be a disservice to the atmosphere and the onlookers not to engage in a confrontation. Her mother had advised against animosity with the Long family. And now that her own circumstances had taken a turn for the worse, she feared losing Long Batian's support would jeopardize her position. Weighing the pros and cons, Bai Li Che finally calmed himself. As long as Long Jiushao was around, this foolish Long Li would always have a shield. He must seek an opportunity to eliminate this pest. Long family head, I did not intend to harm the young lady. If I truly wished to do her harm, do you think I would have fallen to the ground? Everyone saw your actions against Lier. I will say this once more, no one is allowed to harm her. Anyone who dares to do so will face the wrath of the entire Long family. Long Batian squinted slightly, his tone frigid, devoid of warmth, were it not for the alliance through marriage. And the fact that this young man still had some utility, it would have been justified to strike him down with a single palm. My father, my sister spoke out of turn, this matter cannot be laid at my husband's feet. Long Yu stepped forward, standing beside Bai Li Che. At that moment, Long Li cast a fleeting glance at Long Yu, wondering if she had developed a taste for violence. How unexpected, she mused, to discover such a penchant in this woman. Perhaps sensing Long Li's gaze, Long Jiushao also scrutinized Long Yu, noting the evident bruises on her face, indicative of a fierce beating. What sort of game were these two playing, one with violence, the other seemingly relishing it? Chapter 81, Wretched Woman. Resentment. Long Jiushao helped her to her feet, positioning himself protectively at her side, resembling a hen guarding her chick. Brother, what Moonsister said is incorrect. Since childhood a father has taught us not to lie. Just look at Moonsister's face, it is evident she has been beaten. I am merely speaking the truth. Everyone knows Brother Che is not a man, and I have not spoken falsely. Bai Li Che cast a dark, menacing glance over the crowd. This look served as both a warning and a threat. With such a fearsome gaze, the spectators fell silent. Some even fleeing in terror. The young lady of the Long family should speak with more sense. Our marital affairs are merely a matter of intimacy between husband and wife, the family head may inquire with Lier. Bai Li Che cast a sidelong glance at Long Yu, causing her to tremble in fear of father. My husband treats me well. As a family head and a man, how could he be unaware of Bai Li Che's intentions? Regardless of his unwillingness to accept it, he had no choice but to do so. Since there is nothing further, do not hold anything against Lier. Her innocent nature does not comprehend such matters. Father, my reputation has been tarnished by my sister. How do you expect others to perceive my relationship with my husband? Long Yu's eyes turned red as she cried out in grievance, shedding tears for the torment she had endured in recent days. But more so out of resentment. Why should a foolish girl receive the affection of her elder brother and father while she herself had to suffer? Enough, you have always been the most sensible. What is the matter today? Woo, father, why do you always favor my sister? I am your daughter too. Facing such an accusation, Long Batian was evidently enraged. You are a daughter born of a concubine. You enjoy the same luxuries as a legitimate daughter, yet you dare question favoritism. Truly you are an ungrateful wretch. All my kindness over the years has been cast aside. If that is the case, you may choose to leave the Long family. Indeed, you are nothing of worth, just like your mother. Had I not been intoxicated and deceived by Ning Yao, I would never have wronged my first wife. A child born of a concubine will always be a child of a concubine. You should have some sense of the situation. Long Yu stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Long Batian's resoluteness. Did he not require her for the alliance with the Bai family? If she were to sever ties with the Long family now, would she not be rendered utterly insignificant? Bai Li Che had spared her life? But only out of consideration for the Long family. Father, I spoke in haste. Please do not be angry. You must understand, there is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. If you wish to be respected, you must strive to surpass societal expectations. Concentrate on your cultivation and refrain from harboring ill intentions. This admonition was directed at both Long Yu and Bai Li Che. Long Batian was aware of Bai Li Che's impure motives, yet at this moment, the two families were intertwined by interests. The decision had been made by the ancestors, and he had no authority to oppose it. Father, your reprimand is deserved. Today, it was my daughter who acted foolishly and offended you. Long Yu transformed back into her usual obedient and understanding self, yet a closer inspection would reveal her eyes brimming with resentment. It was all because of that foolish Long Li. As long as she was present, neither father nor brother would stand by her side. Long Yu's heart swelled with an unrelenting tide of hatred. Observing Long Yu's compliant demeanor, Long Batian sighed. She was still his blood. You should get along well with young Master Bai. I trust he will not mistreat my daughter. Of course, Long family head. Rest assured, should you ever bear children, she shall undoubtedly be my primary wife, Bai Li Che assured the crowd. Knowing that this was a promise to Long Batian, this old fox would not act without assurance. Very well, let us enter the residence and discuss matters further while dining. Those who recognize the times are wise. I commend your shrewdness, Long Batian remarked with a hint of disdain in his authoritative gaze. Let us proceed together. Bai Li Che offered a gentle hand to Long Yu. His expression warm. Long Li, however, was unconcerned. The notion of childbirth was laughable, especially when lacking the capability. Lier, do not involve yourself in your sister's affairs. The relationship between the Bai and Long families has been set by our ancestors. I have no authority to intervene. Your father has his reasons. Can you understand? I was merely concerned for my sister's injury. I meant no harm, yet it seems my good intentions have been misconstrued. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person as hard child. That is not what I intended. Your lack of cultivation worries me. I fear for your safety. Whether I am injured or not, I have already been harmed. I see that Bai Li Che and your precious daughter harbor profound hatred for me. It would be difficult to mend things now. Perhaps I should just keep my distance. You are the legitimate daughter of the Long residence. Why should you hide? I have left 4 hidden guards to protect you. If that is not sufficient, I will send a few more. You need only refrain from meddling in their affairs next time. Those 4 are sufficient. Having more would be unnecessary. Having additional spies watching over me is quite amusing. This scoundrel of a father truly has a sense of humor. Very well, your brother is about to participate in the Academy's grand competition. You should remain at the residence to recuperate and refrain from venturing out for the next few days. Long Batian was concerned for Long Li's safety. After all, it was safer within the residence where hidden guards were present, while the dangers outside were unpredictable. Father, Lier wishes to accompany my brother to Jialan Academy. Long Jiushao stepped forward, determined not to leave Long Li behind in the residence, not even for a few days. Bai Li Che, with his steadfast resolve, believed that Long Yu would surely bring harm. And he did not wish to see Long Li suffer once more. What nonsense is this? Long Batian thundered. How can Lier not practice? Why are you taking her to the Jialan Academy? The Phoenix secret realm is about to open. My son will take Lier alone. Long Jiuxiao's gaze was unwavering, showing no sign of compromise. You intend to take Lier to the secret realm? It is fraught with peril. Long Batian's anger was palpable. His expression dark and foreboding. This boy never seems to ease his father's worries, always dragging Lier into trouble. Father, it is I who wishes to see it, and my brother will protect me, Long Li interjected. Peeking from behind Long Jiuxiu and gradually stepping to his side. Lier, that place is far too dangerous for you, moreover our family can send a formidable cultivator to the secret realm. My decision is made. Father, there is no need for further discussion. The disdain for her father was evident, as she wondered whether he truly cared for her or simply feared wasting a valuable opportunity. At that moment, Long Li could not bear to even glance at Long Badian, feeling a deep-seated annoyance towards this inadequate father. Child, all I do is for your own good, this matter is not to be broached again. With that, Long Badian waved his sleeve and strode away. Long Li scoffed, who dares to stop me if I wish to go? Lier, do not be upset, once today passes, we shall leave together tomorrow, brother is the best. Let us first dine in the front hall, after all, it is Long Yu's return, and as legitimate offspring, we must exhibit a grand demeanor. Very well, she replied, feeling idle and curious to observe the foolish couple's affectionate antics. In the front hall, the butler had begun serving the meticulously prepared dishes. Long Yu and Bailey Che sat at the table, and upon raising their eyes, they spotted Long Jiuxiu entering with Long Li. Their expressions soured immediately. They now felt a twinge of fear towards Long Li, for every time she appeared, they were inexplicably swept up in emotions, losing their reason and engaging in outrageous behavior. Chapter 82, Competition. Long Li found amusement in their wary gazes, pondering what there was to fear from a foolish legitimate daughter. Observing their frightened expressions only deepened her mirth. Lier, come sit beside your father and eat. Long Badian commanded, his anger tempered by a gesture of invitation. It is sufficient for my daughter to sit beside her brother. Father should converse more with sister Yu. The conversation was bland and unremarkable, causing Long Badian to inwardly sigh. It seemed his daughter was increasingly distancing herself from him. As long as she was happy, he would accept it. Upon closer inspection, Long Yu was furiously wringing her hands beneath the table, feeling utterly humiliated, as she had become the laughingstock while Long Li ascended to the heights of a legitimate daughter. The bias shown by Long Jiuxiu was one matter, but now even their father was showing favoritism. It appeared she would need to seek out ancestor Long Qian. Once he recognized her, this fool would forever remain beneath her heel. Father-in-law, have you heard about the Phoenix Secret Realm? Long Yu inquired. The Phoenix Secret Realm will open in 7 days, and only students from the academy can gain entry. There are a total of 8 spots across the 4 great halls, with 2 slots available per hall. Will you be attending, esteemed son-in-law? As the young master, it is only natural for me to go, and who will occupy the other spots? Father has decided to send Bailey Han along, but this matter is not yet finalized. This opportunity is significant, you must seize it, esteemed son-in-law. Your words ring true, Bailey Che and Long Badian replied, their tones laden with politeness. Upon hearing of this golden opportunity, Long Yu devised a plan. Father, does my brother's academy not allow a family member to accompany if he places in the top 3? I merely wish to accompany my brother to the Phoenix Secret Realm. How audacious, Long Li thought, tightening her grip on her cup. Hearing this, Long Badian glanced at Long Jiuxiu. Shower, perhaps it would be prudent for you to take Yuer along. As her abilities are commendable, this wretched father, even at this juncture, still considered sending Long Yu along. Had he not already grasped the situation? Why inquire again? Long Jiuxiu, without raising his eyes, briefly paused with his teacup, his tone tinged with displeasure. Elder brother, I am the only one in the Long residence whose cultivation can match yours. I hope you will consider this carefully. Long Yu perceived that Long Jiuxiu might not choose her. She yearned to make another attempt, for only then would she hold value in Bailey Che's eyes, and perhaps life would not be too arduous. In truth, sister Yu is correct. She is at least at the mid-stage of the spirit void realm. The opening of the Phoenix Secret Realm is indeed a fortuitous event for our family, brimming with treasures. Having a powerful ally would greatly benefit Shower in acquiring these treasures. Upon hearing this, Long Yu cast a smug glance at Long Li, her pride palpable. Indeed, the Secret Realm is exclusively for the younger generation, and those above the Spirit King realm are barred from entry among the younger generation. There are virtually no spirit kings among the illustrious families and sects, and Yuer can be deemed a genius of her generation. With that, Bailey Che downed his cup in one swift motion, pondering that if Long Yu could attend, she might acquire some treasure, which would ultimately fall into his hands. His words unsettled Long Li. What nonsense is this? Only those beneath the Spirit King realm are allowed? Who made such a foolish decree? Does this mean all my preparations are in vain? The secret realm is within reach. What is going on here? Brother, why are those above the Spirit King realm barred from entering? Who knows who established this? The secret realm serves both as a trial and an opportunity, yet danger lurks as well. Those surpassing this threshold will be denied entry at the entrance checks. Long Yu interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Not a mere waste asking about the secret realm. It is laughable for a fool to inquire about such matters. This time, my brother has already agreed to take me to see it. It seems your wishes cannot prevail, sister Yu. Even with limitations, I shall endeavor to enter. This is a grand opportunity. What did you say? Are you deaf? Father, my sister cannot cultivate. Why must my brother take her along? Long Badian sighed deeply. This matter has already been decided by your brother. It ultimately depends on the outcome of the Jelan Academy competition. Father, does the ancestor also agree with this? Long Yu invoked the authority of the Long family ancestor. Seeking to pressure Long Badian, Long Jiuxiu scoffed, this is a matter concerning the young master of the academy. Even the ancestor has no right to intervene. Elder brother, do you truly favor sister? You are already married. If you wish to go, seek your husband, not the young master. Long Yu's face contorted with grievance, feeling that this fool had once again snatched her opportunity, since both father and brother spoiled this foolish daughter. She would approach ancestor Long Qian. She could not believe such a splendid opportunity would be granted to a fool. Bailey Che's eyes turned icy. What was Long Jiuxiu thinking? Did he intend to bring along this foolish child? Was he seeking to endanger her? Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered by this imbecile. The young master is mistaken. Even if she is married, Lier is still of the Long family bloodline and a talented individual. This treatment is indeed excessive. Bailey Che's words held a hint of mockery. Since you are so concerned about Long Yu, you may take her with you. Whether to go to the Long residence depends on the young master's wishes. As this is an opportunity granted by the academy, not an internal quota of the Long family, Bailey Che's face darkened, a storm brewing within him. Some people simply lack shame. If they had the ability, they should take themselves instead of barking like this, ruining what should have been a pleasant meal. Long Li set down her chopsticks, speaking nonchalantly. Sister, how can you speak so rudely? Did I speak rudely? Is it not the truth that outsiders have no say in the Long residence? Father, perhaps Lier should not return anymore. My sister seems to think of her as an outsider. This fool was suddenly exhibiting a semblance of intelligence. Had she finally woken up, Long Yu's eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance. Lier, even if your sister is married, she is still of the Long family bloodline. Long Badian interjected, his tone laced with reprimand. That matters not. My brother has promised me regarding the secret realm. Should anyone dare to stir trouble, I shall not hesitate to lose my temper. Upon hearing the threat of her wrath, Long Yu's expression shifted. If this fool lost control, no one could stop her. She had suffered greatly the last time. You child, let us discuss this later. Do not lose your temper at the drop of a hat. It is unbecoming of a legitimate daughter. Long Badian wore an expression of helplessness, feeling that none of them regarded him as a father. Chapter 83. The ancestor Long Li scoffed and stood up. Turning to leave, remaining in such a foul atmosphere would surely provoke her to violence. Long Jiuxiu cast a glance at Long Yu and Bailey Che. Father, I shall return to prepare for tomorrow's journey. Very well. At the table, only 3 remained. Long Yu stood. Father, I wish to see mother. Go ahead. Husband, may I stay at the Long residence for a night? Bailey Che raised his gaze, scrutinizing her. Since Lier wishes to stay, let us proceed as she desires. Thank you, husband. As Long Yu exited, Long Badian lowered his eyes, clearly lacking in spirit. Today's matters require the young master of the Bailey family to exercise patience. Lier possesses an avi disposition. Henceforth, we shall all be one family. The head of the family hopes that, regardless of the time or place, the young master Bailey shall not bring harm to Lier. Naturally, I shall not. Rest assured, Master Long. That is good to hear. Since we are returning today, Lier wishes to reside in the Long residence for the night. I have matters to attend to in my own estate and shall return to escort Lier back tomorrow. In these times, he must still rely on the Long family. My mother spoke true. To achieve great endeavors, is it not wise to endure for a moment, since there are affairs to manage at home? I shall not impose further. Lier requires the young master's care. The head of the Long family can rest easy. Yes, summon the young master Bailey out of the estate. The steward appeared promptly at the door. Please, young master Bailey. Just as Bai Che departed, Long Badian donned a different demeanor. This young man is cunning and clearly not of benevolent nature. Why must the ancestor support Bai Che's ascension? Long Yu proceeded directly to the rear courtyard of the Bailey residence, a place where the 3 ancestors resided, usually off limits to outsiders. The rear courtyard is situated on elevated ground, with an entrance flanked by a grove of bamboo. Beyond the bamboo, a meandering stream flows far into the distance. The spiritual energy here is remarkably dense, and before the courtyard lies a garden of spiritual herbs, filled with various spiritual grasses. Long Yu, having visited numerous times, made her way straight to the courtyard where ancestor Long Qian dwelled. The 3 bold characters Yulong courtyard were inscribed with vigor. Long Yu's eyes sparkled with a smile. This time, that fool was finished. The junior Long Yu has come to pay her respects to the ancestor in the courtyard. She stood outside the tightly shut wooden doors, speaking sweetly. Dressed in black, Long Qian's weathered face bore an unusual flush, and his eyes reflected a calmness born from experience, exuding an air of resolute authority. You girl has arrived. Please come in. Yes. Hearing the invitation, Long Yu's eyes glimmered with triumph. The ancestor indeed favored her. Creak, I have returned today to pay my respects to the ancestor. Long Qian looked at Long Yu's obedient and understanding demeanor with great satisfaction. You were thoughtful, you girl. Come sit. Thank you, ancestor. How has life been for you since marrying Bai Che? It is bearable, but Long Yu paused, tears beginning to fall. Long Qian looked at her in confusion. What troubles you, you girl? Have you suffered some grievance? Ancestor, are you aware of the Phoenix secret realm matter? Long Yu wiped her tears, her tone tinged with grievance. I am aware. Do you know that father and elder brother refused to allow me to accompany them and instead sent my legitimate sister? Long Qian's brows furrowed, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. What nonsense is Badian up to? Is this truly the case? Absolutely. I am a junior branch inferior to my sister in status, but this concerns the family's interests. My presence could assist elder brother in seizing the treasures, while my legitimate sister would require his protection. After all, she is an ordinary person, and her safety is not guaranteed. Long Yu displayed an expression of selflessness for the family. Her eyes filled with sincerity. Today, she intended to reclaim all that belonged to her. How dare a fool contend with her? The ancestor valued family interests above all, and even her father must heed the ancestor's arrangements. You girl, you should return for now. I shall handle this matter, then I shall take my leave. Long Yu turned to depart, her spirits lifted as if blooming flowers adorned her face, seemingly confident that matters were resolved. Long Qian vanished from the courtyard, making his way to the courtyards of the other two ancestors. What brings you here? In the courtyard stood an elder clad in green, with white hair and sharp, discerning eyes, his demeanor showing clear disdain. Long Hai, what tone is that? Long Qian's face darkened with displeasure. I am as I am. If you dislike it, you need not come. You are indeed petty. Is it so wrong for me to win a few rounds against you? Ha, when have I ever favored you? Long Qian pointed an accusing finger at Long Hai, fury evident on his face. I heard you two bickering from afar. An elder, vibrant and sprightly, approached clad in white, his silver hair dancing in the wind, his deep-set eyes gleaming with cleverness. Long Cheng, your timing is impeccable. Please arbitrate. Long Qian looked ready for a quarrel. Enough with the daily squabbles. Do you not feel wearied by it? I have not argued with him. He came to my courtyard seeking trouble. Long Hai appeared nonchalant. You wretched little man, what right do you have to bar my entry here? Long Cheng sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. Enough now, you are brothers. Do not let the younger generation witness such disgrace. Long Qian plopped into a chair, his expression far from pleasant. You girl came to seek me out, claiming that Badian has sent Long Li to the Phoenix secret realm. Are you both aware of this matter? Long Li cannot cultivate. Does this trip not seem reckless? Long Hai sighed softly. At this moment, Long Chang remained calm, observing the visibly displeased expressions of the two. A faint smile crept across his wrinkled face. Badian, as the head of the family, will handle this matter. As ancestors, we ought not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. You speak lightly. The Phoenix secret realm is a grand opportunity. Is it not beneficial for Jiu Shao and you girl to go together? Furthermore, you girl possesses remarkable talent. Would it not be unjust to deny her this chance? Long Qian spoke with a tone of righteousness. I am indifferent to who goes, but Long Li cannot cultivate. Her presence would only complicate matters for Jiu Shao and pose a danger to herself. Long Hai stated. Long Cheng took a sip of tea, his expression unchanging. Long Qian, remember that Long Li is the legitimate daughter. Gazing at Long Cheng's expression, Long Qian felt a pang of defeat. He was not unaware of this, but the legitimate daughter was a fool, and he simply believed you girl to be astute and exceptionally gifted. I have made no assertions. I simply feel that family interests should take precedence. And I believe Long Li is unqualified to attend. This matter ultimately lies with Jiu Shao. Whether Long Li is qualified is not up to you to decide. In truth, Long Chang and Long Hai were both of legitimate birth. They held a strong regard for the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. In their eyes, even if Long Li were a fool, she remained of legitimate birth. However, Long Qian was different. He himself was of illegitimate birth but later recognized under his legitimate mother's name. Barely passing as legitimate. Chapter 84. Pressuring. Long Qian's expression darkened momentarily. What are you implying? Must Long Li's status as a legitimate child grant her unrestrained freedom? What do you propose? Long Hai raised an eyebrow. I believe the illegitimate offspring should also be diligently nurtured. You girl possesses exceptional talent, and she should be allowed to experience the Phoenix secret realm. Though that may be true, this opportunity is provided by Jiu Shao. It ultimately depends on his wishes. As the young master, he ought to be aware of family interests. Seeing a shift in the situation, Long Qian gestured for Jiu Shao, Long Li, and Long Yu to come forth. A shadow darted past, disappearing in an instant. What do you mean by this? Long Hai frowned. These juniors require a proper reprimand. Jiu Shao has acted inappropriately, and as ancestors, we must ensure he understands. Long Qian wore a smug expression. Believing this would compel Long Li to withdraw, she lacked the strength to venture into the Phoenix secret realm. Peach Blossom Cottage. Long Li was enjoying tea and basking in the sun, relishing such a peaceful and beautiful life. She wished it could last forever. Suddenly, her expression turned cold. An unfamiliar presence approached the courtyard, yet Long Li remained silent, feigning ignorance. The ancestor summons you. A man in a black robe and mask obscured his features, his eyes cold and distant. And who might you be? Long Li nonchalantly sipped her tea. The ancestor summons you. The man repeated his words, seemingly unwilling to engage with Long Li. A cold scoff echoed in her heart. How dare this mere spirit king treat her with such disrespect? Yet, she chose not to react. I understand. The shadow vanished in an instant, like a fleeting breeze. The ancestor, how intriguing. It appears Hanzhou was indeed correct. Long Yu has sought out that old man Long Qian, that old Ku truly invites trouble upon himself. Perhaps I shall pay this ancient being a visit. Madame Ning's courtyard. Mother, I have been battered and bruised by Bai Che. I cannot endure this life any longer. Madame Ning gazed at her frail daughter, her heart aching. Your marriage to Bai Che is now a settled matter, but as for Long Li and Long Jiushao, I shall ensure they are all eliminated. Really? Long Yu's expression reflected disbelief. Just endure a little longer. Once Long Li is dead, you will rightfully claim your position as the young mistress of the Long residence. At that point, Bai Che will no longer dare to lay a hand on you. Mother, where will you find an assassin? Is this plan foolproof? That is not your concern. I am fully prepared. As soon as Long Jiushao returns to the academy, I shall deal with him on the road. As for that fool, she will be even easier to handle, a matter of moments to eliminate. I appreciate your efforts, Mother. I will be sure to honor you well in the future. Foolish child, your status is no lesser than anyone else's. Remember, Long Li is unworthy to lace your shoes. Despite being born of the junior branch, this identity would be a lifelong stigma. You will come to understand certain matters in time. Do not overly compromise. Bai Che is your equal in strength. Should he strike you again, you have every right to retaliate. Trust that your father will not stand idly by. The daughter has learned of it. Mother, just now the ancestral elders sent someone to notify me that I must make a trip first. It may be that the Phoenix Secret Realm has come to a new resolution. The Phoenix Secret Realm presents a significant opportunity. This time, you must seize the chance. Regrettably, father and elder brother both hold that fool in high regard. We shall see how Elder Long Qian arranges matters this time. Elder Long Qian has always favored you. He will undoubtedly assist you. Since he has summoned you, you should hasten there and not keep the elder waiting, lest you appear disrespectful upon Long Yu's departure. Madame Ningyao let out a sigh. This Bai Li Che is truly unworthy. For now she shall endure, for in the future, they mother and daughter shall become the noblest of individuals. The abode of the elder, Long Jiushao led Long Li directly inside. This place was unfamiliar to Long Li, as the original owner had never visited. Her eyes roamed around, and she soon noticed 4 hidden guards in the shadows. Among them, one aura felt familiar. It was the man in the black robe. To her astonishment, all of them possessed the strength of spirit kings. Indeed, the Long family harbors hidden depths. Jiushao brings Lier to pay respects to the elder. In the courtyard, 3 elders were gathered. Long Yu was already present. Her gaze was lowered, her heart filled with joy. Elder Long Qian was indeed formidable. Little sister greets elder brother and sister. She presented herself with an air of politeness. Long Jiushao replied indifferently, while Long Li did not deign to glance her way. May I inquire what matters have prompted the elder to summon Jiushao? Long Jiushao asked with neither subservience nor arrogance. Long Li raised her gaze to examine the 3 elders, one in white, astute and reserved, one in green, weathered yet possessing piercingly bright eyes, and the last, a shadowy figure, exuding an air of calm authority. Each of these elders was undeniably powerful. Long Chang, late-stage spirit saint, Long Hai, early-stage spirit saint, and Long Qian, also early-stage spirit saint. Long Li assessed them and lowered her eyes. Indeed, these 3 elders possessed remarkable strength, comparable to that of the Bai Li family's elder Jiushao. Whom do you intend to bring to the Phoenix Secret Realm? Long Qian's tone was laden with authority, embodying the demeanor of an elder. The affairs of the Phoenix Secret Realm will also depend on the Academy's great competition. If Jiushao emerges victorious, he will naturally take Lier with him. A flicker of anger flashed in Long Qian's eyes. As the heir of the Long family, Jiushao ought to prioritize the family's interests. Long Li is merely an ordinary person. What purpose is there in bringing her along? Ignoring Long Qian's inquiry, Lier expressed her desire to attend, and Jiushao readily acquiesced. Long Qian's expression darkened. To him, Long Li was a worthless individual. Are you bringing her along to meet her demise? Long Yu possesses exceptional talent. She can assist you in acquiring treasures. Long Qian, be cautious with your words, Long Chang interjected, his tone tinged with displeasure. Long Qian snorted coldly, though my words may be harsh, they are nonetheless the truth. You truly lack respect for your elders. You are unworthy of the elder's position. Long Li lifted her gaze, her eyes as cold as ice and filled with murderous intent. That wretched old man thinks far too highly of himself as he ages. The 3 elders were momentarily taken aback, their eyes scrutinizing Long Li's breathtaking visage, as well as the murderous glint in her eyes. Is this truly the foolish legitimate daughter they once knew? Impudent, Long Qian bellowed in fury. Unfazed, Long Li met Long Qian's enraged gaze without flinching. Lier, you must not be disrespectful, Long Jiushao murmured. Long Chang observed Long Li, his eyes devoid of anger, instead filled with a sense of scrutiny. Are you the Li girl? Indeed, without a doubt. Li girl, you seem rather different from before. The elders have never met the younger generation. How could they know that the younger generation has changed? Long Chang's eyes twinkled with amusement. Such a bold girl, showing no trace of fear, truly worthy of being the Long family's legitimate daughter. At that moment, Long Yu could not allow the foolish Long Li to rise again, given elder Long Qian's demeanor. Today, Long Li must yield her position. Long Yu's eyes sparkled with triumph. Chapter 85. Confronting the elder, you may not be aware, but my sister is sometimes lucid and sometimes not. Currently, she is likely in a lucid state. Long Yu said, taking a couple of steps forward. Oh, is that so? When she is not lucid, she strikes anyone she sees. I have been struck by her numerous times, even the young master by Li has felt her wrath. Long Yu feigned innocence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, presenting a pitiful image that tugged at the heartstrings. Seeing this, Long Qian's expression softened. Even if she were the legitimate daughter, she should not assault her half-sister. Such behavior is utterly immoral, tarnishing not only her own reputation but that of the Long family as well. You, a half-dead old man, speak so brazenly. Why should I concern myself with appearances? If she says I struck her, then I did. You old man are clearly biased, unable to treat everyone equally. What right do you have to sit here and flaunt your authority? Long Li's tone was icy, her heart brimming with murderous intent. No matter how high one's realm, she was unafraid. You are utterly outrageous. As a junior, if you are not punished today, what rules will the Long family have left? Long Qian's face darkened with anger. He had never liked Long Li, and his disdain had now reached its peak. Elder, do not be angry. My sister is like this on ordinary days. I do not blame her. She is merely acting as the legitimate daughter. Long Yu covered her face, pretending to wipe away a tear. Long Li let out a cold laugh, slowly approaching Long Yu. A character of such base conduct has no sense of propriety, if anyone has lost face. It is you, Long Yu's sister. Why do you speak so ill of me? Is it because I have wronged you in some way? If so, I apologize. To defame you. You are hardly worthy. Your disgraceful deeds are well known throughout the sacred dragon continent. Do you dare claim I am defaming you? Long Yu's heart burned with a desire to strangle Long Li, yet she feigned generosity and understanding, presenting herself as the pitiful victim to garner Long Qian's sympathy. Sister, every mistake is my fault. I beg you not to speak of it further. You play your tricks well, but it is unfortunate that you have met your match. Your true nature of spreading rumors and being utterly disgusting has been revealed. What fault do you have in being true to yourself? With a thud, Long Yu suddenly knelt down. Elder, I was drugged at that time, and it was my sister who administered the drug. To protect her from scandal. I willingly took the blame. Long Yu's tear-streaked face was heart-wrenching, so pitiful that even a dog would wag its tail in sympathy. Long Qian stepped forward to assist her. This matter is not your fault. Today, this elder shall seek justice for you. Thank you, elder. All I wish is for my sister to cease her persecution. Clap, clap, such a skilled performer. This tactic of retreating to advance is executed beautifully. Long Li applauded. What remarkable acting, truly worthy of being trained by Madame Ningyao, the epitome of grace. Sister, mother has not treated you poorly. Why speak thus? With the four great families, father, the young master by Li, the head of the Jialan Academy, and the leader of the 9 Dragons Pavilion all present, do you dare confront them? A flicker of fear crossed Long Yu's eyes as she instinctively moved behind Long Qian. Sister. Woo, were you not the one who claimed I drugged you? Let the elder investigate. At that time, I was indeed with the master of the Diju Pavilion. Are you implying that the master of the Diju Pavilion is also complicit? Long Yu lowered her gaze. Her fingers clenched tightly. That wretched girl, how could she be so articulate? A few words turned the situation around. Had she not dug her own grave? The 3 elders were taken aback. The master of the Diju was incredibly powerful and shrouded in mystery, and there was no way he would engage in such behavior. Long Yu's moral failings, combined with her scheming, must be scrutinized by the elder. Long Jiuzhao's expression was equally cold. Long Qian's gaze flickered. Could it be that you girl truly lies? How could someone so kind and gentle commit such acts? You girl, elder, this matter has come to this. There's no need to dwell on it. Today, you did not inquire about the secret realm. Whether I go or not is inconsequential. If my sister wishes to go, then let her. All I hope for is her safe return. Long Cheng's eyes brimmed with disdain. You were the one who brought this up, a mere illegitimate daughter daring to slander before the elder. You are truly lacking in discipline. Upon hearing this, Long Yu shuddered in fear. The Yu girl is also a victim. Do not frighten her. This child has it hard enough. Long Qian spoke in defense, for he genuinely favored this younger generation. Indeed, as the elder brother had said, Long Qian favored Long Yu greatly. Even now, he shielded her. In his eyes, this legitimate daughter seemed to be of little worth. It was unfortunate that in her view, this old fool was nothing but a nuisance. Even protection must have its limits. A mistake is a mistake. Some rules cannot be broken. As the elder, you have exceeded your bounds. Long Qian appeared embarrassed. Normally, Long Cheng adopted a detached demeanor, yet when it came to serious matters, he dared not neglect his duties. I understand. However, the Yu girl possesses great talent and is the hope of the Long family. Is the elder implying that I am not the hope, but that she, Long Yu, is the heir? Long Jiuzhao's face reflected his displeasure, and his tone turned cold. Long Qian regarded Long Jiuzhao, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his features. You are the heir, and she is your sister. We are all family. I have only one sister, Lier. She is the only one I recognize as family. Have you all turned against me today? Long Qian waved his hand, releasing his oppressive aura. The elder, unworthy of the position, has no face to preach. Do you think you alone possess any abilities? Long Jiuzhao countered with his own spiritual energy. In such a short time, you have broken through to the late stage of the spirit Shen realm. Long Qian's expression shifted. He had not inspected their realms upon entering and was astonished at the rapid progress. This has nothing to do with you. Today, I am the heir of the Long family. Even if you are the elder, I remain unconvinced. My elder brother speaks the truth. Who would respect an ancestor who lacks integrity? He merely knows how to flaunt his authority. Once my brother matures, he shall deal with this blind old fool. Longly squinted, her face adorned with disdain, noticing Long Jiao's slightly pale complexion. Longli placed a hand on his back. Enough, Long Cheng bellowed, unleashing a surge of power that forced Long Qian to retreat a half-step. What do you mean by this? These juniors show no decorum. Daring to confront the ancestor, should they not be punished for this? Long Qian shouted in anger, your actions are flawed, and thus you earn no respect. Long Cheng's eyes gleamed with displeasure as he shot Long Qian a glance that rendered him obedient. Zhou Shaoli girl, this matter stems from Long Qian's mishandling. There is no need for your anger. Elder Chang. Lier is a legitimate daughter. How dare Long Yu, a mere illegitimate child, slander her elder sister and spread falsehoods? According to family rules, she deserves severe punishment. Long Jiaoshao fixed his gaze on Long Chang, showing no sign of retreat. The Phoenix secret realm was obtained through my brother's hard work. What face does Long Qian have to claim it as a benefit of the Long family? If Long Yu wishes to go, she may seek her husband, not covet this place in the Long family. If Long Qian is confused, he should seek treatment. At this moment, his madness surpasses even mine. Long Li's tone dripped with sarcasm, her eyes filled with revulsion. At this moment, she felt a murderous intent. If the old man dared to show off again, his death would be imminent. Long Qian's face turned a shade of liver, his lips twitching as he trembled in rage. This damned fool dares to slander me so. Is being born legitimate truly that commendable? Long Yu's instigation and framing of the legitimate daughter deserve punishment. Long Hai remarked coldly, narrowing his eyes. Thud. Long Yu knelt on the ground, trembling as she repeatedly bowed her head. Elder ancestor, I merely wished to venture into the Phoenix secret realm to seize treasures for the Long family. I never intended to frame my elder sister. I realize my mistakes. At that moment, she was terrified. Long Qian could no longer protect her. Chapter 86. A dire fate. Long Li pursed her lips, gazing at Long Yu, who was kneeling and incessantly bowing her head. If she remained obedient and engaged in mutual combat with Bai Li Che, she might endure a little longer. As the ancestor, I shall punish you with 300 strokes. If you dare to spread rumors again, you will be expelled from the Long family. Long Chang had never favored her. Previously, due to her talent, he had refrained from intervening, allowing Long Qian to handle matters. It seemed he had raised a tiger to suffer from its claws. How could such a scheming and venomous woman be worthy of being a child of the Long family? The ancestor shows mercy. Considering the alliance with the Bai Li family, I shall let this matter pass this time. Were it not for the Bai Li family, do you think 300 strokes would suffice? Long Yu's face turned ashen, her forehead bruised. Elder Qian, please save me. Say, 300 strokes will not endanger your life. Long Qian dared not say anything further. He recognized his errors today, and Long Chang was already furious. His pleas were in vain. Elder Chen. Woo, bring her away and administer the punishment. Suddenly, two individuals in black appeared, dragging Long Yu away. As for the Phoenix secret realm, I believe that even if not for you, girl, Long Li should not go either. The dangers are too great, and she lacks the ability to protect herself. Long Qian insisted stubbornly. That old fool, with a face full of wrinkles, could crush small animals. Yet he remains utterly shameless. Long Li was infuriated. Even at this juncture, he refused to relent. Long Chang and Long Hai nodded in agreement. Zhou Shaoli girl lacks the ability to protect herself. Taking her there is exceedingly dangerous. Long Chang stated calmly. The ancestor's words resonate with Zhou Shao. Lier will gradually cultivate her abilities. This journey also presents an opportunity for her. Long Zhou Shao understood in his heart, but this was his sister's desire. He naturally wished to fulfill it. Fortunately, Fengzhu would accompany him for protection, so the journey should pose little danger. I wish to enter the Phoenix secret realm. Elder Chang, I shall bear the concerns you have alone. If I perish there, it is my fate. If I return alive, it is also my fate. My life is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. Long Li stood before the three ancestors, exuding an ethereal demeanor. Yet the determination in her eyes was impossible to overlook. Ha! Long Chang laughed heartily. Truly, a scion of pure blood, possessing both courage and vision. Long Hai's eyes brimmed with admiration, while only Long Qian wore a disdainful expression. Thinking that anyone could boast, what use was a foolish waste? At this moment, Long Li remained unfazed. Securing an opportunity was sufficient. She could not afford to offend these stubborn old men too much. It was best to know when to withdraw. Elder Chang and Elder Hai's attitudes towards her were relatively favorable, as she could not cultivate. However, Elder Qian seemed to harbor a particular disdain for her. If the ancestor has no further matters, I require some time to gather my belongings. Eli girl, your father has spoken with me regarding your situation. However, when will your ailment be healed? Long Cheng expressed his fondness for the now clear-headed Long Li, hoping she could fully recover from her affliction. This junior is uncertain. Perhaps one day that elder will find a remedy. It depends on fate. This statement was noteworthy, as she would have an explanation when the time came. Very well, you may go and prepare. This junior takes her leave. Long Jiaoshao and Long Li exited the courtyard. Long Qian, you were truly foolish, Long Cheng said, visibly displeased. What do you mean by that? That Long Yu clearly possesses a deep-seated cunning. Do not be deceived by appearances, you girl is simple-minded. How could she harbor such schemes? I believe Long Li is the true transgressor. Long Qian's face was filled with anger. Clearly refusing to back down. Long Qian, you have lived long enough to understand the principle of moderation in all things. Jiu Shao possesses exceptional talent and is the hope of the Long family. Long Li is his legitimate sister. You must think carefully. Today, Long Chang was quite satisfied with Long Jiu Shao, who had made rapid progress at such a young age. He would undoubtedly surpass them in the future. So what? Does he dare to rebel against his ancestors? Long Qian was certainly no fool, he merely refused to admit it. You know in your heart, do not act impulsively lest the consequences outweigh the benefits. After finishing, Long Chang vanished from the courtyard. Amir Jr., would he dare? Long Qian scoffed, shaking his sleeve as he left, leaving Long Hai seated at the table sipping tea. In the Long family estate. Long Yu was punished with strokes. And the two individuals in black stood with their arms crossed, observing the punishment. What has happened to her? Long Batian furrowed his brow and inquired. She spread rumors and framed her elder sister. Elder Chang ordered 300 strokes. The black-clad figures spoke coldly, their tone devoid of warmth. All the servants, guards, hidden protectors, and maidservants listened intently. What is going on here? At that moment, Long Li and Long Jiu Shao passed by. Father, do not interfere. Long Yu spread rumors, claiming that last time she engaged in illicit acts with others, it was Lier who drugged her, causing her harm. Furthermore, she even sought out Elder Qian alone, requesting him to take her to the secret realm. Long Jiu Shao cast a disdainful glance at Long Yu, who was bloodied and battered. This was not favoritism, but rather Long Yu's utter ingratitude. She deserved heavy punishment for framing her legitimate sister and daring to spread rumors before the ancestor. Long Batian's face was filled with fury as he directly issued orders. Long Yu raised her gaze to the three standing before her, her eyes bloodshot, hatred surging like a torrent. She vowed to remember this moment of humiliation. Her father and brother would become her enemies, and she swore to destroy them. Long Li gazed into those hate-filled eyes, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. She saw no reflection on her misdeeds. Instead, shifting all blame onto others. I am a bit weary today. I shall return to gather my things. Long Li expressed her desire to leave, finding no enjoyment in the spectacle. Tomorrow, brother will wait for you at the gate. Very well. Long Li glanced at Long Yu. Her vendetta against the original owner was merely beginning. She would savor the experience of bringing her demise slowly. I in the Peach Blossom Cottage, no one is to disturb me. Yes, Han Zhou replied respectfully. Long Li returned to her room, surveying her surroundings before slipping into her spatial realm. Qian Ming, what has transpired? Qian Ming was leisurely sipping tea, but upon seeing Long Li's anxious expression, he set his cup down. The Phoenix secret realm has restrictions. I fear my current level may not permit entry. Long Li sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea and taking a delicate sip. Restrictions? Yes, only those below the Spirit King realm may enter, and I am already at the Spirit Emperor realm. Do you not possess the Qilin Jade? It can conceal your cultivation. I am aware of that. However, the entrance to the Phoenix secret realm should have a detection mechanism, and I fear I might be expelled. That should not happen. After all, the Qilin Jade is an artifact from ancient times. A mere lower realm secret realm should not be able to detect it. I must see for myself. We are departing for Jialan Academy tomorrow. Be cautious on the way. Rest assured. By the way, how much spirit liquid do we have now? Bring me a few bottles. There are still 7 or 8 bottles. If we excavate a few more spirit veins, we can obtain even more spirit liquid. Spirit veins are valuable, but they are difficult to find. One must seize them. Safety comes first. We will pursue spirit veins as fate allows. Qian Ming was keen to ensure she faced no harm. Chapter 87, Hatred. Long Li's eyes narrowed. She sensed a spirit vein within the ancestors' courtyard. However, would it be too excessive to simply excavate it? She was not concerned about that old fool Long Qian. But Long Chang and Long Hai were relatively acceptable. What are you contemplating? Seeing Long Li lost in thought, Qian Ming inquired. I was considering where to obtain a spirit vein. Do not rush. Take your time to explore. Spirit veins are treasures of nature. Some things depend on fate. Only those with great prowess can successfully acquire them. Attempting to excavate will be perilous. I am not in a hurry. How are Bai Zhe and the others doing? Everything is satisfactory. Now that the spiritual essence nourishes, it is likely that Shangjiu will soon emerge from its shell. At the time, it will have to endure the tribulation of lightning. Do you think the lightning tribulation can penetrate this Qilin Jade? That is indeed an intriguing question. I must admit, I am uncertain. However, it is essential for divine beasts to undergo the baptism of heavenly thunder. Ideally, it should venture outside to face the tribulation, as it would greatly benefit Shangjiu's future cultivation. Ancient divine beasts cannot escape the lightning tribulation. The laws of the heavenly path do not permit it, as this is a trial that must be faced as a divine beast. Long Li sighed. The lightning tribulation is indeed terrifying, yet once it ventures out to face the tribulation, Shangjiu's aura will be detectable by powerful beings, which could pose a grave danger. I understand. When the time comes for the tribulation and hatching, I will protect it by its side. It will require some time, do not burden yourself with worries, for some matters are inescapable. Xin Ming is well aware that once the tribulation begins, the dangers extend beyond merely the lightning. There are also those restless powerful beings lurking. Very well, I shall return to my cultivation. With that, Long Li made her way directly to the spiritual fruit orchard, a vast expanse filled with spiritual fruit trees. Alongside countless spiritual herbs steadily growing. A smile crept onto her face. The risks taken to seize the spiritual veins were indeed worth it. Breathing in the faintly wafting spiritual energy, she sat cross-legged and commenced her cultivation. Madame Ningyao gazed at her daughter, pale and bloodied, tears streaming down her face like rain. What crime has my daughter committed to deserve such punishment? This young one is unaware. The head of the family merely instructed us to bring her back, replied the butler respectfully. Quickly summon a physician. Madame Ningyao shouted in anger. The head of the family has already dispatched a physician. He is waiting outside. Let him in at once. My daughter has lost so much blood. Can she survive? The physician, holding a medicine box, looked at the hand gripping his arm. Madam, please do not panic. I must first conduct an examination. Only then did Madame Ningyao release her grip, her expression filled with sorrow and concern. After a thorough examination, the physician reassured her that the young lady was not in immediate danger. She simply needed to rest in bed and recover from the excessive blood loss. Very well. As long as there is no danger to her life, I will prepare some medicine shortly. Please ensure she takes it on schedule. Understood. As the physician departed, Madame Ningyao looked at her unconscious daughter. Her eyes filled with anguish as a figure clad in black appeared before her. What is your command, madam? Go and request a pill from your master. Simply inform him that Juer has been injured. Yes, the black-clad man vanished in an instant, leaving Madame Ningyao seething with hatred. Long Badian, do not blame me for being ungrateful. I had intended to leave quietly, yet you have shown such cruelty towards Juer. Juer, my precious daughter, please awaken soon. Madame Ningyao's face was pale as she continuously called out. After countless calls, Long Yu finally regained consciousness. Mother, this time, Long Yu did not weep but bore an icy expression. Juer, you have finally awoken. Mother, I want Long Li dead, Long Jiushao dead, and all the people of the Long residence must perish. Long Yu's pallor was striking, yet her eyes blazed with a frenzied hatred. Juer, do not frighten your mother. Madame Ningyao ceased her weeping and stared blankly at Long Yu. Mother, I am fine. I merely harbor a deep-seated hatred for the people of the Long residence. From this day forth, they are my lifelong enemies. We shall not rest until one of us is dead. What transpired today? The patriarch ordered punishment. It is all Long Li's fault. Were it not for her, my daughter would not have been chastised. However, my father showed no hint of compassion, instead scolding my daughter. Such a father is unnecessary to me. He is no longer my father. You must endure for now. Long Li will die tomorrow, and that is something you need not worry about. By then, the Long residence will be yours alone, and your father will likely not be so harsh with you. Now is not the time to confront them, as the opportunity has yet to mature. For now, patience is essential. Yuera must not learn of this, lest her fury lead to careless words. The pain coursing through her body only fueled Long Yu's hatred for Long Li. A mother, give Long Li to those beggars. Let them play with her before killing her. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Disabling Long Jiujia's cultivation and shattering his meridians will allow him to witness his sister's humiliation at the hands of beggars. Do not kill him. I want him to endure suffering. Truly, you are my daughter. Displaying such venomous intent, Madame Ningyao's eyes gleamed with admiration. Her daughter ought to be this way. Ruthlessness is her true nature. Mother, I desire a man. It seems Bai Li Che has some issues with his body, as we shared a bed on our wedding night. Madame Ningyao hesitated. Have you truly considered this? Yes, the following morning. Master, Madame Ningyao intends to launch an ambush en route. The specifics were not conveyed in detail, but those dark guards are formidable, and a new arrival's cultivation remains unclear, reported Hanzhou respectfully. What a formidable Madame Ningyao! It appears her connections are not to be underestimated. Long Li mused, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Tomorrow, you and Han Yan shall return to the mountain villa. No one else is to accompany me, and the Jilan courtyard is off limits to outsiders, but the ambush, rest assured, my father will send dark guards to protect our return to Jilan courtyard. Even if all perish, I shall remain. Hanzhou felt uneasy, yet he dared not defy his master's orders. Understood, these are some pills I have concocted. Please take them back and distribute them as needed. Thank you, Master. At the entrance of the Long residence, Long Badian stood at the doorway bidding farewell to his two children, his eyes filled with reluctance. Showered, go forth and protect your sister, and take care of yourself as well. Father, do not worry. With me here, Lier will be safe. Long Jiushao, clad in white, exuded an aura of coolness and restraint. Father, brother, Long Li emerged slowly, also dressed in white, appearing ethereal. Lier, do you understand the importance of listening to your brother? Father, rest assured, I will heed whatever my brother says. Good child, I have dispatched 10 dark guards to escort you to Jilan courtyard. Just as Long Li had anticipated, this scoundrel of a father would indeed send dark guards for protection. How thoughtful of you, father, you are the treasures of my heart. Naturally, I must protect you well. Long Li thought to herself with disdain. such treasures indeed, farewell, father." Without a backward glance, Longli climbed into the carriage. "The child has departed. May you take care of yourself, father." Long Jiushao also turned to board the carriage. Chapter 88. The ambush. Watching the departing carriage, Long Badian lingered at the entrance for a long time, not returning until the carriage was out of sight. "I hope for your safe return." The carriage was spacious, with a small sandalwood table in the center bearing Long Li's favorite pastries, flanked by two small reclining chairs cushioned with thick cushions. "Brother is truly considerate." Lier is venturing out for the first time, so naturally she must be more cautious. Long Jiushao wore a fond expression as he personally handed her a pastry. "Thank you, brother." Long Li smiled sweetly as she accepted it. My dear Lier is undeniably beautiful. When she smiles, she resembles a white lotus blooming upon a snow-capped mountain, noble and elegant, exuding an otherworldly grace. I wonder which young man will eventually sweep her away. Long Li lowered her gaze, thinking that men are nothing but distractions that hinder one's ambitions. "Do not jest, brother. Is that truly your sentiment, Lier? Your beauty is beyond compare, brother. You are the most handsome man I have encountered." Suggesting our mother must have been extraordinarily beautiful to have birthed siblings such as us. Speaking of our mother, Long Jiuxiao's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. She was kind-hearted and beautiful, yet her health was poor, leading her to depart this world early. "Brother, do not be saddened. Our mother watches over us from afar." Long Li consoled him, recalling her own mother, who had also left too soon. Indeed, Lier has grown. She now knows how to comfort her brother. Long Jiuxiao smiled, reminding her to behave and not wander too far while at Jilan Courtyard, although the headmaster has granted my request. There are still some unsavory characters within the academy. Rest assured, brother. Long Li cast her eyes downward, pondering how long the journey to Jilan Courtyard would take. Approximately 2 days, without breaks. This journey will require Lier to endure some hardship. It is not too far. With provisions at hand, we shall manage well. Long Li thought to herself, considering where the assassins sent to ambush them might lie in wait. The dark guards dispatched by Long Badian are nearby. I wonder if they can withstand these assailants. Lier, what occupies your thoughts? Long Jiuxiao, seeing her downcast gaze, assumed she was feeling melancholic about leaving home for the first time. I was pondering what your academy is like. Long Li lifted her gaze, smiling slightly. We shall find out once we arrive. At the long residence. Yuer, the pair of siblings has set off. News of their journey will soon arrive. Madame Ningyao's expression was filled with malice. She was finally going to eliminate that foolish Long Li, as well as that lofty young master. "Mother, hearing you speak this way, I feel no pain at all. Bai Li Che will come to escort you shortly. Will you return or remain in the residence?" Long Yi's expression darkened. Bai Li Che, that hypocrite, if she were to return, she might face further torment. It would be better to seize this opportunity to recuperate here. "Mother, I do not wish to return. Is there any way to persuade father to allow me to stay?" "Do not worry about this month. I have already spoken to the master of the house regarding this matter." "Mother, from where did you acquire the elixir?" Ningyao's eyes flickered with evasion. Do not inquire further. In time, you will understand. Bang, bang. At that moment, Madame Ning, the young master from the Bailey family, has come to fetch the second young lady. How could he arrive so swiftly? Ningyao adjusted her attire and stepped outside. Madame Ning greeted Bailey Che with a warm smile. "Young Master Bailey, please come in." Madame Ning exuded grace and tenderness at that moment. Within the inner chamber, Bailey Che's eyes were filled with disdain. In truth, he had long heard of Long Yu's punishment, yet he was uncertain of its veracity. Observing Long Yu lying pale upon the bed, he scoffed. "Indeed, a worthless being." Husband Long Yu called weakly. Bailey Che's gaze was contemptuous. "What has happened to you, Yuer? Is it not the fool Long Li? She colluded with Long Jiuxiao to punish me." Long Yu's eyes flickered again. She could not reveal that it was due to the elder's punishment, nor could she mention the matter of the birthday banquet, for this man would surely tear her apart. "Oh," Bailey Che raised an eyebrow, his eyes scrutinizing. "Yuer is a member of the Bailey family. One must consider the master when striking a dog." Long Jiuxiao is indirectly slapping this young master's face. Madame Ning welcomed him with a smile. "Young Master Bailey speaks truly. This time, Yuer has sustained grave injuries. The physician advises against any movement. It would be better to wait a couple of days and allow Yuer to return to the young master's residence on her own." Long Yu cautiously assessed Bailey Che's expression, aware of his disdain for her, yet, at this moment, she could only endure in humility. All of this was the result of that foolish girl. "Yuer, do you wish to remain in the Long residence to recuperate?" Bailey Che displayed a faint smile, as if genuinely inquiring about Long Yu's wishes, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes were frigid. "Husband, I am in great pain. May I stay?" Tears welled in her eyes, presenting a pitiful visage as Long Yu pleaded before Bailey Che. Seeing her thus, Bailey Che appeared even more indifferent. At this moment, he desired to strike this woman, but with Madame Ning present, he restrained his restless fury. "You wish to remain. Can this young master forcibly take you away?" Bailey Che snorted coldly, striding out hastily. Madame Ning glanced at Long Yu before quickly pursuing him. "Thank you, young Master Bailey, for your concern." Recalling her mother's instructions, Bailey Che paused. "Madam, please take good care of Yuer. In a couple of days, this young master will send someone to fetch her." Upon hearing this, Madame Ning's face brightened. That would be a trouble for you, young Master Bailey. Indeed, we are all family. There is no need for you to be polite, madam. After uttering this, Bailey Che swiftly departed the courtyard. Long Yu lay upon the bed, her face ashen. Bailey Che was enraged, and she feared she would face punishment upon his return. She needed to devise a means of exchange. Young Master Bailey will send someone to fetch you in a few days. It appears he is not angry, mother. You do not understand. He is clearly furious, and upon returning home, I will undoubtedly be punished. Do not worry, I shall send 2 shadow guards to assist you, should he strike you. They will surely come to your aid. Shadow guards. Mother, are you concealing something from your daughter? Long Yu's expression was one of astonishment. Do not inquire further. Focus on your recovery. Madame Ning seemed to evade the topic. Turning and leaving hastily in the sacred spirit mountains, the carriage traversed the narrow path enveloped by the forest when suddenly an aura of killing intent surged forth. Long Li narrowed her eyes. Assassins indeed choose their locations wisely. This place, with its undulating mountains and sparse population, would conceal their actions. Lier, remain obediently in the carriage. No matter what occurs, do not exit. Long Jioshua's expression was icy as assassins had already blocked the carriage's path. The shadow guards sent by Long Batian appeared instantly. Who dares to assassinate the young master of the Long family? Kill. The assailants showed no interest in idle chatter and issued their command directly. Chapter 89. Striking to kill. At this moment, Long Jioshuo did not exit the carriage, for the shadow guards were present. His primary duty was to protect Long Li at his side. Bang! The sounds of combat erupted outside. The stench of blood wafting into the carriage. Long Li sensed the situation. Madame Ning truly had a capable hand, as one among them was at the spirit heaven realm. Brother, waiting here is not a solution? Lier put Long Jioshuo's sword from the carriage, racing towards the assassins, his hand channeling spiritual energy as he struck. Bang! The lead assassin had not yet made a move, upon seeing Long Jioshuo charging towards him. A cold smile emerged on his face as he unleashed a wave of spiritual energy. Who are you? Long Jioshuo hovered in midair, wielding a green long sword that glinted menacingly in the sunlight. As expected of the young master of the Long family, he possesses some skill, yet you, merely at the spirit profound realm, dare to seek death. Since you recognize this young master, your employer must be someone familiar. At this moment, Long Jioshuo felt a twinge of worry. This individual was a master at the late stage of the spirit heaven realm, and in this confrontation, he would undoubtedly lose, however, for Lier's sake. He had to fight to the death. Long Jioshuo glanced at the surrounding forest. He needed to lure this master away. You need not know your employer's identity. Today, we will not kill your enchanting sister. Why, haha, the black-clad assassin chuckled, because we wish to keep her to serve us, and then toss her to the beggars in a decrepit temple before killing her. The black-clad man had long desired Long Li since his time in the Long residence. His presence here was merely to indulge his desires. Upon hearing this, Long Jioshuo's expression darkened instantly. Shameless scoundrel, there is no need for you to be angry, young Master Long. Who does not love a stunning beauty? Especially the legitimate daughter of the Long family. The black-clad man's eyes sparkled with greed. He could hardly contain his desire to rush into the carriage. This young master will not allow you to succeed. Long Jioshuo was enraged, his spiritual energy surging. Long Li, listening to their conversation from the carriage, finished the last morsel of cake in her hand. So vicious, so disgusting. Too bad, she is not the original owner. She followed it with a sip of tea. Long Jioshuo was at a disadvantage, but he could hold on for a while longer. At this moment, Long Li pondered how to assist him. Perhaps a grand slaughter in the forest would suffice. With this thought, a bloodthirsty smile danced upon her lips. She adjusted her garments, preparing to disembark and initiate the hunt. Clang, clang, Long Jioshuo and the black-clad man exchanged dozens of blows in midair, clearly illustrating Long Jioshuo's inferior strength. At this moment, a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth. The shameless rogue must die, otherwise, if Lier fell into their hands, it would be disastrous. Dragon slash, Long Jioshuo shouted loudly, channeling his spiritual energy into his sword, summoning a colossal dragon in his wake. Though merely an illusion, it was overwhelmingly powerful, seeming to roar as it charged towards the black-clad man. This was Long Jioshuo's strongest strike, yet it consumed a significant portion of his spiritual energy. The Long family does not pass down sword techniques, yet they are indeed formidable. Alas, your cultivation level is still too low. The black-clad man wielded a black long sword, appearing unperturbed, showing no signs of pressure. As he channeled his spiritual energy, the black sword hummed excitedly, and he gripped the hilt with both hands, delivering a powerful slash. Bang! The dragon's illusion shattered instantly, and Long Jioshuo staggered from the sky, spitting out blood. His snow-white attire was stained crimson. Long Li, standing below, rushed forward just in time to catch Long Jioshuo as he plummeted. Brother. Lier, flee quickly. Long Jioshuo coughed blood, splattering it on Long Li. Brother, rest for a moment. Long Li swiftly rendered him unconscious in her embrace. The black-clad man hovered in the air, addressing her. Little beauty, will you come willingly with me, or shall I take you by force? Long Li smiled, cradling Long Jioshuo as she sprinted into the forest. Once enveloped by the trees, she activated her spiritual energy. Moving swiftly through the woodland, the black-clad man's eyes glimmered with lust as he pursued her into the forest. Long Li traversed the woods for some time before gently placing Long Jiu down and feeding him a pill. She crossed her arms and perched on a nearby branch, awaiting the arrival of the black-clad assassin. As expected, the black-clad assassin quickly closed in, standing not far from Long Li. Little beauty, why have you stopped running? Who is Madame Ning to you, and who is your master behind the scenes? Long Li cut straight to the chase, causing the black-clad man to falter momentarily. What do you know? I know a great deal. Such as Madame Ning sending you to kill me, and that your master possesses formidable strength, as well as your master having scaled the walls of the Long residence to clandestinely meet a married woman. Long Li swung her legs casually, her demeanor relaxed, her tone indifferent. The black-clad man scrutinized Long Li, astonished that this foolish girl was aware of so many details. Moreover, she carried a large man yet moved with such speed. Devoid of any discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy, how is she capable of this? So, you know everything, do you? Now tell me, who is your master? If I am pleased, I might grant you a complete corpse. Haha, little beauty, are you jesting? Long Li appeared to have lost all patience, a wicked smile on her lips. You may die now. Accompanying her words, her figure vanished from the branch with astonishing speed. Delivering a powerful strike, the black-clad man's eyes widened in horror as he felt an overwhelming pressure that stole his breath away. You are actually, bang! The black-clad man was obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. You have long expressed your disbelief, deeming it a waste of time. Long Li abruptly turned, cradling Long Jiu as they retraced their steps. At that moment, Long Jiu awoke, stirred by the elixir. Lier, how do you feel? Lier, put me down. Long Jiu stood upon the ground, his complexion slightly more vibrant. Brother, the man in black was pursuing us, yet he seems to have vanished. Lier, are you injured? Do not worry. Brother, I am unscathed. Long Jiu's eyes brimmed with guilt. I am sorry, it is my weakness that failed to protect you. This is not your fault, brother, you will grow stronger in the future. Once he regained his composure, Long Jiu pondered, how did Lier evade such a formidable foe? Moreover, her stamina seems extraordinary, allowing her to carry me for such a distance. Observing her calm demeanor, as if unperturbed by the assassination attempt, he wondered what truly lay beneath the surface. After her recovery, her demeanor had transformed drastically, her approach to challenges altered. Could this still be the timid sister he once knew? Chapter 90. Suspicion. Long Li felt a sense of helplessness. She could not reveal too much at this juncture, or she would have acted long ago. Gazing into Long Jiu's contemplative eyes, she could only hope he would not suspect her again. Those from the upper realm could descend, and her enemies might one day follow suit. Her current strength was insufficient, the original host had been rather foolish, and now that she had become so powerful, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among certain individuals. To amass more strength, she needed to maintain her facade for a while longer. Brother, I was truly frightened and clung to you behind the tree. At this moment, she needed to play her part, for it seemed Long Jiu was beginning to doubt her. He lifted his gaze, observing her familiar yet strange visage, feeling that the black-clad assassin would not easily relent. A spirit realm expert would not fail to locate them. Lier, are you concealing something from me? At this moment, Long Li's emotions were tumultuous. If she claimed not to have rescued him, she would appear cold-blooded. Yet if she confessed, she would only deepen his suspicions. What could she say? That her sister had perished, and she was merely the soul occupying her body. Brother, why do you ask so? Is it something I did wrong? A spirit realm expert, how could you evade one without training? Is the spirit realm truly that formidable? Long Li's eyes were filled with disdain. In the presence of such strength, the spirit realm seemed utterly insignificant. At that moment, Long Jiu was taken aback. His sister truly knew nothing. It was no wonder, given her lack of training. Very strong. Even I cannot contend with them. Oh, to me, he is merely a villain. In the future, brother will surpass him. Was it possible that he was overly sensitive? How could Lier be a powerhouse? Long Jiu smiled gently. Lier, we must leave this place quickly. The assassin may come after us again. Long Li was left speechless. The man was dead. Could he truly rise again? Even if he could, he lacked the means to reassemble himself. Brother, do not fret. I believe he will not pursue us. After all, he failed in his assassination attempt. We are not fools. Surely we would not neglect to inform our family to send help. Lier was right. An assassination attempt only afforded one chance. Long Jiu furrowed his brow. Gazing into the depths of the distant mountains, he felt no aura of danger, indicating that the assassin had departed. Brother, do you never take a shadow guard when you venture out, as the young master of the Long family? Do you not have a couple of trusted shadow guards? Long Li expressed her confusion. Of course I do. I sent one back to the academy to arrange accommodations for you. I see. No wonder the personal shadow guard is absent. He was preparing your lodgings ahead of time. Indeed, utilizing his spiritual energy, Long Jiu intended to take Long Li into the air, only to discover that his injuries had healed. Lier, did you give me elixirs? Yes, brother, you were gravely injured. Upon hearing this, Long Li graciously admitted it. Elixirs are exceedingly precious. Do not waste them on me, save them for yourself. It seemed that the elder had provided her with an abundance of elixirs. This foolish girl had given them to him, rendering her own minor injuries somewhat extravagant. No matter how fine the elixirs, they should be utilized on the deserving. Brother, you were injured while protecting me. I am deeply grateful. Elixirs are material possessions. Thank you, Lier. His words warmed Long Jiao's heart. Regardless of the time or place, Lier was always the kindest to him. Near the carriage, the assassins had all vanished. 2 shadow guards from the Long residence had sustained injuries, yet none were in mortal danger. Among them, 2 shadow guards had departed to report to the family head. The remaining 8 bore some external wounds but were otherwise unharmed. Long Jiao Longli, as they exited the forest, they happened to witness the assassins just leaving. Young master, it is our incompetence that has caused you and the young lady to be harmed. The 8 shadow guards knelt, their eyes filled with remorse. Had anything happened to the young master or the young lady, they could only offer their lives in atonement. Fortunately, they were all safe, but how had the young master evaded a spirit realm expert's pursuit? Rise, it is not your fault, Long Jiao replied coolly. The 8 shadow guards stood. We have already sent someone back to report to the family head. Those who dared to assassinate the young master will surely face the wrath of the family head, who will dispatch strong guards to escort you. Well done, tidy up, and we shall continue our journey. Those severely injured will return home with 1 guard, the rest will accompany and protect us. Understood, young master. Long Li and Long Jiao boarded the carriage and continued onward. Long Li surveyed their surroundings and asked, Brother, that assassin seemed to know me. Do you think it was someone who wished to kill us? Raising his head, Long Jiao's eyes were cold as ice. The assassin was exceedingly vile, and his manner of speaking suggested familiarity with Lier. Was it Long Yu, or perhaps Bai Li Che? Long Yu lacks the capability to summon a spirit realm expert. It must be that scoundrel Bai Li Che. It seems they are unwilling to let Lier go. I am not afraid. Brother will protect you. Once we reach Jialan Academy, no one shall dare to assassinate you. I will inform father and request him to send a few strong guards for your protection. Long Li blinked, who was afraid. With you here, I could easily deal with those worthless fish, with brother by my side. I fear nothing. At this moment, the carriage sped up, for none could predict whether another assassin might strike. At the Long residence, report to the family head. The young master encountered an assassination attempt in the Sacred Spirit Mountain range. 2 shadow guards knelt, their faces still stained with remnants of blood. Showered Lier, were you harmed? Long Batian's complexion paled. The young master was injured, but the young lady is unharmed. However, there was one among the assailants who was a spirit realm expert. We were not their match, and we hope for the family head's leniency. What? A spirit realm expert? Long Batian's gaze darkened. Who could wish to assassinate Shower and Lier? Could it be the Bai Li family? Yes, that individual was quite powerful, and the young master was injured in the confrontation. However, we overheard them speaking vile words, suggesting they targeted the young lady. The shadow guards recounted the words they had overheard to Long Batian, who in a fit of rage shattered the table before him with a single strike. Damn them, how dare they lay a hand on Lier? They truly are courting death. You may leave. Long Batian furrowed his brow and vanished from the room. In Long Cheng's courtyard, Long Batian reported the entire incident. How audacious! The Long family is not to be trifled with. Long Cheng's expression was one of fury. Old ancestor, I suspect it is the Bai Li family behind this. They seek to eliminate Shower and Lier. It seems that Bai Li Che is unreliable. This may not be the work of the Bai Li family. They would not be so foolish to investigate thoroughly. Should we send someone to protect Shower? A mere spirit realm expert dares to harm the young master of the Long family? I will handle this matter. You proceed with the investigation. Long Batian lowered his gaze, nodded slightly, and withdrew. Chapter 91. A desperate situation. Long Cheng's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Chasing wind, chasing cloud, you two shall go protect the young master and the young lady, ensure they come to no harm. 2 dark figures knelt before him. Yes, who seeks to kill Jiao Shao? Could it truly be those decrepit members of the Bai Li family? Jiao Shao is a prodigy, he is the future of the Long family. If they dare to lay hands on him, they shall not escape unscathed. It seemed the agreements of the past would be broken. The Long family was not like other noble families, easily squished. The Bai Li family had miscalculated gravely. Long Cheng's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance. At this moment, Long Yu awaited news with bated breath. Soon after, Madame Ningyao entered, her countenance grim. Mother, what news? Long Yu inquired impatiently. The shadow guards report that this assassination attempt has failed, and the leader has yet to return. He may have already been killed. Madame Ningyao's face was filled with hatred. These useless fools, how could they botch such a trivial matter? It infuriates me. Why does Long Li have such a charmed life? Long Yu's expression twisted into one of malice and frustration. Do not despair. This assassination failed, yet we have other opportunities. However, this time they were heavily guarded. It seems your father arranged for their protection. He is not my father. He is my enemy. Do not speak nonsense. You must remain obedient. Without the Long family's protection, you would struggle to survive in the Bai Li estate. Mother, Long Li must die. We must send more people to intercept her. If she reaches Jialan Academy, it will be too late. Rest assured, the Dark Guards embark once more on a mission to eliminate their target. This time, success is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Long Yu felt a modicum of tranquility within. Long Li, you must perish, once you are gone. The Long residents shall have but one mistress, and who would dare to belittle her then? Long Jiushao and his companions dared not linger, pressing forward with fervor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fiery hues cast a crimson glow upon the earth, heralding the impending arrival of night. Long Li found the pace unbearable, the discomfort of the carriage was excruciating, and at that moment she longed for the company of the great cat. Soaring through the skies, where comfort reigned supreme, this relentless journey for a handful of assassins hardly warranted such desperation. Long Jiushao remained ever vigilant, haunted by past attempts on his life. His state of mind was far removed from that of his earlier departure. Danger lurked in every shadow, especially in such desolate mountains. Night finally descended, enveloping the land in darkness. Thankfully, the moon hung high, casting a sliver of light into the abyss. Birds chattered incessantly in the woods, while the night wind howled, rustling the leaves with a whispering sound. Howls echoed as beasts emerged in search of sustenance, shattering the tranquility of the night. Long Li furrowed her brow. Yet another wave of assassins approached. What kind of influential figure has Madame Ningyao allied herself with? These assassins seem to come in relentless waves, indicating her life holds considerable value. Brother, the calls of the birds suggest they are startled. Could there be nefarious individuals trailing us? With her profound cultivation, Long Li could discern the presence of the assassins, while Long Jiushao, with his lesser strength, would only sense them if they drew near. At this moment, Long Li was cautioning him that more assassins were on their way. Long Jiushao's expression was icy, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Could it be that the assassins were indeed pursuing them again? Remain alert to our surroundings, he commanded. Yes, young master, outside the carriage. The 5 dark guards wore expressions of vigilance, their hearts racing with trepidation. Brother, why not abandon the carriage and proceed on foot? The carriage is too conspicuous. We should conceal our presence and hide in the shadows. At this juncture, among the assassins was a mid-stage spirit heaven realm cultivator, while the remaining 15 were late-stage spirit profound realm practitioners. Should they be discovered, if she refrained from intervening, everyone here would face certain death, including Long Jiushao. However, if she acted, her secret would be exposed, a risk she was not yet willing to take. Now was not the time to reveal her true identity. Very well, Long Jiushao instructed. Let us abandon the carriage and traverse this mountain. He lifted Long Li into his arms and soared into the woods, with the 5 dark guards closely following. As they took flight, the startled horses bolted in panic, galloping wildly along the path. The forest was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only slightly by the moonlight. Long Jiushao flew for quite some time before finding a suitable place to hide. Conceal your presence. We shall walk for a distance, he instructed the 5 dark guards. Brother, I can walk on my own, Long Li protested, feeling uncomfortable being carried. Long Jiushao gently set her down, cautioning her to be careful. The group began to walk through the woods, utilizing their spiritual energy to fly would expedite their journey but risk revealing their location. Shortly after they abandoned the carriage, a group of masked figures rushed towards it. The lead figure, clad in black, furrowed his brow. Why is there no aura emanating from this carriage? Stop the carriage. Several black-clad individuals swiftly subdued the horses and raised the curtain, only to find it empty. Boss, there is no one here. The leader of the black-clad figures surveyed the vastness of the forest, pondering if their quarry had hidden within. Madame Ningyao was a favored darling of their master. Should this mission fail, punishment would surely follow. Pursue them, they must be in the woods. We must eliminate that pair of siblings today. In an instant, a dozen black-clad figures soared towards the forest, sending the birds scattering in fright. Just as the black-clad figures departed, 2 silhouettes descended from the sky. Young master, where is the miss? Chasing Cloud, clad in black with a silver mask, remarked, there were at least a dozen presences here moments ago. Likely the assassins. It appears we have arrived too late. Chasing Wind, Dawn in a green robe with a black mask, added, young master, the safety of the miss is paramount. They must be in this forest. We should hasten our pursuit. Agreed. At this moment, Long Li remained ever watchful of her surroundings. The forest at night was fraught with danger, teeming with wild beasts. Lier, I apologize for the hardships you've endured. Long Jiushao expressed regret. Brother, what use is lamentation at this juncture? Survival is of utmost importance. Long Li replied frostily, her tone sharper. With beasts ahead and assassins behind, your life truly hangs by a thread. Long Li observed the path ahead, noticing several magical beasts, one of which was a first-tier spiritual creature. This is bad. It's a night demon wolf, the dark guard warned. Approximately 7 or 8 night demon wolves approached at a swift pace. Prepare for battle, Long Jiushao commanded, placing Long Li protectively in the center. With a howl, the night demon wolves surrounded them, their eyes glowing green in the darkness, exuding a predatory hunger. Among them, a larger night demon wolf sauntered forward. Clearly their leader. Humans, surrender at once. The dark guards trembled in fear, recognizing the creature as a spiritual beast. They hadn't anticipated such a presence in these mountains. Long Jiushao gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze as frigid as ice. With assassins closing in from behind and now facing a first-tier spiritual beast, fate was indeed mocking him. He felt expendable, yet he pondered Long Li's fate. We can all remain. You need only spare one, Long Jiushao stated coolly. In the heat of battle, the assassins would undoubtedly sense their plight. If Long Li were to escape alone, she might survive. You are all already in my grasp. Why should I let one go? The night demon wolf scoffed, its disdain palpable. The it seemed incredulous that a human would utter such a foolish request. Long Jiushao seated, were it not for the assassins lurking behind. He would not fear this wretched wolf. Brother, do not waste breath on this mutt. If it disobeys, simply eliminate it, Long Li remarked, her narrowed eyes radiating murderous intent. At that moment, Long Li's anger flared. She glared at the night demon wolf, a cold smile playing at her lips. Dare you call me a dog? Kill them all without leaving a trace. The night demon wolf bellowed. As it lunged forward, the 5 dark guards quickly engaged in combat. Lier, you must be obedient. Long Jiushao gently placed Long Li against a tree and dove into the fray, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy. With a resounding crash, the night demon wolf swept its tail, deflecting Long Jiushao's attacker. Upon closer inspection, its tail was lined with sharp barbs, menacingly glistening in the moonlight. Long Li observed the unfolding chaos. The relentless assassins were indeed pursuing them. At that moment, she leaped from the tree. Long Jiushao, fully engrossed in battle, remained oblivious to Long Li's movements. Seeing Long Li, the night demon wolf lunged, aiming to crush her skull. Long Li surveyed her surroundings and struck with a swift palm. With a resounding thud, the night demon wolf's head exploded, its brain matter splattering. Long Li grimaced in distaste, akin to a specter, and swiftly dispatched another wolf with a kick. Now only 6 night demon wolves remained, and she noticed the battles were one-on-one. At this moment, she could not intervene. Her gaze shifted among her companions, assessing for any life-threatening situations. One dark guard was flung aside by a night demon wolf, prompting Long Li to rush over. Are you alright, miss? I'm fine. You should hide, the dark guard urged before launching back into the fray. Long Li frowned. It seemed her presence was all too clear. At this juncture, she shook her head, observing that her comrades were not in immediate peril. Her concern lay with the assassins. Should they arrive, trouble would ensue. If she refrained from acting, the dark guards would surely perish here. For cultivators, without battle, there is no pressure. Without pressure, where lies the limit of the body? The key to breakthroughs lies in spiritual energy, opportunity, and most importantly, combat. This was a perfect opportunity for them to engage in battle. Long Jiushao had not fought earnestly since his last breakthrough. Now was the time to seize the moment. Long Li settled nearby, her eyes flitting between the combatants, ready to intervene should anyone's life hang in the balance. As the assassins drew near, it was certain that her wretched father would send reinforcements. Once they arrived, the assassins would pose little threat. Brother, give it your all, slay this mutt, Long Li cheered, her voice ringing clear. Long Jiushao trembled, his eyes alight with determination, as he wielded his sword like the wind against the night demon wolf. The night demon wolf, incensed by Long Li's taunt, trembled in fury, caught off guard by a strike that caused it to snarl in pain. Damn you humans, I shall tear you to shreds. Watching the night demon wolf boil with rage, Long Li found it amusing. She resolved to defeat it, or at the very least, provoke it into a frenzy. Perhaps allowing Long Jiushao the chance to strike. Brother, this mutt is quite fearsome. It looks more terrifying than the neighbor's big yellow dog, yet all dogs eat excrement. Why does this one crave human flesh? Is it some abomination? Neither dog nor wolf, Lier speaks truth. This beast has indeed mutated. Rest assured, brother shall slay it, Long Jiushao replied, a smile gracing his lips, proud of his sister's cunning plan to distract the night demon wolf. Ah, you two infuriate me, the night demon wolf roared, its fur bristling in anger, resembling a massive porcupine from afar. Long Li scoffed, as if hearing a particularly amusing joke, were it not for the need for discretion. She would have kicked this furry dog into the next realm, ensuring it regretted ever entering this world. Little pup, do not be so arrogant, even the neighbor's big yellow dog is more handsome than you. The cursed girl, I shall devour you, the night demon wolf bellowed, directly shattering Long Jiushao's stance as it charged toward Long Li. Glancing at the fierce and menacing night demon wolf, Long Li expressed her disdain. Lier, Long Jiushao shouted, his voice echoing as he rushed to intercept the beast. At this moment, Long Li fixed her gaze on the night demon wolf, her body remaining utterly still. Upon closer inspection, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered within her eyes. Her fingers rhythmically drumming against her knee with unwavering precision, the night demon wolf swiped a claw in her direction, and Long Li merely arched an eyebrow, swiftly lifting one foot. Bang! A gust of force swept past, sending the night demon wolf hurtling away. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Long Li turned to find 2 figures clad in black standing behind her. Their subordinates had arrived late. These 2 were none other than Chasing Wind and Chasing Cloud. Long Li bent down to flick the dust off her shoe, attempting to conceal her earlier motion, distracted by the demon wolf. She had failed to notice the arrival of others behind her. You must swiftly eliminate these demon wolves, Long Jiushao urged as he pulled Long Li upright, scrutinizing her closely and finding her unharmed, which eased his worries considerably. Brother, I'm fine, she replied, feeling a twinge of annoyance at being inspected so closely. Lier, why are you not in the trees? What were you thinking? Do you realize how perilous it was just now? Long Jiushao's tone was laced with reproach, the fear evident in his eyes, revealing how terrified he had truly been. Moments before, observing his expression, Long Li felt a pang of guilt, as if she were genuinely his biological sister. Though their souls may not be connected, this body bore the blood that tied them together, forging an undeniable bond. Assuming the role of a sister, she felt a certain resistance within her, after all. She was not the original owner of this identity, yet, in this moment, she began to grasp the emotions tied to the fear of loss. Long Joshua was genuinely frightened and pained for this sister he cared for. Brother, I won't do it again. In her previous life in the upper realm, she seldom grew close to anyone aside from that treacherous father-daughter duo. She had always been a solitary figure, never truly experiencing familial affection. Previously, she believed that duo treated her well, as they were blood relatives, but in the end, it was all a cruel joke. Their supposed kindness had been premeditated. Realizing his tone had been somewhat harsh, Long Joshua softened his expression, and the trembling of his heart, once gripped by fear, began to calm. Chapter 93, Unveiling. Bang, bang. The sound of explosions echoed as Chasing Cloud and his companion dispatched the remaining night demon wolves. These two warriors were exceptionally formidable, possessing not only incredible speed but also ruthless combat skills. Long Joshua gazed at the slain night demon wolves and couldn't help but exclaim, strength is indeed paramount. I must become stronger to protect those I hold dear. Brother, from now on Lier will protect you. To Long Joshua, this sounded like a jest, and when the radiant girl stood before him one day, he would think it but a dream. Alright, our Lier is the mightiest. Long Li took no offense. She believed that seeing was believing when it came to such matters. Young master, all the night demon wolves have been eliminated. Very well, I am grateful to you both for coming to our aid today. You are too kind, young master. We are here on the orders of the city's elder. This time, we shall escort you to the Jalan Academy. Long Joshua was quite pleased, as their presence provided an added layer of security. Indeed, the assassin will surely return for another attempt. They will not relent easily. This dense forest leads directly to the back mountain of Jalan Academy. At this moment, they had already traveled quite a distance, and retracing their steps might lead them to encounter the assassin once more. It would be wiser to traverse the mountain range directly. Thus avoiding unnecessary peril, Long Joshua surveyed the ominous mountains, aware of the dangers that lurked on both sides. What you say is true. We detected a group of individuals in the forest, although the mountains are perilous. We should have no problem with our swift flight. Chasing Cloud's eyes were icy as he scanned their surroundings. Very well, let us set off for Jalan Academy. Long Joshua swiftly scooped up Long Li. Weaving through the forest, with the addition of Chasing Wind and Chasing Cloud, they had little to fear from the assassin's detection. Utilizing their spiritual powers allowed them to move even faster and avoid beastly attacks. Long Li furrowed her brow, feeling quite uncomfortable being carried in such a manner. No sooner had they departed than the assassins arrived in hot pursuit, pausing momentarily at the sight of numerous demon wolf corpses. Boss, the aura here belongs to a strong figure of the spirit realm. It seems there is more than one. The leader's eyes darkened, appearing sinister under the moonlight. His instincts were correct. The Long family was indeed formidable. Casually dispatching two late-stage spirit realm warriors, this time, failure to report back would be untenable. They outnumbered their foes, and even if they could not slay both, killing the Long family's young lady would still count as fulfilling their mission. Pursue, we must eliminate Long Li. Understood. The group surged forward into the depths of the mountains, moving with astonishing speed. As the night of relentless pursuit faded, dawn began to break, the sun gradually ascending and casting a radiant glow that painted the mountain range in vibrant hues. Ahead lay a peak. If they could traverse it, they would reach the back mountain's dense forest of Jalan Academy. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, imbued with the faint fragrance of grass spirits. Brother, I can walk on my own. After being carried throughout the night, Long Li could no longer endure it. Lier, there is still one mountain to cross. Once we do, we will be safe. Long Joshua had no intention of setting her down. After all, a frail woman without spiritual power, regardless of her stamina, could not climb for long. Long Li rolled her eyes. She was reluctant to wrap her arms around Long Joshua's neck, as it would seem overly intimate. Even as siblings, there remained a distinction between genders, and furthermore, she was not truly his biological sister. This position was exceedingly uncomfortable, and she had reached her limit of tolerance. Brother, I worry you might tire. Perhaps you should set me down. I'm not tired. If you feel uncomfortable, just rest your hands on my shoulder, Long Joshua suggested, noticing her hands flailing for a place to settle. Long Li crossed her arms defiantly, refusing to budge. I am quite comfortable this way. Brother, do hurry along. There was little choice. After all, she had to maintain the facade of a weak, dependent maiden. This mode of transport would be etched into her memory for life. She found the back of the large cat far more agreeable. Just then, a shadow darted toward them. Long Joshua quickened his pace, clutching Long Li tightly, while Chasing Cloud and Chasing Wind followed closely behind. Forming a protective barrier, young master, they are in pursuit. Do not concern yourselves. Accelerate. Long Joshua tightened his grip around Long Li, his tone growing cold. Understood. The assassins had caught sight of Long Li and her companions, intensifying their pursuit as they harnessed their spiritual energy. They understood that beyond this mountain lay the territory of Jalan Academy. Should they enter, they would meet their demise, rendering this assassination attempt a complete failure. Pursue, we must kill Long Li. the leader of the assassins roared, igniting a fervor among the black-clad figures as they raced after their prey. Longley frowned, contemplating their intentions to kill her. Did they not fear their own bravado? Not realizing the strength they faced, hearing this, Long Jiuxiao visibly stiffened. They were indeed targeting Lier. It had to be that scoundrel Bailey Che, damnable, truly damned. Lier, do not fear. Brother will protect you. I am not afraid. Humph. At this moment, Longley silently scoffed, wishing she could dispatch them one by one, dreaming grandly while boasting. At last, the black-clad figures encircled them, and Longley was set down. She maintained her composure, brushing off the creases in her dress while surveying the assassins who had vowed to take her life. Why do you seek to kill me? Long Jiuxiao, Chasing Cloud, and Chasing Wind all turned to look at Long Li. At this moment, her tone was icy, her demeanor frigid, radiating an air of dominance. The leader of the assassins scrutinized Longley. Noting her striking beauty, cold and detached, had they not labeled her a fool, a waste incapable of cultivation, this commanding presence was hardly that of a weakling. She exuded calmness, as if she were the sovereign of life and death. We take money to eliminate nuisances. Upon hearing this, Longley's lips curled into a cold smile. It seems you have been well trained as shadows. You speak with precision. How much did Madame Ningyao pay you? I shall offer double. Go and bring me her head to hang at the gate of the Long residence. The moment her words fell, the assassins exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that this young lady of the Long family was fully aware of everything. Even instructing them to kill her employer, this was a bold maneuver indeed. The leader of the black-clad figures felt his mouth twitch beneath his mask, staring blankly at Longley, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Why do you not respond? Or are you from the shadowy factions of another continent, or perhaps a sex covert agents? I recall that Madame Ningyao had an ambiguous relationship with your true master. Implying that my father was cuckolded by yours. Chasing Cloud and Chasing Wind, accustomed to grand spectacles, were momentarily at a loss regarding the situation. Long Jiuxiao's expression darkened. How could the assassins be sent by Madame Ningyao? That woman with her pretentious demeanor would dare to kill Lier. Are you mistaken? Father could not have. Yet the remainder of his words faltered, as he found it hard to believe. Chapter 94. The matters of the past. Longley raised an eyebrow. Smiling, Long Jiuxiao's thinking seemed rather antiquated. What of being cuckolded? Men could take multiple wives, while women were expected to remain loyal. Was not the original owner's mother also a consort to Ningyao? Sharing a husband, if true love existed, how could there be other women, especially one who bore children with that man? In Long Li's eyes, a man's love is the most unreliable. Only strength can be depended upon. It is hardly surprising to be betrayed. My father chose this path, and we cannot intervene. However, to dare to take my life is a transgression too far. I am a person who repays grievances. Harboring grudges deeply, those who provoke me will suffer torment until their last breath, and even in death, I shall desecrate their remains and scatter their ashes. Lier, do not speak recklessly. Our father is the head of the family. And this matter must not be discussed lightly. I am not speaking out of turn. Just look at the assassins across from us. Their silence speaks volumes. It confirms my claims. The leader of the dark-clad assassins, at this moment, was at a loss for words. The relationship between their master and Lady Ningyao was ambiguous, and as subordinates, they could only obey orders. Do not make baseless assumptions. Who is Ningyao to us? Oh, why does your master find pleasure in married women? Scaling the walls of the Long residence at midnight, I am quite curious about what kind of man he is brazen enough to engage in such acts. Does his wife know? You must not speak out of turn. We are here to kill you. If you died, our mission will be accomplished, the assassin retorted angrily, unwilling to say more, for this was a private matter of their master. And as a shadow guard, he held no authority to elaborate. Chasing Cloud and Chasing Wind exchanged glances. Miss, do you possess any evidence for this claim? The evidence lies in Lady Ningyao's infidelity? These assassins are undoubtedly sent by her lover. Just look at them. They hardly resemble typical killers. They exhibit the qualities of elite shadow guards from a prominent family. This is quite evident. Chasing Cloud and Chasing Wind scrutinized them closely. Their eyes lowering. Indeed, they possessed the demeanor expected of shadow guards. Mere assassins would not be so well trained. They were elite operatives. Young master, we will report this to the city elder. Truthfully, they are undoubtedly shadow guards. Upon hearing this, the assassins grew alarmed. If they implicated their master's cherished one, would they still have their lives? At this juncture, they had no choice but to fight to the death. If they eliminated everyone, no one would dare to betray them. This Long Li was indeed despicable, meticulous in thought, and possessed remarkable judgment. She was an exceptionally astute woman. If she were a fool, there would be no wise individuals on this continent. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Brother, do not concern yourself with me. Eliminate these fools. Long Li's eyes narrowed slightly. As for Lady Ningyao, let her bear the wrath of a scoundrel father. Sometimes, what is the point of killing? The disgrace, the torment of body and spirit, makes the act of scattering their bones and ashes all the more gratifying. Boom, a chaotic battle was imminent, and the number of assassins was overwhelming, encircling them in an instant. Chasing Cloud and Chasing Wind, worthy of their title as the strongest shadow guards, showcased their formidable strength, swiftly severing a bloody head from its body. A few of them shielded Long Li in the center, While the assassin leader refrained from attacking, instead searching for an opportunity to eliminate Long Li. Observing the scene, Long Li remained utterly unfazed, standing confidently amidst the turmoil. She cast a disdainful glance at the assassin leader, who had been fixated on her. Truly, a loyal dog. After this secret realm concludes, she would thoroughly investigate the identity of this lover. The shadow guards under her command were exceptionally trained, exhibiting a level of extravagance surpassing some families. Could he be a lord from another continent? This thought sent a chill down Long Li's spine. A lord engaging in an affair, and with a married woman no less. This matter was quite perplexing. While Lady Ningyao possessed some beauty, she was hardly breathtaking. What could this man possibly find appealing in her? There are many enchanting women. She is not unique. Why Lady Ningyao, of all people? The shadow guards numbered 20 or 30. Clearly, they were not mere playthings. Lady Ningyao's identity posed significant questions. Upon returning, she would investigate personally. Long Badian appeared to be straightforward, not a cunning villain. The original host, Long Zhouxiao, was also a benevolent individual. Why then was Long Yu so malevolent, with a heart so wicked to the core? The disparity between them, despite sharing the same father, was quite striking. Could it be that Long Yu was the child of Lady Ningyao and her lover? If this were true, it rendered the situation all the more intriguing. Bang! Chasing Cloud and the assassin leader stood face to face, their strengths seemingly equal, making it difficult to predict a victor. As the fierce battle raged on, both unleashed their most potent attacks, striving to swiftly eliminate one another. The life of a shadow guard is dedicated to their master. They will continue to fight until death. Bang! At that moment, the forest was rife with the stench of blood, the sounds of screams, and the clashes of spiritual energy. Not a single dark guard from the Long family had fallen. Chasing Wind, with formidable prowess, darted among the assassins, his blade gleaming coldly, each strike staining his weapon with blood. After a protracted struggle, few assassins remained. However, the assassin leader, drenched in blood, was wobbling precariously, seeming on the brink of collapse. With a single blow, Long Zhouxiao stood beside Long Li, coldly observing the assassin leader. Speak, who is your master? I shall spare your life. Ha! The assassin leader laughed maniacally. He was too exhausted to continue fighting. Rather than suffer a torturous death, he preferred to end his own life. You will never know who my master is. You are unworthy of such knowledge. A puff. After uttering these words, the assassin leader swiftly drew his sword across his throat. Witnessing this scene, the remaining assassins exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to take their own lives. Long Li's eyes narrowed once more. The fact that these assassins chose to commit suicide suggested that their master held considerable status. Brother, do you know the origins of Lady Ningyao? She was a woman my father brought back during his travels. Already with child upon her return, I do not know much about it. At this moment, Long Zhouxiao felt an overwhelming loathing for the name Ningyao. If she truly betrayed their father, it would be one matter, but to dare plot against Lier was unforgivable. She deserved to be tortured and dismembered. It seemed that Lady Ningyao was indeed their father's true love, casually bringing back a pregnant woman. Long Li's tone was laced with disdain. This scoundrel father was quite fortunate in affairs of the heart, though he was unworthy of such fortune. Long Yu was less than a year younger than her, indicating that Ningyao and the scoundrel father had long been engaging in clandestine affairs. The original host's mother was indeed a pitiful woman. Their father had loved her from the beginning. Ningyao was merely an accident. Long Zhouxiao discerned the sarcasm in Long Li's words and wished to clarify. There were underlying circumstances regarding the events of that year, which their father had shared with him. Loving one's mother while marrying another woman, with Long Yu being so close in age to him, if this was true love, what then could be said of love in this world? Long Zhouxiao fell silent, having questioned their father about it before, but the only response received was that Ningyao was his savior, and he had become intoxicated, leading to unforeseen circumstances. As a man, he bore the weight of this responsibility. Chapter 95, the law enforcement pavilion. Chasing Cloud and Chasing Wind, in truth, were aware of some matters, being the elderess shadow guards, privy to the hidden truths of the past. It seemed they would need to report thoroughly upon their return. Lier, do not be angry. Father will handle his own affairs. As juniors, we ought to show respect. Regarding Ningyao's crimes, I will inform father in writing, and how he chooses to address it is his prerogative. If it becomes untenable, Lier may remain in the Galan Academy. The Long residence is a place filled with strife we need not return to. What position is young master? Long Zhouxiao has never regarded it highly. If their father fails to resolve this matter properly, they shall remain in the Galan Academy indefinitely. Over the years, he understood, yet he was also aware of his mother's deep sorrow. Though he was young then, he knew she secretly shed tears of heartache. Perhaps Lier was right. No woman can calmly accept another woman. What am I angry about? I am indignant on behalf of mother. Brother, why did mother suddenly pass away? Long Zhouxiao hesitated. Brother, just speak the truth. Long Li had long heard that their mother had died shortly after giving birth, supposedly due to complications, when their mother gave birth to him. She faced difficulties, ultimately sacrificing her own spiritual energy to ensure his safe arrival. However, her health deteriorated year by year, and despite their father seeking the finest physicians, she could not survive for long. Indeed, this was the case. How could a perfectly healthy woman suffer complications? After all, the original host's mother possessed considerable strength. She shouldn't have struggled to care for a child. Could it be that there was some connection to Ning Yao? How did mother and Ning Yao coexist? Their mother was magnanimous, naturally not one to make things difficult for Ning Yao. Every day, Ning Yao would come to pay her respects, appearing docile and understanding. Their mother treated her fairly well, often rewarding her with some of the better items. Longley felt a cold sneer within. The original host's mother was truly understanding. Being overly kind could lead to losing one's life. It seemed that the death of the original host's mother was indeed tied to Ning Yao. This scoundrel father truly committed a grave sin, marrying a concubine and causing his wife's demise. How utterly foolish. One must not be too kind. Perhaps one is facing a viper, and one day it may strike, not fatally, but the poison will seep deep into the bones, leaving little time left. Having spoken, Longley strode forward, eager to leave the mountain range, for the stench of blood filled her with discomfort. Some individuals are inherently wicked. No matter how well one treats them, they will never be grateful, perhaps thinking you are merely showing pity. As the saying goes, those who are pitiful must have their own faults. One must not forget the tale of the farmer and the snake. Longley's words struck Long Zhouxiao deeply. Could it be that there were hidden truths regarding their mother's death? Long Zhouxiao stood rooted in place, feeling as though his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, grappling with disbelief after walking for a while and noticing that Long Zhouxiao had yet to follow. Longley frowned. What is this guy doing, brother? Longley called out, and Long Zhouxiao turned his gaze toward her, his eyes bloodshot. He closed his eyes tightly, vowing to uncover the truth behind the events of that year. Their mother, being such a gentle and serene person, should not have met such an end. Let us depart for the Galan Academy. The hidden guards exchanged glances, particularly the duo of Chasing Cloud and Chasing Wind. Longley's words led them to realize that this seemingly useless young lady was far from ordinary. She appeared perceptive and composed, showing no hesitation when confronting assassins. How could such a woman possibly be a fool? Although her foolishness had somewhat abated, the undeniable truth remained that she could not cultivate. Such an exceptionally gifted woman should not be relegated to obscurity. Long Zhouxiao gathered his thoughts and took Longley's small hand, propelling them forward at a swift pace. As they approached the nearby Jialan Academy, the group quickened their steps. At last, they arrived at the back mountain of the academy. Who dares to come here? A cold male voice resounded. 6 figures promptly materialized before Long Zhouxiao and his companions. Senior brother Bei Ming, I am Long Zhouxiao, a disciple under Grand Elder Mo Yuan. These individuals are my family's hidden guards. The Jialan Academy's law enforcement pavilion was shrouded in mystery, responsible for enforcing the Academy's laws with an unforgiving demeanor, granting no leniency to anyone, and was directly overseen by the Academy's head. Ah, it is junior brother Zhouxiao. What brings you to the back mountain? Longley scrutinized the individual before her, a young man in his 20s clad in the Academy's law enforcement attire. Handsome and charismatic, bearing a hint of rebelliousness, they had abandoned their carriage while fleeing from pursuers, traversing this mountain range to arrive at the back mountain. Long Zhouxiao answered truthfully without concealing anything. Dare to pursue a disciple of Jialan Academy? Do you know who is responsible? Unable to ascertain the perpetrator's identity, further investigation was necessary. Long Zhouxiao lacked evidence and thus refrained from making unfounded claims. Bei Ming's gaze shifted to Longley, who was extraordinarily beautiful, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, ethereal and transcendent. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the vast sea, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Who is this lady? Long Zhouxiao stepped forward, pulling Longley a couple of paces closer. This is my younger sister, named Longley. After a brief pause, he continued, this is Bei Ming, the senior brother of the law enforcement pavilion. Rumors had it that Long Zhouxiao's sister was simple-minded and a veritable waste, yet here she was, possessing an exquisite visage. A woman clad in white, fresh and refined, bore a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Seeing is believing. Although she cannot cultivate, her beauty is indeed striking. This woman was named Yunxi, the granddaughter of the second elder, who had entered the law enforcement pavilion through her own merit. Having shown great talent since childhood, her words seemed to flatter, yet they dripped with sarcasm. Unfazed by such remarks, Longley perceived jealousy as a woman's inherent nature, yet also a harbinger of death. Jealousy could cloud judgment, prompting reckless actions that could lead to premature demise. Some individuals failed to grasp the principle that one would not suffer misfortune unless they invited it. In Longley's view, this woman epitomized such folly. Your words are misguided, senior sister. Beauty is a gift from the heavens. Possessing good looks does not guarantee merit, yet it certainly constitutes capital. Yunxi's expression soured at this retort. How dare a worthless girl speak to her in such a manner? Clearly she was a foolish and unrefined wretch. Humph, even if you are alluring, you remain a waste. What capital do you possess, senior sister? Choose your words wisely. Long Zhouxiao's face darkened as he positioned himself protectively in front of Longley. She boldly pushed him aside, stepping forward to confront Yunxi. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Startling the onlookers, including several disciples who wore expressions of disbelief. Such foul language, have you taken leave of your senses? Longley remarked, wiping her fingers with a handkerchief. Disgusted, the sudden turn of events astonished Beiming for a moment. How could a woman without cultivation dare to slap Yunshi? She actually struck senior sister Yunshi. Is she daft for not retaliating? Murmured the others in disbelief, captivated by her audacity's silence. Yunshi's face flushed with rage as she raised her hand to retaliate. You insolent wretch, I shall kill you. This was the first time she had been struck, especially in front of someone she admired, and her fury was palpable. How dare you lay a hand on her? Chasing Cloud interjected, stepping in front of Longley and unleashing a wave of spiritual energy. You dare to attack within the confines of Jelan Academy? Yunshi shouted back, her anger burning fiercely. As a practitioner at the late stage of the Ling Xian realm, she was naturally beyond Chasing Cloud's capability. Anyone who harms the young lady shall die. Chasing Cloud's tone was frigid, his aura radiating menace. What are you all doing? Seize this wretch, Yunshi commanded, her face a mask of murderous intent. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Envy of others' beauty is not your fault, but the fault lies in your narrow-mindedness. Whether one can cultivate or not holds no bearing on worth. The actions of Jelan Academy are indeed impressive to an outsider like myself. Longley's demeanor remained icy, devoid of fear. As if she regarded Yunshi as a mere corpse, an aura of unyielding authority enveloping her. You wretched girl. Enough. Beiming's expression darkened. You were at fault from the beginning, as a disciple of the law enforcement pavilion. You ought to set an example rather than insult an ordinary person's senior brother. How can you side with an outsider? Yunshi protested, her face a picture of indignation. I was the one struck. Why does the senior brother speak in favor of this wretch? Has she bewitched you as well? Yunshi, you ought to know the director's temperament. If you do not cease this behavior, I shall not hesitate to summon him for justice. Upon hearing this, Yunshi paled, fully aware of the repercussions that awaited her. She cast a resentful glance at Longley, vowing to eliminate this little wretch one day. Meeting her gaze, Longley raised an eyebrow and smiled. Do not look at me like that. It instills within me a desire to poke your eyes out. Though her words seemed jestful, they reflected her true sentiments. She despised such scrutinizing eyes. Long Jiushao swiftly pulled Longley closer. Lier, do not speak recklessly, you brother. I do not speak out of turn. When I lose my temper, I am capable of anything. Beiming regarded Longley with intrigue. What an interesting woman. Her beauty was striking. Yet her nature was fierce. Junior brother Jiushao, did you bring your sister to the academy for a specific purpose? Beiming inquired. Nothing of the sort. I have already informed the director of our presence. In that case, you may enter. The competition is tomorrow. Thank you, senior brother. Long Jiushao took Longley's hand and departed, while Beiming continued to observe Longley's retreating figure. Senior brother, do you fancy that waist? Yunshi asked, displeased, her face bearing the distinct mark of the slap, slightly swollen. What nonsense are you spouting? Beiming retorted sharply before vanishing from sight. The others approached to console Yunshi, urging her not to take it to heart. As senior brother's temperament was as such, Yunshi scoffed, turning away. The things that belonged to her, and the men she cherished, were not to be trifled with. Those who dared to encroach would meet their demise. Long Jiushao guided Longley to his residence, situated in a small courtyard at the back mountain of Jelan Academy. Qin Zhu Yuan. Longley gazed at the plaque, reading the name aloud. Lier, you and I shall reside here from now on. Do not wander off. Please go inside with Chasing Cloud and the others while I pay a visit to my master. All right, brother, attend to your matters swiftly. Longley appeared obedient. You all ensure the young lady's safety. Yes. Longley entered the courtyard, greeted by a view of bamboo groves, the gentle aroma of bamboo wafting in the breeze. Brother's residence is indeed pleasant, fresh and refined. Delicately fragrant. A smile crept across Longley's face as she strolled through the bamboo grove, clearly relishing the moment. Beyond the grove lay a spacious courtyard, adorned with ordinary spiritual herbs, despite the absence of pavilions and terraces. It exuded simple elegance. The yard was ample, supported by pillars of white marble at each corner, while the main house featured intricately carved sandalwood, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The main house comprised 2 upper chambers, with 6 lower chambers in the outer courtyard. Though the rooms appeared modest, they offered comfort and tranquility. Suddenly, a man clad in black appeared. Who are you? Longley turned with a glance, scrutinizing him. The man studied her for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Young lady, he inquired tentatively. Yes, you must be my brother's personal hidden guard. Subordinate Mufan pays his respects to the young lady. I apologize for any offense earlier. He knelt, exuding respect. Please rise, ignorance is no crime. Witnessing his demeanor, Longley smiled knowingly. Truly Mufan was well suited as Long Jiuxiao's personal guard, possessing commendable character and strength. Young lady has endured much. I shall prepare washing supplies for you. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. It is my duty. The other 5 hidden guards accompanied Mufan as he departed. Young lady, I believe that Yunshi will not easily let this matter rest. Chasing Cloud expressed concern. If we return to report, will you not be bullied here? Let her not rest. After all, having such amusement around is not unwelcome. You two may return to report to the ancestor. My brother is here to take care of me. Chasing clouds and chasing winds exchanged a glance, both somewhat perplexed, with no strength to back them. From whence did they derive their confidence? Moreover, their words were delivered with such nonchalance. Were they truly unafraid of death, miss? Perhaps it would be prudent for one of us to return and report, while chasing winds stays behind to provide protection. No need, she replied. You should return. This is the Jalan Academy. I trust the dean will not turn a blind eye to our situation, so you need not worry. To assign 2 individuals to monitor her daily. Does she still have her freedom? Furthermore, she must enter the space. The Ling Tian realm is exceedingly sensitive to aura, so it is best to send these 2 away. Upon hearing this, both men finally felt reassured. The dean of Jalan Academy, Wang Chun, was known for his meticulous nature and would never permit his disciples to wantonly harm the innocent. Time is of the essence. We shall take our leave to report. Hasten back and convey the message thoroughly. Without your presence, my brother and I may find ourselves in grave danger, she urged. Chasing clouds furrowed his brow. Unable to detect any sign of fear in this young lady, she appeared more like a carefree wanderer than one being hunted. Rest assured, I will report truthfully. Mississippi, I am truly grateful for your protection. Make haste in your return. Her words carried an undertone of impatience, as if she was eager for them to depart. It was baffling to him how she could think this way. Chapter 97. The Grand Elder, after chasing clouds and chasing winds, departed. Longley sat in the courtyard, savoring tea. With leisure time on her hands, she decided to investigate the Jalan Academy. Having come all this way, she was curious to discern what made this legendary institution unique. Before long, Mufan had prepared her toiletries and came to report. Longley soaked in the bath, her body and mind experiencing great relief. After a quick wash, she donned a fresh set of garments. The aura here was rich. Surely there must be a spiritual vein present. I in the Grand Elder's chamber. Joshua, your sister has arrived at the academy. Should she require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. The speaker was Mo Yuan, clad in a green robe, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with some signs of age upon his visage. Master, the enforcer pavilion's Yin. She was struck by my younger sister today. Oh, is that so? Mo Yuan remarked, somewhat bewildered. Is she not just an ordinary girl? How could she strike Yinshi, who is in the late stages of the Ling Xian realm? Surely this is a jest. Yinshi spoke impudently, and my sister, being of a simple disposition, could not contain her anger and slapped her. Yinshi is rather proud, yet to strike someone in public is rather inappropriate, after all. She is an ordinary person. Had you not been there, she could have sustained serious injury, and regret would come too late. This girl had offended Yinshi upon her arrival at the academy. It was likely she would face difficulties in the coming days. Alas, she is too young and lacks the discretion to assess situations properly. I understand, master, yet Yinshi truly deserved that slap for ridiculing my sister before everyone. Zhou Shao, you are destined for great things. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. You can evade harm, but have you considered how dangerous it is for your sister, who is merely an ordinary girl? Long Zhou Shao lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Master, my sister will soon be able to cultivate. Alas, it is too late. Even if she begins to cultivate, she will not keep pace with her peers. You are my most cherished disciple, and I hope you will focus on your own cultivation rather than sacrificing your bright future for trivial matters. In truth, Mo Yuan's words were quite clear. Even if Longley could cultivate, she would achieve little. He wished for Long Zhou Shao to prioritize his own growth and not forsake his promising path for the sake of his sister. This visit home, meant to last just over 10 days, had been stretched out due to Long Zhou Zhao's insistence on not returning to Jalan Academy without Longley. He even penned a letter to the dean, requesting that Longley be allowed to come to the academy. The Grand Elder, Mo Yuan, had opposed this, believing that a simple-minded person would only be bullied and ridiculed at Jalan Academy, potentially causing unnecessary trouble for Long Zhou Shao. Master, Lier is my closest kin. I am uncertain of the road ahead, but I will not abandon her. Though she may seem a simpleton to outsiders, in my eyes, she is the brightest crescent moon in this world, untouched by dust. Very well, since she is your sister, I will not turn a blind eye. Do not resolve matters on your own. I will advocate on your behalf. As for the incident with Yinshi, I will discuss it with her grandfather to put the matter to rest. Thank you, master, you are my most beloved disciple. There is no need for such formality. I see that you have made remarkable progress since your return. Have you encountered any fortuitous events? Long Zhou Zhao's gaze fell. Unsure whether to divulge the truth, however, to fabricate a tale felt disloyal to his master. I consumed a third-grade cleansing elixir, which facilitated my breakthrough. Cleansing elixir, Mo Yuan pondered, having heard of a newly emerged alchemist of remarkable renown, whose skills rivaled those of the alchemy sage. He had thought it was merely a jest from Lan Yutong. Indeed, it is the cleansing elixir. After my disciple consumed it, his strength surged instantaneously. I have heard that the Holy Dragon Capital's auction house has recently hosted a sale of elixirs. It seems the Long family has gone to great lengths to secure this cleansing elixir for you. It was not a gift from my father, but rather bestowed upon me by my sister. Mo Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Where could an ordinary person acquire such an elixir? I recall your sister's name as Longley. From where did she obtain this elixir? A month ago, my sister fell into a chasm and was rescued by an elderly man who gifted her the elixir. Is that so? Mo Yuan's expression shifted to one of confusion. To bestow an elixir upon a simpleton is rather illogical. Furthermore, who is this elderly man? How could he simply give away a cleansing elixir? Do you know who he is? I do not know. His medical skills are remarkable. After treating my sister, she would alternate between clarity and confusion. This is indeed a rare tale. I have never encountered such a remarkable individual. It appears this encounter was a great fortune for Li. This opportunity must be seized. If I am not mistaken, this elderly man is likely an alchemist. I share your thoughts, master. However, the whereabouts of this elderly man remain unknown. If my sister could be entirely cured, I would be willing to do anything. You are kind-hearted. It seems Li's fortune does not end here. Perhaps one day she will be fully healed. Tomorrow is the grand competition. I hope you can enter the Phoenix secret realm, as it will also be your opportunity. If you wish to take Li with you, I will not oppose it. The fate of you both shall be determined by destiny. Thank you for your support. Master, return and rest well. Regarding the matter of your pursuit, I will consult the dean and ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. Mo Yuan watched the retreating figure with satisfaction, his heart swelling with pride. This disciple of his possessed exceptional talent and was destined to surpass him in the future. In the Qingzhou courtyard, Li had finished her grooming and sat sipping tea. Brother, you have returned. Lier, do you like it here? Indeed, it is fresh and elegant, truly a reflection of your unique style. You have been pursued for so long. You must not neglect rest and nourishment. We shall dine soon and retire early. I am not wearied, brother. What is the dean's realm? She needed to gather information to explore the surroundings later that evening. The strength of Dean Wangchen is unfathomable. I do not know his realm specifically, but apart from the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, who are both in the early stages of the Ling Saint realm, the other elders are at the late stages of the Ling Emperor realm. The strength of the Ling Saint realm is quite formidable. Indeed, Jialan Academy is a premier institution, so the elders' abilities are naturally impressive. Where does Dean Wang reside? Is it far from you? The dean's residence is located on the back mountain of the Enforcer Pavilion, a distance from here that I have not traversed. Lier, why do you ask? This is not my first visit to Jialan Academy. I wish to understand the people and matters here to avoid causing you trouble. Li lowered her gaze, contemplating that if she were to wander into the dean's courtyard, she would surely be discovered. Chapter 98. Yun Song Shen Longjiu assumed Li was afraid of retaliation and hastily reassured her. Lier, fear not, the matter with Yun, she will be resolved by my master. You can remain here at ease. No one will bully you. I am unafraid with you by my side, but your master holds a high position as the Grand Elder here. Yes, my master is named Mo Yuan. He is the chief Grand Elder of Jialan Academy, second only to the Dean, and his strength surpasses that of the other elders. The Grand Elder possesses the power of the Ling Saint realm. Jialan Academy indeed boasts numerous strong individuals. It seems I must proceed with caution to avoid drawing attention. You are fortunate to have such an impressive master. My master treats me well. He has permitted me to bring you to the Phoenix secret realm. As for the pursuit, he will address it with the dean, so we shall soon uncover who is behind it. It seems Mo Yuan holds Longjiu in high regard, suggesting he is a commendable master. I shall express my gratitude to this Grand Elder when the opportunity arises. Li's eyes sparkled with mirth as she continued. Brother, chasing clouds and chasing winds have returned to report. Now only those 5 shadow guards remain. Returning is wise. There is no danger within Jialan Academy. Leaving 5 to guard you will suffice, and besides, shadow guards are not permitted entry without the dean's approval. Yes, that's so. Li furrowed her brow slightly. When did Wangchen become so reasonable? The last time I encountered him at the birthday banquet, he did not appear to be so accommodating. Brother, how old is that enigmatic dean? The last time I saw him, he appeared quite youthful. The dean is shrouded in mystery. No one knows his origins. I once discreetly inquired with my master, but he, too, was uncertain, only aware of the dean's formidable strength, as he was a closed-door disciple unexpectedly brought back by the previous dean. It seems he is a person of considerable background. Given this, I must maintain my distance and exercise caution while investigating the Jialan Academy, especially avoiding the back mountain of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. Brother Mufan mentioned that tomorrow is your competition day. That old man previously gifted me a vial of this. I found it seemingly useless, so I am giving it to you. The North Ming's strength has already reached the spirit heaven realm, and that Yun Shi is equally formidable, not inferior to Longjiu. If you were to fail in the grand competition, it would mean forfeiting the opportunity to enter the secret realm. This spirit liquid is truly a treasure. A single drop could enable you to break through once more, ensuring your place among the top 3 in the competition. Longjiu gazed at the small porcelain vial in his hand, a look of perplexity on his face as he opened it. A rich aura of spiritual energy surged into his nostrils, invigorating his mind. His expression was one of astonishment. Lier, could this be the legendary spirit liquid? I am unsure of its nature, but it must be something valuable. Brother, you should quickly consume it and absorb its essence before tomorrow's competition. perhaps it can secure you first place. Lier, do you realize how precious this spirit liquid is? Brother, no matter how valuable something is, it must hold worth. This time, we siblings must obtain the quota for the secret realm. Tomorrow will reveal how you dominate the arena. This substance is indeed remarkable. Even more precious than pills, it is a rarity even in the upper realms. However, for the sake of securing the secret realm quota, I must offer a drop to Long Jiu Shao. Lier, this item is far too precious. You ought to keep it for yourself. Long Jiu Shao returned the vial to Long Li's hand. Having already taken a pill, he couldn't afford to squander such a fine treasure. Brother, that old man has more of this. Next time we meet, I shall ask for another vial. You must drink it and focus on your cultivation. Time is of the essence, and whether you can break through depends on tonight. Long Li placed the spirit liquid in Long Jiu Shao's hands and turned to sit in a chair. Sipping tea. Long Jiu Shao, if you have it, then keep it. Wasting time with idle chatter is futile. If you lose tomorrow, the secret realm will be a mere dream, were it not for the North Ming's prowess. I wouldn't bother presenting this spirit liquid at all. Long Jiu Shao stared at the vial, his eyes filled with conflicting emotions. In truth, he had little confidence in securing a spot in the secret realm. Yet now that he had advanced to the late stage of the spirit profound realm, he felt a 70% assurance of placing among the top 3. Long Li sighed softly. Her brother was truly oblivious. Brother, hurry back to your cultivation. What are you standing around for? Lier, this item is far too precious. You shouldn't have given it to me. Enough of this. We are siblings, and you should accept it in the future. When you come across good things, do share more with me. Long Jiu Shao felt a swell of gratitude within, silently vowing to protect Long Li at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Lier, thank you for today. With that, Long Jiu Shao turned and returned to his room. In the courtyard of the second elder, Yun Songxian remarked, your disciple's sister is truly overbearing. She struck my beloved granddaughter upon her arrival. Dressed in a brown robe, Yun Songxian appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, devoid of any signs of aging, his eyes glimmering with authority. At this moment, he wore an expression of displeasure. It's merely a squabble among young girls, why speak of it so harshly? Mo Yuan, clad in flowing garments, stood in the courtyard, his voice resonant and authoritative. Humph, it's not your granddaughter who was struck, of course. You wouldn't care. I have never laid a finger on Lier, who has grown so haughty under your indulgence. Mo Yuan seated himself, pouring himself a cup of tea. That girl, named Long Li, is a pitiful child. Your granddaughter has been spoiled to the point of arrogance. Speaking with a tone of sarcasm, if she doesn't get struck, who will? Upon hearing this, Yun Songxian's expression darkened. What do you mean, Mo Yuan? My granddaughter possesses exceptional talent. She is not as lacking as you suggest. Do not be angry. I have watched Lier grow up, but you must understand she cannot remain sheltered beneath your wing forever. Such a disposition will inevitably lead to great trouble. Can you protect her for a lifetime? Though Yun Songxian's countenance was not favorable, he found himself at a loss for retort, for he was somewhat aware of his granddaughter's shortcomings. Noticing his silence, Mo Yuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement as he continued, Long Li is an ordinary individual. Your granddaughter's mockery is hardly the demeanor expected of a Jialan Academy disciple. Moreover, should the dean become aware of this incident, it will be your granddaughter facing the consequences. Humph, an outsider like her, and you believe the dean will concern himself with such trifles? Do not attempt to rope me into this. Long Li's admission to the academy was sanctioned by the dean. You are surely aware of this. Let this matter rest, and in the future, do not provoke Lier, it will be for the best. Furthermore, my disciple has already reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the spirit profound realm, and is but a step away from entering the spirit heaven realm. Mo Yuan's eyes sparkled with prideful glee. Yun Songxian scoffed, though envy brewed within him. Long Jiu Shao's talent was indeed remarkable, promising an immeasurable future, yet he remained defiant, thinking, so what if he has an impressive disciple, who doesn't? Chapter 99, Alas! I have been teased. Mo Yuan's face was alight with joy. He was on the brink of revealing his delight. Yun Songxian found it unbearable to witness. It is merely the spirit profound realm. Akin to my granddaughter, this time, the quota for the secret realm is limited. Your disciple may not necessarily secure a top 3 position. Jealousy, blatant and glaring, stirred within Mo Yuan. Humph, my disciple will undoubtedly be among the top 3. With that proclamation, Mo Yuan turned and departed. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, nightfall enveloped the land. Long Li, having given instructions to Mu Fan, feigned exhaustion, and retired early, wishing to avoid any disturbances. Inside her room, she donned a black male outfit and masked her face, preparing to slip out. Jialan Academy, renowned as the premier university, sprawled majestically across the mountain peaks, vast and boundless, each peak housed an elder. And Long Li, like a phantom, moved stealthily under the cunning moonlight. The guards were vigilant. At every turn, disciples took turns keeping watch. In Long Li's eyes, these disciples posed little threat, easily eluded by her. She refrained from releasing too much of her aura. For powerful beings were abundant, and a single misstep could lead to calamity. The Jialan Academy was protected by formations, rendering it generally impenetrable to outsiders, yet, since she had come, it would be a pity not to explore. Long Li approached a relatively secluded courtyard, astonishingly devoid of guards. The spiritual energy here was palpable, and she inhaled deeply like a curious cat. She glanced around before stealthily entering. Bathed in moonlight, the scenery was enchanting. With a gentle floral fragrance wafting through the air reminiscent of a familiar essence, after a cursory inspection and finding no disciples present, her movements grew bolder. It seemed an uninhabited courtyard, such a splendid place. Left vacant, felt like a waste. The rich spiritual energy was comforting to the senses. Long Li wandered the courtyard, then effortlessly leaped over the flora to reach her room. The interior bore signs of habitation. And after a thorough search, she found nothing of worth and proceeded to the back courtyard. She floated down gracefully, enveloped in mist, the scene resembling a picturesque paradise under the moon's glow. To her surprise, a grand hot spring lay before her. Long Li smiled, marveling at Jelan Academy's extravagance, allowing such a large hot spring to remain unattended. The mist obscured her view of the specifics within. Long Li, curious, soared closer for a better look. There, a man reclined at the edge of the hot spring, his black hair cascading carelessly, eyes closed in tranquility. His features were sculpted to perfection, exuding an innate charm that was both flawless and imbued with a hint of wicked allure. Long Li stood frozen, as if her feet were bound. Suddenly, his violet eyes flared open, captivating her entirely. Who was he? Long Li shuddered, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that rendered her immobile. What was happening? This sensation felt ghastly. She was paralyzed, trapped in a dreadful limbo. She cast her gaze downward as cold sweat broke out across her skin, experiencing fear unlike anything before. Who this person? The man's violet eyes shifted to a normal hue, his imposing aura softening slightly as he smiled, lifting a hand to pull Long Li into the hot spring. Water splashed dramatically. The unexpected turn of events elicited a startled cry from Long Li. In the next instant, she found herself gazing into the man's handsome face. What are you doing? Let go of me. Long Li's entire being felt immobilized, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. The man chuckled, his lips curving in a beguiling smile, exuding an air of seduction that seemed intent on ensnaring her very essence. Captivated by the scene, Long Li momentarily lost her composure, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Who was this enchanting being, daring to ensnare her soul? Thankfully, her resolve was strong. Long Li's heart raced, and she unknowingly swallowed hard. Beneath her mask, her cheeks flushed crimson, just as Long Li lost herself in thought. Her body shifted, and the man enveloped her in his arms, his warm body pressed against her, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. What do you intend to do? Long Li slightly raised her gaze to behold the man with a perfectly sculpted jawline. At that moment, she found little inclination to admire his features. Heartless woman, have you truly forgotten your true self? In that instant, she felt a sense of bewilderment. Who was this dog of a man? As Long Li remained silent, the man visibly grew agitated. His warm lips descended upon her, and he held her head firmly in place. Long Li felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. She had been taken advantage of. This man was kissing her, with a demeanor akin to punishment. He forcefully claimed her. It seemed she could scarcely breathe. Suddenly, her hands regained mobility, and she struggled to push against the man's chest. Only then did he release her, his eyes fixated on the frantic Long Li. Do you remember now? His magnetic voice resonated in her ear, sending chills down her spine. After a brief moment of contemplation, Long Li lowered her gaze, pondering. This aura felt oddly familiar, yet she could not recall it at once. A man so devilishly handsome, if she had ever encountered him, she would surely remember. But wait, she was clad in men's attire, her face concealed by a mask. Could it be that this man harbored some peculiar penchant? Release me. I am and in the next instant, the man leaned closer, tauntingly asking, dare you to remove your clothing? Rogue. Long Li, disregarding her own predicament, attempted to kick away this insufferable man. However, he seized her leg, admonishing, little woman, you cannot kick about recklessly. If you injure yourself, will you hold me accountable? You. Long Li trembled with rage, her face flushed with indignation. Who on earth are you? This is our second bath together. Does little Li remember now? Long Li's body jolted, and upon lifting her gaze, she discovered the man gazing at her with a smile in his eyes. You are Ju. What? Does little Li not recognize her true self without the mask? No way. This man had recognized her from the very beginning, which was why he had begun to tease her. Long Li, seethed with anger, let go. Observing her irate demeanor, Ju released her. This is my first time as well. You have nothing to lose, why be angry? Is it that my appearance does not meet your expectations? He admitted that he initially intended to punish her. Had he not known she was at the Jelan Academy, he would not have accepted Wang Chen's invitation. You shameless. Long Li felt utterly exasperated. This detestable rogue. Chapter 100. Who will take responsibility? Ju smirked, showing no signs of anger, appearing rather pleased. You entered this room on your own accord. I merely captured the assassin in passing. Where is the shamelessness in that? Long Li leaped into action, intending to distance herself quickly. This man was her nemesis. How could she not flee? Seeing her attempt to escape, Ju rose abruptly. You dare to run? I would not hesitate to summon Wang Chen to adjudicate this matter. Such is the hospitality of the Jelan Academy. Long Li's lips twitched in annoyance. I am not a disciple of the Jelan Academy. What concern is it of mine? Clad in black, sneaking a glance at me bathing. You have seen my innocence. If I were to tell your brother, would he not demand you take responsibility for me? Longley felt an immense headache the last time she encountered this man. He was relatively normal, but after a few days apart, he had become shameless and brazen. It seemed she was the one being taken advantage of, and this man had the audacity to turn the tables. Her secrets must remain concealed. She could not resort to violence just yet. For now, she would have to placate him, biding her time until she grew stronger to eliminate this insufferable man. A wave of murderous intent radiated from Longley, causing Diju's expression to darken. Did this woman truly wish to kill him? Today, it was I who intruded. As for your innocence, I saw nothing. Let us consider this matter as if it never occurred. Shall we? Today has truly been a stroke of bad luck. To encounter such a troublesome and enchanting devil right upon my exit. Longley pressed her hand to her forehead. What was meant to happen has happened. This is the first time my true self has been unveiled. You must take responsibility. Diju crossed his arms, adopting an expression that suggested if you do not take responsibility, I shall seek out your guardians. In the distance, two shadowy figures stood dumbfounded. Upon recognizing Longley, they had intentionally allowed her entry. Their primary objective was to facilitate an encounter between their master and her, but now, what was this situation? Their master was behaving so wildly, engaging in a game of responsibility. Shuang and Tianlang could only think that they felt as if they were meeting their master for the first time. Diju had truly taken a liking to Longley, seizing her without hesitation. They were aware of how many women would break their necks for a chance to marry him. Longley wished to curse aloud. Yet the fact remained that she could not overpower this man. Perhaps a dose of poison would suffice to rid her of him. She glanced at her damp garments and considered fleeing. Little Lee, that name is not one you may call me. We are not that familiar. Longley shifted her stance, attempting to seize the opportunity to escape. Without my permission, you shall not leave. Diju's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. No one had ever dared speak to him in such a manner. This woman was truly fearless. Suddenly, Longley felt a chill run down her spine. An icy presence enveloping her entirely. This man was indeed capricious, swinging between joviality and frigidness. I do not intend to leave. I simply wish to change out of these wet clothes, under this roof. One must lower their head. The key was that she genuinely could not overpower him. Diju raised his hand with a flourish, and in an instant her clothes and hair were dry. Little Lee, what brings you to the Jialan Academy? Nothing in particular, just accompanying my brother for a visit. You insolent man, why would I divulge such information to you? Diju appeared to contemplate before responding. Then why at this late hour are you sneaking about? What are you peeking at? Longley turned sharply to meet Diju's deep black gaze. Just a moment ago she had seen purple eyes. Why had they changed to black? What was truly happening here? Who was speaking? I merely could not sleep and ventured out for a stroll, but alas, I lost my way in this vast Jialan Academy. Lost your way? Diju smiled at Longley, pondering whether Wang Chen would believe her. Are you threatening me? Longley narrowed her eyes, adopting a frigid demeanor. I speak only the truth. How can that be construed as a threat? His voice was deep, laced with a hint of amusement. Longley's fingers tightened into fists, suppressing her fury. She longed to strike that seemingly innocent face. What do you intend? From now on, you shall not avoid me. Should there be matters to discuss, you must not refuse to. I ask that all. Longley's eyes widened in disbelief. What does Little Lee think I am trying to do? Diju's eyes sparkled with mischief, as if suggesting she had misconstrued his intentions. Rumors spoke of Diju as being aloof, keeping others at arm's length, yet upon meeting him today, she wondered if he might have been possessed by some foul spirit. Longley found Diju's expressions to be numerous. Each moment he wore a different guise, making it impossible to discern which words bore truth. You find Little Lee's words amusing. I wonder just how many faces our esteemed Miss Long possesses. One moment she is the naive maiden, the next an ordinary person, and now she is the sneaky little cat. Which is the true you? Or perhaps none of these are you, but rather. Diju paused, observing the fire in Longley's eyes, which resembled a murderous glare. Could it be that this man knew she was not the original host? No, that was impossible. Their souls were merely different. While the body remained that of the original host, he could not possibly know. I shall not engage in this nonsensical conversation with you. I wish to return. At this moment, Longley felt a twinge of guilt. Her affairs must remain hidden from everyone. She was not yet powerful enough. Should her secrets be unveiled, she would find herself in an unprecedented predicament. Until she avenged her grievances, she must tread carefully. This accursed man had seemingly committed some grave sin to cross her path. Little Lee, you have yet to respond to my request. I may agree to what you propose, but you must not overreach. Otherwise, I do not mind us both perishing together. Indeed, she was riled up. This demeanor only heightened his amusement. Fear not, for I am a good person. I shall not bully you. Longley turned on her heel, leaving without a trace of longing. You must not wander about the Jialan Academy. It is more dangerous than you can imagine. Longley vanished into the night, her figure swallowed by the shadows. With such an encounter, her mood for exploration had vanished. She might even fall prey to Wang Chen once more, leading to an uproar the following day. Diju stood in place, his gaze fixed upon the moonlight. What secrets lie within you, Master? I have heard that Miss Longley has been pursued relentlessly. I have discovered it is an assassin from the underworld continent, but the trail has gone cold as the target is deceased. Shuang spoke with utmost respect, acknowledging that he truly could not fathom his master's temperament. Despite claiming to disregard Longley's affairs, upon hearing of her being pursued, he had still ordered an investigation.